Chapter 76, The Enhancement System. Ding. A potential disciple has been detected. A disciple recruitment task has been issued. Please, Master, accept Lin Yanran as your disciple, and you shall receive an unknown reward from the system. Li Changfeng had initially intended to act decisively and seal Lin Yanran away. To his surprise, he inadvertently triggered the disciple recruitment task. The existence of this task indicated that Lin Yanran could be saved. A smile graced Li Changfeng's face as he gazed at Lin Yanran. Yanran, I know you yearn to be my disciple. Now, I bestow upon you this opportunity. You have successfully passed my test. You may now become my apprentice. A look of joy illuminated Lin Yanran's face, yet her eyes glistened with tears, embodying both happiness and regret. She had already been infiltrated by that peculiar power, which was gradually eroding her consciousness. Lin Yanran was uncertain how much longer she could maintain her clarity, but she knew it would not be for long. She felt the pressure mounting, unable to suppress her agitation any further. Lin Yanran knelt before Li Changfeng, bowing her head in reverence. Thank you, Master, for your profound kindness. Even in death, I shall have no regrets. I hope that after my demise, Master will take good care of my brother. Master, I truly wish to continue as your disciple, but I understand that I am on the brink of succumbing to madness. Should I fall into darkness, I would bring calamity upon my fellow disciples. I do not desire that. Farewell, Master. Farewell, brother. Farewell, senior sister. After murmuring to herself, Lin Yanran raised her palm and struck her own head with all her might. However, her hand halted mere inches from her forehead, unable to descend any further. Li Changfeng shook his head and said, Yanran, since I have accepted you as my disciple, I shall not allow you to succumb to madness. You are my disciple, and I will spare no effort to keep you awake. Furthermore, I shall ensure your strength advances by leaps and bounds, rivaling your senior sisters, Feng Wu and Lin Fan. Yet, Li Changfeng spoke with a solemn tone. There is no yet. What I intend to accomplish cannot be hindered. Now, return with me to Tianquan Peak. I will forge you into an unparalleled prodigy. Very well. Lin Yanran bestowed her unwavering trust upon Li Changfeng. Since he had proclaimed it, she believed he could achieve it. Li Changfeng suddenly struck the Montian Great Formation with a concealed palm. Thus, no one was aware of his actions. Having entered the Tribulation stage, dismantling a grand formation was not a daunting task for him, especially given the terrifying strength of his physical form. Lin Fan smiled, saying, Master, we can return now. It must be the ancient patriarch of the Mountain of Support who intervened. The sect leader had previously mentioned that an ancient ancestor is present here. Congratulations, sister, on successfully becoming Master's disciple. Feng Wu remarked, Yanran, you have finally moved Master's heart with your sincerity. From now on, we shall be sisters in the craft. Indeed, Lin Yanran felt immense joy, though a hint of worry lingered. After Li Changfeng distributed the rewards, he soared into the sky with Feng Wu and the others, swiftly returning to Tianquan Peak. At Tianquan Peak, as Li Changfeng and his companions descended, the system rewards were promptly delivered. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully accepting Lin Yanran as a disciple. You have received system rewards. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Celestial Demon Technique and the Enhancement System. What a splendid reward! To obtain system rewards, one must accept disciples, which explains why Li Changfeng refrained from accepting apprentices carelessly. Ordinary disciples require excessive effort to train, whereas accepting a disciple when the system issues a task is far more convenient. Consequently, from this point forward, Li Changfeng was of no concern whatsoever. The disciple could entirely leverage the system to become an unparalleled powerhouse. Li Changfeng remarked, Feng Wu, Lin Fan, you both should focus on your cultivation while I address Yanran's physical issues. If her physical ailments remain unresolved, it's akin to a ticking time bomb, which presents quite a predicament. Feng Wu and Lin Fan nodded earnestly, obediently retreating to their training. It was at this moment that Feng Wu directly broke through to the early stage of the transformation realm. Upon receiving Feng Wu's feedback, Li Changfeng made a slight advancement in his realm, stepping into the mid-stage of the Tribulation crossing. Once Li Changfeng attains the pinnacle of this realm, he must prepare to face the heavenly tribulation. Surviving this tribulation will grant him access to the Great Ascension Realm. The Great Ascension Realm is the process of transmuting the spiritual power within one's body into celestial essence. Once all spiritual power is transformed into celestial essence, one may tread into the human celestial realm. Presently, Feng Wu has breached the transformation realm, while the chaotic time tower has only unlocked 3 levels. Having surpassed the required realm, Feng Wu can no longer enter. Thus, she will cultivate directly within her quaint wooden hut. After the two departed, Li Changfeng extended his finger and lightly touched Lin Yanran's forehead. The celestial demon technique and the enhancement system were bestowed upon Lin Yanran in this manner. Lin Yanran gazed at Li Changfeng with a countenance filled with disbelief and astonishment. Master, what level of technique is this? And what treasure is this enhancement system? Li Changfeng cautioned, regardless of whether it is a technique or the divine artifact I have gifted you, it must not be disclosed to others. Not even your brother Lin Fan or senior sister Feng Wu should be informed. They possess various techniques and divine artifacts as well. Is it possible for them to achieve such? Lin Yanran nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Master, I shall never divulge this to anyone. I have just acquired 100 enhancement points, and the artifact indicates I may allocate them in several areas. Master, could you provide me with a hint? Li Changfeng, having the disciple system, effectively serves as the main system for his students. Naturally, he could view Lin Yanran's attribute sheet. However, he was only permitted to see his disciples' attributes. The attributes and strengths of others remained obscured. The system had yet to activate this feature. Name, Lin Yanran. Talent, Genius. Spirit, 28. Physique, 13. Realm, late stage of Qi refinement. Enhancement points, 100. After perusing the information, Li Changfeng calmly stated, allocate all your enhancement points to your spirit. The higher your spirit, the more resilient you will be against the corruption of the demonic force. I hope you can transform into a formidable cultivator like Feng Wu and the others. Let us commence now. Understood. Without any hesitation, Lin Yanran followed Li Changfeng's instructions and allocated all 100 points to her spirit. Upon completing the allocation, Lin Yanran underwent a remarkable transformation. Her spirit attained divinity, undergoing a metamorphosis, not to mention a mere strand of demonic power. Even greater forces of demonic energy could not harm her. As long as Lin Yanran was not slain, she would remain impervious to harm. The demonic force dissipated, instead serving to elevate Lin Yanran. Her strength surged dramatically, propelling her instantaneously into the Foundation establishment realm, and she was still on the rise. Moments later, Lin Yanran had stabilized her realm, reaching the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. She stood merely a step away from the Golden Core realm. The Celestial Demon Technique would enable Lin Yanran to become the sovereign of celestial demons, capable of wielding dominion over all realms. Chapter 77. The Ancestor's Dilemma. Li Changfeng observed Lin Yanran's transformation, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. He rarely took on disciples unless compelled by a systematic task to do so. Yanran, you have performed commendably. Now, I shall transport you to a realm housing a divine artifact. There, you shall accelerate your cultivation. Feng Wu previously trained in that very space. Remember, you must not disclose this to anyone. The principle of an innocent man suffers for possessing a jewel is one I hope you understand. Lin Yanran nodded earnestly. Master, I comprehend. I shall safeguard this secret and devote myself to my training, ensuring I do not tarnish your reputation or that of the Tianquan Peak. Excellent. Li Changfeng encouraged, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. Strive diligently and aim to surpass your senior sister Feng Wu. She is currently consolidating her realm, making it the perfect opportunity for you to catch up. However, I must impart one crucial lesson. The path of cultivation is not solely about the heights of one's realm. You must thoroughly assimilate each stage before attempting a breakthrough. Do not advance unless absolutely necessary. Do you understand? Lin Yanran listened intently to Li Changfeng's admonitions, committing them to memory. Once he had finished advising her, he remarked, it is time to send you to that space. Come, follow me to the wooden cabin. I shall reveal to you what truly constitutes a treasure. Lin Yanran nodded in agreement, refraining from further comments. Whatever Li Changfeng instructed, she would follow without question. Upon entering the wooden cabin, with a flick of his hand, Li Changfeng sent Lin Yanran into the second layer of the Chaos Time Tower, where time flowed at 100-fold the rate of the outside world. Li Changfeng estimated that, given Lin Yinran's current level of cultivation, it would not be long before she was expelled from the tower. After all, she had already reached the peak of foundation establishment. Condensing the golden core should pose little difficulty for her. Subsequently, Li Changfeng also entered the Chaos Time Tower. Watching Lin Yinran cultivate, he smiled with satisfaction. At this moment, the strand of demonic power within Lin Yinran had yet to be fully refined. Being the essence of a demon god, she had only progressed to the foundation establishment stage, having consumed little of its power. Lin Yinran was enveloped in demonic energy. However, her aura differed markedly from that of the black-robed figure. The malevolent energy surrounding the latter was steeped in wickedness, whereas Lin Yinran's was of the highest caliber, its nature, good or evil, entirely dependent on her will. Meanwhile, as Li Changfeng focused on Lin Yinran's training, several ancestors of the Kaoshan Sect emerged from their seclusion. Yin Ancestor wore a grim expression, his murderous intent palpable. Sectmaster, are you implying that a demon has infiltrated our Kaoshan Sect and has slain hundreds of our disciples? Were it not for an immensely powerful being intervening, we would all have perished? The sect master sighed, nodding with a hint of helplessness. Yin Ancestor, that great demon is formidable. Initially, we could manage. But then he harnessed the power of the demon god, and his strength surged to the pinnacle of the integration stage, a terrifying foe capable of rivaling those in the tribulation stage. We narrowly escaped death. Had it not been for an elder of our sect, tens of thousands of our disciples, along with the sect master and peak masters, would have fallen. Do we know which demon sect he hails from? The Zhou Ancestor inquired. It seems that the Kaoshan Sect has remained too quiet for too long. Some have forgotten our might. We once became one of the 9 great sects, staining the mountains and rivers with blood, causing the heavens to tremble. Investigate this demon's background. If we can defeat him, we shall eradicate him. If he belongs to the Tianma sect, we must bide our time and seek to ambush them. The Mu Ancestor's presence radiated authority, his killing intent evident. I concur with Zhou Ancestor. We cannot forsake the tenets of the Kaoshan Sect. If we can defeat them, we shall strike hard. If not, we must create opportunities to eliminate them. We must keep our cards close to our chest and avoid unnecessary exposure. Yet, this vendetta must be avenged. All 7 ancestors reached a consensus. They sought retribution. The Kaoshan Sect could not suffer indignities. The loss of hundreds of disciples was unacceptable to the ancestors. Once one joins the Kaoshan Sect, they become part of our family. No one shall be allowed to insult us. The Zhou Ancestor spoke again. Sect Master, let us discuss the Elder of the Kaoshan Sect. Since we have not emerged from seclusion, I had previously inquired among our brethren. None have intervened. This suggests that a certain ancient ancestor from our sect has shielded you. Upon hearing Zhou Ancestor's inquiry, the sect master retrieved a pair of cloth shoes from his storage ring. One shoe pulsed with terrifying power, while the other appeared utterly mundane, resembling an ordinary cloth shoe. Zhou Ancestor, this is the artifact used by our elder to slay the black-robed figure. I have examined it and found nothing extraordinary about it. Yet, it harbors tremendous power. Could it be a supreme treasure? As the 7 ancestors gazed upon the 2 cloth shoes, their expressions turned grave. The shoe imbued with power emanated a sense of danger even they could perceive, suggesting that it could severely injure or even kill them. Such a presence was formidable, ranking among the top, even among ancient ancestors. Zhou Ancestor scrutinized the shoe for a moment before shaking his head. I cannot discern its peculiarities, only that it is immensely powerful. This elder from the Kaoshan Sect cannot possibly be one of our predecessors from 5,000 years ago, can they? They must possess strength at the tribulation stage, which we cannot hope to match. Yin Ancestor took the cloth shoe, his eyes filled with solemnity. It appeared to be made of ordinary material, yet many disciples of the Kaoshan Sect wore similar footwear. The peculiarity lay precisely in its unassuming appearance, coupled with its extraordinary strength. We need not concern ourselves with the identity of this ancient ancestor, whether they are of the ancient lineage or a primordial being. All that matters is that they are a powerful ally of the Kaoshan Sect. We cannot ascertain the exact level of power among our ancestors. First, we must investigate that despicable demon and uncover the source of their strength. The sect master nodded. Several ancestors, the demon revealed a fragment of information before. It seems he harbors a grudge against the peak master of Tianquan from a millennium ago, and this act is one of revenge. Once we ascertain which formidable demon he suffered at the hands of, we should have clarity. With the meeting concluded, the Kaoshan Sect dispatched 3 ancestors and 20 elders to investigate, determined to uncover the background of that wretched demon and eradicate the threat entirely. The Kaoshan Sect would not silently endure this injustice. At Tianquan Peak, half a day passed, and Lin Yinran had not yet been expelled from the Chaos Time Tower. Li Changfeng instructed her not to rush a breakthrough, but to consolidate and compress her internal power, striving to form a higher-tier golden core. The higher the grade of the golden core, the greater her future accomplishments would be. A cultivator with a divine-grade golden core in the early stages could easily contend with one in the early stages of the nascent soul realm. As her disciple, she must possess not only a high realm, but also formidable combat prowess. While Lin Yinran focused on condensing a higher-grade golden core, disturbances began to arise in the southern region, instilling fear among the demonic cultivators. Instances of demonic cultivators being slain without cause became increasingly frequent, and those responsible radiated righteous energy. Countless demon sects turned their ire towards the Haotian sect, demanding an explanation. Chapter 78. The Demonic Sect Strikes. The Haotian sect, the foremost among the 9 great sects, boasts unparalleled might, with its disciples numbering in the hundreds of thousands, more than tenfold compared to the Kaoshan sect. Among these disciples, countless prodigies emerge, representing the future of the Haotian sect. However, today, before the mountain gate of the Haotian sect, lie the lifeless bodies of over 100 of its disciples. In front of these fallen disciples stands no less than 300,000 demonic cultivators, led by the formidable Tianma sect, the most powerful faction within the demonic sect. Upon receiving this alarming news, the Haotian sect immediately mobilized 100,000 disciples and over 100 elders. What could the demonic sect possibly intend? Do they aspire to ignite a war between the righteous path and the demonic? Who dares to slay the disciples of the Haotian sect and take their own lives before our mountain gate? We of the Haotian sect shall not let this matter go unpunished. The words came from the sect master of the Haotian sect, a figure of immense strength who had reached the integration stage. Behind him stood 100 elders, their presence formidable. The sect master of the Tianma sect responded with a cold smile, addressing the assembly. Ah, the Haotian sect, you have secretly slain over 1,000 of my demonic cultivators. And now you dare to cast blame upon us. Do you think we of the demonic sect are without allies? It is you who have instigated this conflict. If that is the case, let us commence the battle between the righteous and the demonic. The sect master of the Haotian sect furrowed his brow, displaying a look of confusion. He was genuinely unaware that over 1,000 demonic disciples had been killed. More importantly, this matter had nothing to do with the Haotian sect. In a grave tone, the sect master declared, Tianma sect master, such accusations cannot be made lightly. When have we of the Haotian sect ever slain over 1,000 demonic cultivators? Furthermore, even if such a massacre had occurred, it would be well-deserved. The righteous and the demonic have always been at odds. Yet, your blatant provocation, coming to our mountain gate, suggests you seek war with the 9 great sects? The Tianma sect master replied nonchalantly, deny it if you will. We shall kill 100 Haotian sect disciples each day until you acknowledge your wrongdoing. Moreover, substantial reparations must be paid. The disciples of the demonic sect shall not be slain at your whim. He added, you are mistaken. We do not seek war with the righteous path as a whole, but specifically with the Haotian sect. The collective strength of the righteous sects far surpasses that of the demonic sect. If the 9 great sects unite, even all the demonic sect combined may not prevail. Hence, I do not wish to embroil the other 8 sects in this conflict. The expression of the Haotian sect master darkened considerably. He understood that these demonic cultivators would not relent easily. It seemed imperative to summon the other 8 sects for assistance. Meanwhile, within a certain demonic sect in the South Domain, over 20 formidable beings burst in, slaying indiscriminately. These 20 individuals comprised the 3 ancestors and 20 elders of the Kaoshan sect. Their methods of killing were imbued with righteous vigor, as they were indeed practitioners of the righteous path, incapable of employing the vile and sinister techniques characteristic of demonic disciples. Consequently, they were mistaken for powerful figures of the Haotian sect by the demonic cultivators. The 3 ancestors and the elders, however, were disinclined to clarify. They were on a quest to locate the sect of a particular demonic fiend, the blood demon sect, the shadow demon sect, and the puppet demon sect. One by one, they wreaked havoc upon the demonic sects, yet they could not find anyone connected to the source of that fiend's power. They struck swiftly and retreated without delay, continuing their pursuit. In an uninhabited area, the 3 ancestors began to deliberate. Ancestor Zhou frowned, speaking with gravity. This marks the 17th demonic sect. Yet still no sign of a connection to that fiend's power. How peculiar. Where could this individual possibly hail from? Could it be from the formidable Tianma sect? Ancestor Yin pondered for a moment and replied, it is not impossible. Perhaps we should pay a visit to the Tianma sect? If they are indeed the origin, we must plan our next steps carefully. The strength of the Tianma sect cannot be underestimated. Annihilating them would be nearly impossible unless a primordial being of the highest caliber were to emerge. Ancestor Mu inhaled deeply, his tone solemn. Even if it is the Tianma sect, we must ensure they suffer a significant loss. The Kaoshan sect cannot afford such a heavy toll. We must convey that the Kaoshan Sect is not to be trifled with. Moreover, I have heard that numerous demonic cultivators have united to confront the Ye Jian Sect. What could their intentions be? Are they attempting to dismantle the 9 great sects one by one? Suddenly, Ancestor Zhou chuckled, speculating. Might our actions be misconstrued as those of the Ye Jian Sect, prompting the demonic sect to exert pressure upon them? The Ye Jian Sect has grown increasingly arrogant over the past few centuries, often disregarding us and acting with hostility. If our actions lead to the Ye Jian Sect bearing the brunt of this misunderstanding, it might indeed serve our interests. Ancestor Mu and Ancestor Yin exchanged glances, smiles appearing on their faces. After deliberation, they resolved to inspect the Tianma sect. However, the 20 elders were instructed to return to the Kaoshan sect. Though their strength was formidable, the Tianma sect was not to be underestimated. It could well be a den of peril. The 3 ancestors could retreat with a single strike. But the 20 elders might lack such capability. To ensure their safety, sending them back to the sect was the wisest course of action. With a decision made, they split into 2 groups, one returning to the sect, and the other heading straight for the Tianma sect. At the Kaoshan sect on Tianquan Peak, Lin Yanjun beamed with joy. With the assistance of Li Changfeng, she had successfully condensed a holy grade golden elixir. While it did not reach the divine grade, it was still an impressive feat, placing her among the ranks of super geniuses. Furthermore, she could continue refining her elixir in the future. Li Changfeng had assigned her a task. She must not advance to a higher realm until she had attained the divine grade golden elixir. Master, it seems that only by being your disciple can one truly become a genius. No wonder senior sister and Lin Fan have become so formidable in just a month. It was you who provided them with the most suitable techniques. Lin Yanjun felt a premonition that in a month's time, she too would step into the nascent soul realm. Li Changfeng smiled gently. It is commendable to have such confidence, but do not chase after realms blindly. Cultivation is not solely about ascending levels. It is also about nurturing the heart. Therefore, do not neglect your daily meals. Only by returning to simplicity and experiencing the life of mortals can one hope to progress further. Lin Yanjun nodded earnestly, agreeing with Li Changfeng's wisdom. Merely closing oneself off for cultivation would ultimately lead to subpar results. One's state of mind could easily falter, and while initial advancements may come swiftly, later progress would become exceedingly arduous. There was even the possibility of perishing during the heavenly tribulation, as countless individuals in the South Domain had not experienced ascension for many years. Those who attempted either perished beneath the tribulation or turned to the path of scattered immortals, which offered an even more arduous journey. For scattered immortals, every century brought a minor tribulation, and every millennium a major one. Surviving the major tribulation would elevate one to the status of a second tribulation scattered immortal, followed by a third tribulation scattered immortal. Should one reach the 4th tribulation scattered immortal level, even beings of the human immortal realm could be vanquished. Feng Wu and Lin Fan ceased their cultivation, and the 4 disciples enjoyed a harmonious meal together, filled with laughter and conversation. Meanwhile, a fierce battle erupted at Ye Jian Sect, pitting the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect against the Lord of Ye Jian Sect. Chapter 79. The Battle of Righteousness and Evil. The Demonic Souls Devouring. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect unleashed his true fire and executed a terrifying ultimate move. He wielded a demonic banner from which an innumerable array of demonic shadows surged forth. This was the Heavenly Demon Sect's treasure, the 10,000 Demons Banner, an inferior grade immortal artifact. It is said to have been left by the founder of the Heavenly Demon Sect, containing an independent realm of demons within. The exact number of demonic shadows inside the 10,000 Demons Banner remains a mystery to all. Moreover, ordinary powerful beings, once slain, are disregarded by the 10,000 Demons Banner. To become a demonic shadow within, one must possess a minimum strength equivalent to the nascent soul realm. The Lord of Ye Jian Sect's expression shifted dramatically. Do you truly intend to ignite a war between righteousness and evil, Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect? Do you wish to see the annihilation of all demonic sects in the southern region? The strength of the 9 great righteous sects far surpasses that of the demonic sections. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect cast a cold gaze upon the Lord of Ye Jian Sect, his voice frigid. You of the Ye Jian Sect wish to play the virtuous while acting as a harlot. Since you refuse to acknowledge your transgressions and have launched a massacre against my demonic cultivators, what does it matter if we enter into a war of righteousness and evil? Indeed, our overall strength may not match that of the righteous sects, but do not forget, we can harness the power of the demon god. Today, you shall either pay a hefty price to atone for the demonic sects or face obliteration, leaving no trace of Ye Jian Sect in the southern region. Upon hearing the words of the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the Lord of Ye Jian Sect's countenance darkened. He realized that if he did not showcase absolute power, it would be impossible to deter the demonic army. The Lord of Kaoshan Sect unleashed a tempestuous aura, his thoughts crystallizing. Mirror, come forth. With a furious roar from the Lord of Kaoshan Sect, a bronze mirror soared from the ancestral ground of Kaoshan Sect. The Kaoshan mirror, a mid-grade immortal artifact, surpassed the 10,000 demons banner in grade, a legacy from the founder of Kaoshan Sect. This mirror is immensely powerful. Those ensnared by it will find their strength diminished by 30%. Naturally, this depends on the strength of the user. As a cultivator of the combining realm, the Lord of Kaoshan Sect can reduce the power of those at the same level by 30%, if their realm exceeds his. The most he can diminish is 10%. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect gazed at the Kaoshan mirror hovering above the Lord of Kaoshan Sect, his expression grave. He had not anticipated that Kaoshan Sect would be so formidable, and the Lord of Kaoshan Sect showed no fear in the face of impending war. With no alternative, he resolved to fight to the bitter end. Demonic warriors, advance. Charge into Kaoshan Sect and obliterate this hypocritical sect. Leave no disciple of Kaoshan Sect alive. The command echoed as hundreds of thousands of demonic warriors surged forth, with the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect leading the charge directly towards the Lord of Kaoshan Sect. The Lord of Kaoshan Sect cursed silently, yet did not retreat an inch. The leaders of the two most powerful sects of righteousness and evil clashed fiercely. In an instant, the heavens darkened, and the earth trembled. Powerful beings began to fall, their blood staining the ground crimson. In the Heavenly Demon Sect, the three from the Zhou clan concealed their presence and stealthily approached, targeting a senior elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect at the Transformation Realm, launching a joint attack. Who dares? The elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect bellowed in fury. Before he could react, 3 terrifying attacks enveloped him. The elder's face paled as he immediately invoked the Heavenly Demon Arts. Zhou clan sensed a familiar aura and spoke gravely. This is the doing of that accursed demon from the Heavenly Demon Sect. We must eliminate him first. We need to see if there is an opportunity to slay more demons before returning to our sect to strategize. Without a word, Mu clan unleashed a spell. The divine wood strangulation, vines, imbued with life, ensnared the elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect, starting to tear his body apart. Following that, Yin clan unleashed an assault, enveloping the elder in a blazing dragon of fire. The terrifying heat incinerated the elder's dismembered body to ashes. As Zhou clan's attack landed, the elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect was nothing but remnants of smoke. After dispatching this elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the trio swiftly moved on, beginning their slaughter of disciples and elders of the Heavenly Demon Sect. After eliminating nearly 1,000 disciples, a terrifying presence awakened. Presumptuous! Who dares to invade my Heavenly Demon Sect and take lives? You shall perish. Zhou clan's face turned solemn as he coldly uttered. It's an ancient demon at the Tribulation realm. We must flee. We are no match for him. We cannot afford to lose our Changfeng. What are your thoughts on the battle between righteousness and evil? Li Changfeng yawned and replied languidly, Master, I see it with my own eyes. Chapter 80. The formidable head of the Bird Institute. The master was left speechless by Li Changfeng's response, a frown of frustration knitting his brow. Yet, recalling Li Changfeng's consistent unreliability, he chose to let it slide. After all, even during the elders' meeting, Li Changfeng could still be found grinning like a fool. What could he do? Taking a deep breath, the master suppressed his irritation. Changfeng, I seek your opinion. Can you be a bit more reliable? The war between righteousness and evil was initiated by the allied forces of the demonic sect and the Heavenly Dao sect, the foremost of the righteous sections. Our desire to remain uninvolved may not be as simple as we hope. If the Heavenly Dao sect falters, they will inevitably issue a call to arms for the righteous path. Li Changfeng propped his chin on his hand, his eyes barely open, appearing as though he had just woken. Master, we are the Mount Kawan sect. We are not particularly adept at fighting. The path of cultivation is already a struggle against the heavens. If we were to become embroiled in such a grand conflict, what if we were to suffer losses? Let us wait for news. If they do issue a call to arms for the righteous sects, we shall seal our sect and refrain from participation. This would be the wisest choice, ensuring the safety of our disciples. The head of the Tianji Peak shook his head, countering Li Changfeng's perspective. Li Peak Master, while your idea is commendable, its execution would be fraught with challenges. The war between righteousness and evil pertains to the balance of power in the southern region. It is not merely a matter of opting out. If the Heavenly Dao sect falls, the demonic forces will be unrestrained, and they may very well turn their sights upon the Mount Kawan sect. Li Changfeng stretched and looked at the head of Tianji Peak. I say, head of Tianji Peak, you are merely boosting others' morale while diminishing your own prestige. The Mount Kawan sect does not instigate trouble, but neither do we shy away from it. For instance, I have spent a decade cultivating in the Mount Kawan sect and have now reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. At this rate, I anticipate a breakthrough to the nascent soul realm in a few days. Our ancestors and elders have cultivated for thousands of years. They are all in the Tribulation realm. Not to mention, a few of our ancestors are high-level loose immortals, are they not? And several peak masters and the sect master have cultivated for hundreds of years, surely reaching the integration realm. So what do we have to fear? The master and the peak masters exchanged glances, realizing that even the strongest among them, the sect master, was merely at the late stage of the god transformation realm, still some distance from the integration realm. It was even possible that they might never attain it. Yet, when Li Changfeng spoke, it seemed as if he trivialized the matter. Sensing Li Changfeng's aura at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, they fell silent. Since assuming the position of the Tianquan Peak Master, his strength had grown at an alarming rate. In the end, after deliberation, it was decided to refrain from concerning themselves with the Heavenly Dao Sect for the time being. They would observe how long the Heavenly Dao Sect could endure and whether they would issue a call for the righteous sections. Li Changfeng soared on his sword towards Tianquan Peak, capable of arriving in an instant with a teleportation. However, he chose to maintain a low profile. Concealing his strength served as his trump card, revealing it would only invite others to target him. No one knew whether the Mount Koyan sect had hidden talents. Therefore, discretion was essential. Upon returning, Lin Fan immediately ceased his activities. Master, Li Changfeng nodded slightly, speaking in a calm tone. I just finished a meeting and am a bit hungry. Tell your sister to prepare a dish of stir-fried spirit birds for me. In the next moment, Lin Yanran appeared before Li Changfeng, her face filled with respect. Master, the Bird Institute is unwilling to provide us with spirit birds. They claim our consumption is too great and will no longer supply us. Others use spirit birds for communication or to cultivate as mounts, while we use them for food. They have significant objections, she added. Li Changfeng furrowed his brow, feeling this was excessive. As the most talented disciple of the Mount Koyan sect, how could they refuse him a few spirit birds? It seemed necessary for him to make them understand what it meant to receive the treatment befitting a genius. Li Changfeng vanished without a trace, and when he reappeared, he was already at the Bird Institute. The spirit birds here were divided into two categories, small spirit birds for communication and larger birds suited for riding. Li Changfeng favored the petite spirit birds for consumption. Is the head of the Bird Institute present? The Mount Koyan sect's foremost genius, Li Changfeng, has come to visit. Upon hearing Li Changfeng's proclamation, the disciples of the Bird Institute looked at him with admiration. Before long, an elder approached. Li Peak Master, there are regulations regarding the number of spirit birds provided by the 7 peaks each month. Therefore, I advise you to refrain from wasting your breath. It will be of no use. Rules are rules and cannot be broken. With a casual wave of his hand, Li Changfeng summoned 100 spirit birds. Smiling slightly, he observed the elder's furious expression and said, Head of the Bird Institute, while the Mount Koyan sect has its rules, I too have my own. If your strength is inferior to mine, then you shall adhere to my rules. If you are stronger, I shall follow yours. The elder erupted with the aura of the nascent soul realm, only to find himself prostrated before Li Changfeng under his overwhelming presence. His face was a mask of shock as he stared at Li Changfeng. How does that feel? Li Changfeng asked, retracting his aura. The elder rose, no longer exhibiting the previous arrogance, now smiling at Li Changfeng. It turns out that Peak Master Li has reached such a high level. Is 100 spirit birds sufficient for you? If not, feel free to take another 100. In the future, should you require more, you can come and collect them anytime. Li Changfeng's smile widened. This elder was astute. He produced 100 medium-grade spirit stones and tossed them to the elder. I shall not take without giving. These spirit stones are of decent quality and should elevate your strength further. Also, a little advice. Do not frequently use your aura to intimidate others. Have you forgotten that we are the Mount Koyan sect? The elder was overjoyed. 100 medium-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, far surpassing the value of the spirit birds Li Changfeng had taken. This transaction was indeed exceedingly favorable. After Li Changfeng departed, the elder smiled faintly. Interesting. I did not expect the Mount Koyan sect to produce such a prodigy. That aura, while only of the god transformation realm's intensity, was not his full strength. Could it be that this young one has already reached the integration realm? The Mount Koyan sect. Yes, we are indeed the Mount Koyan sect. After over 7,000 years of cultivation, it is the first time I have been compelled to bow before a junior. Such an intriguing young man. It seems the Mount Koyan sect has a promising future. Upon returning to Tianquan Peak, Li Changfeng's smile faded, replaced by a grave expression. He patted his chest, murmuring with lingering fear, that was close. That elder's strength is unfathomable. So strong, yet willing to nurture spirit birds in the Mount Koyan sect. I cannot fathom his thoughts. Could he be a peerless powerhouse of the demonic sect? No, he must be one of our ancestors from the Mount Koyan sect, with a realm even higher than mine. Has he successfully transcended the Tribulation and entered the Great Ascension realm? Chapter 81. the call to arms for the righteous path. Li Changfeng had sensed a hint of danger from the elder. This danger held a terrifying probability of 0, one of potentially ending his life. It appears that I must adopt a more low-key demeanor. The entirety of the Mount Kaoshan sect is shrouded in secrecy. No one truly knows the extent of each other's strength. Moreover, the concealment technique is exceedingly powerful, reportedly passed down from our esteemed ancestors. Mastering this technique renders it impossible, even for those at the great ascension stage, to perceive the true capabilities of a nascent soul practitioner. How terrifying is that? Bearing 100 spiritual birds. Li Changfeng cautiously made his way back to Tianquan Peak. Upon encountering Elder Qin, he became even more vigilant. After all, he was not invincible yet. As for Elder Qin's intention to bestow another 100 spiritual birds upon him, Li Changfeng declined the offer. These spiritual birds require sustenance, and the cost of maintaining 100 is already considerable. Thus, he must be frugal. Li Changfeng released the spiritual birds and addressed Lin Yanran, saying, Yanran, these spiritual birds are now your responsibility. Please ensure they consume at least 3 each day, and when I grow weary of them, we shall alternate to other dishes. The rest can be nurtured for the time being. Lin Yanran nodded, her expression one of surprise. Master is truly remarkable. When I requested spiritual birds, they outright refused. Yet, Master managed to return with 100. In the world of cultivation, strength reigns supreme, and she must enhance her own power. Once she becomes sufficiently formidable, acquiring spiritual birds will no longer necessitate her master's direct involvement. After properly tending to the spiritual birds, Lin Yanran caught 2 to prepare a meal for the group. Her culinary skills were exceptional, and Li Changfeng had no desire to forego the comforts of home-cooked meals. Indeed, with the strength of Li Changfeng and his companions, they could survive without food or drink for a year and a half without consequence. However, such a life was not what Li Changfeng envisioned. It was far too arduous. He had no inclination to toil excessively in his cultivation, so how could he possibly refrain from enjoying life as pleasures? Just as they finished their meal, the leader of the Tianqing sect arrived in person. His expression bore a hint of gravity as he got straight to the point. Changfeng, the Haoyan sect has suffered the loss of 30,000 disciples, including over 100 elders and more than 10 supreme elders. Even the sect leader of Haoyan and the leader of the heavenly demon sect were mutually annihilated. At this juncture, the leader paused. Li Changfeng stretched lazily and replied nonchalantly. So the so-called premier sect, Haoyan, is calling for aid. They wish for us to dispatch formidable warriors as cannon fodder to mitigate their losses. Am I correct? The leader furrowed his brow and responded solemnly. While the essence of your statement is accurate, this is a battle between righteousness and evil. When one rises, all rise. When one falls, all fall. Should the Haoyan sect perish, the demonic coalition will undoubtedly sweep through with relentless force. In that case, even our Kaoshan sect would find it challenging to evade the ensuing conflict. Li Changfeng regarded the leader and inquired, Leader, are you suggesting we send individuals to assist them? I hope you have considered that those dispatched will find it difficult to survive. The Kaoshan sect is akin to a family. Those who join us become kin. I do not wish to witness my kin marching to their demise. The leader sighed. Under a collapsing nest, how can there be intact eggs? If we do not act now, once the demonic sect eradicates the Haoyan sect, the next targets will be other celestial sects, including our own. Being picked apart is not a favorable outcome. Li Changfeng fell into a contemplative silence. He had no desire for the Kaoshan sect to send forth warriors, for that would surely lead to casualties. Yet the leader's words contained truth. Should the demonic sect prevail, the Kaoshan sect would inevitably be drawn into this vortex, which posed a significant dilemma. The leader spoke again. Changfeng, how many can Tianquan Peak spare? Li Changfeng's temper flared, and he replied sternly, Leader, do not set your sights on Tianquan Peak. Including myself, we have only 4 members. You cannot possibly expect us to contribute. That would jeopardize the very legacy of Tianquan Peak. We shall not send anyone, not a single soul. The leader chuckled wryly. This is a crisis, but also an opportunity. If the demonic forces are defeated, the southern region will belong to the righteous. In that case, the territory of the Kaoshan sect could expand significantly. Li Changfeng gazed coldly at the leader, his tone grave. That would cost many lives, far too many. Regardless, Tianquan Peak will not send anyone unless the demonic forces breach the Kaoshan sect. Otherwise, do not expect me to lead my disciples into danger. The leader sighed, choosing not to press further, and departed. He held great hopes for Li Changfeng's disciples, even contemplating them as candidates for the next sect leader. However, Li Changfeng's protectiveness, combined with the limited number of disciples at Tianquan Peak, made coercion unthinkable. The leader had come to persuade Li Changfeng, since he was unwilling. There was no need to insist. Just as the leader departed, an unusual expression crossed Li Changfeng's face. Unbeknownst to him, His cultivation had silently and unexpectedly advanced. He had unexpectedly reached the pinnacle of the Tribulation crossing stage, and a further step would mean facing the heavenly tribulation, something no one could substitute for. Ding! Congratulations. Host disciple has achieved first place in the Seven Peaks Martial Gathering. Congratulations, host has obtained the exclusive technique of the Ancestral Phoenix. Ancestral Phoenix, Heavenly Art. Congratulations. Host has obtained the exclusive technique of the True Phoenix Transformation. Li Changfeng's face lit up with joy as he slowly remarked, System, are you experiencing a memory shortage, as your operations seem rather sluggish? It has been quite some time since the conclusion of the Seven Peaks Martial Gathering. And only now do you deliver the rewards. Or were you merely practicing your response speed? This is unacceptable. If you require assistance, perhaps you should find a partner system. System, Li Changfeng, do not think that remaining silent will allow you to evade responsibility. Be a proper system and cease your speed training. Excessive practice will lead to your own lamentation in the future. There is a saying, in youth, one does not understand the value of essence. In old age, one can only shed tears for lost opportunities. System, Master, I am merely a system. Li Changfeng, I understand. You are a solitary system, lonely and cold. While I can empathize with your situation, resorting to such methods is not advisable. How about you create a companion? The system fell silent, unwilling to engage Li Changfeng on this topic. Feng Wu had completed her training, her strength now rivaling that of the Peak Masters. As she had become a formidable being at the God transformation stage, it was indeed her breakthrough that had granted Li Changfeng a hundredfold feedback, allowing him to reach the pinnacle of the Tribulation crossing stage. Li Changfeng sensed that within 3 days, his heavenly tribulation would descend. Feng Wu, come here. I have a magnificent treasure for you, one that will undoubtedly elevate your abilities to new heights. This item has been tailored specifically for you. I estimate that it will enhance your combat power several-fold, perhaps even 10-fold. Feng Wu's face brightened with delight, understanding that anything bestowed by her master would be of exceptional quality. She obediently stood before Li Changfeng as he reached out to touch her forehead, directly imparting the True Phoenix transformation technique. With this technique, she would achieve harmony of yin and yang, thereby raising her future cultivation ceiling. Go and cultivate, Li Changfeng instructed. I must prepare, as the impending tribulation is a challenge that no one can resolve on my behalf. It truly is a headache. Feng Wu, filled with concern, implored, Master, I am willing to face death for you. Regardless of the trials that lie ahead, I can shoulder them for you. Li Changfeng replied indifferently, Heavenly Tribulation. Feng Wu, Master, I apologize for the intrusion. Chapter 82, My Master is incredibly powerful. Li Changfeng sighed. If only someone could substitute for me during the heavenly tribulation. Alas, this matter is not easily replaced, and to send another to confront it would be. The might of the heavenly tribulation would double, multiplying with each additional participant. The intentions of Feng Wu are well understood by her master. Upon hearing Li Changfeng's words, Feng Wu contemplated for a moment before speaking. Master, I shall grow stronger. When the next heavenly tribulation arrives, I will shatter it for you. Li Changfeng raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, Feng Wu, splendid. Your ambition is truly commendable. I eagerly await the day you can crush the heavenly tribulation with a single palm. Keep striving. With a firm nod, Feng Wu, freshly empowered, resumed her cultivation, needing to solidify her realm. After all, she was on the verge of breaking through to the integration stage, having joined the sect just a month prior as a mere first-level Qi cultivator. Unbeknownst to her, she had already become remarkably formidable. Even Li Changfeng felt a sense of nostalgia. After Feng Wu departed, Li Changfeng's expression turned somber. He felt compelled to consult the elders to inquire if there was a way to circumvent this perilous heavenly tribulation. Li Changfeng was not afraid of the tribulation per se. Rather, he wished to maintain a low profile. If the demonic sects and other celestial sects learned of a prodigious talent from the Kaoshan Sect who had ascended to the peak of the tribulation realm within a decade, they would undoubtedly conspire to eliminate him out of sheer jealousy. This was unacceptable. Li Changfeng left Tianquan Peak and arrived at the ancestral grounds of the Kaoshan Sect. However, as he prepared to enter, an elderly man sweeping the grounds blocked his path. After the incident at the Spirit Bird Academy, Li Changfeng no longer underestimated this old man. He spoke, Senior, I am the most extraordinary genius of the Kaoshan Sect. Having been part of the sect for 10 years, I am now on the brink of facing the heavenly tribulation. I wish to consult the elders regarding it. Please do not regard me with such skepticism. I am aware of my own excellence. There is no other genius in the southern region who can rival me, but I am fond of women, not men. Especially not old men like you. The old man looked at Li Changfeng with an odd expression before averting his gaze, though his demeanor was tinged with disdain and peculiarity. Seeing the old man still unmoving, Li Changfeng spoke again. Senior, jealousy is a sin. You cannot obstruct my entry into the ancestral grounds simply because I am too remarkable. Should I grow stronger, I could protect the Kaoshan Sect, propelling it to the pinnacle of celestial sects with my presence. The old man scrutinized Li Changfeng intently, gesturing towards his own head and slowly remarked, Young one, you seem to possess a rather grand delusion. To cultivate for 10 years and be on the verge of facing the tribulation is something even our esteemed ancestors could not achieve. Moreover, should it be true, I doubt you would emerge unscathed from the tribulation. Li Changfeng's face revealed astonishment as he stared intently at the old man. He pointed at him, exclaiming, Impossible. How could you possibly know? I am invincible, and even the heavenly tribulation cannot harm me. The old man replied nonchalantly, With your audacity. Not even divine punishment could inflict harm upon you. Now be gone. The elders of the Kaoshan Sect refrained from appearing not out of pride, but because their lifespans are waning. They are in seclusion to ensure the continuity of the sect. Should you disturb them, you might find yourself in serious trouble. Li Changfeng rolled his eyes at the old man, thinking him lacking in discernment. How could he not see the brilliance of a prodigious talent like himself? In the next moment, Li Changfeng unleashed a terrifying aura, revealing his full power at the peak of the tribulation realm. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Li Changfeng. However, under the oppressive aura, he showed no signs of distress. Li Changfeng, equally astonished, realized that something was amiss. In his previous life, he had known of a sweeping monk who was the strongest in a certain martial arts world. Thus, when he encountered the old man, his attitude was respectful. He had not acted disrespectfully, merely revealing his exceptional talent. The old man scrutinized Li Changfeng from head to toe, his eyes sparkling with intrigue, as if attempting to see through him. By your bone age, you appear to be around 30. To possess such strength is indeed remarkable. However, I wonder, does the Kaoshan Sect not take disciples based on age? It's curious, for upon closer inspection, you seem somewhat familiar. With a long sigh, Li Changfeng replied, Old senior, your words make me feel as though my life has been one of hardship. Before my master brought me to the Kaoshan Sect, I often went hungry and cold, scavenging food from wild dogs and gnawing on tree bark to survive. It was not until I was 21 that my master descended from the heavens and brought me to the Kaoshan Sect, allowing me to finally eat and dress warmly. Now, at 31, perhaps my talent is average. After 10 arduous years of cultivation, dedicating over an hour each day, I have attained my current strength. The old man's lips twitched. If possible, he would have liked to swat Li Changfeng for his audacity. He had cultivated for nearly 10,000 years to achieve his current prowess, while Li Changfeng had reached the tribulation realm in just 10 years of sporadic training. Taking a deep breath, he managed to suppress his frustration. Which old fool is your master? You are my junior, and while I do not wish to harm you, your master must take responsibility for this. Li Changfeng recalled his master's words, claiming to be the second strongest in the Kaoshan Sect. Could this old man before him truly be the strongest? Reflecting on his master's proud demeanor, Li Changfeng decided to be forthcoming. My master claims he is the mightiest in the Kaoshan Sect, and no one can surpass him. He also said that if he were in the same era as the ancestor would only be his younger brother. Old senior, with such clarity, you must know who he is now. The old man snorted coldly, an aura surging forth that reached for the heavens, stirring the winds and gathering thunderclouds. However, he soon withdrew his aura, dispersing the ominous clouds that had begun to form above. Li Changfeng gave the old man a thumbs up, speaking earnestly, Senior, you are truly formidable to have summoned the thunder. Yet, compared to my master, you still fall short. I believe you cannot match the ancestor, but my master can. He even calls the ancestor his brother. The old man retorted icily, Your master can summon thunder as well? What is his name? I must defeat him. Li Changfeng, taken aback, asked in confusion, Old senior, you do not know who he is? He is the unparalleled powerhouse of the Kaoshan Sect, a madman capable of taking on the ancestor in a fist fight. So, old senior, do you intend to confront him? Upon hearing the title madman, the old man, who had just been standing before Li Changfeng, vanished without a trace. Chapter 83, Considerations for Facing the Heavenly Tribulation. Where has he gone? The old man who was just sweeping has completely disappeared. Li Changfeng shook his head, thinking perhaps the old man was in urgent need of relief. Yet, at such a level of cultivation, could one truly be inconvenienced by such trivialities? Li Changfeng wore an expression of peculiar contemplation, with no one obstructing the entrance. He no longer hesitated and stepped directly into the ancestral grounds, seeking the ancient ancestors of the Kaoshan Sect. The Ancestral Land, a realm of hidden wonders. This place was a serene oasis, rich in spiritual energy, enveloped by an almost palpable aura of Yin. Such energy aided the ancestors in their deep slumber, minimizing the depletion of their vitality. Although the environment was exquisite, The sight of countless tombs rendered it somewhat eerie. The graves were categorized into 3 distinct areas. The outermost graves belonged to the ancestors of the Kaoshan Sect, while the central region housed the tombs of the ancient ancestors who had lived for over 5,000 years. As for the tombs of the founding ancestors, they lay even deeper, where even the sect leader dared not tread lightly. What a magnificent sight it was, though the ancestors and ancient ones lay still within their coffins. Who should I inquire of? Li Changfeng furrowed his brow in perplexity, unsure of how to proceed. It would be improper to disturb the ancestors directly, as some were already nearing the end of their lifespans. If his unrestrained outcry were to result in an ancestor's demise, the repercussions would be grave. In truth, Li Changfeng's greatest concern was not merely this. He feared that if he startled an ancestor into an untimely fate, it would leave the Kaoshan Sect vulnerable in times of crisis, deprived of the support of its elders. Therefore, this was not a course of action he could take lightly. After searching for a considerable time, Li Changfeng found no guardians of the ancestral grounds. With no one else to rely on, he approached the nearest tombstone, gently tapping it. The inscription revealed the identity of the occupant, Mu Yi, the 9th Supreme Elder of the 367th generation of the Kaoshan Sect. Knock knock, knock knock knock. Li Changfeng politely inquired, Ancestor Mu Yi, might you emerge for a brief conversation? I am Li Changfeng, the current sect master of Tianquan Peak of the Kaoshan Sect. After 10 years of cultivation, I have reached the pinnacle of the transcending tribulation stage. As I stand on the brink of facing the heavenly tribulation, I find myself somewhat anxious and seek your guidance. In response to his words, a multitude of divine senses stirred within the previously quiet ancestral tombs. 10 years to reach the pinnacle of the transcending tribulation stage? Impossible, exclaimed one ancestor. Young man, such a disturbance may earn you a beating. Wait, sense the aura. This young man truly possesses the pinnacle of the transcending tribulation stage. Another ancestor interjected. By my ancestor's beard, he appears to be no more than 30 years of age, yet wields such formidable power. What manner of prodigy is this? The ancestors, now roused, began to lift the lids of their coffins, their excitement palpable. What an extraordinary talent to emerge from the Kaoshan Sect. How could the sect not rise to prominence? Yet, as they contemplated the impending heavenly tribulation, their expressions grew somber. For a millennium, no one in the southern domain had successfully transcended the tribulation. Those who failed were either obliterated or became scattered immortals. This indicated that for the last 1,000 years, not a single practitioner in the southern realm had ascended to the great ascension stage, a transitional realm where one transforms their internal spiritual energy into celestial essence. Indeed, there had been no great ascension cultivators remaining in the southern domain, as those who had achieved such heights had long departed for loftier realms of cultivation. The venerable ancestor Zhou manifested among the assembly, his prowess placing him among the foremost of the elders. Remarkable, truly remarkable. When you cultivated in the ancestral grounds, we believed your future to be unpredictable. Yet, you have made astonishing progress. Upon venturing into the outside world, your ascent has only accelerated. At the pinnacle of the transcending tribulation stage, you have surpassed 99% of the ancestors, including myself. Li Changfeng's countenance reflected his unease as he spoke. Ancestor, are you suggesting that there is nothing you can impart to me? Yet I am utterly bewildered by the heavenly tribulation. What must I do to successfully navigate it? At that moment, a figure appeared beside Ancestor Zhou, eliciting respect from all present. He was none other than Lu Zhu, the foremost ancestor of the Kaoshan Sect. I am Lu Zhu. I once believed I could transcend the tribulation, yet alas, I failed. You possess great potential. If only you had been born a millennium ago. The current heavenly tribulation is insurmountable. For 10,000 years, no one has succeeded in transcending it. However, if you wish to understand the tribulation, I am willing to share my knowledge. Li Changfeng regarded Lu Zhu, sensing a depth that could only be described in 4 words, unfathomably profound. Ancestor Lu, your strength is palpable. Since you have failed to transcend the tribulation, have you then transitioned to becoming a scattered immortal? Lu Zhu nodded. Indeed, I am a scattered immortal. However, I seldom venture forth to confront the heavenly tribulation, as the path of the scattered immortal entails even greater challenges, requiring one to endure more tribulations. Common tribulations typically consist of 36 bolts of heavenly lightning, each more potent than the last. The final bolt is an amalgamation of the power of the preceding 35. For gifted practitioners, the tribulation may consist of 72 bolts, each equally formidable. As for those extraordinary prodigies, they must endure 81 bolts. Regardless of the type, no one has succeeded in transcending the tribulation in the past 10 millennia. Li Changfeng's expression turned grave as he pressed further. Ancestor Lu, if the heavenly tribulation is so fearsome, how is it that individuals could successfully transcend it a millennium ago? Lu Zu's smile turned bitter. The heavenly tribulations of a millennium past were of a different caliber. Even the 9 bolts of heavenly lightning back then were not as terrifying as the current 36. Though the bolts were progressively stronger, their power was limited. The final bolt's might was merely 3 to 10 times greater than the preceding one. Rather than a terrifying amalgamation of all prior bolts' power, Li Changfeng grasped the gravity of the situation. The current heavenly tribulation had transformed, leaving practitioners with virtually no chance of ascension. Could he withstand it? The prospect seemed daunting. Despite his strength, he felt a twinge of trepidation in the face of such a formidable challenge. Lu Zu sighed and continued, to transcend the heavenly tribulation, there are several critical considerations. First, you require a defensive armor of sufficient caliber to withstand the heavenly lightning. Second, you need a weapon of sufficient offensive power to cleave through the lightning. Third, employing formations to mitigate the potency of the lightning is essential. However, these matters may be moot, as no one has succeeded in transcending this tribulation. The Southern Realm has seen countless exceptional talents who could battle beyond their level, yet they have all fallen before the heavenly tribulation. Particularly notable was a swordsman who could slay scattered immortals at the combined stage, yet this prodigious swordsman ultimately vanished amid the 81 heavenly bolts. Abandon hope. Prepare to transition to the path of the scattered immortal. Li Changfeng remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. Ancestor, if I could slay scattered immortals at the transformation stage, would that not mean I could transcend the heavenly tribulation? If slaying scattered immortals at the transformation stage is insufficient, would it suffice if I could do so at the nascent soul stage? Lu Zu replied, if only there were a myriad of formations to support you. The other ancestors exchanged glances, equally incredulous. Slaying scattered immortals at the nascent soul stage? A mere glance from a scattered immortal could obliterate a nascent soul practitioner. How could one possibly contend with that? After a moment of silence, Lu Zu spoke again. You possess lofty ideals, yet such aspirations are unattainable. Thus, you still cannot successfully transcend the tribulation. Prepare to transition into the realm of scattered immortals. Seek out the sect master, and everything will be arranged. However, Li Changfeng shook his head, his aura suppressed to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. He gazed at Lu Zu and spoke in a solemn tone. Lu Zu, would you accompany me in a duel? If I managed to defeat you, would that not signify my ability to surpass the heavenly tribulation? Lu Zu replied, you are not my match. Even with your utmost effort, you would fail. Therefore, do not squander my time. Suddenly, a surge of formidable energy emanated from Li Changfeng, pressing directly toward Lu Zu. Under this overwhelming force, Lu Zu's earlier nonchalance vanished, replaced by a grave expression. The power of the nascent soul stage. Indeed, Li Changfeng had truly harnessed the strength of the nascent soul, yet his imposing presence ensnared Lu Zu like a quagmire, rendering him unable to extricate himself. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zu spoke. I have already stepped into the realm of the 3 tribulations scattered immortal. Even those at the great ascension stage would fall before me with ease. I could even contend with true celestial beings, but you are rather extraordinary. Come, let us battle in the outside world. This ancestral ground is unsuitable, while it will not suffer damage. If our conflict awakens the slumbering ancient ancestors, we shall face dire consequences. Very well. Li Changfeng did not refuse, nor was there any reason to, though brimming with confidence. He understood the ancient ancestors within this ancestral ground were formidable. Lu Zu, merely the foremost among the elders, had already achieved the status of a 3 tribulations scattered immortal. The ancient ancestors were surely even stronger. It was not to say that each one surpassed him, but many undoubtedly did. The 2 arrived at the Kaoshan Sect, subsequently transforming into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. When they reappeared, they hovered above an unending mountain range. Lu Zu stated, you are quite remarkable. Strike when ready. We must resolve this swiftly, for I am a scattered immortal. This realm is not particularly hospitable to my kind, and will act against me. Moreover, I am not far from facing my 4th scattered immortal tribulation, and I fear it may arrive prematurely. Understood, Li Changfeng nodded. His realm still constrained to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. A colossal ancestral phoenix phantom materialized behind him, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. The phoenix, the male being known as Feng, and the female as Huang. Yet, Li Changfeng embodied the essence of the ancestral phoenix, harmonizing with the Tao, merging yin and yang. Had he manifested as the ancestral phoenix, he would struggle to achieve this balance. Of course, there were advantages as well, namely his potential to become an unparalleled cultivator of absolute yang. Whether in attack or other means, his power would be exceptionally fierce. Li Changfeng wielded his sword and charged at Lu Zu, an intimidating momentum enveloping Lu Zu entirely. His eyelids flickered, danger loomed, and extreme peril. His instincts warned him that he might not withstand this strike. A single sword to sever the immortal. With Li Changfeng's furious roar, the ancestral phoenix phantom infused boundless strength into the sword energy. The sword energy surged forth, annihilating all in its path. Suddenly, Lu Zhu vanished from sight. He fled from Li Changfeng's devastating assault, which shattered everything in its wake. When calm returned, the mountain range below had transformed into a desert. Even the earth bore cracks. Lu Zhu reappeared beside Li Changfeng and spoke directly. No need to continue. You are a monster. No wonder you advanced to your current level in just 10 years. You may indeed have the potential to transcend the heavenly tribulation. 10,000 years have passed. I wonder how our predecessors at the Kaoshan Sect are faring. If you could delve into higher realms of cultivation, perhaps you could uncover the truth of this matter. Why has our southern domain cultivation world changed so drastically? In the past, we could traverse to other domains, yet now we cannot. Each domain is separated by a forbidden zone, rife with heavenly fire, heavenly thunder, and raging winds. Even a 9 tribulations scattered immortal would find it impossible to enter. Li Changfeng's expression turned peculiar as he regarded Lu Zhu. Lu Zhu, I merely launched a tentative attack just now, without exerting my full strength. Why not engage further? I lack confidence regarding the heavenly tribulation. As the most prodigious genius in the history of the Kaoshan Sect, I wish to lead our sect to glory. I assure you, it is not out of fear of death. Lu Zhu shook his head. No need. I have already witnessed your power. The heavenly tribulation you must face will undoubtedly be the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. That previous sword cultivator met his end beneath the 74th bolt of heavenly thunder after enduring 73. Yet you are far more formidable than he was. I believe you stand a chance at success. Joy illuminated Li Changfeng's face as he hurriedly inquired, Lu Zhu, do you mean to say I could emerge unscathed? Is there a possibility of injury? That is precisely what I fear. If I were to be wounded, it would be quite painful, wouldn't it? As Li Changfeng spoke, Lu Zhu abruptly vanished without a trace. He feared that if he continued to listen to Li Changfeng, his composure would falter. This prodigy, no, even the term prodigy could not adequately convey his essence. Could it be that he was a natural-born defier of the heavens? The 9-9 heavenly tribulation. Lu Zhu genuinely anticipated that Li Changfeng would triumph over the 9-9 heavenly tribulation, becoming the first cultivator in 10,000 years to succeed in transcending the tribulation, shattering the curse of millennia without a successful transcendence. Li Changfeng muttered, am I not merely afraid of pain? Lu Zhu had truly been impolite, vanishing without a word. He had wished to further spar with him to assess his own strength. Well, he would first gather some treasures. He needed to set up a defensive formation. No, he required multiple ones. Perhaps 100 defensive formations would suffice, along with 180 pieces of protective spiritual armor. As for weapons, he would borrow all the top-tier spiritual instruments from the Kaoshan Sect and retrieve the celestial sword left behind by the Ancestral Master. That should be adequate, right? Fortunately, Lu Zhu was no longer present. Otherwise, hearing Li Changfeng's soliloquy would surely have left him exasperated. It is worth noting that during his own tribulation, he had prepared merely 3 pieces of spiritual armor and 1 protective formation. Yet here was Li Changfeng, aspiring to lay 100 defensive formations and acquire over 180 pieces of protective spiritual armor. This could not simply be described as fear of death. This was a genuine desire to transcend the heavenly tribulation without sustaining a single scratch. Li Changfeng returned to the Kaoshan Sect and sought out the sect master. Upon revealing his strength, the sect master accompanied Li Changfeng throughout the entire Kaoshan Sect. Their objective was singular, to borrow spiritual instruments and armor. Initially, the others were somewhat reluctant. However, upon learning that Li Changfeng had reached this level in merely 10 years, both elders and grand elders, as well as the peak masters, were wholly unreserved in their support. Ultimately, Li Changfeng made his way into the ancestral ground once more, where he borrowed yet again. At Tianquan Peak, the sect master regarded Li Changfeng with a peculiar expression and spoke earnestly. Changfeng, you now possess 376 pieces of spiritual armor, 135 top-tier spiritual swords, and the high-grade celestial sword, the Tianqing sword, left by our ancestral master. All of the Kaoshan Sect's experts proficient in formations are currently setting up protective arrays for you. To date, 37 protective arrays have been established, and it is estimated that by the time you face your tribulation, the number will exceed 1,000. Li Changfeng, however, still bore a grave expression. Sect Master, the timeline feels rather rushed. If only we could set up 10,000 protective arrays, sigh. The Sect Master's lips twitched. Listening to Li Changfeng's musings, he was rendered utterly speechless. Though the Mount Support sect is known for its cunning, it is not afraid of death. However, Li Changfeng is quite different. He seems unwilling even to endure injury. Possessing formidable strength and extraordinary talent, he utters such perplexing words. The sect leader, exasperated, remarks, Changfeng, I believe a myriad of formations would fall short. If you wish to remain unscathed, it would be prudent to establish 1 billion protective arrays. Only then can we be assured of safety. What do you think? Li Changfeng's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming once more. He sighed. While I wish it were possible, time is simply insufficient. For now, let us summon all the powerhouses above the nascent soul stage in the sect to assist in the formation of the arrays. I cannot afford to be idle either. I must hasten my progress. I sense that the tribulation is approaching sooner than expected, which is truly troublesome. The rapid enhancement of my strength is becoming increasingly difficult to bear. The sect leader fell silent. It was wise to refrain from speaking in the presence of such an unabashed prodigy. That day, Li Changfeng was exceptionally productive. He personally established over 30 protective arrays, while hundreds from the entire sect aided in the endeavor. Although their speed could not match his, they managed to construct approximately 3 protective arrays each day. Li Changfeng prioritized quantity over quality, hence the accelerated pace. Meanwhile, the awakened ancestors had yet to complete even a single array. As they were working on a formidable protective formation capable of withstanding dozens of heavenly tribulations, an undertaking requiring exceedingly rare materials and expected to take around 2 days. Feng was also engaged in array construction, having awakened her true phoenix form. She had inherited the ability to establish arrays belonging to the Phoenix clan. The formidable array she was creating, known as the Heaven Incineration Array, was as powerful as, or even more so than the ones the ancestors were crafting. Upon returning to Tianquan Peak, Lin Fan, with his head bowed, expressed, "Master, am I truly so ineffectual? Everyone is assisting you in array formation, while I seem to contribute nothing. Perhaps, when the tribulation descends, I could strike the heavenly lightning for you. If I cannot assist you in some way, I shall be overwhelmed with guilt." Li Changfeng regarded Lin Fan with a peculiar expression and replied, "Lin Fan, are you unaware of the nature of the heavenly tribulation? You cannot intervene in my tribulation." Lin Fan, puzzled, inquired why not. "Is it because Master finds my strength lacking?" Reflecting on this, Li Changfeng realized he had only provided Lin Fan with a system and a cultivation method, neglecting to impart basic knowledge about cultivation, assuming it unnecessary. Now, it seemed imperative to explain, lest Lin Fan, with his character, attempt to aid him during the tribulation. With a smile, Li Changfeng reassured him, "Your intentions are appreciated. But this tribulation is not something you can assist with. As the calamity clouds gather, they will lock onto me. If there are other cultivators nearby, they will be regarded as part of the tribulation. At that point, not only would you be unable to help, but you would also exacerbate the tribulation's intensity. This heavenly tribulation must be faced alone." Lin Fan's expression fell, and he quietly asked, "Master, what can I do for you? I genuinely wish to assist. I have heard that heavenly tribulations are exceedingly perilous. Many predecessors have perished beneath their might. It is said that no cultivator has succeeded in transcending a heavenly tribulation in the southern region for 10,000 years. Master, will you overcome this challenge?" Li Changfeng pondered for a moment, reassured by his ample preparations. The entire Mount Support sect was diligently working to ensure his success in facing the tribulation. It seemed unlikely that anyone in the past millennium had prepared as thoroughly as he had. Coupled with the multiple enhancements from the power of the Tao and his ancestral phoenix form, it appeared improbable that even a 9-9 heavenly tribulation could claim his life. "Lin Fan, rest assured, if I cannot succeed in this tribulation, then no one in this world will. My extensive preparations are merely to avoid injury. As for the tribulation's desire for my life, it likely lacks the capability." Lin Fan exhaled deeply, his worries alleviated by Li Changfeng's words. Patting Lin Fan on the shoulder, Li Changfeng gently encouraged, "Focus on your cultivation. You too shall reach my level one day. When that time comes, you may strike the heavenly lightning." "I will." Lin Fan nodded earnestly and immediately joined the team constructing the new buildings. The main hall of Tianquan Peak was nearing completion, and the transmission hall and martial arts arena were also under construction. Li Changfeng, being financially secure, had enlisted more disciples for the task. With a full 10,000 disciples working on the Grand Hall, the quality and speed were unparalleled. It was anticipated that within 10 to 15 days, Tianquan Peak would surpass Tianshu Peak in magnificence. Li Changfeng felt a sense of anticipation building within him. On the second day, he refrained from setting up arrays and instead focused on attuning himself to the will of heaven. His instincts warned him that once today passed, he would undoubtedly be locked onto by the heavenly tribulation. Even if he concealed his aura, the heavens would still sense him. On the third day, in the morning, Li Changfeng awaited silently at the chosen location for the tribulation. Suddenly, sitting cross-legged, he opened his eyes. The sky, once clear and cloudless, had now darkened ominously. Dark clouds began to coalesce, merging into one another. Within these clouds, flashes of lightning erupted, exuding a terrifying aura. Soon, The entire sky was shrouded in darkness, with the occasional flicker of lightning casting an eerie blue-silver hue upon the shadowy ground. Li Changfeng rose slowly, his gaze fixed upon the ominous clouds above. In the next moment, his expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Within the tempestuous clouds, he discerned a figure. Was this heavenly tribulation being manipulated by someone? Chapter 86. Disdain for the heavenly tribulation, facing judgment. Li Changfeng furrowed his brow. The presence of a figure within the tribulation clouds was no trivial matter. If the heavenly tribulation were indeed under human control, it would explain why no one in the southern region had successfully transcended it for 10 millennia. Such occurrences had not been the case a millennium ago. Until nearly 10,000 years ago, there had been no cultivator who could successfully transcend the tribulation. Li Changfeng gazed intently at the silhouette amidst the tribulation clouds for a considerable time. He sensed an imminent danger emanating from this figure, a threat far exceeding that posed by the sweeping elder. He estimated that there existed approximately a 20 chance of being harmed by this entity, implying that the silhouette's prowess was roughly double that of the sweeping elder. What manner of being could this be? Li Changfeng pondered to himself. At present, he was alone, with the formidable members of the Kaoshan Sect stationed at a safe distance. The tribulation was no force to be trifled with. Proximity could spell disaster for Li Changfeng, and any of them entangled within it would likely face obliteration. The sect leader wore a grave expression and spoke slowly, uncertain if Changfeng could endure this tribulation. He was the most prodigious talent the Kaoshan Sect had ever seen since its inception. We can only hope that he can overcome this trial, becoming the first cultivator in 10,000 years to transcend the tribulation and shatter this age-old curse of immortality. The master of Yaoguang Peak, her beautiful eyes fixed on the direction of Li Changfeng, observed the sky now shrouded in tribulation clouds, stretching for 30,000 miles, a truly terrifying tribulation. According to the records of the Kaoshan Sect, no one had ever navigated such a tribulation. Even the 9-9 tribulation was merely accompanied by clouds spanning 10,000 miles. Sect leader, we must trust Master Li, remarked the master of Tianji Peak. His silent ascent to this realm surely signifies that he possesses hidden strengths. However, the time has been rather brief, and I wonder if his preparations are sufficient. Had we been informed a year or so in advance, we could have made more arrangements for him. If even Master Li cannot succeed, I cannot fathom who else might, added the master of Tianji Peak. This curse of 10,000 years, may Master Li break it. Should he succeed, the might of the Kaoshan Sect will become unparalleled in history. Countless prodigies will flock to the Kaoshan Sect, and it will no longer lack for talents, easily ascending to the pinnacle of the immortal sections. The master of Yuheng Peak nodded in agreement. We all have faith in Master Li and have made countless preparations for him. Now it is up to him. The tribulation is beyond our intervention. We can only provide formations and weaponry as assistance. Feng Wu had not cultivated, nor had Lin Fan. After breaking through to the Golden Dan realm, Lin Yanran was sent by Li Changfeng to the 3rd level of the Time Chaos Tower. Apart from her, numerous elders and disciples of the Kaoshan Sect were present, with even dozens of ancestors, including some ancient ones, concealed within the void. The name of Li Changfeng, the prodigy, had long since echoed throughout the Kaoshan Sect. Everyone yearned to witness this historical moment, eager to see whether he could indeed break the curse. Amidst the tribulation clouds, the silhouette held a staff and, after several rotations, pointed downwards at Li Changfeng. Instantly, a bolt of heavenly thunder coalesced from the clouds and descended toward him. The first bolt of thunder struck. Tens of thousands of cultivators from the Kaoshan Sect fixated on the descending thunder. They had witnessed tribulations before, yet never had they paid such close attention as they did today, for Li Changfeng represented their hope. Li Changfeng glanced upward, indifferent, as he roasted a spirit fowl, entirely unconcerned by the impending tribulation. With over 1,300 protective formations, I refuse to believe that the first bolt of thunder can dismantle many. The 9-9 tribulation? I shall endure it. I have no desire to become a scattered immortal. As the thunder struck, for protective formations were obliterated. Li Changfeng, exasperated, muttered, "Is that all? Let me calculate. 1 bolt of thunder destroys 4 protective formations. With 81 bolts, it could only annihilate just over 300 formations. No need to panic. First, I shall feast and drink. The rest can wait." Boom, boom, boom. 1 bolt of thunder after another descended, contrary to Li Changfeng's expectations. By the 10th bolt, it had directly shattered 33 protective formations. Including the previous 9 bolts, nearly 100 formations had been destroyed. Yet, Li Changfeng remained unperturbed, for he still had over 1,200 formations remaining. When those were gone, he would don his spiritual armor and withstand the onslaught. Moreover, his master, the eccentric Taoist, had gifted him a piece of treasured armor, a lower-grade immortal artifact, exceedingly formidable. Elder Lu, a figure of considerable strength, observed the scene. Watching as Li Changfeng munched on roasted spirit fowl, his mouth twitching in disbelief. This Changfeng lad was not only powerful, but also audacious. How could he dare to feast amidst the tribulation? The might of the thunder grew increasingly potent, having now unleashed 23 bolts. I am curious to see what level this young man's tribulation will reach. It does not appear to be a 9-9 tribulation. Could there be ranks beyond that? Elder Zhou interjected. Elder Lu, although the records of the Kaoshan Sect do not mention it, that does not imply there are no tribulations beyond the 9-9 level. Changfeng's talent is so extraordinary that even heaven may harbor envy. Thus, it is not inconceivable that he faces a tribulation surpassing the 9-9 level. The question remains whether our preparations are adequate to withstand it. Elder Yin added, the more prodigious one is, the more heaven frowns upon them. We cultivators are merely seizing the transformations of heaven and earth. It is only natural that the heavenly path does not honor us. Yet, since the fragmentation of the 5 domains, no cultivator from the southern domain has achieved immortality in 10,000 years, which is truly perplexing. I wonder if any cultivators from the other 4 domains have successfully transcended the tribulation. Elder Mu sighed. The forbidden zones between the domains are far too terrifying. Some predecessors reached the 7th tribulation and ascended, only to be reduced to ashes, utterly devoid of resistance. The restricted areas of the domains are too fearsome, making it difficult to gather information from other domains. Beneath the tribulation clouds, Li Changfeng stretched and surprisingly fell asleep. By then, 47 bolts of thunder had descended, with less than half of the protective formations remaining. The recently fallen 47th bolt had annihilated nearly 100 protective formations. As for why Li Changfeng remained unfazed, it was because the last 10 formations were the strongest. One was of the protective sect formation level, immensely robust, arranged with the help of the ancestors. The other 8 were set by Li Changfeng himself, infused with the terrifying power of the ancestral phoenix force. Additionally, one was arranged by Feng Wu, no less potent than the protective sect formation. Had Feng Wu been even stronger, she could have certainly surpassed the protective sect formation. Just as Li Changfeng was on the verge of drifting off, a voice echoed in his mind. You insignificant ants, how dare you so brazenly disregard the heavenly tribulation? You shall be eradicated. Li Changfeng abruptly opened his eyes, realizing that the silhouette within the tribulation clouds had remarkably appeared beneath the clouds. Lightning flickered, its gaze fixed upon Li Changfeng, brimming with murderous intent. Chapter 87. Do you wish to end my life? Li Changfeng regarded the figure below the tribulation clouds, his brows knitting into a frown. Something was amiss, deeply amiss, for this figure instilled in him a sense of peril far greater than the tribulation itself. The tribulation had merely evoked a 0.2 sense of crisis, whereas this figure now prompted a nearly 10 sense of urgency. This entity was formidable indeed. Li Changfeng gazed skyward and called out, Bro, how did you cultivate such formidable lightning prowess? The shadowed figure retorted coldly, You insignificant ants dare to belittle the heavenly tribulation. You shall be punished. Li Changfeng's countenance darkened. Was this being incapable of comprehending human speech? Yet, he was also bereft of the ability to communicate in the tongue of beasts. As Li Changfeng engaged in dialogue with the shadow, the powerful members of the Kaoshan Sect wore expressions of grave concern. The sect leader's brow furrowed deeply. An anomaly had arisen. Why was there a figure amidst the heavenly tribulation? Furthermore, it appeared to harbor a palpable enmity towards Changfeng, its murderous intent perceptible even from a distance. This trial would prove exceedingly challenging for Changfeng. The master of Yawang Peak nodded, his tone serious. None had anticipated the presence of a being within the heavenly tribulation. Could it be the fabled immortal, an ascended being targeting our southern domain? Upon hearing Yawang Peak's words, worry etched itself on the faces of all present. Li Changfeng represented the hope of the Kaoshan Sect. They had believed in his potential to succeed in transcending the tribulation. Yet, the situation seemed far more complex than anticipated. Previous heavenly tribulations, though insurmountable, had not involved such a threatening presence. This shadow was, without a doubt, the legendary immortal. Lu Zhu sighed. It appears that the absence of a successful immortal in the southern domain is inextricably linked to this being. What is their motive for preventing our ascension? Zhou shook his head. I cannot say. If even Changfeng cannot succeed, then it seems no one in the southern domain stands a chance. We are in grave trouble. The powerful members of the Kaoshan Sect fixed their gazes upon Li Changfeng, eager to witness a miracle. But could he contend with this being, seemingly an immortal? Under the heavenly tribulation, Li Changfeng pointed at the shadow. Can you not comprehend human language? Do you converse with others in the tongue of beasts? Answer my question. If you are responsible for this, I will not hesitate to strike you down, even at the cost of my own exertion. Do you grasp the suffering you have inflicted upon the cultivators of the southern domain, you wretched creature? The shadow trembled with rage. a crackling sound of lightning emanating from its form. It then harnessed the power of the heavenly thunder within the tribulation clouds, unleashing it towards Li Changfeng. Over 100 protective formations were shattered, and Li Changfeng's fury ignited. He chose not to remain sheltered within the formations, but charged forth to confront the shadow. The Kaoshan Sect's doctrine allowed for survival, but not for cowardice. If one could vanquish their foe, they would annihilate their entire lineage. Feng Wu clenched her fists, her heart heavy with worry. Li Changfeng had surged out of the protective formations to face the figure in the sky. What was he thinking? Regardless of his master's intentions, Feng Wu could not bear the thought of Li Changfeng facing peril. Emerging from the formations, Li Changfeng was enveloped in an infinite blaze of flames. He had activated the ancestral phoenix body. A colossal ancestral phoenix materialized around him, stretching thousands of miles, an awe-inspiring sight. Upon his brow, an ancestral phoenix insignia glimmered. Since you have not embraced the principle of confession for leniency and resistance for severity, I shall waste no further words with you. Today, I shall extinguish you. The shadow's expression shifted to one of alarm as its lightning intensified ominously. Pointing its staff at Li Changfeng, the heavenly thunder rained down like bullets from a machine gun, mercilessly bombarding him. Damn it! Li Changfeng was truly enraged. This being had no sense of martial ethics. He had prepared for a direct confrontation, employing close-quarters attacks, akin to ancient melee weaponry, while this being resorted to the use of ranged weaponry. This was utterly excessive. If you disregard martial courtesy, I shall no longer conceal my power. Fiery birds, forged from the flames of the ancestral phoenix, shot towards the shadow. The heavenly thunder could not withstand the onslaught. The firebirds obliterated all the heavenly lightning, hurtling towards the shadow. Lu Zu's expression shifted dramatically. Isn't that the ancestral phoenix shadow that once darkened the skies over the southern domain? It stirred a tempest among the cultivators back then. And now it stands within our Kaoshan sect? Excellent. It seems Changfeng does have a chance to survive this tribulation. Zhou Zu, did you record how many bolts of thunder he has endured? Lu Zu inquired. Zhou Zu chuckled bitterly. The previous bolts of thunder fell too swiftly. And combined with the 40 or so before, we are likely past 100 now. Changfeng's tribulation cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Moreover, this shadow is likely the mastermind behind our thwarted ascensions. That cursed being. I was indeed capable of withstanding the tribulation, but it must have tampered with the lightning's strength. Lu Zu's own murderous intent surged, recalling his own tribulation experience. He had felt he could succeed, only for the power of the heavenly lightning to surge, obliterating his physical form. Unquestionably, this was linked to the shadow. Li Changfeng stood before the shadow, having already wounded it with his firebirds. The lightning surrounding the shadow dimmed significantly, its energy waning. With a resounding clap, Li Changfeng struck the shadow into the tribulation clouds, while the ancestral phoenix's figure opened its maw wide, devouring the clouds whole. Yet, at the critical moment, the shadow managed to escape into the sky. Still hoping to flee? Li Changfeng scoffed, appearing above it, and with a mighty slap, sent it crashing into the ground. Lu Zu's mouth twitched. I considered many possibilities, but I never anticipated this outcome. That shadow, I am no match for it. If we were to clash directly, I would surely be obliterated. Does this mean Changfeng's strength now surpasses mine? Zhou Zu replied, it seems to be the case. Changfeng's rapid breakthrough in realm and terrifying strength is beyond comprehension. One must wonder if he is indeed the legendary prodigy. Mu Zu stated, regardless, his achievements today are commendable. He belongs to our Kaoshan sect, and fortunately, he did not join another sect. Otherwise, even the ancient ancestors would struggle to suppress him. The elders nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in Mu Zu's words. Li Changfeng's innate talent was formidable, and his combat prowess was frighteningly immense. At this moment, Li Changfeng had descended to the ground, gazing into the unfathomable pit before him. Murmuring, little trash, are you not coming out? I know you are not dead. You can endure a beating. Having schemed against the southern domain's cultivation community and the Kaoshan sect, I shall not rest until I have eradicated you. Chapter 88. Capturing the Immortal Underground. The shadow of lightning contemplated. It had intended to eliminate Li Changfeng, the one who dared to defy the heavenly tribulation. However, it had not anticipated that Li Changfeng's power was excessively formidable. Though he had yet to ascend to immortality, his strength overwhelmed it. It was well aware that it had reached the late stage of human immortality, and under normal circumstances, a mere swipe of its hand should have been sufficient to obliterate someone in the tribulation phase. Yet, it had been treated like a punching bag instead. Li Changfeng spoke once more. Are you not coming out? Do you wish to remain buried underground for eternity? If so, I shall simply pour manure at this entrance and entomb you here. Upon hearing this, the lightning shadow erupted from the ground, facing Li Changfeng. Its lightning had dulled to a mere flicker, its aura depleted. The pallor of its face revealed the severity of its injuries. The figure enveloped in lightning, seemingly exasperated, inquired, "What exactly do you intend to accomplish? I am an immortal, and for a millennium, I have presided over the heavenly tribulations. Moreover, I am backed by a terrifying power. Have you considered the consequences of harming me?" With a swift motion, Changfeng delivered a resounding slap across the figure's face, propelling him several thousand zhong away. Dazed from the blow, the lightning figure found Changfeng reappearing before him. Changfeng spoke calmly, "You shall answer my questions. Should your responses fail to satisfy me, I shall strike you again. Do you have any objections?" The lightning figure nodded, having been reduced to such a state. He had no choice but to acquiesce to Changfeng's demands. Changfeng gazed down at him and slowly articulated, "Tell me from whence you hail, what faction you belong to, and your current realm. Additionally, reveal your name and all pertinent details. Should I uncover any concealment on your part, I will strike you again. Surely, you do not wish to be the first heavenly tribulation controller to meet a fatal end at my hands?" The lightning figure's face contorted with fury. Yet upon perceiving Changfeng's grim demeanor, he quickly donned a forced smile, albeit one that appeared stiff and unnatural. With a swift motion, Changfeng struck him again, causing him to tumble in a most undignified manner. "Speak, or my patience will wear thin. At that point, death might seem a mercy, and survival will be utterly beyond your grasp. Allow me to ponder how best to deal with you. What do you think of sealing your powers and casting you into a pit of filth? Please, do not resort to such measures. I will divulge everything, I implore you. Spare me," the figure pleaded. "My name is Ye Li, a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. I have attained the late stage of the human immortal realm and hail from the central domain. Is there anything else you wish to know?" Changfeng was taken aback by He Li's compliance. The late stage of the human immortal realm. He had sensed the figure's formidable strength earlier, and it was now confirmed. No wonder he had felt a mere 10% chance of inflicting harm. Changfeng then inquired about a matter of utmost importance to him. "He Li, enlighten me about the cultivation world in the southern domain. Why has no one been able to transcend tribulations and achieve immortality for millennia? Even the heavenly Tao would provide cultivators with a glimmer of hope, yet the practitioners of the southern domain have been denied this. This is highly irregular. Are you conspiring behind the scenes?" He Li hesitated, grappling with the difficulty of answering this question. It was not that he could not respond, but rather that he feared the repercussions of his words could lead to his demise. Changfeng's strength was unfathomably formidable, despite being merely at the tribulation stage. He could easily dispatch He Li. No, it would be more accurate to say he was now akin to a half step into the Great Ascension realm, his power having surged dramatically. The reason he was considered a half step into the Great Ascension realm was that he had yet to undergo the heavenly Tao's baptism. Changfeng raised his palm, a flicker of primordial phoenix flames igniting within his grasp. He Li swallowed hard, sensing the chilling aura of death emanating from Changfeng. "I beseech you, do not intimidate me. Your power is terrifying. A single strike from you, and I fear I may not withstand it." Changfeng replied coolly. "Then reveal to me the reason. Why are the practitioners of the southern domain unable to transcend tribulations and achieve immortality?" He Li sighed, "The calamity. The great tribulation of the heavenly Tao. The cultivation world is divided into 5 domains. The eastern, southern, western, and northern domains are relatively weak, while the central domain is the most powerful. It possesses the essence of the heavenly Tao, allowing cultivators who transcend tribulations to enter the central domain. However, a millennium ago, an issue arose within the central domain. To be precise, the essence of the heavenly Tao within the central domain became compromised, rendering it incapable of supporting additional immortals." Changfeng listened intently, aware that this was the crux of the greatest secret concerning the southern domain's cultivation world, why those who had clearly reached the tribulation stage could not ascend to immortality. He Li continued, "After the essence of the heavenly Tao faltered, the central domain's capacity diminished. The more immortals there were, the greater the consumption of the heavenly Tao's essence. To prevent the essence from vanishing completely, the top celestial sects of the central domain convened and decided to exclude the eastern, southern, western, and northern domains from accepting their practitioners for transcendence into the central domain. My heavenly Thunder Palace, due to our unique techniques, possesses the means to control thunder, and thus, the responsibility of preventing practitioners from the 4 domains from transcending and entering the central domain has fallen upon us. This is the reason why no one in the southern domain can achieve immortality." A tempest of emotions surged within Changfeng. This was indeed a troublesome predicament. The 4 domains had been isolated, leaving only the central domain capable of ascension. While it was ostensibly in service of preserving the essence of the heavenly Tao, it was fundamentally unjust to the other 4 domains. Why should the central domain continue to ascend while the others were left behind? Li Changfeng's voice turned icy. So, you have intensified the tribulation's severity with the intent of preventing practitioners from the four domains from stepping into the central domain, correct? Healy nodded reluctantly, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Humph, Li Changfeng scoffed, causing Healy to feel as though struck by lightning, blood spurting from his mouth as he was sent reeling. Already severely injured, his condition had deteriorated further. What a splendid central domain. You live in luxury, freely ascending to immortality while we languish in exclusion. I yearn to storm into the central domain and cleanse it of those insufferable immortals. Healy hung his head, unwilling to speak. Li Changfeng's terrifying power instilled a sense of dread within him, making it seem as though even Earth immortals might not stand a chance against him. Every Earth immortal, barring exceptional prodigies, had cultivated for millennia. How old was Li Changfeng? Judging by his bone age, he appeared to be no more than 30. Without further chastising Healy, Li Changfeng plunged into the still swirling tribulation clouds. He sought to absorb the energy from the thunder pool and attain the heavenly Tao's baptism, transmuting his internal spiritual energy into immortal essence. As for Healy, the celestial being from the central domain, he intended to keep him under his control, compelling him to reveal the secrets behind the southern domain's inability to achieve immortality to all, not for any other reason, but to ensure that when the time came to strike at the central domain, the entire southern domain would unite as one, rather than be a disjointed assembly, easily slaughtered. Healy looked up at Li Changfeng in the sky, his expression one of utter resignation. Had he known, he would never have taken on the role of the Thunder Envoy. This individual was simply too formidable. Chapter 89. The Southern Domain in Turmoil. Healy truly regretted his past decisions, wishing he could turn back time. Previously, he had held a position of power in the Southern Domain, easily annihilating those attempting to transcend tribulations. The choice to spare their lives and allow them to cultivate as scattered immortals or to eradicate them entirely rested solely with him. How glorious and gratifying that had been. But now, he had become a captive. Having absorbed the energy, Li Changfeng officially ascended into the Great Ascension realm. His power magnified exponentially. Little Li, return to the mountain of support with me. There are matters that require your attention. If you execute them well, you may live. If not, well. Healy, with an earnest expression, quickly replied, I assure you, I will complete the tasks you assign flawlessly. There will be no issues. I implore you, spare my life. Li Changfeng nodded. I appreciate conversing with intelligent individuals. It saves me the trouble of excessive words. If it were a fool, he would have perished by now. Healy forced a smile, fully aware that Li Changfeng was subtly warning him. Should he fail to comply, he might indeed face death. After retracting the formation, Li Changfeng returned to the presence of the powerful members of the Kaoshan Sect. He bowed in gratitude to the assembly, his voice solemn. Thank you all for your assistance. It is due to your support that I have been able to weather this tribulation. Allow me to introduce a person to you. His name is Healy, a celestial being from the Central Region's Heavenly Thunder Palace, capable of controlling heavenly tribulations. It was he who directed the heavenly lightning to strike me, and for nearly a millennium, he has been the shadow behind the tribulations of the southern region. The details shall be elaborated by him. Healy was compelled to divulge all that he knew to the cultivators of the Kaoshan Sect. After hearing Healy's words, the expressions on the faces of the crowd were rife with murderous intent. It became clear that the dire state of the southern region's cultivation realm was entirely attributable to this man. In other words, for the past 1,000 years, Healy had been the one obstructing their progress. Li Changfeng sighed. In truth, there is no need for such animosity towards him. He is merely an executor, devoid of the power to choose. Of course, this does not absolve him of guilt, for he has indeed caused the deaths of many, including our esteemed predecessors from the Kaoshan Sect. Yet, he still holds some value. Whether he survives depends on his performance. I have entered the Great Ascension realm, and once my spiritual energy is fully transformed into celestial essence, I shall attempt to breach the forbidden zone at the southern region's border. We cannot allow the central region to control us any longer. We must alter our fate. The sect master spoke in a grave tone. Over the past millennium, our Kaoshan sect has lost over a dozen predecessors to heavenly tribulations. To be precise, they perished at his hands. With a sudden motion, Li Changfeng struck Healy across the face, obliterating his physical form and leaving only his soul intact. Sectmaster, we cannot kill him just yet. We must first administer punishment. Should he prove unrepentant, I will take his life. Healy's soul trembled. The sheer terror of Li Changfeng was overwhelming. To casually obliterate one's own body with a mere slap, this man was defying the heavens. The crucial point was that even after his body was destroyed, Healy dared not offer the slightest resistance. The sect master and the others remained silent. Li Changfeng's intentions were clear. He intended for Healy to die. But not at this moment. Furthermore, he had expressed this in Healy's presence. Would Healy comply? Li Changfeng addressed He Li with a calm demeanor. Do you hate me? He Li offered a bitter smile. To claim I do not hate you would be a lie. Yet, despite my hatred, I dare not hold a grudge. I desire to live, even if I know the hope of survival is slim. Li Changfeng gazed intently at He Li. Though you are not the decision-maker, you are indeed the executioner. For 1,000 years, you have unknowingly caused the demise of countless cultivators in the southern region. Therefore, I can tell you directly, once you fulfill my task, you will not survive. As for your demise, there are two options. Either suffer 1,000 years of torment or be reduced to ashes. You may choose one. He Li's soul quaked, trembling with fear. There was no escape. Li Changfeng had no qualms about He Li's potential noncompliance. He was forthright in his assertion of He Li's inevitable death. This was not foolishness, but rather an acknowledgement of the overwhelming strength before him. Bowing his head, He Li spoke in a hushed tone. I understand what I must do. Perhaps being reduced to ashes is my best fate. In the southern region, I have indeed committed many heinous acts, and I owe countless cultivators an apology. Li Changfeng said no more and took He Li away. He Li must die. There could be no chance for redemption for the actions he had taken that led to the downfall of many esteemed predecessors from the Kaoshan Sect. This was a blood feud, one that demanded repayment in life. And as for the central region, Li Changfeng's eyes narrowed to slits. Once his power grew stronger, the Kaoshan Sect would migrate en masse and take control of the central region. For now, however, survival was paramount. At Tianquan Peak, Feng Wu inquired, Master, just how powerful are you now? That He Li, a celestial being, was effortlessly shattered by you. This was unimaginable in the past. Lin Fan was equally curious. And the two disciples gazed at Li Changfeng. In their hearts, the stronger Li Changfeng became, the more secure the Kaoshan Sect would be. Li Changfeng replied, You two need not overthink it. Celestials are still human. With enough strength, it is trivial to slay them with a single blow. Were it not for the central region's interference, sealing off the other 4 domains, our southern region would have achieved far greater strength than it currently possesses. The people of the central region are indeed selfish to the extreme. Lin Fan interjected, Master, allow me to join you in your campaign against the central region. I believe I can now shatter the nascent soul realm with a single punch, and given some time, I could even break through to the transformation stage. Feng Wu's face displayed surprise. Lin Fan's rapid rise in strength was nearly on par with her own. However, to oppose the central region indicated a perilous endeavor. The central region was a gathering place for celestial beings, far superior to the other 4 domains. After conversing with his 2 disciples for a while, Li Changfeng turned his gaze to He Li. From now on, you shall disclose the central region's conspiracy to the entirety of the southern region. Once you accomplish this, I will grant you an additional month of life. Thank you. He Li departed, compelled to undertake this task, even knowing that completing it would lead to his demise. He had no choice but to proceed, for he had no avenue of retreat. With the revelation of this conspiracy, a tremendous upheaval erupted throughout the southern region. Chapter 90, Li Changfeng's plan. So that was it, so it was. Those accursed beings from the central region had indeed severed our path to immortality. They truly deserve to perish. All of them must die. They were indeed deserving of death, yet we are powerless to bring about their end. The powerful figures from the various sects in the southern region were consumed with rage. Even the 2 opposing factions, once embroiled in conflict, halted their hostilities. The news brought by He Li was simply too shocking. It turned out that their inability to transcend and achieve immortality was not due to their own shortcomings, but rather the interference of the celestial beings from the central region. The central region, often referred to as the upper realm, spanned an area far surpassing that of the combined 4 domains. The energy there was of a higher grade, celestial spirit energy, emanating from the very source of the heavenly way. When the source of the heavenly way encountered issues, instead of seeking solutions, the celestial beings of the central region severed the southern region's path to immortality, preventing them from entering the central region. Anger, an uncontrollable fury ignited within their hearts. The leader of the demon sect raised his hand, commanding all demon practitioners to cease their fighting. How Tian Sect Master, our conflict is now devoid of meaning. How about a temporary truce? The news from that soul entity celestial being has been made abundantly clear. We cultivate to transcend and achieve immortality. What say you? The Hao Tian Sect Master wore a sullen expression, his voice cold as ice. A truce may be possible, but your demon sect must leave behind 10 supreme elders and 100 elders. You came to the Hao Tian Sect unprovoked, causing us grievous losses. This debt must be repaid in blood. The demon sect master frowned. The battle between good and evil had escalated to genuine fury. Both sides had suffered heavy losses. Countless powerful figures slain. He wished to halt the conflict, but he could not demand such a steep price from the demon sect. Moreover, it is disheartening. as the prospect of gathering such formidable individuals in the future appears exceedingly challenging. With a callous gaze fixed upon the Lord of Haotian, a murderous intent surged forth. Since the Lord of Haotian seeks to determine a victor, would it not be exceedingly disrespectful for our Demon Sect Alliance to refuse? Then let the battle continue. The Demon Sect Alliance is not comprised of cowards. If you wish to persist, then let us persist. To all present, our sole objective moving forward is the Haotian Sect. Should other sects remain passive observers, the Demon Sect Alliance shall not hold today's events against them. As for the Haotian Sect, it must be annihilated. The powerful figures summoned by the Haotian Sect hesitated, for they understood that the Lord of the Heavenly Demon was not one to utter empty words. Just as uncertainty engulfed the crowd, the Lord of the Heavenly Demon issued a celestial oath, assuring them that there would be no retribution against other sects as they collectively sought to enter the central domain. The Grand Elder of the Pill Sect clasped his hands and remarked, Lord of Haotian, if this conflict persists, the losses on both sides will be even more catastrophic. My Pill Sect has already lost numerous powerful individuals. I apologize, but we choose to withdraw. I hope the Lord of Haotian can accept a truce, otherwise it will only serve to amuse those lofty immortals in the central domain. With one leading the way, many powerful figures from various sects quickly expressed their stance. The Lord of Haotian's countenance darkened considerably. He was the foremost leader of the 9 great sects, the Lord of Haotian. Observing these sect leaders depart, he remained silent, for he could neither impede nor prevent their exit. To do so would only provoke a greater crisis. Should he force them to stay, they might turn to the Demon Sect Alliance, which would be immensely detrimental to the Haotian Sect. With a long sigh, the Lord of Haotian finally conceded. The Haotian Sect is willing to cease hostilities. However, the Demon Sect Alliance must provide cultivation resources in exchange for not handing over any individuals. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall compensate with some cultivation resources. I hope that in the future, the righteous and the wicked can advance together, and that unnecessary disputes will cease. The central domain is our greatest adversaries. While they regard the central domain as an enemy, the central domain likely views the practitioners from the 4 domains as mere ants. Conflicts in the southern domain gradually diminished, as they all harbored a burning desire that only sought to incinerate the central domain. The central domain disregards them, severing their hopes of ascension. None can endure this indignation. At the Mount of Reliance, the sect leader arrived at the Tianquan Peak and sat across from Changfeng. After sipping a cup of tea, the sect leader spoke. I have just received news that due to matters concerning the central domain, the righteous and wicked factions have declared a ceasefire. The Haotian Sect has made concessions. They initially desired to fight to the death, but have ultimately chosen to demand some cultivation resources instead. However, this battle has been rather perplexing. Changfeng smiled faintly, replying nonchalantly, is it truly perplexing? Let us not forget what the previous ancestors did when they descended the mountain. He alone was aware of the truth. The sect leader exhibited a look of surprise and spoke solemnly. Changfeng, are you implying that the ancestors killed some individuals from the Demon Sect, inciting the Demon Sect Alliance to attack the Haotian Sect? Such words must not be spoken. Otherwise, both the Haotian Sect and the Heavenly Demon Sect will seek trouble. Changfeng responded, they lack the capability to do so, though it is best to avoid exposure. Should they truly come for revenge? While the Mount of Reliance does not fear them, it would still pose a significant nuisance, resulting in the demise of countless disciples and elders. It is wiser to continue concealing our strength to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Indeed, the sect leader nodded, regardless of whether it was the ancestors' doing. It must not be revealed to avert catastrophe for the Mount of Reliance. While Changfeng's strength was formidable, there was little to worry about. However, the other disciples lacked sufficient power, and accidents could very well occur. Changfeng then turned to the sect leader and inquired, Sect leader, did you seek me solely to convey this news? This is not a matter of great significance. The pressing issue at hand is singular. The upcoming tribulations in the southern domain will return to normalcy. Many practitioners will undoubtedly choose to undergo tribulation, and should they succeed, they will likely be unwelcome in the central domain. Our strength in the southern domain pales in comparison to that of the central domain, making it difficult to navigate. The sect leader furrowed his brow, lost in thought. It was easier when the truth was unknown, but now that they were aware, there was no way to resolve the situation, an insurmountable dilemma. Even if they succeeded in crossing the tribulation, what of it? If the central domain does not welcome them, those who ascend into the central domain may find themselves swiftly eliminated by the immortals of that realm, presenting the gravest of challenges. The sect leader sighed, Changfeng, what are your thoughts? You are the first in nearly 10 millennia to successfully cross the tribulation. It won't be long before you enter the central domain. And at that time, it may prove exceedingly perilous. Changfeng smiled gently. Why should I be in a hurry to reach the central domain? Everyone seems trapped in a cycle of thought, believing that entering the central domain is the only path. Yet, we lack the strength to shake the foundations of the central domain. To venture there would be tantamount to courting death. Therefore, it would be wiser to accumulate strength first. The time allotted to us is not extensive. It is only after a millennium that we may exchange for the thunder deity. Thus, for now, we cannot afford to strike. With only 3 years remaining until the exchange, the entire southern domain must strive to break through. Otherwise, this once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity will vanish. The sect leader replied, "If you do not go to the central domain, how will you enhance your strength? The central domain is where the essence of immortality resides. It is the very foundation of an immortal's power. Without absorbing this essence, one cannot augment their strength. Entering the central domain becomes inevitable." Li Changfeng smiled slightly. "The essence of immortality, you say? I cannot guarantee it elsewhere, but as for the essence within the Mount of Reliance, I will devise a means. Once all within the Mount of Reliance ascend to immortality, we shall take our rightful place in the central domain." Chapter 91, System Task. Li Changfeng brimmed with confidence. His assurance stemmed from his system, which had just issued a task, to enter the human immortal realm within 10 days. Upon completion, the reward would be the source of the great Tao, which surpasses even the source of heavenly Tao. At that juncture, he would only need to merge the source of the great Tao with the Mount of Reliance, bestowing it with a rich essence of divinity, an essence even superior to that of the immortal essence. With this divine essence, the disciples of the Mount of Reliance would experience a transformation in their physical constitutions, enabling them to cultivate at an astonishing pace. Reach the human immortal realm within 10 days to receive the system reward of the source of the great Tao. This task appeared simple, yet in reality, it was exceedingly arduous. Should it be assigned to any other cultivator at the Mahayana stage, they would undoubtedly falter. However, Li Changfeng was different. He had disciples. Furthermore, the Time Chaos Tower would unlock its third tier upon his ascension to the human immortal realm. At that point, his rate of strength enhancement would not only remain unimpeded but might even accelerate. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, Li Changfeng planned to traverse the southern domain, with a singular objective, to secure several more disciples. Each additional disciple would exponentially increase his rate of advancement. Should he manage to acquire 100 disciples, his cultivation speed could potentially reach terrifying heights, achieving 1,000-fold increase daily. Moreover, it was certain that any who became his disciple would undoubtedly be extraordinary prodigies. Even if one possesses a lackluster talent, with the bestowal of a system, even a mere pig can ascend to immortality. The sect leader regarded Li Changfeng's confident smile and nodded slowly. Previously, Li Changfeng was the hope of the Kaoshan Sect, and now, he embodies that hope even more. For millennia, he has been the sole cultivator to successfully traverse the tribulation. In the days to come, it is believed that many cultivators who have reached the tribulation realm will emerge from their seclusion to face the heavenly tribulation. As long as Healy remains alive, the Heavenly Thunder Palace will refrain from dispatching a new Thunder Envoy. Only upon the conclusion of his term will the Heavenly Thunder Palace appoint new immortals to oversee the tribulation. The tribulation from 1,000 years ago was the true tribulation. Though it was exceedingly brutal, it offered cultivators a sliver of hope. The current tribulation may not even be a genuine tribulation, but rather a fabrication orchestrated by the powerful beings of the central domain. It is a counterfeit heavenly tribulation. The tribulation was originally governed by the heavenly laws. Yet the source of those laws in the central domain has encountered issues. Fundamentally speaking, it is the heavenly laws that are flawed. Li Changfeng said, "Sect leader, unless there is nothing further, I would like to take my leave. I intend to venture beyond the sect to seek out suitable candidates to become my disciples. It is rather desolate here on Tianquan Peak. It is imperative that I recruit more disciples to fortify Tianquan Peak and lead the Kaoshan Sect to prosperity." The sect leader replied, "Changfeng, given your current prowess, you could represent an entire peak by yourself. Even the ancestors have remarked that your strength surpasses theirs. This implies that you are already comparable to the ancient forebears of our Kaoshan Sect. Who would have anticipated that a decade after you ascended the mountain, your strength would have transcended mine?" Li Changfeng chuckled, "Sect leader, such comparisons are unwarranted. I am a prodigy of unparalleled talent, a rare genius born once every millennium. Not only do you, sect leader, fall short, but even the ancestors cannot match my prowess. Therefore, there is no need for such fixation, as the world is replete with ordinary talents." The sect leader's lips twitched. Li Changfeng's words were indeed unvarnished. However, accustomed to his style of speaking, he refrained from further comment, for Li Changfeng was absolutely correct. One could not find a second individual like him in the entire southern domain. Yet, It was apparent that the current disciples of Tianquan Peak were exhibiting unusual rapidity in their realm breakthroughs. The sect leader gazed eagerly at Li Changfeng and inquired, Changfeng, do confess honestly, is there some secret to your cultivation? Otherwise, how could your cultivation speed be so astonishing? And what of your 3 disciples, who are similarly exceptional? Li Changfeng sighed. I had not anticipated that you would uncover this. It is already known that Tianquan Peak only accepts prodigious talents of this caliber. The 3 of them possess unique physiques that are not readily discernible to the average observer. I happen to possess the ability to recognize such potential, which accounts for their current achievements. Do not dwell on it. I will merely state that in the near future, the Kaoshan Sect will undoubtedly see everyone ascend to immortality. At that point, we shall rename ourselves the Kaoshan Immortal Sect. With no further inquiries yielding fruit, the sect leader had no choice but to take his leave. Shortly thereafter, a guest arrived at Tianquan Peak, the master of Yaoguang Peak. She was a woman of irresistible charm, a wealth of allure that no man could resist. Simultaneously, she was a woman of considerable fortune. The master of Yaoguang Peak approached Li Changfeng, scrutinizing him from head to toe, as if attempting to see through him. After a prolonged gaze, she found nothing amiss. Li Changfeng, with a frown, remarked, Master of Yaoguang Peak, have you finished your inspection? I am but a man. A perfectly ordinary man. Should you continue to gaze at me thus, I might be compelled to engage in rather beastly actions. The master of Yaoguang Peak laughed, puffing out her chest, which, already ample, appeared even more imposing. I fear you may not dare. I have long awaited you to become my partner in life. What? Do you find your elder sister's age unappealing? Li Changfeng shook his head. In the realm of cultivation, even if one lives for a millennium, one remains youthful. Thus, in my eyes, you, master of Yaoguang Peak, are in the prime of your life, radiating charm. What brings you to seek my company? The master of Yaoguang Peak blinked playfully and smiled gently. I have come to seek you, Changfeng, as my life partner. You are so exceptional. If you do not act soon, others may seize the opportunity first, and I would find myself in tears with nowhere to turn. Henceforth, do not call me master of Yaoguang Peak. Simply refer to me as Yaoguang. Li Changfeng found himself entranced. This woman relished in teasing him, yet in truth, she was rather conservative. Countless men within the Kaoshan Sect desired her, but none had captured her interest. Perhaps the master of Yaoguang Peak was indeed curious about him, yet it did not reach the level of genuine affection. Li Changfeng stated, speak plainly if you have matters to discuss. If you choose not to, I shall take my leave. I intend to depart the Kaoshan Sect for a while, to explore the southern domain. The master of Yaoguang Peak had no choice but to reveal her purpose, for if she did not speak, Li Changfeng would indeed leave. Changfeng, I wish to visit the Ye Sect. Yet, I may find it difficult to return alone. Would you accompany me? Li Changfeng asked. What is your reason for wanting to go to the Ye Sect? Moreover, you are the master of our Kaoshan Sect. Surely they cannot forcibly detain you there. It cannot be that the master of the Ye Sect has taken a fancy to you and, upon your refusal, wishes to imprison you? This was merely a casual comment from Li Changfeng, yet the master of Yaoguang Peak nodded slowly. Chapter 92, Beneath the Ye Sect Mountain. Li Changfeng felt a surge of exasperation. He had not expected his offhand remark to be so accurate. Yet, Li Changfeng found himself somewhat incredulous. The master of Yaoguang Peak noted, Changfeng, your expression suggests disbelief in my words. In truth, I am originally from the Ye Sect, to be precise. I am the daughter of a supreme elder from the Ye Sect. After my father fell for the Ye Sect, the sect master began to coerce me into marriage. Having already taken a dozen or so partners, I was unwilling, and thus he imprisoned me. Eventually, I was aided in my escape by allies within the Ye Sect. After leaving, I fortuitously joined the Kaoshan Sect. Li Changfeng listened in silence, absorbing her words. What the master of Yaoguang Peak recounted had never been disclosed before. However, given her beauty, it was not surprising that she had been coerced into becoming a partner. After all, not every sect operates with the integrity of the Kaoshan Sect. The Kaoshan Sect is exceedingly united, and apart from a minuscule number of outliers, it rarely resorts to coercion or temptation. As for the Ye Sect, little was known. The master of Yaoguang Peak continued, the master of the Ye Sect is not a good man. In fact, his position as sect master was acquired through dubious means. However, his connections are formidable, which is why the matter was left unresolved. Venturing to the Ye Sect may be perilous, yet I still wish to go. For I have received word that my brother has arrived at the Ye Sect. Seeing the troubled expression on the master of Yaoguang Peak's face, Li Changfeng furrowed his brow. If what she said was true, then the master of the Ye Sect was indeed a scoundrel. One willing to resort to any means to achieve his ends. A true disgrace in the realm of cultivation. After some contemplation, Li Changfeng declared, I will accompany you. You are a member of the Kaoshan Sect. and it is unthinkable to allow you to face this alone. Though the Haotian sect may be strong, we of the Kaoshan sect are not weak. Should one truly provoke my ire, the consequences will be dire. The master of Yaoguang Peak stared blankly at Li Changfeng, who had always struck her as somewhat unreliable and exceedingly avaricious, as evidenced during the previous Seven Peaks Martial Conference. To her surprise, Li Changfeng was indeed stepping up when it mattered, without a hint of hesitation. Gratefully, the master of Yaoguang remarked, "Thank you, Changfeng. Please consider my earlier suggestion. Perhaps your sister has been waiting for you all along, as she has yet to find a partner." Li Changfeng smiled lightly. "Let us first resolve your matters before broaching this subject. The sect leader of Haotian has numerous companions. As long as they are willing, it poses no issue. However, should there be coercion involved, that is an entirely different matter. I cannot abide those who bully the weak. Rest assured, I shall assist you in this regard. If he dares to defy, I shall ensure he submits." "Excellent." The master of Yaoguang beamed, her gaze towards Li Changfeng now tinged with deeper sentiment. No longer mere playful teasing, but genuine affection. "Changfeng, when shall we depart? Shall we continue with your grand sword?" Li Changfeng shook his head. "Previously, I flew with my sword to accommodate my disciples. Given that it shall be just the two of us this time, we can teleport directly, thus saving time. Once we have resolved your issues, I must also seek potential disciples in the southern region." "Agreed." The master of Yaoguang readily accepted, her urgency palpable. Ever since learning her brother had entered Haotian sect, her worry had grown. Ideally, he would be at Haotian sect right now. Li Changfeng and the master of Yaoguang vanished from Tianquan Peak, only to reappear at the base of Haotian sect's mountain. The ground was stained crimson, a testament to the fierce struggle between righteousness and evil. The combined casualties amounted to a staggering 100,000 cultivators, underscoring the brutality of the conflict. The master of Yaoguang furrowed her brow, the scent of blood thick in the air. The battle between good and evil had incurred significant losses, both for Haotian sect and the demonic alliance. Yet, one thing remained clear. Her brother must not come to harm within Haotian sect. "Changfeng, shall we ascend to Haotian sect now?" Li Changfeng nodded, leading the master of Yaoguang towards the sect's gates. Upon arrival, they witnessed a young man being humiliated. "Ye Jian, give up on this dream. You possess no talent for cultivation. The sword sect will not accept you, and neither will we at Haotian sect. If you continue to linger here, we shall break your legs and toss you to the beasts of the 10,000 mountains." The young man remained silent, his brows sharp as he gripped a sword, his eyes reflecting resilience. "Esteemed brothers of Haotian sect, I, Ye Jian, sincerely wish to join your ranks. I shall strive diligently and bring no shame to Haotian sect." "Ha ha, how ludicrous," scoffed the disciples of Haotian sect. "You, without even a spirit root, dare to utter such words? I had considered letting you leave, but I have changed my mind. Do you fancy swords? I shall sever your hands and see how you wield one." With that, the disciple wielded his blade towards Ye Jian with astonishing speed, leaving Ye Jian seemingly powerless to defend himself. Li Changfeng frowned, poised to intervene, when Ye Jian unexpectedly drew his sword. It was a simple blade, yet it successfully deflected the attack from the Haotian disciple. It should be noted that, although the disciple was not particularly formidable, he was still a late-stage chi refinement cultivator, making Ye Jian's ability to withstand his strike remarkable. Ye Jian did not confront him head-on. Instead, he employed a technique to neutralize the force of the blow, redirecting the disciple's strength. Once the force was dissipated, Ye Jian positioned his sword's tip at the disciple's throat. "My esteemed brother, you have lost. Might I request to participate in the disciple selection of Haotian sect?" The disciple's face turned ashen. He had been bested by Ye Jian, a mere novice. If this were to spread, how could he maintain his standing within Haotian sect? He retreated suddenly, his expression dark as he prepared to retaliate. This time, however, he had learned his lesson. He hurled a talisman at Ye Jian. Although it was merely a low-grade fire explosion talisman, it possessed the potential to obliterate Ye Jian. "Die!" Ye Jian's expression changed drastically. He understood he could not withstand the power of the talisman. Boom! The fire explosion talisman detonated, engulfing Ye Jian in flames. The Haotian disciple coldly declared, "Since you seek death, do not blame me. You wasted a precious low-grade fire explosion talisman. You truly deserve to be punished." A voice laced with amusement interjected, "Is that so?" As the flames subsided, the silhouettes of Li Changfeng and Ye Jian emerged. Li Changfeng stood protectively before Ye Jian, absorbing the brunt of the low-grade talisman's explosion. Ye Jian gazed at Li Changfeng's back, kneeling on one knee. Li Changfeng had saved his life, meriting his gratitude and respect. "I am indebted to you for your mercy, senior. Might I request to be accepted as your disciple?" Chapter 93, Unrestrained. Li Changfeng regarded Ye Jian with a shake of his head. "We currently lack a master-disciple bond, thus I cannot take you as my disciple." "Yaoguang, Let us proceed to Ye Jian Sect. Very well. Li Changfeng and the master of Yaoguang marched directly towards the gates of Ye Jian Sect, where the disciples attempted to obstruct their path. With a mere flick of his hand, Li Changfeng sent them sprawling to the ground, showing no mercy as he eliminated them. Their prior actions warranted such a fate. Cultivators are merely the strong. Once they attain power, they rarely consider the protection of the weak. Instead, they resort to violence against ordinary individuals like Ye Jian, willing to kill without remorse. Such brutal and bloodthirsty behavior cannot be tolerated, and Li Changfeng would not spare them. Regardless of their affiliation with Ye Jian Sect, he acted without hesitation. Ye Jian's eyes were fixed on Li Changfeng as he observed the lifeless forms of the Ye Jian disciples. What thoughts occupied his mind? In a moment of contemplation, he chose to follow in the wake of Li Changfeng and the master of Yaoguang. My benefactor, though my strength is meager, your act of saving my life compels me to follow you without hesitation. If only I could become your disciple. Li Changfeng and the master of Yaoguang pressed onward into Ye Jian Sect, for their mission was to retrieve the master of Yaoguang's brother. There was no question that they would encounter conflict with Ye Jian Sect. Weakness cannot bear the burden of others. Only unyielding strength will suffice. The master of Yaoguang suddenly remarked, "That young swordsman is trailing us. Changfeng, I find his character quite admirable. Why not accept him as a disciple? Alternatively, he could join the Kaoshan Sect as an ordinary disciple." Li Changfeng replied, "The timing is not yet right. When the moment arrives, I shall consider taking him as a disciple. However, I wonder if he possesses the fortune to encounter such an opportunity." Despite his words, Li Changfeng internally cursed the system. This wretched system has no understanding of what actions might trigger the disciple recruitment quest. Without such a quest, relying solely on the talents and abilities of potential disciples makes the path to becoming a powerful cultivator exceedingly arduous. Meanwhile, the other 3 disciples have been granted extraordinary advantages. Surely, the next disciple cannot be utterly unremarkable? Master Yaoguang. So, are you indeed inclined to accept him, Changfeng? This lad possesses commendable resolve. Yet, I remain uncertain whether his talents meet your discipleship criteria. Li Changfeng, let fate decide. What position does your brother hold in the Ye Jian Sect? Master Yaoguang's countenance darkened, her tone laced with malice. The Black Prison of the Ye Jian Sect. The Black Prison, a place designated for imprisoning demons and those who defy the Ye Jian Sect. Essentially, anyone confined within its walls is condemned to death. Changfeng, should we force our way into the Black Prison, we would undoubtedly clash with the Ye Jian Sect. Hence, I have resolved to negotiate with the sect leader first. Li Changfeng stretched lazily. A diplomatic approach before resorting to arms is acceptable. If the Ye Jian Sect desires to forfeit their dignity, I shall assist them in that endeavor. However, I perceive that our overtures may lead to the Ye Jian Sect's arrogance escalating. This foremost sect of the southern domain is exceedingly haughty. Master Yaoguang fell silent, fully aware of the likely outcome. Yet, she was unwilling to concede so easily. If a peaceful resolution could be achieved, it would be most desirable. Li Changfeng, though formidable, was still confronting the Ye Jian Sect. Their foundation ran deep, and they were not without their share of ancient ancestors. Their might was formidable, and they would never permit 2 individuals to abscond with the Master Yaoguang's brother. As the 2 delved deeper, an elder enforcer from the Ye Jian Sect arrived, accompanied by dozens of disciples. What audacity! Do you presume the Ye Jian Sect is defenseless? First, the Demon Alliance assaulted us, only to be effortlessly repelled. Now, 2 mere clowns dare to show up, utterly oblivious to their impending doom. Li Changfeng replied nonchalantly, "I am Li Changfeng, master of Tianquan Peak from the Kaoshan Sect. I have come to discuss significant matters with the sect leader of the Ye Jian Sect. Your insolence warrants a lesson." With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap to the elder enforcer's face, sending him flying 100 feet away. Having accomplished this, Li Changfeng continued toward the grand hall of the Ye Jian Sect as if nothing had occurred. The elder enforcer clutched his swollen face, rage and hatred burning in his eyes. Yet he dared not retaliate. Li Changfeng's identity and strength were not to be trifled with. He needed assistance. While he could not handle Li Changfeng himself, the Ye Jian Sect had ample personnel to teach him a lesson. Master Yaoguang cautioned, "Changfeng, you have already slain a disciple of the Ye Jian Sect and now laid hands on this elder enforcer. This cannot end well. The Ye Jian Sect places immense importance on their reputation, and they will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. How will you manage the challenges that await?" Li Changfeng, hands clasped behind his back, responded calmly, "Only a fool would contemplate attacking me or speak so disrespectfully. If the Ye Jian Sect is filled with fools, I would not hesitate to enlighten them. However, I doubt a sect of their stature could be entirely composed of such individuals." Master Yaoguang blinked, choosing not to respond further. The reason behind Li Changfeng's actions was her. Soon, they arrived at the grand hall of the Ye Jian Sect. Upon seeing Master Yaoguang, The sect leader's eyes lit up with joy. Previously furious, he now wore a smile. Ah, it is you, Yaguang. It seems you have made up your mind. Have you returned to the Haotian sect to become the sect leader's wife? Haha, rest assured. I shall cherish you and ensure you suffer no grievances. Typically, someone of the sect leader's stature should not utter such frivolous and unbecoming remarks. Yet, for him, Master Yaguang was an object of profound desire. Furthermore, following the previous battle with the Demon Alliance, the sect leader's composure had yet to be restored, prompting such comments without a hint of restraint. Li Changfeng stepped forward. Fists clasped. Sect leader of the Haotian sect, as the leader of a sect, you ought not to behave like a ruffian or a bandit. Yaguang is the master of the Kaoshan Sect, and her purpose here is to seek her brother, not to fulfill your desires as you insinuate. If you are in need of women, you may visit the brothels of the secular world and take your pick, or negotiate with the 100 Flowers Palace for some female cultivators as wives. Impudent. As Li Changfeng spoke without reservation, an elder from the Haotian sect stepped forward, furious. Li Changfeng remained expressionless, coldly regarding the sect leader. Despite the sect leader's unstable state of mind and volatility, he was mistaken if he thought he could speak freely without consequence. His earlier behavior, though brazen, was a test of Li Changfeng and Master Yaguang. Should they show weakness, he would compel them to remain, confining Li Changfeng and seizing Master Yaguang for himself. Chapter 94, A Life for a Favor. Li Changfeng, expressionless, regarded the elder from the Haotian sect who had spoken, and with a casual wave, delivered a series of resounding slaps. The elder was sent flying, crashing against the wall of the grand hall, blood spraying forth as his vitality waned. The sect leader's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated Li Changfeng's overwhelming assertiveness. Just as he was about to speak, Li Changfeng preempted him. Li Changfeng, I apologize, my temperament is rather direct and unchangeable. He is merely a lowly elder of the Haotian sect, while I am the master of the Kaoshan sect. His status is not commensurate with mine, and his audacity to berate me signifies he holds me, and thus the Kaoshan sect, in contempt. Therefore, I believe he deserves a reprimand. Sect leader of the Haotian sect, do you not agree that such an arrogant individual merits a lesson? Master Yaguang interjected. He brought trouble upon himself. It is just that he deserved the slap. I trust that even if you do not intervene, the sect leader of the Haotian sect will discipline him. After all, in his eyes, the sect leader is not worthy of respect. Their exchange further darkened the sect leader's countenance. Nevertheless, as the head of a sect, he maintained his composure. The sect leader clapped his hands. Indeed, he deserved the slap. He has offended the master of the Kaoshan sect and should be dealt with severely. However, he is still an elder of my Haotian sect. One must consider the owner before striking a dog. Would you not agree? Li Changfeng nodded, responding, rest assured, sect leader. In the future, I shall consider the owner before reprimanding the dog. We have come today for the sake of Yaguang's brother. I have heard he is imprisoned in the Black Prison. Might I request a favor and have him released? The sect leader smiled and shook his head. Those who enter the Black Prison are undoubtedly heinous criminals. No one has ever emerged alive from its depths. Thus, release is impossible. Other matters may be negotiable, but this one leaves no room for discussion. Master Yaguang's emotions surged, and she was about to speak when Li Changfeng halted her. Li Changfeng calmly stated, Sect leader, let us speak plainly. What conditions must be met for you to consider releasing Yaguang's brother? If we can reach an agreement, everything else can be discussed. Though the Kaoshan sect ranks at the bottom of the 9 great sects, we still possess some strength. The sect leader of the Haotian sect narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Li Changfeng intently. A smile graced his face, his tone laced with playful intrigue. Master Li Feng, should I interpret this as a threat? The South region ought to unite and strategize on how to enter the Central region. However, should the Mount Cao's sect come knocking, my Haotian sect will not hold back. If you wish to take away Yaguang's brother, it is not impossible. Let us instead swap individuals. Allow Yaguang to remain while her brother departs. Li Changfeng's expression was indifferent, yet a flicker of murderous intent glimmered in his eyes. Master of Haotian sect, you are playing with fire. Since you are so confident, why not engage in a spar? If you prevail, we shall no longer discuss taking Yaguang's brother. If you lose, you must release him. Ha ha ha. The master of Haotian sect laughed heartily, unaware that Li Changfeng had successfully transcended tribulation. Moreover, the realm Li Changfeng was currently displaying was merely at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm. Hence, the master of Haotian sect regarded him with utter disdain. The entire Mount Cao's sect was filled with cowards, a fact unknown to other sections. Master Li, you truly surprise me. Your confidence is remarkable. I wonder from where it derives. Since you have proposed this, I shall grant you the opportunity. However, I must remind you that I am at the integration realm. The master of Haotian sect brimmed with confidence. A being of the integration realm could effortlessly suppress one of the nascent soul realm. Since Li Changfeng seemed oblivious to the danger, he intended to teach him a harsh lesson. He had no intention of killing Li Changfeng, but the master of Haotian sect planned to cripple his cultivation. After all, Li Changfeng held a significant identity as the master of a peak in the Mount Kaos sect. Such a status could not be lightly extinguished. Upon hearing the master of Haotian sect's words, Li Changfeng's expression drastically shifted. Then, master of Haotian sect, would you consider suppressing your realm for a fair duel? The master of Yawang wore a worried expression, pleading, Master of Haotian, Longfeng's words were somewhat inappropriate. You are a mighty being of the integration realm. Surely, you would not stoop to his level? Let us engage in a fair battle with suppressed realms. The master of Haotian sect shook his head. Since it is Master Li who proposed this spar, the notion of suppressing realms need not be mentioned further. I am willing to decide Yawang's brother's fate through this battle, which is already a considerable act of mercy. Should you overreach, this spar shall be nullified. The decision is yours to deliberate. Li Changfeng sighed deeply, his face a picture of conflict. The master of Yawang mirrored his concern, worry etched across her features. An elder, injured by Li Changfeng, coldly remarked, if you lack the courage, refrain from making such demands. Prisoners of the Black Abyss have never been released. You may leave. It is no wonder that Mount Kaos ranks at the bottom. A peak master with such meager strength is truly pathetic. Bang! Li Changfeng struck, sending him sprawling to the ground. I am discussing matters with your sect master. You have no place to speak. Master of Haotian, I am merely observing how you handle him. Therefore, you mustn't be angered. The master of Haotian sect's lips twitched, his rage reaching a boiling point. Li Changfeng took a deep breath and swore an oath by the heavenly way. I, Li Changfeng, shall spar with the master of Haotian today. If I win, I may take Yawang's brother. If I lose, I shall no longer mention this matter. May the heavens bear witness. Should I betray this oath, I shall suffer divine retribution. Master of Haotian, it is your turn. I am willing to fight to the death for Yawang. The master of Haotian sect regarded Li Changfeng with a deep, cold smile. Having devised a plan to deal with him, not only would he cripple Li Changfeng's cultivation, but he also intended to shatter his limbs, rendering him a complete invalid. Shortly thereafter, the self-assured master of Haotian sect also proclaimed an oath by the heavenly way. A smile crept onto Li Changfeng's lips. This fellow had finally fallen into his trap. As the two made their way to the martial arts arena, they stirred a considerable commotion among the powerful figures of the Haotian sect. The peak master of Mount Kaos dared to provoke our sect master. Such audacity was indeed remarkable. It was said he was merely a nascent soul realm individual, youthful and brimming with fervor, but alas, that fervor would soon cool. To think he wished to release prisoners from the Black Abyss was no simple task. With Yawang returning, it seemed the sect master had ulterior motives. Let us await the moment when this young master of Mount Kaos is effortlessly crushed by our sect master. No one harbored hope for Li Changfeng. Ye Jian gripped his sword tightly. Should Li Changfeng find himself in peril, he would gladly lay down his life in gratitude. Chapter 95. Acquiring the immortal artifact in Haotian realm. In the martial arts arena, the master of Haotian sect wore a look of indifference, hardly acknowledging Li Changfeng. Not only was Li Changfeng a mere peak master, but even the leader of the Mount Kaos sect would not warrant his attention. After all, he was the leader of the foremost immortal sect, while Mount Kaos languished at the bottom of the 9 immortal sects. The master of Haotian sect maintained a haughty demeanor, looking down upon Li Changfeng. Master Li, you still have time to regret your decision. Should we engage, I fear your fate will not be favorable. After all, magic knows no mercy. Do not let it cost you your life or leave you a cripple. Leave Yawang, and you may depart safely. Li Changfeng offered a faint smile, entirely unfazed by the master of Haotian sect's threats. After pondering, he spoke, Master of Haotian, do you know the greatest distinction between humans and beasts? It lies in humanity's ability to control its desires, resisting impulsiveness driven by physiological needs. Clearly, Master of Haotian, you have regressed profoundly, transforming from a human mindset into that of a beast. The master of Haotian sect's expression darkened, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Li Changfeng's words were the ultimate provocation to him. This was the Haotian sect, and he was its master. A mere peak master from Mount Kaos dared to show such disrespect. He truly deserved death. The master of Haotian's voice dripped with frost. Master Li, your tongue may very well cost you your life. I hope you do not come to regret this provocation, for the consequences are severe. Li Changfeng retorted. Words without action are mere bluster. A true man should demonstrate his strength. Do not allow me to look down upon you. Either I inadvertently injure you and free Yawang's brother, or you harm me, and I leave. However, it appears that as the master of the foremost immortal sect, your strength seems rather unimpressive. Do not let me regard you with disdain. Show me your true capability. The master of Haotian sect's expression grew increasingly grim. Initially intending to crush Li Changfeng entirely, he now reconsidered his approach. His murderous intent towards Li Changfeng was no longer concealed. The master of Yaoguang called out, "Changfeng, you must be cautious. His realm is not insignificant, and he is treacherous and venomous. Be wary of his attacks. I cannot bear to see you harmed. If you can safely return with my brother, I shall officially declare you my Dao partner. You must strive for that. Kill." Hao Qian's sword formation. Upon hearing the words of the master of Yaoguang, the master of Hao Qian sect was consumed by rage. If he was to strike, it would be with a formidable move. The Hao Qian sword formation was no ordinary array within the Hao Qian sect. It comprised 18 spiritual swords imbued with an overwhelming killing intent, truly terrifying. Li Changfeng gazed at the sword formation enveloping him, yet there was not a trace of trepidation upon his countenance. The extent of his own strength was a mystery even to him. Nevertheless, he could effortlessly dispatch the human immortal realms He Li while still in the tribulation period. With a mere slap of his hand, he could obliterate He Li's corporeal form. Such power was indeed a rarity in this world. It could even be asserted that it would be difficult to find a second such figure within the entire cultivation realm. The master of Hao Qian sneered, "Li Peak Master, your doom is sealed. You have successfully provoked my ire, and even if it displeases the Kaoshan Sect, I shall slay you. Furthermore, I hold little regard for the Kaoshan Sect. Haha. Before you perish, I shall make you witness how I claim Yaoguang as my woman." Li Changfeng sighed. "Alas, I had intended to reason with you, but it seems such discourse is unnecessary. The Hao Qian sect truly disgraces its title as the foremost celestial sect. If that is the case, let us cast down this pedestal. I possess a formidable palm technique, specifically designed for slapping faces. Would you care to experience it? Judging by your expression, you appear quite eager, so let us commence." With a casual flick of his wrist, Li Changfeng delivered one resounding slap after another to the master of Hao Qian. Strangely enough, the formidable and terrifying Hao Qian sword formation could not even hinder his assaults. The master of Hao Qian's visage had transformed into that of a swollen pig, utterly bereft of dignity. Li Changfeng showed him no mercy, relishing the act to the fullest. "Ah, I shall kill you. Die, Hao Qian realm, arise." The mid-grade immortal artifact, Hao Qian realm, was summoned forth. This artifact bore immense renown throughout the southern domain. It was the reason Hao Qian sect could withstand the onslaught of the Demon Cult Alliance. Without the Hao Qian realm, Hao Qian sect would have been obliterated during the last invasion. Li Changfeng furrowed his brow slightly and beckoned to the Hao Qian realm. "What use is it to follow a waste? It would be better to become my treasure instead. You should already possess spiritual awareness. What do you think of my suggestion?" The Hao Qian realm unleashed its terrifying power, aiming to vanquish Li Changfeng. It soared towards him, seemingly intent on ending his life. However, the master of Hao Qian's expression shifted drastically. The Hao Qian realm was nothing more than thunder without rain. In the next moment, it transformed into a streak of flowing light and entered Li Changfeng's brow. Li Changfeng smiled, turning his gaze towards the master of Hao Qian. "It appears your sect's treasured artifact knows how to choose a worthy master. Upon realizing you were a waste, it opted for me instead. Quite remarkable indeed. This mid-grade immortal artifact. Alas, your strength is too feeble to unleash its true potential. Would you care to witness the Hao Qian realm's genuine power?" The master of Hao Qian's countenance paled as he realized he had lost all connection to the Hao Qian realm. In that fleeting moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. For the Hao Qian realm had unilaterally severed their bond, inflicting harm upon him. No. The master of Hao Qian howled in disbelief, unable to accept this reality. If he had previously been no match for Li Changfeng, he had now become mere prey awaiting slaughter. Li Changfeng could dispose of him at will, with no difficulty whatsoever. "How did you accomplish this? The Hao Qian realm was left by the founder of my sect. It serves only us. Yet you have managed to sever our connection. Are you truly so extraordinary that an immortal artifact would willingly recognize you as its master?" Li Changfeng smiled faintly, his mood buoyant. The more wretched the master of Hao Qian became, the better he felt. This fellow had once exhibited arrogance, dismissing both him and the Kaoshan sect. He had even dared to utter threats about slapping the peak master of Yaoguang in front of him. Now, having recognized his own insignificance, he was not foolish enough to remain boastful. "I have already stated that treasures choose those who are stronger. It is evident that its choice of me stems from your inadequacy. Though it was left by the founder of the Hao Qian sect, your current sect has disappointed it greatly. If this continues, it is likely that not just the Hao Qian realm will be lost. The entire Hao Qian sect may crumble to dust, vanishing from this southern domain altogether. Release Yaoguang's disciple, and I shall spare your life." "Ha ha, ha ha." The master of Hao Qian laughed coldly. "Li Changfeng, you, a mere peak master of the Kaoshan sect, may possess this strength, but do you have the audacity?" Chapter 96. Couldn't you send someone stronger? The master of Hao Qian remained arrogant. "Even now, Having lost the Haotian realm, he did not believe Li Changfeng could leave alive. Provoking the Haotian realm was a grave transgression. Those elders in closed-door cultivation would certainly not stand idly by. Li Changfeng sighed. Alas, intelligence is a valuable asset, yet I see none in you. Since you seek death, allow me to fulfill your modest request. I once thought the demon cult to be irredeemably wicked. It seems I was mistaken. You, the master of Haotian, are a true villain. Bearing the title of the foremost celestial sect, you engage in insidious and treacherous deeds. I shall grant you a grand exit. Let the slapping commence until you perish. As Li Changfeng's words fell, the master of Haotian's face began to resound with slaps. Li Changfeng showed no mercy. When he declared his intent to slap him to death, he meant every word. However, he did not simply obliterate the master's corporeal form. Instead, he took his time to torment him. Granting him a swift death would be too merciful. Before long, the master of Haotian had become unrecognizable. He bore no semblance of the dignified figure he once was, resembling instead a grotesque abomination. As for the Haotian sword formation, with a mere wave of his hand, Li Changfeng had shattered it. 18 spiritual swords were now firmly in his grasp. The master seemed incapable of contending with the peak master of Kaoshan. How could this be? It was not merely a matter of appearances. The master had been receiving a relentless beating. He could not afford to appear weak, yet being slapped repeatedly was intolerable. We must retaliate. Our Haotian sect's reputation is at stake. Should we call for reinforcements? How could we allow our master to be humiliated like this? The experts of the Haotian sect were filled with trepidation. Li Changfeng's assaults were merciless, leaving no semblance of dignity for the master. As more disciples of the Haotian sect gathered in the training grounds, whispers began to circulate. Was the Haotian sect truly so inept? Clearly the foremost celestial sect. Yet its master was not even a match for the peak master of Kaoshan. Such a stark contrast threatened to shatter the revered image of the Haotian sect. The master of Haotian, having endured such humiliation, finally could not restrain himself any longer and produced a jade talisman. This was a talisman meant to summon the elders of the Haotian sect. It was forbidden to use unless the sect faced annihilation. Yet now, the master cared not for such restrictions, for being humiliated as the master of the sect felt no different than facing existential peril. Li Changfeng smiled nonchalantly, a waste. Are you seeking assistance? I hope your allies are not too feeble. Today, if your Haotian sect does not release Ya Wang's disciple, I shall make my way to your sect and enforce my will. I speak with conviction. The master of Haotian coldly retorted, you will come to regret your choices. I assure you, such oppression towards me is akin to playing with fire. Not only will you perish, but the Mount Kaoshan sect will also vanish from the southern region. Li Changfeng exclaimed, his visage betraying a hint of fear. I alone shall bear the consequences of my actions. You cannot implicate the Mount Kaoshan sect. If you possess courage, then direct your ire solely at me. The leader of the Haotian sect remained silent, immediately shattering a jade talisman. Simultaneously, within the ancestral grounds of the Haotian sect, a terrifying aura manifested, revealing the presence of an elder at the mid-stage of the Tribulation transcendence. Upon his arrival, he fixed his gaze upon the leader of the Haotian sect. The elder furrowed his brow, coldly remarking, what sort of aberration are you, to be so grotesquely deformed? Although my Haotian sect values talent, I wonder who would accept a freak such as you? If it were me, I would not only refuse to take you in, but would likely eliminate you outright. The expression of the Haotian sect leader darkened, though it seemed his countenance was already beyond recognition. Just as he was about to speak, Li Changfeng interjected. I wholeheartedly concur with the words of this esteemed elder. Such a monstrosity should indeed be eradicated. If it pleases you, esteemed elder, why not take matters into your own hands and cleanse the Haotian sect of this abomination? Very well. The elder was about to take action when the Haotian sect leader hastily transmitted a message. Lu Ancestor, it is I, the leader of the Haotian sect. Qinshou, it was this Mount Kaoshan sect's peak master who reduced me to this state. Why do you contemplate killing me without first dealing with this external foe from Mount Kaoshan? Lu Ancestor's brow furrowed as he stared intently at Qinshou. After a long pause, he replied, it is perplexing. If you are indeed the leader of the Haotian sect, how could you be unable to subdue a mere peak master from such a lowly ranked immortal sect as Mount Kaoshan? You must be an impostor. Prepare to meet your end. By the heavens. Qinshou's face paled in terror as he sought to flee, sensing that Lu Ancestor was dead serious. Just as he attempted to escape, Lu Ancestor's attack descended. However, at the brink of striking Qinshou, the assault veered towards Li Changfeng instead. Li Changfeng remained expressionless, casually waving his hand. PFF. Lu Ancestor's physical form was obliterated, leaving only his primordial spirit. At this moment, Lu Ancestor's countenance shifted drastically as he fixated on Li Changfeng. How could you know that I was targeting you? Curse it, who exactly are you? Are you an ancient fiend from the celestial demon sect, masquerading as another to ambush my Haotian sect? Li Changfeng regarded Lu Ancestor's primordial spirit with indifference, responding coldly, "You are a fool, while I am not. To attempt such a ruse against me, you are overestimating your capabilities. The elders of the Haotian sect are rather feeble. Continue to summon aid. If you fail to do so, all of you shall perish." Qin Shou, do you not agree with my assessment? Taking a deep breath, Qin Shou spoke solemnly, "Lu Ancestor. Summon aid. He is indeed Li Changfeng, the peak master of the Mount Kaoshan Sect, and he has come here to create trouble for our Haotian sect. If he succeeds, our reputation shall plummet to the depths. Therefore, he must be eliminated." Very well. Lu Ancestor did not hesitate, realizing that Li Changfeng had effortlessly destroyed his physical form, indicating that his strength far surpassed Lu Ancestor's own. It seemed only a being above the second tribulation could casually obliterate him. To ensure success, Lu Ancestor summoned the third tribulation transcendence, Lingxiao Daoist. Furthermore, Lingxiao Daoist was also his master. An elderly man with flowing white hair descended, his eyes devoid of emotion as he surveyed the scene. He was indeed the Lingxiao Daoist, an ancient existence of the Haotian sect, having lived for over 3,000 years. Possessing fearsome strength, Lingxiao Daoist turned to Lu Ancestor and remarked coolly, "Lu Zhu, you have cultivated for over a millennium. How is it that you cannot subdue a mere nascent soul? However, this individual is indeed a prodigy, boasting such power at merely 30 years of age. Young man, would you care to join my Haotian sect and become my disciple? Should you agree, we can put today's events behind us. In fact, you may even have the opportunity to become the leader of the Haotian sect in the future. Should you refuse, not only will you perish, but all those connected to you shall be reduced to ashes." Li Changfeng shook his head, and suddenly, a spirit sword flew forth, effortlessly severing Lingxiao Daoist's head. He then spoke, "Can't you send someone stronger?" Chapter 97, Still Too Weak. Can't you send someone stronger? Li Changfeng's expression remained untroubled. He was far too powerful now. He could obliterate even celestial beings, let alone an ancient ancestor of the Haotian sect at the third tribulation. Qin Shou's face had turned the color of a pig's liver. He never anticipated that Li Changfeng would be so terrifyingly formidable. That was Lingxiao Daoist, an ancient ancestor of the Haotian sect. Logically, subduing a mere peak master of the Mount Kaoshan Sect should have been a trivial task. Yet the outcome was utterly unacceptable. Was the Haotian sect destined to fail today? Peak Master Yao Wang interjected, "Release my brother, Long Feng, and I will depart, should you refuse. Today the Haotian sect will witness countless strong individuals fall. Qin Shou, you do not wish to see the Haotian sect meet its demise, do you?" With a darkened expression, Qin Shou chose silence. He only wished to eliminate Li Changfeng, and although it would be exceedingly difficult, it was a task that must be accomplished. He could not allow Li Changfeng to act with impunity within the Haotian sect. Taking a deep breath, Qin Shou closed his eyes. He did not wish to die, but it seemed he was already fated for calamity. Li Changfeng would not let him off the hook, judging by Li Changfeng's actions. Even if he released Peak Master Yao Wang's brother now, he would still meet his end. Li Changfeng smiled faintly, speaking indifferently. "It appears that Qin Shou does not intend to release him. Very well, after I eliminate you, someone shall naturally escort us to the Black Prison. Today, I shall forcibly retrieve what belongs to me from the Black Prison. Let us see if your Haotian sect can withstand me." "I hope the Haotian sect will not disappoint me." Qin Shou replied, "Li Changfeng, your strength is indeed formidable, but your arrogance guarantees your demise within the Haotian sect. The foundation of my Haotian sect is beyond your imagination." Li Changfeng stretched lazily, stating, "I await the spectacle. Though I fear your Haotian sect may not have a single capable fighter. If that is the case, it would be quite dull. Initially, I merely sought to negotiate. But you insisted on provoking me to unleash a massacre within the Haotian sect. After today, the title of the foremost sect among the 9 great immortal sects may very well change hands." Qin Shou scoffed repeatedly, saying nothing further. He truly did not believe that Li Changfeng possessed such strength. While Lingxiao Daoist was indeed powerful, he was not the strongest among the ancient ancestors. Moreover, the true foundation of the Haotian sect extended far beyond this. They possessed an ancestor of the 8th tribulation and several ancient beings of the 7th tribulation. Should Li Changfeng continue to act so arrogantly, the consequences would be beyond his ability to bear. As Li Changfeng made his move, taking hold of the now primordial spirit of Qin Shou, he sought to inquire about the location of the Black Prison. A multitude of powerful figures descended upon the scene. The elders and supreme elders of the Haotian sect, accompanied by several ancient ancestors. The expressions of all present were grim, for their leader Qin Shou had been reduced to a mere primordial spirit. Furthermore, one of their ancestors and an ancient being had perished. Such losses have inflicted tremendous damage upon the Haotian sect. In fact, When compared, it is far more tragic than the previous invasion by the Demon Alliance. For during that time, the Fallen were merely a handful of low-ranking disciples and elders. This time, however, it is the elite combat power of the Haotian sect that has been depleted, severely undermining its foundation. Every immortal sect possesses its own heritage, and when that heritage is exhausted, annihilation awaits. An elder spoke solemnly. Qin Shou, do not tell me that all of this is the doing of that Yuan Ing brat who controls you. He is but a Yuan Ing cultivator, with a mere 30 years of age. Even if you were as useless as a dog, he should not have been able to destroy your physical body. Moreover, how could he possibly have slain an elder and an ancient ancestor from our Haotian sect? Li Changfeng smiled faintly. Perhaps your esteemed ancestors from the Haotian sect are simply too weak? After all, you may bear the title of the foremost immortal sect, yet you lack the corresponding strength. The second-ranked Buddhist sect possesses unfathomable power. Should they engage in battle with you, I fear they would obliterate you to the point where you wouldn't even recognize your own mother. And the third-ranked sword sect, despite its fewer numbers, boasts formidable individual strength, capable of slaying a multitude of Haotian sect disciples with a single sword strike. I truly wonder how you managed to secure your position as the leading immortal sect. Impudence. The elder was infuriated, trembling as he pointed a finger at Li Changfeng. Such words were akin to a dagger aimed at the heart. The Haotian sect had always been the leading immortal sect, with no other sect daring to contest them. However, the territories held by the two sects Li Changfeng mentioned were not inferior to that of the Haotian sect. In the past, they had proposed a contribution, but the outcome was well known. They had failed. The broader the territory of an immortal sect, the more talents it can nurture. A vast land with a multitude of people naturally yields a higher probability of producing geniuses. Qin Shou spoke indifferently. This is our Haotian sect's green ancestor. You should be able to kill him. It all depends on whether you have the courage. He belittles you, looks down upon you. You cannot possibly choose to spare him. Can you? Heh. The green ancestor coldly replied. Qin Shou, appointing you as the sect master was indeed the gravest error of the Haotian sect. Were it not for you, how could the Haotian sect have suffered such catastrophic losses? Hand over the Haotian realm. You are no longer worthy of being the sect master. Qin Shou shook his head. Green ancestor, I wish I could hand over the Haotian realm to you. Alas, I fear you lack the strength to do so. Currently, the Haotian realm lies within the grasp of this Yuan Ing brat whom you so disdain. Acquiring the Haotian realm is simple, just kill him. No sooner had Qin Shou finished speaking than a small flame ignited, beginning to consume him. Hiss. Qin Shou let out a series of pained shrieks, unable to endure the torment inflicted by Li Changfeng. This was a suffering that penetrated to the very marrow, delving deep into the soul, 100-fold more unbearable than any physical agony. Li Changfeng remained calm. I am conversing with your elder, so you should listen obediently. Do not attempt to sow discord with your petty tricks, for you are far too weak. If I were to become angry, your demise would be most lamentable. Do you wish to continue with your provocations? Die. As Li Changfeng reprimanded Qin Shou, the green ancestor could no longer contain himself. He commanded 9 flying knives to strike at Li Changfeng. The green ancestor was no weakling. He had entered the path of the blade. The 9 flying knives sliced through the void, radiating an aura capable of cleaving through anything, as if they could split the heavens and divide the earth. Yet, the Lord of Yaoguang Peak felt no concern. Li Changfeng's strength had been previously validated. Even an ancient ancestor would not stand a chance against him. With a mere flick, he could sever an ancient ancestor's head, let alone that of a mere elder from the Haotian sect. As the 9 flying knives approached Li Changfeng, they faltered at a distance of mere inches, unable to penetrate further. It was as if an invisible barrier surrounded Li Changfeng. No matter how the green ancestor urged them or infused them with power, it remained utterly ineffective. Li Changfeng shook his head. Too weak. Here, take them back. The 9 flying knives returned to the green ancestor at a speed faster than their initial approach. The green ancestor's expression changed drastically. In that moment, he panicked. Chapter 98, adding a bit of difficulty for you. The 9 flying knives surged toward the green ancestor at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, untraceable by the senses. The green ancestor barely had time to react before he was struck by the 9 knives in 18 locations. 1 knife pierced his brow, 2 struck his chest, 1 found his abdomen, and 1 lodged beneath him. Additionally, each joint of his limbs bore a knife. All 9 flying knives hit their mark. Green ancestor. The crowd erupted in furious cries, utterly taken aback by the outcome. It was known that the green ancestor was a tribulation transcending celestial being. Even amongst the elders of the Haotian sect, he was considered one of the strong. Sadly, he proved no match for Li Changfeng in a single move. He was certainly not a mere Yuan Ing cultivator. He must have employed some secret technique to suppress his realm. It was truly terrifying. How had he achieved such feats? While one could feign their realm, One could not disguise their bone age. How could the Mount of Support sect harbor such a prodigy? At just over 30 years of age, to reach such heights was astonishing. Would the Ye sect truly suffer unimaginable losses at the hands of this individual? Previously, they had looked down upon Changfeng, believing him to be a hidden expert merely drawing fire. Now, their perspective had shifted entirely. For Changfeng was genuinely formidable, a strength that rendered them utterly powerless. Upon witnessing the Green Ancestor's demise, Qin Shou did not exhibit fury. Instead, he broke into a hearty laugh. Changfeng, you are finished. I feared you would not kill the Green Ancestor, for if he remained alive, certain old-timers would not show themselves. Even if the ancient ancestor Ling Xiao were to perish, they would remain hidden. But with the Green Ancestor's death at your hands, there will be no room for reconciliation. His demise will compel certain old-timers to act. Such mad laughter, unrestrained and brazen, left Qin Shou with no pretense. He had assumed Changfeng would feel fear, yet Changfeng's expression remained as calm as a placid lake. As if all that Qin Shou spoke bore no relevance to him. Changfeng responded calmly. I fear that the old-timers of your Ye sect are too weak, otherwise, killing would be less enjoyable. Let me be frank. How powerful is the expert behind this fellow? If they are too weak, do not bother speaking, as they cannot withstand even a single strike from me. I am but a humble peak master of the Mount of Support sect, with elders and ancestors above me. If I can easily crush your Ye sect, then what would happen if a true elder were to intervene? Would they not directly annihilate your sect? What a fine first immortal sect, so pitiably weak. Qin Shou sneered continuously, his face twisted with madness. He did not believe Changfeng's words. Convinced that Changfeng was merely feigning composure. You will soon understand the strength of the old-timer behind the Green Ancestor. It will undoubtedly fill you with despair. For he is one of the 7 tribulation transcending celestial beings of the Ye sect. He is also one of our greatest legacies. So fearsome that his name causes tremors throughout the southern region. Oh, Changfeng responded with a simple acknowledgement, as if to affirm Qin Shou's claim. This left Qin Shou feeling an overwhelming frustration, akin to delivering a full-force punch into a cloud of cotton. The emptiness of that sensation drove him to the brink of madness. At that very moment, a terrifying aura manifested, not specifically targeting anyone. Yet it suppressed all the formidable warriors of the Ye sect present. The elders of the Ye sect found themselves bleeding from their mouths and noses, their faces pale as ghosts. Even those at the level of the Grand Elder were drenched in cold sweat, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The ancestral figures of the Ye sect, who had previously emerged, furrowed their brows, as if they were mired in a quagmire. The master of Yaguang Peak, initially engulfed by this oppressive force and on the verge of succumbing like the elders of the Ye sect, found respite when Changfeng flashed a smile, causing the terrifying pressure to vanish without a trace. Changfeng spoke, Yaguang, step a little closer to me. The true ancient monster of the Ye sect has appeared. A mere slap may not suffice to eliminate him. Alas, what a bother. The master of Yaguang was perplexed and inquired, Changfeng, if you are not his match, you should leave this place swiftly. I cannot depart today, even if it costs me my life. I will not abandon my brother again. I failed to protect him once, but this time I shall not forsake him, Changfeng replied, a line of frustration appearing on his forehead. What I meant was, a single slap may not be enough. It might require 2. What are you thinking? Qin Shou, under Changfeng's control, found himself untouched by the oppressive aura. It was truly laughable. Although he was unaware of Changfeng's true strength, one thing was certain. He was on the brink of death, having slain the Green Ancestor. Not even the mightiest ancestor of his sect could possibly save him. Changfeng gazed coldly at Qin Shou's primordial spirit, stating, since you are so eager to embrace death, allow me to grant your wish. You are of little use now. I can simply inquire with the ancestors of the Ye sect. If they remain silent, I shall continue my slaughter. Considering how hard your elders and ancestors are struggling, I believe they deserve an even greater challenge. After all, as the foremost immortal sect, they cannot appear this weak. Ye mirror, emerge. Previously, Changfeng had subdued the Ye mirror but had not employed it, not due to its lack of strength, but because he was still familiarizing himself with its capabilities. One of the functions of the Ye mirror was to unleash a pressure comparable to that of Earth immortals. Changfeng wished to ascertain just how potent this Earth immortal level pressure could be. As the Ye mirror materialized high in the sky, the faces of the already oppressed warriors of the Ye sect transformed drastically. Why is the Ye mirror in that brat's hands? Qin Shou, have you betrayed the sect? They exclaimed. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. This is our Ye sect's treasured artifact, now lost due to your negligence, annihilating 19 clans. Beware. Qin Shou's ancestor is one of our ancient ancestors, ranking among the top 3, regardless of who his ancestor was. The loss of the Haotian mirror could not go unpunished. Upon witnessing Li Changfeng wielding the Haotian mirror against them, the warriors of the Haotian sect could hardly contain their fury. At that moment, the ancient figure who had released the oppressive aura appeared. Cloaked entirely in gray robes and wearing a green rain hat, he had one eye significantly larger than the other, with a squinting appearance. His ears were mismatched. One pressed against his face while the other lay flat against the back of his head. His nose was upturned, and his lips were thick, over an inch in width, with a face marred by pockmarks and pits, rendering him exceedingly unattractive. Yet, within the Haotian sect, no one dared mock his appearance, for his lineage was too grand, and his strength too formidable. He was the ancestor of the Green Ancestor, one of the strongest pillars of the Haotian sect, the earthly immortal known as the Wind-Calling Ancestor. The Wind-Calling Ancestor was not only grotesque in appearance, but also possessed a fiercely extreme personality, embodying a character that thrived on subservience and obliterated opposition. With a vengeful spirit, he was known for his retribution. The Green Ancestor was his favored protege, as the latter understood him well, often presenting him with young and beautiful maidens for his cruel amusement. The Wind-Calling Ancestor fixed a chilling glare upon Li Changfeng, his tone icy and devoid of emotion. So, it was you little beast, who killed my obedient protege, Little Green. With a resounding slap, Li Changfeng offered no respect to the Wind-Calling Ancestor, sending him flying thousands of feet away. It became evident that the older one grew, the thicker their skin became. He could withstand such blows. What a distance. I wonder how many slaps you can endure. Li Changfeng remarked with a calm demeanor, yet his words left countless Haotian sect warriors speechless. That was the Wind-Calling Ancestor of the Haotian sect, a figure of immense power ranked among the very top. Yet, he was effortlessly sent flying by Li Changfeng's casual strike. As Qin Shou's primordial spirit began to dissipate, a profound despair etched itself upon his ethereal visage. He had underestimated Li Changfeng. He never anticipated that Li Changfeng had grown to such incredible heights, with such strength and such means. Even the entirety of the Haotian sect would likely be powerless against him. The Wind-Calling Ancestor struck a mountain thousands of feet away like a cannonball. A thunderous crash echoed as a cave several dozen meters deep was formed within the mountain. Deep within the cave, blood trickled from the Wind-Calling Ancestor's lips, and a look of defeat graced his face. Strong. Too strong. How could the dim-witted juniors of the Haotian sect provoke such a being? With a mere flick of his wrist, he can severely injure me, sending me flying this far. Though I was somewhat careless, I doubt even at my utmost alertness I could contend with him. This was a grave predicament. Should he return or not? The Wind-Calling Ancestor's brow furrowed tightly. Returning would surely mean further retribution, and it was possible that he might lose his life. Having lived for several millennia, to be slain by a mere 30-something youth would be a disgrace beyond measure. The dilemma of whether to return or not became the greatest conundrum in the Wind-Calling Ancestor's mind. Ultimately, he decided to return and investigate, for he realized that if he did not return, and if Li Changfeng truly wished to kill him, there would be no escape even to the ends of the earth. A being of such strength could not be hindered by the trivial southern domain. Taking a deep breath, the Wind-Calling Ancestor soared back toward the Haotian sect, muttering to himself, I hope to preserve my life. That fellow does not appear to be the most amicable. In any case, if death were inevitable, he may as well confront it head-on. This was the only path left for him to tread. Having concluded his self-reflection, the Wind-Calling Ancestor hastened his flight. Li Changfeng wore a slight smile, sensing the Wind-Calling Ancestor approaching. Given the Wind-Calling Ancestor's speed, he would arrive within mere breaths. As expected, in the next moment, the Wind-Calling Ancestor reappeared. The warriors of the Haotian sect immediately displayed expressions of elation. As long as the Wind-Calling Ancestor was safe, there remained hope for them. Even though he had just been sent flying, it was surely due to his earlier negligence, and not because he was incapable of contending with Li Changfeng. With the Wind-Calling Ancestor's return, they believed he would seek vengeance for the earlier humiliation. The Invincible Ancestor vanquished that detestable peak master of the Kaoshan Sect. Eliminate him. Subject him to the most excruciating of deaths. No, it would be far more fitting to extract his primordial spirit and burn it for a century. Li Changfeng regarded the old ancestor of the Xiaofeng sect with indifference, eager to observe whether he would continue his insolent tirades as before. Should he fail to learn from his past mistakes, Li would show no mercy. The Xiaofeng ancestor, though maintaining a calm exterior while listening to the words of the powerful from the Haotian sect, was cursing internally. Were these bastards truly intent on his demise? Only those who had genuinely felt the extent of Li Changfeng's power could comprehend the true terror he embodied. Taking a deep breath, the Xiaofeng ancestor solemnly inquired, Might I request a more detailed discussion, esteemed sir? Li Changfeng shook his head, retorting, There is no need to squander time. If you wish to fight, then let us engage. If not, then you must concede and acknowledge your defeat. Furthermore, you are to retrieve Yao Wang's brother from the Black Prison. We can consider today as events settled. Impudent. An elder from the Kaoshan Sect bellowed, reproaching Changfeng. You have slain one of our powerful members, and now, faced with the Feng ancestor, you exhibit fear, yet still demand our submission? Such a notion is utterly impossible. With a resounding thud, before Changfeng could make a move, the Feng ancestor had already struck him down, driving him several meters into the ground. I am in discussion with him. You have no right to interject. The Feng ancestor stated coolly. Should you dare to interrupt again, I will ensure your demise. The elder's mind spun, and he dared not speak further. At that moment, he realized he was gravely injured. Any additional words might lead to his own ruin. The Feng ancestor was not one to show mercy. He was exceedingly ruthless. After some contemplation, the elder began to entertain a chilling possibility. Perhaps the Feng ancestor genuinely feared Changfeng, for he might not be his equal. Realizing this, he refrained from any further movements. Changfeng smiled. Well done, old man. Now, will you choose to concede and release Yao Wang's brother from the Black Prison? Or do you intend to fight to the bitter end? After a moment's hesitation, the Feng ancestor spoke. It was indeed a misstep on our part to act against you. Those who perish deserve their fates. I hope you will not hold a grudge. I shall dispatch someone to the Black Prison to retrieve the individual you mentioned. Henceforth, may our grievances be laid to rest. His demeanor was sincere. The Feng ancestor, in a bid for survival, had cast aside all pretenses. The peak master of Yao Guang was taken aback, having anticipated a prolonged conflict. She never expected the Feng ancestor to relent. His words carried significant weight, representing the Feng sect. However, in that very moment, an unforeseen event transpired. A sword, moving with blinding speed, lunged towards Changfeng. This was a supreme spirit sword, wielded by none other than the sword ancestor, whose power was on par with that of the Feng ancestor. In terms of combat prowess, the sword ancestor likely surpassed the Feng ancestor. Ye Jian's expression shifted dramatically as he dashed towards Changfeng. Be careful, senior. With a sickening thrust, the spirit sword pierced through Ye Jian's body as if he were but an insubstantial obstacle. Yet, refusing to yield, Ye Jian clutched the sword's hilt tightly. The spirit sword continued its trajectory, intent on slaying Changfeng. Initially, Changfeng's fury had begun to subside, but with Ye Jian being pierced, his rage erupted anew. Ah, truly splendid. It seems the Kaoshan Sect seeks its own annihilation. Fear not, little brother. I shall not allow you to perish in vain. As the sword approached, accompanied by the advancing form of Ye Jian, Changfeng extended 2 fingers, gently touching the flying sword. The blade, once charged with the intent to break through all, abruptly halted. A terrifying force acted upon it, sending the sword hurtling back. Changfeng then pressed a few fingers against Ye Jian, staunching his bleeding. His eyes radiated with murderous intent. Chapter 100. I may have a change of heart. Changfeng's countenance darkened. He had been careless. He had held absolute confidence that no one from the Kaoshan Sect could injure him. Even as that sword rushed towards him, he remained unperturbed, believing he had myriad methods to render it ineffective. However, he had not anticipated Ye Jian would shield him from the attack. That fleeting moment of oversight resulted in the sword piercing Ye Jian. Kaoshan Sect, I had intended to let this matter rest, but alas, you would not allow it. You shall bear the consequences of your actions. With a commanding voice, he declared, Kaoshan Mirror, suppress. As Changfeng spoke, the Kaoshan Mirror unleashed an overwhelming pressure. One by one, elders of the Kaoshan Sect exploded into crimson mist. Their primordial spirits were reduced to ashes in an instant. Changfeng was truly enraged, and he felt deeply moved by Ye Jian's actions. Though he had previously saved Ye Jian's life, he had not anticipated any form of repayment, as Ye Jian was too weak, merely an ordinary individual. Yet, this ordinary sword cultivator had chosen to stand in the way of danger at a critical moment. The Feng ancestor found himself ensnared in a quagmire, unable to lift a foot. The Kaoshan Mirror was immensely powerful, and its potency increased with the strength of its wielder. Though Changfeng had yet to ascend to the realm of human immortals, his might surpassed even that of a human immortal. Had he solely targeted the Feng ancestor, the latter would have met the same fate as the Kaoshan elders, obliterated into nothingness. The Feng ancestor was stricken with terror. He hastily pleaded for mercy. This is a misunderstanding. Please do not annihilate us entirely. Not all within the Kaoshan Sect are like the sword ancestor. This is a misdeed of the sword ancestor. Do not implicate us all. Humph. Changfeng snorted coldly, summoning the previously launched sword back. Embedded in the blade was a severed head, within which was sealed a primordial spirit, none other than the sword ancestor himself. The sword ancestor, whose prowess was not inferior to that of the Feng ancestor, lay dead. The extent of Li Changfeng's terror was unfathomable. How had he achieved such might? His strength was so formidable that even ancient beings reincarnated could not reach such heights. At merely 30 years of age, he could vanquish ancestors who had cultivated for millennia, truly fearsome. It turned out that the once seemingly weakest Kaoshan sect was, in fact, the most powerful. Countless disciples of the Ye Jian sect were struck by confusion. They had often ridiculed the Kaoshan sect, looking down upon those ranked at the bottom. It was only at this moment that they realized they were the most foolish of all. The heart of the peak master of Yaoguang had been irrevocably captured by Li Changfeng. Previously, her interest had been casual, but now she found herself genuinely enamored. In the realm of cultivation, where strength reigned supreme, Li Changfeng's absolute power naturally captivated numerous young hearts. Even the countless female disciples of the Ye Jian sect gazed at him with expressions brimming with infatuation. Li Changfeng spoke coldly. "Is the owner of this skull one of your formidable masters from the Ye Jian sect?" A jolt of alarm surged through the heart of Elder Zhaofeng, for he understood the implication behind Li Changfeng's inquiry. Just as he was about to respond, the most powerful elder of the Ye Jian sect made his appearance. He was an 8 Tribulation loose immortal, renowned as the South Ye Jian Taoist. 8,000 years prior, he had carved out a fearsome reputation in the southern domain, overshadowing his contemporaries to the extent that they could barely lift their heads. This indicated that the South Ye Jian Taoist had lived for nearly 10 millennia. With flowing white hair and unfathomable strength, his true power remained a mystery, as no 8 Tribulation loose immortal had ever revealed their might in the annals of the southern domain's history. "Young friend," spoke the South Ye Jian Taoist, "though I am unaware of how our Ye Jian sect has offended you, we have already paid a heavy price. Might I beseech you to cease hostilities? We, the Ye Jian sect, concede defeat." To his surprise, the South Ye Jian Taoist, the strongest among the Ye Jian sect, bowed his head before Li Changfeng. He was an 8 Tribulation loose immortal, a superlative powerhouse. Even against a being of the earth immortal realm, he could likely contend, with the outcome hanging in the balance. Li Changfeng, however, wore an expression rife with murderous intent as he coldly replied, "The Ye Jian sect has captured my friend's brother. Initially, I was willing to pay a price to secure his release. Yet, your sect's audacity is astounding. Not only does Qin Shou, the sect master, refuse, but he also seeks to keep my friend, coercing her into becoming his woman. I can sense the murderous intent emanating from him. Had I been weaker than him, I would be a corpse by now. Fortunately, I possess considerable strength. How, then, can you expect me to relent, to forego pursuit and grievances?" The South Ye Jian Taoist fell silent. Li Changfeng's words rang true. His continued existence was solely due to his overwhelming power. Furthermore, his decision to overlook the deaths of Ye Jian sect strongmen was similarly predicated on this strength. With a cold smirk, Li Changfeng articulated his demands. "I require all those connected to Qin Shou, as well as this sword ancestor from the Ye Jian sect, to descend into the Yellow Springs. Additionally, my friend's brother must be safely delivered to me. Only then can this matter reach a conclusion." The South Ye Jian Taoist furrowed his brow. Li Changfeng's demands were exceedingly excessive. Reluctance surged within him as he faced an unprecedented intensity of murderous intent directed at Li Changfeng. The latter's gaze remained fixed on the South Ye Jian Taoist, eager to ascertain whether he possessed the fortitude to confront him head-on. The likelihood of his courage was slim. Suddenly, the South Ye Jian Taoist declared, "From this moment forth, the sword ancestor is no longer a member of the Ye Jian sect. If you wish to slay him, do as you please. It is no concern of ours. Moreover, I shall fulfill your requests. Qin Shou's master, his grandmaster, as well as his disciples and kin, will all be eradicated. The same shall apply to the sword ancestor. Would this satisfy you?" Li Changfeng appeared beside the South Ye Jian Taoist, patting him on the shoulder. "I must admit, you possess considerable courage and an understanding of the ebb and flow of conflict. Yet, I wonder whether your intentions are genuine or merely a momentary display of timidity." The South Ye Jian Taoist responded, "Both sentiments are true. I genuinely wish to avoid enmity with you. Your strength is formidable. Even if I were to gather the full might of the Ye Jian sect, should we succeed in slaying you, the losses would be so grave that the Ye Jian sect would tumble from its position among the 9 great sects. I cannot bear such a burden. The Ye Jian sect has endured for hundreds of thousands of years. While the sect master may appear as the authority, it is I who protects it. Young friend, since you have consented, I shall send someone to bring them forth." Observing the hesitant expression of the peak master of Yaoguang, Li Changfeng interjected, "Release those imprisoned in the black prison first. If my friend's brother is gravely injured, I may very well reconsider." The final words sent a wave of dread across the South Ye Jian Taoist's face, as an ominous premonition took root in his heart. Chapter 101. The Southern Domain is on the brink of transformation. Li Changfeng's assertiveness was overwhelming. Indeed, He possessed the might to back his demands, his power terrifyingly formidable. In the entire southern domain, it was likely that no rival could be found. Even in the central domain, not everyone was superior to him. He had ascended to the pinnacle of the southern domain's hierarchy. With a grave tone, the South Haotian Taoist urged, "What are you waiting for? Quickly bring forth the individuals. Should you delay even a moment longer, I shall demand your lives. If the Haotian sect perishes, it will be at your hands." The recently arrived elder and the council of elders stood chastened in silence. Immediately, some departed to retrieve Yaoguang's brother from the black prison. After issuing the command, the South Haotian Taoist's expression darkened considerably. He never anticipated that the Haotian sect would face such a day. As the foremost of the 9 great sects, claiming the most expansive territory in the southern domain, with disciples numbering in the tens of thousands, and that did not even account for the cleaning disciples. If all were counted, the total could easily exceed 1 million. Yet, this colossal sect now found itself on the precipice of annihilation, and the threat emerged from a solitary individual. A peak master from the once lowly Kaoshan Sect. Masterly, the South Haotian Taoist continued, "I was unaware that the Haotian sect had captured your friend's brother. Our sect has already suffered immensely. If Yaoguang's brother has sustained injuries, would it be possible to offer compensation in the form of cultivation resources or rare treasures?" That last phrase was delivered with noticeably waning conviction. Li Changfeng turned to the peak master of Yaoguang, speaking calmly, "That depends on Yaoguang's wishes. If she is unwilling, I too shall be displeased. I came here with the intent to negotiate amicably, even willing to pay a price to secure his release. Alas, the Haotian sect has displayed such overwhelming arrogance, disregarding my presence entirely. This is what led to the ensuing bloodshed. As it stands, I have altered my stance. I shall no longer seek to pacify matters." With a deep sigh, the South Haotian Taoist lamented, unsure of what to articulate. In his perspective, the fault did not lie with the Haotian sect. Rather, it was their inability to overpower Li Changfeng that was to blame. Had the Haotian sect possessed the power to subdue him, their actions would have been justified. However, in this world, there are no what-ifs. Li Changfeng's strength inspired an overwhelming sense of despair. Before long, Yaoguang's brother was brought forth. He emerged a bloodied mess, every inch of him marred. His body bore the marks of whiplashes and numerous branding scars. The peak master of Yaoguang rushed to his side, torn between embracing him and fearing it would cause him pain. "Zhenguang, it is my inadequacy as a sister that has led to your grievous injuries. I am so sorry, truly sorry." Li Zhenguang shook his head, a stiff smile breaking through his pain. "Sister, am I dreaming? I never imagined I would see you here. It seems I have been tortured to death by the Haotian sect's people, and this must be a hallucination. How I wish to see you once more. Alas, I have searched for you for so long, yet found no trace." Tears streamed down the peak master of Yaoguang's face like a waterfall. Witnessing her brother's injuries, she had 1,000 words to express, yet found herself at a loss for how to begin. Li Changfeng's countenance darkened as he produced several medicinal pills, offering them to the peak master of Yaoguang. "First, tend to his wounds. He is gravely injured, though not fatally. However, it is now time to seek some recompense from the Haotian sect. Taoist non-Hao, if you wish for me to temper my wrath, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Bring forth the enemies of Yaoguang, as well as those who harmed this brother. Once they are dealt with, I shall take my leave." Taoist non-Hao nodded, recognizing the strength of circumstance. Despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Taoist non-Hao replied, "Very well, I will bring them here. None shall escape. I hope that sect leader Li can find it in himself to cease hostilities. Where is the law enforcement hall? Immediately summon those who harmed the Yaoguang siblings and those who inflicted punishment upon Li Zhenguang." Understood. The Haotian sect was thoroughly subdued, devoid of any capacity for resistance. Not long after, a total of 137 individuals were brought into the Grand Hall, including 2 esteemed elders and an ancestor of the Haotian sect. A for Tribulation loose immortal. Taoist non-Hao opened his mouth, intending to plead for the for Tribulation loose immortal and the esteemed elders, but the words caught in his throat. He understood that any plea would be futile and might even provoke Li Changfeng's ire, endangering not just these 137 lives. Li Changfeng addressed Yaoguang, "These individuals, shall they be dealt with by you, or shall it be I?" With eyes ablaze, sect leader Yaoguang's murderous intent was palpable. She replied solemnly, "Changfeng, I desire to exact this vengeance myself. I shall sever their heads, in tribute to my kin and master." "Very well," Li Changfeng acquiesced. With a mere wave of his hand, all, including the for Tribulation loose immortal, were subdued. They had become as fish on a chopping board, powerless to resist. Unable even to twitch a finger, the for Tribulation loose immortal roared, "Come forth. It was I who ordered the death of your master. It was I who commanded the cleansing of your kin. I alone bear the responsibility." Yaoguang remained silent, gripping her spirit sword. Advancing step by step toward the for Tribulation loose immortal. The sword rose and fell. Blood sprayed forth. Yet, rather than slay the for Tribulation loose immortal, she executed an esteemed elder, who was, in fact, the for Tribulation loose immortal's own offspring. No. As he beheld the severed head of his child, a wail escaped him. Then, another esteemed elder fell. His cherished disciple. One by one, they were decapitated by Yao Guang, devoid of any maternal mercy. Were it not for Li Changfeng's formidable strength, they would not have left the Haotian sect unscathed. The cultivation world is merciless. If your fist is strong enough, you hold the moral high ground. As the heads of 136 were severed, the for Tribulation loose immortal's voice grew hoarse. For each of the slain was connected to him, either as his disciples or his progeny. With another anguished roar, Yao Guang raised her sword towards him. The first stroke severed his left hand. The second stroke took his right hand. The third stroke severed his legs. The final stroke, and she cleaved him in two. Yao Guang turned to Li Changfeng. Thank you, Changfeng. My vengeance has been exacted. Were it not for you, I may have never had the chance to avenge my kin. My task is complete. Shall we return to the Kaoshan Sect now? Li Changfeng shook his head, speaking softly. There is no rush. There are still matters to attend to. Daoist non-Hao. Today I shall spare the entirety of the Haotian sect, but you must show some indication of goodwill. I require 90% of the Haotian sect's resources to be ceded to the Kaoshan sect, as well as 90% of your current cultivation resources. Do you, Daoist non-Hao, consent to this modest request? Chapter 102. The reappearance of the disciple recruitment task. Daoist non-Hao was consumed with rage, his body trembling with fury. Li Changfeng was truly overstepping, leaving the Haotian sect with no avenue for survival. How audacious to make such demands. This was not merely a request, it was an intent to annihilate the Haotian sect. Sect leader Yao Guang glared coldly at Daoist non-Hao, her tone indifferent. Daoist ancestor non-Hao, I advise you to heed Changfeng's words. He is a man of his word. Once spoken, he will act, not merely to intimidate. You of the Haotian sect have occupied vast territories for millennia. I am aware of the immense accumulations of spirit stones and rare treasures you possess. To not claim them all is an act of great leniency from Changfeng. Daoist non-Hao remained silent. Were it not for Li Changfeng's overwhelming strength, he would have struck down 3 men with a single blow. Li Xingguang's complexion had improved significantly. He glanced at Li Changfeng and then at his sister. He inquired, Sister, is he the brother-in-law you sought for me? Hello, brother-in-law, I am Li Xingguang. I am but a mere golden core cultivator now, yet by the looks of you, brother-in-law, I fear you have already secured your place as the foremost in the southern domain. Li Changfeng twitched his lips. How had he become a brother-in-law? Shaking his head, he replied, Do not speak foolishly, tarnishing your sister's reputation. If you are well, then accompany the Haotian sect to procure the spirit stones and treasures. Rest assured, with me present, none shall dare lay a finger on you. Should they do so, the Haotian sect would no longer have reason to exist. With that, Li Changfeng casually summoned the Haotian mirror from the sky, which then merged into his body. Daoist non-Hao's expression darkened significantly. Li Changfeng's pressure was relentless. Li Xingguang, beaming with a smile, nodded earnestly. Fear not, brother-in-law. I assure you I will complete the task. If they dare to withhold anything, I shall inform you. Li Changfeng retorted. Do not call me brother-in-law. Li Xingguang clung to Li Changfeng like a lifeline, grinning widely as he replied. All right, brother-in-law. Li Changfeng chose to ignore Li Xingguang, understanding his intentions to seek him as a pillar of support, granting him the freedom to act without fear. Sect leader Yao Guang, her face flushed, remained silent. Her demeanor was tantamount to acquiescence. However, at this moment, Li Changfeng's thoughts were not consumed by familial ties. The southern domain faced a grave crisis, and time was of the essence. Once the Heavenly Thunder Palace in the central domain discovered the issues with the tribute, they would undoubtedly dispatch more individuals. When that time came, conflict was inevitable, and the cultivators from the central domain would surely grow stronger. Li Changfeng turned to Daoist non-Hao. 10 breaths. I grant you 10 breaths to contemplate. Should you fail to respond within this time, it shall signify your refusal of my proposal. If you wish to maintain your dignity, I shall assist you in doing so. I hope for a mutually agreeable discussion, devoid of further bloodshed. Next time, I shall not extend such an opportunity. Daoist non-Hao slowly nodded, speaking solemnly. I accept your terms. Upon uttering those words, it was as though he had expended all his strength. In that moment, he appeared exceedingly aged. Daoist non-Hao had lived for nearly 10 millennia. Yet this was the first time he felt such powerlessness. It was also the first time he had bowed his head to another. In times past, he had stood in glory, proud and dismissive of all, never deigning to regard his peers, whether they were disciples of the Haotian sect or talented individuals from other sections. In the era of Daoist non-Hao, He had dominion over all, crushing all beneath his feet. Yet now, a mere youth of around 30 compelled him to bow his head, witnessing non-Hao's submission. The other formidable members of the Haotian sect similarly lowered their gazes. In the face of Li Changfeng, they found themselves utterly powerless. Li Changfeng smiled faintly, proclaiming, "You have made a prudent choice. Perhaps, for the present Haotian sect, this is not a fortuitous event. However, it will undoubtedly benefit the sect in the future. For you, the Haotian sect, have reigned as the overlord of the southern region for millennia. The disciples within your ranks are arrogant and disdainful, regarding none as equals. Today, it is merely I. Had the heavenly demon sect produced a contender of my caliber, what fate would the Haotian sect have met, Taoist non-Hao?" Upon hearing Li Changfeng's words, Taoist non-Hao's expression shifted. The truth was undeniable. Yet, relinquishing the glory of the Haotian sect proved a daunting task. It was akin to a close friendship. While they could endure hardships together, sharing prosperity was a different matter entirely. The Haotian sect, accustomed to basking in glory, found it difficult not only for Taoist non-Hao to let go but for the other disciples as well. Taking a deep breath, Taoist non-Hao spoke solemnly. "Perhaps the actions of sect leader Li today will indeed provide a lesson for the disciples of the Haotian sect, guiding them towards a more enduring path, preventing their downfall due to enmity. However, in the past century, or even the past millennium, the Haotian sect has struggled to rise again." Li Changfeng chuckled softly, uttering 4 words, "Prosperity inevitably declines. This is a fundamental law of nature, devoid of anything to mourn. Unless, of course, the Haotian sect can maintain a level of strength that deters all challengers. Regrettably, the Haotian sect currently lacks such might." Taoist non-Hao fell silent. Any further words would serve no purpose. It was perhaps better to remain quiet and bear the weight of this situation in silence. Before long, Li Jingguang returned, his face alight with a smile. He presented a spatial ring to Li Changfeng, speaking in a hushed tone, "Brother-in-law, this ring contains 19 billion inferior spirit stones, over 20 million medium spirit stones, more than 300,000 high-quality spirit stones, and over 40,000 top-quality spirit stones. Additionally, there are countless cultivation resources, with a total value exceeding 500 trillion inferior spirit stones. The Haotian sect is indeed wealthy, and I suspect this is not their entire fortune." Taoist non-Hao's expression twitched as he sighed. Even if there are more, they belong to individuals. Compared to these resources and spirit stones, they are but a drop in the bucket. I implore sect leader Li to grant the Haotian sect a path to survival. Li Changfeng nodded. "Very well. Let us conclude this matter here. Taoist non-Hao, I hope that no unpleasant incidents will arise in the future. While I do not relish bloodshed, should it come to that, I can transform into a butcher. Xiao Wang, let us depart." With Ye Jian in tow, Li Changfeng and his group instantaneously returned to the mountain support sect. Ye Jian was gravely injured, particularly as he was an ordinary individual, unlike cultivators who could recover swiftly with elixirs. Li Changfeng frowned as he gazed upon the unconscious Ye Jian, murmuring, "Though I have temporarily preserved your life, reviving you will not be so simple. You truly fear nothing." Boldly charging towards the flying sword, "I can ensure my own safety, but you lack that ability. Perhaps I should take you to the apothecary hall. There, your chances of survival would be significantly higher." As he contemplated this, a notification from the system resonated in his mind. Ding! A potential disciple, Ye Jian, has been detected. Would the host like to accept him as a disciple? Chapter 103, The Invincible Sword Body. Ding! A potential disciple, Ye Jian, has been detected. Would the host like to accept him as a disciple? The long-awaited system notification brought a smile to Li Changfeng's face. Initially, he had considered sending Ye Jian to the apothecary hall for treatment, but now it seemed unnecessary. As long as Ye Jian could become his disciple, he would receive system enhancements. Was it not just a mere sword piercing through his body? A trivial wound. System, I am willing to accept Ye Jian as my disciple. Ding! Congratulations, the host has successfully accepted a disciple and obtained the Invincible Sword Body technique. Congratulations, the host has received a special reward, the Sword God System. The Sword God System grants the bound host an unimaginable talent for swordsmanship, making them a unique and unparalleled sword god. The Invincible Sword Body technique utilizes the Dantian as a sword, capable of devouring myriad swords to enhance one's cultivation, transforming into an invincible sword body. Possessing this physique means that any attempt to strike him with a sword will be absorbed, rendering sword damage ineffective, making him the nemesis of sword cultivators. Li Changfeng was envious. He had to admit that the invincible sword body was indeed formidable. However, a thought crossed his mind, and a smile soon returned. Initially, he had gifted the system to Feng Wu, aiding her in awakening the true phoenix body. In return, he received a hundredfold enhancement, awakening the ancestral phoenix body, an unprecedented strength. Thus, the system, and the invincible sword body should be bestowed upon Ye Jian, for Li Changfeng could attain even greater power. At this moment, with the diligent efforts of several disciples, Li Changfeng had already stepped into the late stage of the Great Ascendance realm, possessing 99% of celestial spiritual power. Once he successfully converted the remaining 0.1%, he would officially enter the human immortal realm. Currently, he was already overwhelmingly powerful. Should he ascend to the status of a human immortal, the extent of his strength remained unknown. Carrying the unconscious Ye Jian, Li Changfeng arrived at the Peak Master Hall. The Tianquan Peak had undergone a transformation, its grandeur rivaling that of the main peak, Tianshu Peak. With a grand gesture, he invested 1,000,000 spirit stones to establish a spirit gathering array on Tianquan Peak. The concentration of spiritual energy there was undoubtedly the highest within the Mountain Support Sect. As for the thousands of previous errand disciples, he retained a diligent 1,000, sending the rest back to the outskirts of the Mountain Support Sect. For he held disdain for those who were lazy and deceitful. He himself worked hard to seek out disciples. Those with lowly status who did not fulfill their duties were truly beyond redemption. It was noteworthy that he had previously dedicated over an hour each day to cultivation. In the Peak Master Hall, Li Changfeng mentally contacted the system. System, I wish to claim my rewards. Ding. Congratulations, the host has successfully claimed the rewards. Acquiring the Sword God system. Congratulations, the host has successfully claimed the rewards, obtaining the invincible sword body technique. Li Changfeng remarked, System, to be frank, if I wish to activate the disciple acceptance task, must the individual hold immense gratitude towards me or regard me with utmost respect? In simpler terms, does the system determine that a potential disciple must possess the characteristic of absolute loyalty? The system replied, when did the host become so enlightened? I thought this question would perplex you for a lifetime. I never anticipated you would figure it out. Li Changfeng inhaled deeply, choosing to disregard the system's trivial remarks. He resolved to prioritize healing Ye Jian. He made his move, channeling his celestial spiritual power into Ye Jian's body to stabilize his injuries. Time passed, and eventually, Ye Jian opened his eyes. Ye Jian gazed at Li Changfeng, a helpless sigh escaping his lips. Senior, have you also encountered misfortune? I apologize. It is my inadequacy that has rendered me unable to save you. Li Changfeng shook his head. Ye Jian, you have done remarkably well. At that moment, you selflessly blocked a sword for me. You may not have perished, but your dantian has been pierced by a blade. Henceforth, you shall likely be unable to cultivate like other practitioners. Ye Jian's complexion paled, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Senior, perhaps this is fate. It seems I am destined never to cultivate, unable to tread the path of the practitioner. However, it matters not. I can continue honing my swordsmanship. Whether I can become a powerful sword cultivator appears to be of little consequence now. Li Changfeng chuckled. Then allow me to illuminate a path for you. Would you be willing to take me as your master and become a disciple of my Kaoshan Sect as Tianquan Peak? Ye Jian nodded, excitement illuminating his face. Though it quickly dimmed. Senior, I am already a cripple. How could I possibly become your disciple? I implore you to retract your command, for I am unworthy. Li Changfeng shook his head, speaking with calm assurance. Though your dantian is ruined, in a conventional sense, you cannot cultivate any longer. However, I possess a method that will allow you to become the foremost sword cultivator in the southern region. I wonder, Ye Jian, would you be interested? Of course. If you are not inclined, I will not force you. Ye Jian, momentarily stunned, was immediately overcome with ecstasy. He knelt before Li Changfeng, exclaiming, Master, I bow before you. Li Changfeng nodded, a gentle force lifting Ye Jian to his feet. Now that you are my disciple, I shall not withhold anything from you. I will now impart a technique that is exceptionally suited for you. Additionally, I have an artifact to assist in your cultivation. I call it the Sword Goddess Legacy. Nurture it well, and do not let it languish in obscurity. Moreover, you must not disclose its existence to anyone, not even to those closest to you. Do you understand? The principle of innocent bystanders suffer should be clear to you. Ye Jian's expression turned serious as he replied solemnly, Rest assured, Master, I will not divulge this secret. Not even to my parents or loved ones. This is a secret between you and me, and I shall never reveal a word of it. Even if it costs me my life, I will remain silent. Li Changfeng smiled with satisfaction. In truth, whether or not to speak of it was inconsequential, as the system was unattainable for others. Only he could reclaim it, yet he had no intention of doing so. The disciple's diligent cultivation would empower him, and Li Changfeng had no desire to engage in such self-destructive acts. He pressed a finger to Ye Jian's brow, directly transmitting the Sword God system and the invincible sword body technique to him. Ye Jian felt an incredible influx of knowledge in his mind, disbelief etched across his face. He knelt once more, bowing deeply. Li Changfeng did not intervene. He felt deserving of this tribute. The immense favor he had bestowed upon Ye Jian was something only a few could accomplish. Some foolish individuals might even question why he would bestow a system upon a disciple, deeming it unwise. Yet they failed to realize that Li Changfeng simply wished to relax, not exhaust himself through arduous cultivation. Such a laborious endeavor. Moreover, the disciple's efforts would yield a hundredfold return. The benefits of being a master were plentiful. Why would he not share the system? Sometimes, it is prudent to expand one's horizons to avoid remaining oblivious to one's own ignorance. What Li Changfeng aimed to do was to ensure his disciple cultivates diligently, while he himself serves as a stepping stone for countless others. Chapter 104. Awaiting a hundredfold return. Li Changfeng regarded Ye Jian gravely. Ye Jian, from here on, you must diligently forge your invincible sword body. This is a remarkable sword, crafted from celestial meteorite gold. Although the Kaoshan Sect's strength is modest, it possesses many fine treasures. Utilize this sword as your dantian and strive to cultivate your invincible sword body with utmost speed. I have high hopes for you. Do not disappoint your master. Ye Jian nodded earnestly. He had once believed that he was destined to remain untouched by cultivation throughout his life. Yet now, it seemed that encountering Master Li Changfeng was his greatest fortune. He also felt grateful that, when his master faced peril, he had chosen to shield him with his own body, which had led to his current opportunity. Had he not acted thus, his master likely would not have accepted him. Master, though my talents are meager, I shall exert every effort to ensure I do not bring disappointment upon you. Now, I shall commence my rigorous training of the invincible sword body. Li Changfeng nodded, harboring profound trust in Ye Jian. The latter was resolute, grateful, and a commendable disciple. Li Changfeng spoke no further, silently guarding Ye Jian, wishing to witness his success. The path to mastering the invincible sword body would be fraught with excruciating pain. This trial was one Ye Jian must surmount, no matter how agonizing. Surrender was not an option, for to give up would signify failure. At this moment, Ye Jian held the exceptional sword forged from celestial meteorite gold. Even Li Changfeng, at his current level, could not discern its true grade. However, through his research, he understood that this sword had the potential to grow. In essence, if it was a mundane sword now, it could continually evolve and enhance its rank in the future. Taking a deep breath, Ye Jian slowly plunged the Starfall sword into his body. Blood flowed, and unbearable agony surged through him. The Starfall sword began to disintegrate, transforming into countless specks of starlight. Once the sword had fully dissipated, it would eliminate impurities, leaving only its essence. Ultimately, it would coalesce at Ye Jian's dantian, forming the dantian of the invincible sword body. Ye Jian furrowed his brow, the intense pain inducing an urge to scream. Yet he bit down on his lip, refusing to utter a word. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his complexion turned ashen, pushing him to the brink of endurance. Li Changfeng spoke solemnly. Ye Jian, I understand this will be somewhat painful. However, this opportunity comes but once. Should no matter how much pain I endure, I shall persist. I am resolute in my quest to successfully cultivate the invincible sword body. Master, since you possess this technique, you must have mastered it long ago, correct? If you, my esteemed teacher, have achieved it, then as your disciple, I cannot hinder your progress. Li Changfeng spoke with an air of tranquility, his voice steady. A mere modicum of suffering is trivial. To become a formidable figure in the realm of cultivation, one must bear it. In the past, I had no one monitoring me. I cultivated the invincible sword body alone. Now that I am here to guide you, you are already in a far better position than I was. Strive diligently. For such is the nature of worldly affairs. To attain achievements that incite envy in others, one must invariably invest more effort, and this moment presents your greatest opportunity. Yes, Ye Jian replied solemnly, uttering no further words. He gritted his teeth and persevered, fueled by an indomitable spirit, determined not to disappoint his master. His master had defied fate for him. Such an opportunity comes but once. Should it be missed, it would be irrevocable. Li Changfeng observed the contorted expression on Ye Jian's face, which had become almost grotesque. He could not help but admire Ye Jian's fortitude and resolve. Were it Li Changfeng himself, he would have preferred to forego the invincible sword body rather than endure such torment. The pain is excruciating. Li Changfeng thought. Only a third remains. Hold on. I achieved this in one continuous effort, and as my disciple, I have faith in your success. Once you succeed this time, the skies will be yours to soar through, the seas yours to traverse. My disciple, Ye Jian, shall undoubtedly become a paragon of the cultivation world. Ye Jian, with twisted features, spoke slowly. Rest assured, master. Even if it leads to my demise, I shall not relent. I am acutely aware of your benevolence. I shall not squander your efforts. Please, believe in me. If I survive, I will undoubtedly succeed. Li Changfeng felt immense satisfaction at Ye Jian's attitude. As long as there is determination, failure is not an option. Even if I lack such resolve, my disciple possesses it in abundance. As time ticked away, Ye Jian was drenched in blood, every pore oozing crimson. Merely witnessing this made Li Changfeng's heart race. He could scarcely fathom how Ye Jian was enduring this ordeal. Such willpower is truly terrifying. At long last, after an indeterminate span of time, Ye Jian succeeded. A surge of sword energy shot skyward, coalescing into a celestial sword. The entire southern domain bore witness to this magnificent blade, sending tremors throughout the cultivation world. Countless venerable beings emerged from seclusion, gazing in awe at the celestial sword, their faces reflecting an undeniable desire to possess it. They were uncertain whether it signified the emergence of a treasure or an unparalleled swordsmanship prodigy. Presently, they sought but one piece of knowledge, its precise location. To the south of the southern domain, a multitude of ancient beings began to surface, including fearsome nine tribulations loose immortals. They recognized that acquiring this extraordinary swordsmanship prodigy or treasure could immensely elevate their sects or personal powers. Li Changfeng wore a smile as he appeared outside the grand hall, observing the celestial phenomenon above and awaiting the arrival of the system's rewards. Chapter 105. The Body of the Sword Ancestor. As for Ye Jian, he no longer required Li Changfeng's attention. He had succeeded. From this day forth, he would emerge as an unrivaled sword cultivator. How formidable he will ultimately become remains to be seen. One thing is certain, he shall not be weak, but rather extraordinarily powerful. He may even surpass Feng Wu and Lin Fan, which filled Li Changfeng with elation. The celestial phenomenon above persisted, the celestial sword appearing as if it could cleave the heavens asunder. As a manifestation of the sword ancestor's spirit, it made the trembling Healy quake in fear. The Kaoshan Sect was indeed formidable. The presence of Li Changfeng had already instilled despair, and now, another unparalleled sword cultivator had emerged from the sect. Such a sword cultivator would likely be unmatched even by the 10,000 sword sect of the central domain. Healy murmured, I hope the Thunder Palace of the central domain does not discover the anomaly in the southern domain too soon. Once they arrive, I shall vanish from this world for good. I truly wish to live for another 100,000 years, but alas, I have encountered Li Changfeng. At present, Healy resided within a ring belonging to Li Changfeng. Yet, Li Changfeng did not regard him as the protagonist's elder. Instead, he utilized this method to monitor him. Should Healy make any untoward moves, it would spell his doom. As time relentlessly passed, the celestial sword above finally began to dissipate. In that moment, Li Changfeng heard the system's prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host's disciple, Ye Jian, for successfully condensing the invincible sword body. Congratulations to the host for receiving a hundredfold reward. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the body of the sword ancestor. Body of the sword ancestor. This body is the progenitor of all swords. No sword, regardless of its grade, can inflict harm upon you. Any sword cultivator facing you will be suppressed by your bloodline. When you activate the body of the sword ancestor, regardless of the realm of the sword cultivator you confront, they will be rendered immobile, utterly subdued. With the body of the sword ancestor, you become the nemesis of all sword cultivators. Additionally, your attack power will be amplified more than tenfold, potentially exceeding 1,000-fold. This reward is rather splendid. With the body of the sword ancestor, I should now possess the strength to obliterate Earth immortals, perhaps even celestial immortals, Li Changfeng mused internally. Just then, the celestial phenomenon belonging to the body of the sword ancestor began to coalesce above the entire southern domain. If Ye Jian's invincible sword body had summoned the celestial phenomenon of the celestial sword, then Li Changfeng's body of the sword ancestor was a fusion of the sword of annihilation and the sword of creation. The magnitude of this phenomenon far surpassed that of Ye Jian's. Deep within the ancestral grounds of the Kaoshan Sect, 3 stone coffins lay, housing the unyielding ancestors of the sect. They hailed from millennia past. Upon Li Changfeng achieving the body of the sword ancestor, these 3 ancestors were stirred. One of the unyielding ancestors spoke. A remarkable sword cultivator has emerged from the Kaoshan Sect. Sword Saint, you old fellow, do you not harbor thoughts of emerging? From another stone coffin came an immediate response, belonging to the unyielding ancestor known as the Sword Saint. Gunslinger, since he is a sword cultivator, why would I trouble you? I will emerge, though not at this moment. We have reached the pinnacle of the 9 tribulations loose immortals. Should we reveal ourselves, we would attract the attention of the heavenly tribulation. At that point, it could spell considerable trouble, potentially implicating the entire Kaoshan Sect. God of Swords, hiding here is not a solution. What calamity has befallen the southern domain, that it offers no chance for us cultivators to thrive? When faced with the forthcoming heavenly tribulation, I harbor no confidence whatsoever. It is a tribulation of annihilation, existing solely to obliterate us. Gunslinger, while escaping is indeed feasible, evading the heavenly Tao is exceedingly difficult. Unless we can return without delay, only the ancestral grounds can conceal our presence. Alas, I truly wonder if there is any future left for us. The three unyielding ancestors were profoundly apprehensive of the external world, having attained such formidable strength. They are now able to sense certain phenomena. For instance, the impending tribulation, which they are utterly incapable of overcoming. However, should they manage to transcend it, they would metamorphose into golden immortals, surpassing even the celestial beings. Alas, no one has ever successfully navigated such a tribulation. After much deliberation, the Gun Emperor and the Blade God resolved to assist the Sword Saint in suppressing his aura, allowing him to venture forth and recruit the unparalleled Sword Cultivator from the Mountain of Support Sect. Having reached this juncture, their foremost concern is no longer mere survival, but rather ensuring the succession of the Mountain of Support Sect and its protection. Moreover, they harbor the hope that their legacy may endure. Sword Saint, once you step outside, swiftly locate that extraordinary Sword Cultivator. Should we no longer be present, he will safeguard our Mountain of Support Sect. In the central region, one cannot help but wonder if they will ever set foot in that celestial realm where immortals congregate within their lifetimes. The Sword Saint vowed, I shall find him at the earliest opportunity. I will not let your efforts be in vain. You continue your slumber while I embark on my quest. With this affirmation, the other two stone coffins fell silent. Yet, one of the coffins opened its lid, and an elderly man with snow-white hair emerged. He gazed at the entrance to the ancestral land, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. A 9 Tribulation loose immortal. This represents the pinnacle of achievement that has eluded success for millennia. A figure like the Sword Saint, at the apex of the 9 Tribulation loose immortals, and a Sword Cultivator, wields power comparable to that of a golden immortal, capable of vanquishing celestial beings. Yet, comparison is merely that, when it comes to actual combat with a golden immortal, the Sword Saint would undoubtedly perish. This is due to the fact that his essence is not composed purely of immortal energy, but rather a force that lies between spiritual energy and immortal essence. Coupled with the inexhaustible and formidable power possessed by the golden immortals, the Sword Saint's odds are grim. Upon stepping out of the ancestral land, the Sword Saint immediately beheld the ethereal silhouette of the divine sword that enveloped the entirety of the southern domain. Although he himself was an accomplished sword cultivator who had reached the zenith of the southern domain, he felt a profound reverence in the presence of that celestial sword's apparition, an awe that penetrated deep into his soul and was utterly irresistible. What an extraordinary sword cultivator he is! Should he achieve mastery, it is likely that no one in the southern domain could withstand a single strike from him. The immediate task is to ascertain his whereabouts within the Mountain of Support Sect. The Sword Saint vanished once more in pursuit of Li Changfeng. However, he remained unaware of the connection between the celestial phenomenon and Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng, meanwhile, ambled with hands clasped behind his back, seeking Lin Yanran to prepare a feast for him. The vastness of the world pales in comparison to the paramount importance of dining. What does strength signify if one, like other practitioners, leads a life of arduous cultivation? What purpose does invincibility serve if it merely leads to continued toil? His envisioned invincibility entails the freedom to revel in life's pleasures without restraint. He fantasizes about striking down any unsavory individual with a mere wave of his hand, relishing in the thrill of it all. As Li Changfeng located Lin Yanran and requested her culinary talents, the Sword Saint arrived at the entrance of the Master Hall of Tianquan Peak. Sensing the aura within, his face lit up with joy. The individual he sought was indeed inside. Chapter 106. The Sword Saint Elder, who refines his heart through illusory arrays. Fresh from successfully solidifying his invincible sword form, Ye Jian was unable to conceal his presence as effortlessly as Li Changfeng. Thus, the Sword Saint surmised that Ye Jian, residing within the Master Hall, was the person he sought. Suddenly, Li Changfeng turned his gaze toward Tianquan Hall, his domain, where he had set up several minor formations for protection, 99 defensive formations, 99 offensive formations, and 99 illusory formations. The moment the Sword Saint arrived outside Tianquan Hall, Li Changfeng detected his presence. However, upon realizing the Sword Saint bore no hostility, he chose to ignore him. As for the minor formations, he was confident they would pose no challenge to this formidable intruder. Given the Sword Saint's prowess, he must be among the Mountain of Support Sect's most elite. According to protocol, one should first entertain such a guest. Yet the Sword Saint made no attempt to engage and instead proceeded to enter Tianquan Hall, drawn by the enticing aroma of delectable dishes. Upon approaching, the Sword Saint noted something was amiss. Countless enchanting maidens had appeared around him, attempting to sway his sword heart. Those who cultivate the sword must possess unwavering resolve. With a slight smile, the sword saint remarked, a commendable illusion, yet regrettably, it fails to distract me. The master of Tianquan Peak had indeed devised an intriguing array within his own hall. If one were not steadfast of mind, they could easily fall prey to it. Break. With that single utterance, the sword saint dispelled the vision before him and entered Tianquan Hall, where he encountered the extraordinary sword cultivator. Upon meeting this remarkable individual, the two engaged in conversation, and the sword saint successfully gained him as a disciple, which filled him with immense joy. With his successor in tow, he prepared to return to the ancestral land for thorough cultivation. Everything seemed to unfold seamlessly and rather smoothly. The sword saint harbored no suspicion, diligently imparting all his knowledge to his apprentice upon their return to the ancestral land. Lin Fan arrived and spoke, Master, there is an elderly man standing idly outside Tianquan Hall for half an hour. Why does he not enter? Li Changfeng took a bite of chicken leg and replied nonchalantly, that should be a founding ancestor of our mountain of support sect, a cornerstone of our enduring legacy. My master once mentioned that beneath him are 3 founding ancestors. Given that he bears a sword, he must be the sword saint. If he wishes to stand, let him stand. He is of a higher generation and can remain as long as he pleases. Let us not disturb him. Lin Fan nodded, finding it a tad peculiar, but choosing not to delve further. His master had clarified, and he would simply obey. Feng Wu glanced toward the direction of Tianquan Hall and remarked, Master, is the sword saint ancestor truly formidable? Li Changfeng affirmed, indeed. He is a critical pillar of support for our mountain of support sect. Only 2 others of the same founding ancestor stature, along with my master, truly comprehend his strength. Among practitioners, sword cultivators are undeniably powerful. 10 cultivators of the same realm may not stand a chance against a sword cultivator. To illustrate, the sword saint just shattered an illusion outside Tianquan Hall with a mere thought. Yet he now deliberately indulges in the illusion to refine his heart, demonstrating his profound confidence and unwavering resolve. Feng Wu's face shone with reverence for those silent guardians of the mountain of support sect. She admired them from the depths of her heart. They do not live for themselves, but for the sake of the mountain of support sect. Within the illusion, the apprentice brought back by the sword saint had already broken through to the nascent soul realm, achieving the sword heart state. Beyond the sword heart lies the level of the heavenly sword, also known as the unity of heaven and man, a profound realm of sword cultivation. The sword saint's sword path, however, extends beyond the heavenly sword, having reached the level of the holy sword. This is what makes the sword saint truly formidable. As another hour passed, Lin Yanran achieved a breakthrough, successfully entering the nascent soul realm, while Feng Wu was on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of the integration stage. And Lin Fan also made significant progress. Presently, Lin Fan could effortlessly defeat a peak transformation stage cultivator with a single punch, while 2 punches could easily vanquish an early integration stage opponent. With a hundredfold return, Li Changfeng has transcended to the great ascension realm, becoming a formidable presence in the late stage of the human immortal realm. His power has increased exponentially, surpassing his previous capabilities by an astounding margin. Yet, he remains reluctant to part ways with the Mount Support Sect or the southern region. In his pursuit of advancement in the central region, he perceives himself as still lacking in strength. While he may reign supreme in the southern region, it does not guarantee similar prowess in the central region. Lin Yanran has returned from her breakthrough, her face radiating joy. She entwines her arms around Li Changfeng's, the soft sensation causing a serious expression to manifest on his face. Yanran, he admonishes, I am your master. You must be mindful of your boundaries and refrain from any inappropriate gestures towards your master. Those unaware might mistakenly believe that my acceptance of disciples was merely to acquire additional companions. He continues, once a teacher, forever a father in spirit. Do you understand? As the saying goes, feelings grow over time. Remember this well. Yes. Lin Yanran quickly releases her hold on him, sighing inwardly at the missed opportunity. With her head bowed, she softly replies, Master, I understand. Feelings do grow over time, but alas, we are bound by the master-disciple relationship. Otherwise, we could be companions, could we not? Li Changfeng, his mind clouded with dark thoughts, contemplates her words. While the sentiment is similar, why must she add that final remark? With her breathtaking beauty and enchanting figure, could she not focus on more serious matters rather than constantly entertaining the notion of being a rebellious disciple? Having satisfied his hunger, Li Changfeng promptly returns to the front of the heavenly sovereign hall. He glances at the sword saint, who appears lost in thought. Esteemed sword saint, he begins. Truly a commendable figure, voluntarily immersing oneself in the illusionary realm for mental refinement. I am in awe. With that, he strides past the sword saint and into the lounge of the heavenly sovereign hall. At this moment, a midday nap seems most appealing. Meanwhile, The Sword Saint remains ensnared in the illusion, unable to extricate himself. It is not a lack of resolve that binds him, but rather the illusion perfectly aligns with his current mindset. Furthermore, Li Changfeng's intricate array of illusions, layered and abundant, comprises a staggering 99 formations, making escape a formidable challenge. A moment of inattention could lead to dire consequences. Ye Jian is still acclimating to his newfound powers, having recently coalesced his invincible sword body. He must thoroughly understand the changes within himself before he can harness the strength that resides within. In the afternoon, Li Changfeng awakens from his slumber, stretching leisurely. He observes that Ye Jian has returned to his former self, brimming with potent energy, and nods in satisfaction. Ye Jian, you have not eaten for an entire day. Come, allow your master to treat you to a delectable meal. Your senior sister Lin Yanran is an exceptional cook. I assure you will come to adore her culinary skills. The path of cultivation is arduous, and one must indulge in the joys of life when the opportunity arises. Ye Jian nods and follows Li Changfeng out of the heavenly sovereign hall. Upon encountering the Sword Saint still engrossed in the illusion, Li Changfeng instinctively offers a salute, growing ever more awed by the venerable figure. Chapter 107. The Sword Saint's Tribulation approaches Ye Jian. Do you see? This venerable elder is a senior of our Mount Support sect, a figure of ancestral stature. Despite his immense strength, he willingly subjects himself to the mental trials of the illusionary realm. Such fortitude of spirit is not possessed by everyone. Many who possess a modicum of strength fail to recognize their true selves, unaware that there exist others far mightier than they. From now on, you must maintain a humble demeanor, ever eager to learn. The teachings of the Mount Support sect are paramount, and I shall now elucidate them for you. Ensure they are etched into your memory. As a disciple of the Mount Support sect, you must understand, when faced with an adversary you can defeat, strike with all your might. When confronted with an opponent beyond your grasp, know when to retreat and wait for the opportune moment to act. The journey of cultivation is fraught with challenges and tribulations. Should you falter in the face of danger, you risk perishing along your path. Do you comprehend? Ye Jian nods earnestly. Master, rest assured, I shall commit your words to memory. I promise to uphold the teachings of the Mount Support sect, to practice diligently, and to remain modest. When confronting a foe I can overcome, I shall eradicate them and their lineage. When faced with a foe I cannot defeat, I shall know when to retreat. With a pat on Ye Jian's shoulder, Li Changfeng beams with satisfaction. Indeed, his disciples are remarkably obedient. With their diligent training, it would be impossible for him not to become invincible. Let us go. I wish to introduce you to your senior brothers and sisters. They are all exceptional individuals, and you must approach them with humility. Your eldest sister possesses a unique constitution, capable of wielding her innate true fire to incinerate all. Your second brother is even more extraordinary. He transcends conventional realms and can now obliterate beings in the transformation of God realm and even the combined body realm with a single punch. As for your third sister, she has recently joined my tutelage and is equally impressive, likely on the verge of entering the transformation of God realm herself. Ye Jian gasps in astonishment, filled with curiosity about his siblings. He has only just begun his journey into the realm of cultivation. Despite being a sword cultivator, his prowess is still rudimentary. Both his realm and swordsmanship are in their infancy. As Master has advised, he must remain exceedingly humble, striving to become a formidable figure like his elder siblings. The Sword Saint remains steadfast, unyielding in his contemplation, as Li Changfeng and his disciple depart, showing no signs of movement. He is utterly absorbed in the illusion, having cultivated his disciple to the stage of tribulation. Remarkably, this disciple has surpassed him, enduring the heavenly tribulation and ultimately cleaving through the storm clouds with a single sword strike, achieving success in his tribulation. This is the Sword Saint's unwavering obsession, to ascend to the central region and become an immortal. Alas, for him, hope has long since faded in this lifetime, which is why he remains ensnared in the illusion. At the heavenly feast hall, a venue meticulously crafted by Li Changfeng for his gastronomic enjoyment, an abundance of seasonings and ingredients awaits. Even if he were to dine here for a year without repetition, it would be entirely feasible. Naturally, such indulgence requires a substantial expenditure of spirit stones. Fortunately, Li Changfeng has amassed considerable wealth, augmented by the resources obtained from the Haotian sect. It would not be an exaggeration to declare him the wealthiest individual in the entire southern region. Not only could he sustain the inhabitants of the heavenly sovereign peak, but he could also provide for all members of the Mount Support sect without difficulty. Upon his return, he did not hoard all the cultivation resources and spirit stones for himself. He generously allocated half to the Mount Support sect, wishing to witness its growth and prosperity. Feng Wu has arrived, nearing her own tribulation. Rather than retreating into seclusion, She is currently suppressing her realm to comprehend her own strength. She must achieve absolute mastery over her capabilities to become stronger. When the time comes for the tribulation, one will be able to confront all challenges. Previously, due to Li Changfeng's influence, the techniques and spells of the Kaoshan Sect have been entirely made accessible to Feng Wu. Any disciple of Li Changfeng can view them at any time. After all, Li Changfeng's contributions to the Kaoshan Sect are monumental, marking him as the first individual in the southern region to successfully transcend the tribulation in millennia. He has elucidated the mystery behind why no one in the southern region has been able to ascend to immortality through tribulation. In light of such an esteemed figure, the entire Kaoshan Sect reveres him as if he were an ancestral deity. Not to mention, just recently, Li Changfeng returned with resources for cultivation that are tenfold that of the entire Kaoshan Sect. Li Changfeng inquired, Feng Wu, to what extent have you grasped your own power? Are you able to fully command your strength to effortlessly pass through the heavenly tribulation? Feng Wu shook her head. Master, I am still a little short. I can nearly control 999 of my power, yet that final 1/10,000th remains elusive. You have told me that without complete mastery, one cannot be considered fully accomplished. I shall continue to strive diligently to achieve this. Despite the challenges of the heavenly tribulation, Feng Wu is confident in her eventual success. Li Changfeng nodded, his face reflecting satisfaction. Feng Wu's diligence in her cultivation and her innate talent provide him with reassurance regarding her conduct. He encouraged, continue to exert yourself. And as long as you thoroughly comprehend the tribulation realm, overcoming it should not prove overly difficult. I have great faith in you. A radiant smile graced Feng Wu's face. Her aspirations have never solely been about enhancing her strength, but rather about earning Li Changfeng's acknowledgement. Without him, she would not be the Feng Wu of today. One could say that Li Changfeng is akin to her rebirth parents. Thank you for your regard, Master. Li Changfeng then turned to Lin Fan, young Fan. How has your strength progressed? Are you capable of obliterating an opponent at the fusion realm with a single punch? Lin Fan replied, Master, I should be able to shatter the peak of the fusion realm with one blow. I could dispatch someone in the early stages of tribulation as well. And for those in mid-tribulation, it would be similar. As for those in late tribulation, it might take 2 strikes. Li Changfeng was quite pleased and summoned Lin Yanran from within the temporal chaos tower. Upon sensing the power within Lin Yanran, he suspected that she had allocated all her points into her talent. Remarkably, she had already entered the transformation realm and was at its pinnacle. Li Changfeng remarked lightly, Yanran, do not overexert yourself in your training. Take time to cook. A balance of work and rest is essential to achieving the great Tao. It is not about relentless cultivation. Do you understand? Lin Yanran obediently acknowledged, setting about to prepare a meal. Li Changfeng continued, this is Ye Jian, your junior brother. He is a sword cultivator, and you should look after him. After all, he has only just entered the Qi refinement realm and is considerably weaker compared to you. Just as he finished speaking, the skies above Tianquan Peak suddenly darkened, gathering the heavenly tribulation. After sensing it, Li Changfeng's expression turned peculiar. This tribulation seemed to have been summoned by the Sword Saint of yore. Truly, the Sword Saint is remarkable, transcending the tribulation while immersed in a mirage. Such prowess is extraordinary. Chapter 108. This situation seems rather peculiar. As Li Changfeng mused, several disciples turned their gaze toward the Sword Saint before the hall of Tianquan. The Sword Saint stood resolute, unaffected by the impending tribulation, as if he held it in utter disregard. His demeanor exuded an admirable air of detachment. Feng Wu praised, Master speaks true. This elder is indeed unlike others, remaining unperturbed even as Mount Tai trembles. I humbly admit, I cannot reach such heights as this elder. Can you, Master? Li Changfeng smiled slightly, responding with composure. Such a mindset, such composure, relies on one's own strength. When your power renders you unafraid of tribulation, you too will achieve this state. Feng Wu, your future is limitless. That day will come. Lin Fan observed the Sword Saint, then looked up at the ominous clouds of tribulation above. He slowly stated, this tribulation cannot be shattered with a single punch. Simple and straightforward. This encapsulates Lin Fan's character. In his philosophy, regardless of the opponent, everything is measured by the strength of one's fists, divided into 2 scenarios. One can be defeated with a single punch, or one cannot. Li Changfeng commented, young Fan's thoughts are not mistaken. They are pure. With your progress and strength, and given that you lack a defined realm, the tribulation bears no relation to you. Thus, you need only to focus on enhancing your strength. Moreover, you are often underestimated. This is your absolute advantage, something others cannot replicate. Make good use of this, and it could yield remarkable results. Lin Fan nodded in agreement, replying, thank you for your guidance, Master. Meanwhile, Lin Yanran was busy preparing delicious dishes and did not join the throng of admirers for the Sword Saint. Ye Jian pondered for a moment and asked, Master, is it truly the case that the Sword Saint is so engrossed in his mental cultivation within the mirage that he disregards the heavenly tribulation? I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. He seems entirely unaware of the tribulation's arrival. Li Changfeng chuckled, recognizing the naivety of his newly received disciple. He explained, Ye Jian, from your perspective, it appears as though the Sword Saint has not acknowledged the tribulation. However, this is not the truth. He is acutely aware, but has chosen to disregard it. As I have previously explained, when your strength allows you to overlook the tribulation, you can attain the same state as the Sword Saint. Just observe. I am confident that the Sword Saint's tribulation will not harm him in the slightest. Ye Jian, in contemplation, refrained from arguing. He merely voiced his doubts, fully trusting Li Changfeng. Whatever the master stated must be correct. If there were uncertainties, he would refer to the first principle. As the power of the heavenly tribulation intensified, Li Changfeng's admiration deepened. Though the current tribulation posed no threat to him, he knew he could not remain as composed as the Sword Saint. The notion of disregarding the tribulation was merely a form of encouragement for his disciples. Any cultivator would inherently harbor fear towards the tribulation, for it symbolizes destruction. The Sword Saint is truly formidable. Just look at the momentum of this tribulation. It is several times more powerful than the one I faced during my own tribulation. While I could certainly obliterate it with a single strike, achieving the level of indifference is beyond my reach. I cannot compare my mindset to that of the Sword Saint. Feng Wu shook her head. Master, you must not belittle yourself. Your mindset and strength are beyond reproach. No one knows how powerful you truly are. And the treasures you bestow upon your disciples are incredibly potent. If they remained in your possession, not even the tribulation, let alone divine retribution, could stand against you. Ye Jian inquired, Sister Feng Wu, what is the difference between heavenly tribulation and divine retribution? Feng Wu replied, Junior brother Ye, there is indeed a significant distinction between the heavenly tribulation and divine retribution. In simple terms, the tribulation offers cultivators a glimmer of hope. Divine retribution, however, is an entirely different matter. Its terrifying power can plunge one into despair. Furthermore, divine retribution is aimed at reducing you to ashes. Its force and intent are incomparable. Ye Jian silently noted this. Should he encounter divine retribution in the future, he would undoubtedly take the initiative to sever it with a single sword strike. Thus, divine retribution could no longer inflict harm upon oneself. Lin Fan and Ye Jian shared an unexpectedly harmonious thought. Should they encounter divine punishment, they would strike it down with a single punch. If one punch proved insufficient, then two would suffice. Boom. At that moment, the formidable force of the heavenly tribulation had successfully coalesced and surged directly toward the Sword Saint. Li Changfeng silently observed, his admiration for the Sword Saint intensifying threefold. Then, the Sword Saint was directly struck down, collapsing to the ground in a prostrate position, trembling. Feng Wu, filled with confusion, inquired, Master, though the Sword Saint is unafraid of the heavenly tribulation, why was he struck down to the ground without any form of defense? This aspect puzzled Feng Wu, and she sought her master's enlightenment. Li Changfeng chuckled. His disciples, indeed, were still far from his level. Observing their perplexed expressions, Li Changfeng spoke candidly. It is rather simple. The Sword Saint wishes to refine his body through the heavenly lightning. His power has already reached the pinnacle of the southern domain. To continue growing stronger, he must rely on such means. Between the southern and central domains lies a terrifying tempest of thunder and fierce winds. Crossing over is no simple task. Strength is one aspect, but the resilience of the body is equally crucial. A frail body would not withstand the onslaught. Understanding dawned upon them after Li Changfeng's explanation. Had they relied solely on their own reasoning, they would never have arrived at this conclusion. This elucidates why having an exceptional master empowers disciples to surpass equally gifted rogue cultivators. True rogue cultivators cannot be compared to disciples of a sect. The notion of rogue prodigies effortlessly defeating disciples of the same realm is merely a fantasy held by certain rogue cultivators on the brink of death. Having someone to support one's endeavors has always been an unchanging truth. In the realm of cultivation, it translates to having backing, which elevates one's perspective and power. Boom. The second bolt of heavenly lightning struck, causing the Sword Saint to bleed from his mouth and nose. His garments tattered. However, due to the garments being of spirit artifact grade, they were not reduced to ashes by the divine lightning. Feng Wu and the others silently watched, their expressions mirroring Li Changfeng's growing admiration. Boom, boom, boom. As successive bolts of heavenly lightning fell, the injuries on the Sword Saint grew more severe. Resembling an elderly man teetering on the brink of death, Li Changfeng remarked slowly, Indeed, the Sword Saint embodies the profound truth of no destruction, no creation, Could it be that he seeks to reconstruct his physical form? As the heavenly lightning continued to descend, Li Changfeng began to sense something amiss. The Sword Saint's aura had diminished to a perilous degree. Could it be that he was on the verge of death? Chapter 109. The Ancestral Phoenix devours the Tribulation clouds. Previously, Li Changfeng had assumed that the Sword Saint was refining his heart and had dismissed the threat of the heavenly tribulation. However, as time passed, the Sword Saint's injuries became increasingly grave, leading him to doubt whether the Sword Saint was genuinely injured rather than merely utilizing an illusion array to refine his heart and endure the heavenly lightning. The Sword Saint did not seem as formidable as he had initially perceived. He fell short in comparison to himself. Li Changfeng thought, "It seems I must intervene. If the Sword Saint, a pillar of the Kawan sect, perished beneath the heavenly tribulation due to my illusion array, I would become a sinner of the sect." Acting on impulse, which was characteristic of Li Changfeng, he did not wish to interfere with the Sword Saint's tribulation, knowing it would amplify the power of the heavenly punishment manifold. Unless he could directly neutralize the tribulation clouds, both he and the Sword Saint would be in peril. Li Changfeng swiftly acted, dispelling the illusion array before the Hall of Heavenly Authority. As the illusion vanished, the Sword Saint immediately regained clarity. Feeling the unbearable agony coursing through his body and sensing the imminent threat from above, he looked skyward. What the hell? I didn't break the illusion. I was entranced within it. Because I lingered outside too long, the heavenly tribulation sensed my presence. This tribulation has no sense of fairness, taking advantage of the vulnerable. The Sword Saint exclaimed, hastily consuming healing elixirs while donning layers of protective spiritual armor. Facing the impending heavenly lightning, he felt an utter lack of confidence. Had he not sustained such grievous injuries, he might have been able to withstand a blow. As he currently stood, 2 more strikes of heavenly lightning could very well obliterate him. With a complex expression, the Sword Saint gazed at the Hall of Heavenly Authority, his countenance grim. Although the Kawan sect was known for its survivalist tactics, was the Hall Master taking things a bit too far? Who, in their right mind, would set up so many illusions in their grand hall? One might mistake it for a defense against formidable foes. He never anticipated that he would fall at the hands of a junior from the Kawan sect. The previous illusion was not dispelled by him, which implied that the peak master of heavenly authority had returned. As he pondered, the tribulation clouds above were nearing completion for the next bolt of heavenly lightning. Each strike grew increasingly potent, geometrically amplifying its destructive force. This offered the Sword Saint no chance of survival, intent on annihilating him. Having regained some strength, the Sword Saint assessed the impending heavenly lightning. He was confident he could endure about 3 more strikes. This was his limit. After 3 strikes, he would be utterly defenseless. This was still contingent on the assistance of his sword and the multiple layers of exquisite spiritual armor he wore. Without these external aids, he would not withstand even a single bolt. Just as the Sword Saint resigned himself to fate, Li Changfeng's voice resonated in his ears, laced with deep regret. Sword Saint, I misjudged the situation earlier, believing you were deliberately using the illusion array to refine your heart, disregarding the might of the heavenly tribulation. I did not anticipate that you were unable to dispel my illusion array. I apologize for overestimating your capabilities. The Sword Saint retorted, killing with words. It's precisely individuals like you who lack tact. If you have nothing constructive to say, then best remain silent. Must you utter so much that you leave me with no dignity? Taking a deep breath, the Sword Saint replied solemnly, You were not mistaken. I indeed harbored that intention. However, I overestimated my physical resilience, resulting in significant injury. The illusion array held no effect on me, yet the power of this heavenly tribulation is truly terrifying. Li Changfeng nodded in agreement, not dwelling on the matter further. The most pressing concern now was how to rescue the Sword Saint. Observing the Sword Saint's condition, it was clear that if things continued as they were, he would inevitably be reduced to ashes by the heavenly lightning, ceasing to exist. Li Changfeng spoke earnestly, Sword Saint. Do you have any suggestions on how to save you? I fear you may be nearing death, and the heavenly lightning shows no mercy. It will strike you down. Shall I assist you in resisting this accursed tribulation? The Sword Saint felt a sense of comfort within, his previous irritation regarding the illusion array dissipating. Li Changfeng's concern eased his anger. Furthermore, setting up the formation before his grand hall was not inherently wrong. It was merely a means of better safeguarding oneself. What fault lay in that? If there is indeed a fault, it lies solely within oneself. The Sword Saint firmly rejected. There is no need for that. You are also a cultivator and should understand the consequences of stepping into another's tribulation zone. This will not aid me. Rather, it will hasten my demise. If you truly care, then go to the deepest part of the ancestral land and inform the other 2 old fellows of my impending fall. Li Changfeng shook his head. Senior Sword Saint, I acknowledge your good intentions. However, You must realize that your current predicament is a result of my illusionary array. I cannot simply stand by and do nothing. Moreover, the tribulation is not as terrifying as you imagine. It is akin to a bully. When you are strong, it cowers. When you are weak, it becomes arrogant. Just wait, Senior Sword Saint, and see how I resolve it. The Sword Saint was exasperated. Li Changfeng's words were indeed venomous. Once he opened his mouth, it invited a fury that was difficult to contain. What was meant to be a well-meaning gesture only served to infuriate him further. Noticing the Sword Saint's displeasure, Li Changfeng hastily clarified, Senior Sword Saint, I do not mean to imply that you are weak. Rather, the tribulation is excessively formidable. No, that is not quite right. In my eyes, the tribulation is actually quite weak. Well, let's just say I said nothing at all. The Sword Saint conceded that he harbored one singular thought, to forsake the tribulation and strike Li Changfeng down with a single sword. Would this rascal ever speak sensibly? Feng Wu, observing the exchange, called out, Senior Sword Saint, my master wishes to assist you with the tribulation. He has the best of intentions. You may not be able to handle the tribulation, but he can easily dispose of it. Do you know how my master overcame his tribulation? He annihilated the celestial being from the heavenly thunder palace in the central domain within the tribulation, leaving only its primordial spirit. I wonder if there are celestial beings from the heavenly thunder palace within your tribulation as well. Even if my master cannot resolve the tribulation, he can certainly deal with the celestial beings within. Lin Fan added, Senior Sword Saint, my senior sister speaks the truth. Regrettably, my own strength is too feeble, otherwise I would have shattered this tribulation with a single punch. The Sword Saint's forehead was lined with increasing frustration. Li Changfeng's disciples were simply not normal. Could they not converse like ordinary people? Just as the Sword Saint reached the peak of his annoyance, Li Changfeng dashed into the tribulation zone. The Sword Saint bellowed, What are you doing, you rascal? Get out of here. Before the tribulation senses you and amplifies its power, scram. At that moment, the Sword Saint was on the verge of losing his composure. When he beheld Li Changfeng transform into an enormous ancestral phoenix in the sky, and subsequently swallow the tribulation clouds, he was rendered speechless, exclaiming, What the hell? Chapter 110, Give up on this notion. That was the very cloud of tribulation. Moreover, it was his own tribulation as a nine-tribulation loose immortal. The terror of its power was beyond even the Sword Saint's reckoning. Yet now, this fearsome cloud of tribulation was devoured by Li Changfeng. What kind of technique was this? Transforming into a flaming bird, exuding terrifying pressure? This was not a spell possessed by their sect. Li Changfeng, as the ancestral phoenix, let out a satisfied burp. After consuming the tribulation clouds, his body was infused with tremendous power, yet it posed no harm to him. Li Changfeng's strength was extraordinary, and the ancestral phoenix form was exceedingly formidable. Just how powerful was he? Li Changfeng had yet to test the limits. After all, when he was still in the tribulation stage, he had dealt with the celestial being named He Li without employing his full strength, as the latter posed no sense of threat to him. My master is invincible. I knew that with my master in action, no problem was insurmountable. It's merely a trivial tribulation. My master could extinguish it with a wave of his hand. Feng Wu was exceedingly elated. Her admiration for Li Changfeng was blind. No matter what Li Changfeng did, she believed he possessed a 100 success rate. The Sword Saint, a venerable being who had lived for nearly 10,000 years, was utterly befuddled by Li Changfeng's actions. This shattered all of his preconceived notions. That was a tribulation. Any cultivator would turn pale at the very mention of it. Yet, Li Changfeng treated it with utter disregard. How many more tricks and capabilities did he conceal from everyone? The Sword Saint had regained a fraction of his strength. His injuries would not heal swiftly, but he was not in a hurry. He was uncertain whether this counted as having passed the 10th loose immortal tribulation. If it did, he would undoubtedly reap the benefits of the heavenly Tao, gaining even more formidable power. The Sword Saint silently observed Li Changfeng in the sky, or more precisely, the ancestral phoenix form of Li Changfeng. Time passed, and Li Changfeng descended beside the Sword Saint. He had absorbed approximately 70% of the power from the tribulation clouds, which catapulted him into the early stages of the celestial immortal realm. As for his combat prowess, it would only become clear through battle. He estimated he could easily contend with 10 or 8 golden immortals. A globule of liquid shimmering with lightning appeared in Li Changfeng's palm. The Sword Saint's expression shifted dramatically, and he spoke in a low voice. That is liquid from the thunder tribulation. Such a pure form of thunder tribulation liquid is far more concentrated than what I have absorbed in the past, of significantly higher quality. Li Changfeng smiled. This substance should prove beneficial to you, Senior Sword Saint. I have only absorbed 70%. The remainder is for you. The Sword Saint, who had been brimming with excitement, immediately calmed down upon hearing Li Changfeng's words. So, you have absorbed 70%? If you had absorbed it all, Not only would your injuries heal, but your strength would also soar. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. To obtain this 30% of Thunder Tribulation liquid is already an incredible stroke of luck. Had it not been for Li Changfeng's intervention, he would have perished beneath the heavenly thunder. The Sword Saint directly absorbed the Thunder Tribulation liquid into his body, refining it while inquiring. You must be Li Changfeng, right? I have heard much about you. A disciple of the crazy Taoist is indeed remarkable. To have gained his favor, you possess extraordinary qualities. But have you truly resolved this tribulation? Li Changfeng nodded. It should be fine now. I have directly absorbed the tribulation clouds. Even if the heavenly Tao is dissatisfied, it will not quickly condense the clouds again. Moreover, I have discovered that the essence within these clouds is incredibly nourishing. If only I could encounter this more often. I could provide some for my disciples and contribute to the sect. Alas, what a pity. The tribulation, which instills fear in others, had become a mere opportunity for Li Changfeng. Truly, it is said that comparison breeds contempt. The Sword Saint ceased speaking, instead focusing on refining the Thunder Tribulation liquid. He had indeed benefited from this misfortune, advancing his strength further. Had it not been for Li Changfeng's intervention, even if he had not triggered the tribulation this time, he would have undoubtedly perished upon facing it in the future. This was also the reason why he, along with the Gun God and Blade Emperor, remained within the ancestral land and refrained from venturing out. When Feng Wu and the others arrived, they gazed at the Sword Saint, who was sitting cross-legged with his aura continuously rising, and could not help but ask, Master, has Senior Sword Saint successfully passed the tribulation? Thankfully, you were here, otherwise, I fear Senior Sword Saint would not have endured. How long has the Sword Saint been cultivating? Why is he not as accomplished as you, Master? Li Changfeng shook his head. As for the duration of the Sword Saint's cultivation, I am unaware. However, he is a figure of ancestral caliber in the Mount Kaoshan Sect, and it is likely he has spent several millennia in his pursuits. I truly admire their ability to engage in such monotonous training for so long. My master, on the other hand, is different. I cannot endure solitude and must relish life to the fullest. Feng Wu responded, Rest assured, Master, I shall always remain by your side. Even if you wish to send me away, I will not depart. Li Changfeng chuckled softly and replied, Feng Wu, do not speak so hastily. You have yet to encounter someone you truly cherish, and you are still quite young. Your strength is already formidable, yet who can predict what the future holds? Perhaps, in the not-so-distant future, you may meet a man who captures your heart. Feng Wu remained silent, gazing at Li Changfeng. A dark line appeared on Li Changfeng's forehead as he comprehended Feng Wu's intentions. His disciple's affection for him had not waned. Ignoring Feng Wu, Li Changfeng noticed that the Sword Saint had finished absorbing energy and was preparing to leave quietly. Li Changfeng quickly called out, Sword Saint, where are you rushing off to? Hasn't the tribulation already concluded? Could you share the purpose of your visit to Mount Tianquan? Oh, without Li Changfeng's reminder, the Sword Saint had indeed forgotten the matter. His gaze fell upon Ye Jian, his fervent eyes making the latter feel quite uncomfortable. Ye Jian thought to himself, could this venerable Sword Saint harbor any ill intentions towards me? He is an ancient elder of the Mount Kaoshan Sect, having lived for thousands of years, while I have only recently joined the sect and have just become Li Changfeng's disciple. What if he threatens to expel me from the sect, demanding my allegiance? In that fleeting moment, Ye Jian contemplated many things. Ultimately, he resolved not to yield nor abandon the Mount Kaoshan Sect. Master Li Changfeng had taught him the importance of resilience as a swordsman, and he would not cower before authority, even if the opponent were an ancestral figure of the sect. After reaching his decision, Ye Jian spoke firmly, Sword Saint, you need not continue staring at me. Even if you threaten to expel me from the Mount Kaoshan Sect, I will not capitulate. Abandon such thoughts. The Sword Saint mused. Has this child suffered a severe blow to his intellect? Chapter 111. Competing for a disciple? The Sword Saint quickly regained his composure. Whether Ye Jian's mind was slightly askew was of little consequence to him. What he valued was Ye Jian's innate talent for swordsmanship, not his mental acuity. Young one, you misunderstand. My gaze upon you is not driven by ulterior motives, but rather an appreciation for your swordsmanship talent. I wish to take you as my disciple. I am the strongest swordsman of the Mount Kaoshan Sect, and my status is exceedingly high. Should you become my disciple, even the sect leader would have to address you as Little Master Ancestor. Ye Jian shook his head in refusal. Indeed, the Sword Saint's proposition was incredibly enticing. However, he was simply targeting the wrong individual. Sword Saint, you startled me just now. I initially thought you had a preference for my gender. As for becoming your disciple, I must decline. My master treats me as if I were his own progeny, and I cannot betray that bond. The Sword Saint furrowed his brow. I recognize he is an excellent master, but on the path of sword cultivation, he may not be able to assist you greatly. Only by following me can you reach greater heights. Changfeng, why not persuade him? At this moment, Li Changfeng's expression darkened. The audacity to covet his disciple and then demand his assistance in persuading? The Sword Saint must have been in seclusion for too long, leading to such errant thoughts. Li Changfeng retorted, Sword Saint, I hold you in high esteem, but you cannot disregard my position. This is my disciple, and I have invested immense effort into his training. It is not that I underestimate the Sword Saint. What I can offer him, you cannot. The Sword Saint replied, Changfeng, I am aware this is rather unbecoming. After all, you not only saved me, but also provided me with the thunder liquid to enhance my strength. I ought to express my gratitude, not compete with you for a disciple. Yet he is an extraordinary sword cultivator. If I miss the opportunity to take him on, I will never find another like him. If he misses out on me, his future achievements will be severely limited. Retaining him at Mount Tianquan would be a significant loss for both of us. Li Changfeng could not be bothered to engage further with the Sword Saint. This fellow was likely struck foolish by the heavenly lightning. Otherwise, how could he utter such nonsense? Previously, Ye Jian's swordsmanship talent was commendable. Yet now, he had transformed immensely after receiving the system that enabled him to attain an invincible sword physique. The Sword Saint's aspirations to claim him as a disciple were nothing short of folly. Seeing the Sword Saint poised to speak again, Li Changfeng interjected, Sword Saint, I respect you, which is why I am willing to converse further. However, should this conversation continue to meander, I may be compelled to take action. Allow me to present a hypothetical. If I were to take a liking to your wife and suggest that she would fare better with me, would you acquiesce? With a long sigh, the Sword Saint replied, Changfeng, I have no wife. Perhaps I should seek one now and offer her in exchange for this lad? Li Changfeng was genuinely taken aback by the Sword Saint's outlandish thoughts. To forsake all dignity in pursuit of Ye Jian as a disciple was utterly ridiculous. The issue was that the Sword Saint was not an enemy. If he were, a single strike would suffice. This was truly a vexing matter. The Sword Saint harbored no malicious intent. He merely yearned for a disciple. Li Changfeng proposed, Sword Saint, how about this? You may strike him with your sword. And if you can wound him, I will concede to you taking Ye Jian as a disciple. If you cannot, then please refrain from mentioning your desire to claim my disciple again. I must warn you, due to my training, Ye Jian possesses a rather unique physique. The Sword Saint regarded Li Changfeng with sincere gratitude, truly appreciative of his proposal. This arrangement was tantamount to gifting him a disciple, even if Ye Jian's physique was unique. With a single stroke, the Sword Saint could inflict whatever injury he desired upon him. While he may not yet be a true golden immortal, he could certainly contend on equal footing with one. In contrast, Ye Jian appeared to be merely at the golden core stage, not even having reached the nascent soul level. This was the realm Ye Jian achieved after attaining the invincible sword physique. Ye Jian's expression turned peculiar. He had heard from his master that his current body was least susceptible to sword cultivators. As long as the sword's quality did not exceed a certain threshold, he would remain unscathed. In fact, he could even absorb certain sword techniques, provided they did not surpass his limits. Li Changfeng instructed, strike now, deliver a blow. However, it must be a thrust, and the power must not exceed the transformation stage. The Sword Saint nodded. Rest assured, I am well aware of the limits. Moreover, I seek to have him as my disciple, not as a casualty beneath my sword. Is it true that as long as I injure him, I win? Li Changfeng nodded. Indeed, even if you merely graze his skin, it counts as your victory. Subsequently, you may take him as your disciple. The Sword Saint was elated. Already formulating a plan, he decided to rely on speed and minimize his strength, aiming to control his attack precisely enough to merely break the skin of Ye Jian. The distance between the Sword Saint and Ye Jian was about 10 meters, as per Li Changfeng's specification. Due to this requirement, the Sword Saint grew increasingly grateful towards Li Changfeng. He thought to himself, Changfeng has been exceedingly kind to me. He wishes to facilitate my success, yet fears to dampen Ye Jian's spirit. Thus, he devised a scheme that allows Ye Jian to accept while enabling me to acquire a worthy disciple. After securing Ye Jian as my apprentice, I shall retrieve a semi-divine artifact from the ancestral grounds as a token of my gratitude to him. Li Changfeng, with a composed expression, spoke calmly, Senior Sword Saint. You may now make your move. Remember, you possess only one opportunity. Should you fail to succeed, it shall be deemed a loss. You must not pursue further. Can you adhere to this? The Sword Saint swore to the heavens. I, the Sword Saint, vow before the celestial principles that I shall honor my agreement with Changfeng. If I cause even the slightest harm to Ye Jian, he shall be my disciple. If I fail to injure him, I shall never again mention taking him as a disciple. Should I violate this oath, I shall face divine retribution. A smile finally graced Li Changfeng's face, which the Sword Saint interpreted as one of joy for Ye Jian's forthcoming acquisition of a capable mentor. Truly, such a master is devoted to his disciple's well-being. Feng Wu and the others observed silently, Knowing their master would never gamble without certainty, he invariably won because he stood upon unassailable ground. However, they could not fathom the source of his confidence. The Sword Saint launched his attack, drawing his sword towards Ye Jian. To the untrained eye, the movement seemed sluggish. But it was merely an illusion. His speed was, in truth, extraordinary. The sword tip made contact with Ye Jian's left arm, and the Sword Saint, brimming with confidence, awaited the outcome. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that the exquisite spirit sword in his grasp was gradually dissipating at its tip. Chapter 112. The Sword Saint seeks an apprentice. The Sword Saint wore a confident expression. He did not gaze at Ye Jian, but directed his attention towards Li Changfeng. My sword has struck him. Does this little fellow not count as my disciple now? Changfeng, as a token of my gratitude, I shall take you to the ancestral grounds later and gift you a semi-divine artifact, or perhaps a quasi-mortal artifact would be more appropriate. I am truly grateful. Li Changfeng smiled. Senior Sword Saint, perhaps you should first observe any changes in the sword you hold. I hope your spirits remain high. After all, as a sword cultivator, do not let the blow weigh you down. I have mentioned that this disciple possesses a rather unique constitution. This is your moment to witness a miracle. The Sword Saint did not turn back, yet the sword tip had completely vanished. Even the sword body was swiftly disappearing, transforming into pure energy, becoming Ye Jian's power. No matter how unique he is, under my sword, he shall bleed. I am the Sword Saint. Within this Mount Kaoshan, even the small ancestral masters cannot compare to me. Thus, I am confident in my prowess. Li Changfeng smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. The outcome was already determined. It was merely a matter of time before the Sword Saint realized this truth. Feng Wu's beautiful eyes were fixed on Ye Jian, her face displaying a look of astonishment. She understood that her master never accepted mediocre talents as disciples. Yet, Ye Jian's uniqueness was perplexing even to her. His aura was growing stronger, nearing the limits of the Golden Core stage. Could it be that he was about to directly break through to the nascent soul stage? Lin Fan remarked, Sister, it seems that junior brother Yi is on the verge of a breakthrough. His speed surpasses even mine from back then. I wonder if he can match you. Feng Wu replied. Junior brother Yi indeed possesses a remarkable constitution. It appears he can absorb swords to enhance his strength. Does this imply that as long as he is provided with sufficient swords, there are no limits to his potential? Truly, under the watchful eye of our master, any disciple he favors is bound to be extraordinary. Junior brother Lin, do not belittle yourself. Your talent is equally formidable. The most significant point is that you possess no realm, yet your fists can directly strike down those in the Tribulation crossing stage. Lin Fan nodded earnestly. In the later stages of Tribulation crossing, I could likely take them down with a single punch. However, those about to cross into the Great Ascension stage would require 2 punches. Feng Wu fell silent. Her master's disciples were all prodigies, including herself. It seemed they were all somewhat exceptional. At the same time, she pondered how many divine artifacts her master possessed. Such progress suggests that her junior sister and brothers must also have divine artifacts at their disposal, for relying solely on their own abilities would not suffice. Break. With that exclamation, Ye Jian ascended to the nascent soul stage, and his nascent soul was rather unique. It manifested as a sword. This sword's quality had significantly enhanced after consuming the Sword Saint's exquisite spirit sword. The Sword Saint finally sensed something amiss and turned to look at Ye Jian, only to find him completely unharmed. There were no wounds on the arm where he had struck. How can this be? I distinctly pierced your arm with my sword. Why are you unscathed? Changfeng, can you provide an explanation? Li Changfeng replied. I have already mentioned that Ye Jian possesses a rather unique constitution. To be precise, he is a nemesis to sword cultivators. Regardless, we must extend our gratitude to the Sword Saint for assisting my disciple in breaking through his realm. The exquisite spirit sword you provided earlier was indeed remarkable. The Sword Saint was utterly bewildered and inquired. Changfeng, what do you mean by this? I find myself somewhat at a loss. Li Changfeng, with a hint of exasperation, clarified. It is simply as stated. Your sword has facilitated Ye Jian's ascent in realm, and it continues to strengthen him. To be blunt, Ye Jian can absorb swords to enhance himself. By the heavens! Even a being who had lived for nearly 10 millennia could not help but curse. He realized he had been thoroughly duped by Li Changfeng, and in the most drastic way possible. He had assumed Li Changfeng intended to gift Ye Jian to him as a disciple. But it was clear that Li Changfeng had long since positioned himself in an invulnerable position, leaving the Sword Saint to feel like a fool for his gratitude. Changfeng, you are most ungracious. This wager does not count. As he spoke, Li Changfeng pointed to the sky. The Sword Saint recoiled, a look of helplessness on his face. How could I have been so foolish as to swear an oath to the heavens? Changfeng, you have gone too far. I accept this outcome. But may I request another wager? Li Changfeng shook his head. Senior Sword Saint, It is not that I am unwilling to wager again, but rather that you cannot. Do not forget the terms of your oath. You have already sworn not to mention taking Ye Jian as a disciple again. Otherwise, you would face divine retribution. Damn it. The Sword Saint was filled with regret for his foolishness. However, Li Changfeng calmly remarked, Senior Sword Saint, in truth, this matter was instigated by you. I can only tell you that Ye Jian did not possess this unique constitution before. It was only after he became my disciple, with my assistance, that he acquired this exceptional physique. Therefore, my swordsmanship is by no means inferior to that of the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint naturally understands this principle, yet he still finds it hard to accept. At this moment, the Sword Saint's mindset is somewhat frayed. Not only has he failed to accept a disciple, but he also finds himself in possession of an extraordinary spiritual sword. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Li Changfeng spoke up. Sword Saint, do not forget your previous promise. The wager has been fulfilled. When will you take me to obtain the quasi-immortal artifact? My current strength is adequate, but I lack suitable weapons and armor. The Sword Saint retorted sharply. Changfeng, you are already invincible in the southern domain. Is it not a bit excessive to desire better weapons and armor? Li Changfeng shook his head. The southern domain is quite limited. Beyond it lies the eastern, western, and northern domains, not to mention the central domain, where immortals congregate. Even if my strength is commendable, I would certainly not remain invincible in the central domain. His words held no flaw, not a single one. Yet, having just lost his composure, was it not a bit too much to ask for a quasi-immortal artifact? Suddenly, the Sword Saint's gaze brightened as he looked at Ye Jian, as if recalling something. With a fervent gaze directed at Li Changfeng, he solemnly declared, I will return to my ancestral land, and come to find you shortly. Do not think that a quasi-immortal artifact is all I can offer. Even my immortal sword could be yours without hesitation. Li Changfeng, watching the Sword Saint vanish, wore a perplexed expression. How could the Sword Saint, who was just lamenting, so suddenly change his mind? Did his heart for Ye Jian still linger? Before long, the Sword Saint returned, cradling a quasi-immortal armor in his hands. A smile graced Li Changfeng's face, but the Sword Saint's words extinguished his joy. Master, this is my token of apprenticeship. I humbly request your assistance in cultivating a special constitution with the ability to devour swords. Chapter 113, Immortals from the Central Domain. Li Changfeng. At this moment, Li Changfeng was genuinely bewildered. The Sword Saint, who had lived for nearly 10 millennia, was asking to become his disciple. It must be said that Li Changfeng felt a twinge of temptation. However, he would not accept, for in order to make the Sword Saint an invincible sword body, he must first have his cultivation abolished, which he believed the Sword Saint would be unwilling to do. Sword Saint, you are being overly concerned. The concept of the invincible sword body is not as formidable as you might think. Moreover, to attain such a constitution, one must completely deplete their cultivation and have their dantian destroyed. This is merely the first condition. The second requires a sword of no rank with growth attributes. I wonder, dear Sword Saint, are you still willing? The Sword Saint hesitated upon hearing Li Changfeng's words. The conditions to achieve this were exceedingly challenging. Setting aside the requirement for a sword of no rank with growth attributes, the mere notion of abolishing his own cultivation and damaging his dantian was hard for the Sword Saint to accept. Soon, he regained his composure and gazed intently at Li Changfeng for a long while. Changfeng, you are not deceiving me, are you? It is utterly preposterous. How can one need to abolish their cultivation and dantian to succeed in cultivating such a physique? In all my nearly 10 millennia of existence, I have never heard of such a thing. Li Changfeng responded. So, you have never encountered such a constitution, have you? I have no reason to mislead you, for I too desire to see the Sword Saint grow stronger. If any crisis befalls the Mountain Support Sect, you, dear Sword Saint, would be able to confront it directly instead of relying on me. Wouldn't you agree? The Sword Saint fell silent. Although Li Changfeng's explanation was impeccable, he still found it difficult to accept, primarily because he could not become the kind of physique that Ye Jian possessed, which left him filled with disappointment. Li Changfeng stored the quasi-immortal artifact and spoke calmly. Sword Saint, you should no longer need to undergo tribulation. From here on, you merely need to focus on cultivating to enhance your strength. Therefore, why not take a position at my Tianquan Peak? Whether as the Deputy Peak Master, a Supreme Elder, or a Transmission Elder, whichever position you desire, I shall grant it to you. Noticing the Sword Saint's indecision, Li Changfeng continued, Sword Saint, you must be extremely curious about Ye Jian's constitution. Although he cannot be your disciple, should you reside at Tianquan Peak, you would have the opportunity to see him at any time. His current cultivation level is quite low, merely at the nascent soul stage. If you were to assist him in becoming stronger, would that not make him akin to your half-disciple? The Sword Saint's eyes sparkled with interest. He acknowledged that he was intrigued. Observing Li Changfeng's other disciples, each one was exceptionally talented, perhaps even rivaling Ye Jian's innate abilities. Although he was unaware of how Li Changfeng had gathered them together, an opportunity now lay before him, and the Sword Saint felt compelled to seize it. Very well. I shall accept the role of Deputy Peak Master at Tianquan Peak. I will henceforth be responsible for helping the disciples grow stronger and serve as a protector for Ye Jian. No problem. Li Changfeng beamed. The number of people at Tianquan Peak was scarce, and he found most ordinary individuals unworthy of his attention. With the Sword Saint's addition, he could now persuade, rather, touch their hearts and reason with them to convince a few elders to join Tianquan Peak, which should not prove too challenging. The illustrious Sword Saint, one of the 3 primordial ancestors of the Mountain Support Sect, had now become the Deputy Peak Master of Tianquan Peak. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly shake the very foundations of the Mountain Support Sect. The current Mountain Support Sect had undergone tremendous transformations. After acquiring 90% of Haotian Sect's territory, the influx of disciples had multiplied exponentially. Furthermore, numerous talents emerged, creating immense pressure on the original disciples of the Mountain Support Sect. After all, with an abundance of talents, their own benefits would diminish. Without sufficient excellence and relentless effort, it would be exceedingly difficult to gain recognition within the Mountain Support Sect. Nonetheless, this did not imply that the resources of the Mountain Support Sect had dwindled. Rather, they had become more abundant. The competition had intensified, and the Mountain Support Sect adopted a competitive model. If you were strong, you would gain access to even greater cultivation resources, aiding you in becoming more formidable. Conversely, if you relaxed your efforts, you would find your future cultivation resources diminishing, potentially leading to a demotion from core disciple to inner disciple, and ultimately, to an outer disciple or even a menial worker. Under such a model, the strength of the Mountain Support Sect would undoubtedly rise rapidly. The disciples of Tianquan Peak continued to increase, yet Li Changfeng refrained from accepting more disciples. His standard for accepting disciples was one of quality over quantity. As he had not triggered the disciple recruitment task, he chose to ignore any candidates, regardless of their talent. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Li Changfeng had ascended to the pinnacle of the Luo Tian Immortal stage, with only one step remaining to reach the great Luo Golden Immortal stage. Meanwhile, all 4 of his disciples had successfully overcome their tribulations. The eldest disciple, Feng Wu, stood at the pinnacle of the Earth Immortal stage. The second disciple, Lin Fan, possessed no defined realm yet could obliterate mid-stage Earth Immortals with a single punch. The third disciple, Lin Yanran, was at the late Human Immortal stage, and the fourth disciple, Ye Jian, was at the early Human Immortal stage, with a clear sword heart. Although Ye Jian's realm was the lowest among the 4 disciples, the sword Dantian within him had already reached the level of a quasi-immortal artifact. Slaying 10 or 8 initial stage Earth Immortals should pose no challenge. As for the true extent of Li Changfeng's strength, it remains a mystery to all. He has not rushed to the central domain, in his own words. If one cannot be invincible upon arrival, then there is no haste. His understanding of the formidable beings in the central domain is scant. What if there exists a celestial king of greater power than the great Luo Golden Immortal? The celestial kings are exceedingly fearsome, capable of annihilating the southern domain. Li Changfeng possesses such power himself, yet he has chosen to bide his time. On this day, a fissure appeared in the barrier between the southern and central domains. Countless powerful beings from the southern domain sensed the anomaly, prompting the founding ancestors of various sects to emerge. A mysterious elder manifested from the ancestral grounds of the Sword Sect. He appeared as if he were a sword himself, standing amidst the heavens, seemingly capable of cleaving the sky asunder. Trouble was brewing for the southern domain, as the visitors from the central domain did not bear good intentions. Following the appearance of this elder, a resplendent old monk, radiating golden light, emerged. He hailed from the Buddhist sect. Master of the hidden sword, have you discerned the purpose of the central domain's actions? Why do they now seek to enter our southern domain, despite previously forbidding us from undergoing tribulations? The mysterious elder shook his head. I know not. The central domain is a gathering place for immortals. If they venture into the southern domain, we may be unable to withstand them. Let us hope their intentions are not malevolent, lest the southern domain faces catastrophic ruin. The old monk responded, Amit Ba? Whether from my Buddhist sect or your sword sect, we have predecessors in the central domain, yet they have not altered this situation. This suggests their own circumstances may not be favorable. At that moment, a woman of breathtaking beauty, whose mere glance could ignite passion in a man, arrived. She was an ancestor of the Hundred Flowers sect, renowned in the southern domain as the most beautiful woman. Master Jiekong, friend of the hidden sword, do you perceive the intent behind the central domain's actions? The two exchanged glances and slowly shook their heads, as more founding ancestors of the unyielding bone level gathered. A figure emerged amidst the thunder and fierce winds, an immortal from the central domain. Chapter 114. Those who approach, I shall slay. Those who are immortal, come forth. This individual donned a flowing white robe, his skin as fair as jade. With a folding fan in hand, he exuded an otherworldly elegance. He was exceedingly handsome, surpassing even the fairest of women in both complexion and features. Yet, he was undeniably a male immortal, complete with a tea kettle. You insignificant ants. Are you here to greet me, Sichin? Sichin was the name of this male immortal. His demeanor was lofty as he regarded the old monk from the Buddhist sect and the elder from the sword sect with disdain, as though they were mere insects. However, he cast several lingering glances at the Hundred Flowers sect's woman. Your beauty is commendable. I shall permit you to serve me shortly. To gain my favor would be your immense fortune. The southern domain is truly unworthy of an immortal's presence. The spiritual energy here is thin. There is not even a trace of celestial aura. No wonder you are so feeble. The founding ancestors of the unyielding bone level wore expressions of fury. They yearned to strike at Sichin, but were weighed down by trepidation, hesitant to act recklessly. The woman from the Hundred Flowers sect appeared particularly displeased. Not one to coddle Sichin, she directly launched an attack against him, eager to discern the extent of his strength that allowed him to dismiss them so contemptuously. Thousands of flowers blossomed, creating a floral downpour around Sichin. He smiled faintly and calmly replied, "Ah, my dear, how refined your taste. Since you wish to be my woman amidst this sea of blossoms, I shall indulge your modest request. I guarantee your initial discomfort will be followed by enjoyment." Lecture. The woman from the Hundred Flowers sect grew increasingly enraged, desiring to rend Sichin to pieces. Alas, her strength was insufficient to contend with him. Although formidable in her own right, she stood no chance against Sichin, who was a pinnacle celestial immortal and a powerhouse even within the central domain. Among the younger generation, he was undoubtedly among the elite, a super genius. The hidden sword stepped forward, and a sword materialized, his fateful blade, a quasi-immortal artifact. He swung the sword towards Sichin, shattering the void as though intent on obliterating everything in its path. Yet, he faced Sichin, an immortal from the central domain. Humph. Sichin chuckled coldly, disregarding the woman from the Hundred Flowers sect as he charged at the hidden sword. In terms of strength, the hidden sword was significantly stronger than the woman, especially since Sichin had taken a liking to her. The hidden sword's attack had provoked his ire. Sword control technique. Sichin sneered, directing a sword toward the hidden sword. This maneuver could very well claim the hidden sword's life. Sichin brimmed with confidence. The hidden sword's expression shifted dramatically. He comprehended the gravity of his situation. He realized he was likely to meet his end here. Casting one last glance at the former beauty of the southern domain, he sighed deeply. His contemporaries had either perished or aged. Only the lily fairy of the Hundred Flowers sect remained, unchanged and as beautiful as ever. The hidden sword slowly closed his eyes, awaiting death. Is this how you choose to give up? Hidden sword, you truly are regressing with age. Had I known this would be your fate, I would never have enlightened you. A voice echoed in the hidden sword's mind, causing him to snap his eyes open. He would never forget that voice. For half of his current existence was owed to its owner. Senior, I never anticipated to hear your voice once more, just before my demise. Alas, I could not become your disciple back then. The voice was remarkably calm. You are a disciple of the sword sect. I cannot condone you seizing the ancestral affairs of others. Instead, watch closely as I dismantle the attack of this being from the central domain. As a sword cultivator, one must be fearless, annihilating all in their path. With a sword in hand, none shall be my equal. As the final words escaped, a terrifying wave of sword energy surged towards Sichin. Sichin chuckled derisively. Those of the lower realms, who are but mere ants, refuse to acknowledge their station. How pitiful. Allow me to demonstrate just how vastly superior the beings of the upper realms are compared to you. The dreadful attack surged forth, clashing with the sword energy. In an instant, Sichin's assault was utterly vanquished, dissipating into the void. Meanwhile, the sword energy continued its relentless advance, aimed directly at Sichin's head. Impossible. Sichin screeched, unable to believe the reality before him. He was a celestial immortal from the upper realm, here in the southern domain to seize its spiritual veins. Yet now, he faced the prospect of death. With a piercing thrust, the sword energy struck between his brows, rendering him immobile. Why? Why does this wretched southern domain harbor such a formidable being? Have you perhaps already transcended the ninth tribulation of the celestial immortals? The voice resonated. You possess some understanding. Recognizing that I have indeed surpassed the ninth tribulation. The denizens of the central domain are the epitome of selfishness. Because you thrive in the central domain, you deny us. The cultivators of the other four domains, entry. It is you who have marred the source of celestial energy, yet we are the ones who suffer the consequences. The people of the central domain deserve extermination. Sichen's face was etched with disbelief, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of despair. The difficulty of cultivating into a loose immortal was a universally acknowledged truth. While the central region boasted its own loose immortals, most were below the 4th tribulation level, with the strongest seemingly only reaching the 7th. Beyond the 7th tribulation, no loose immortals could be found in the central region. This was largely due to the terrifying nature of the loose immortal tribulation, which was utterly inhumane within the central region. Additionally, a lack of relentless ambition among its practitioners contributed to this grim reality. In a confrontation at the same level, if a cultivator from the southern region faced one from the central region, it would inevitably be the latter who would perish. Sichen bitterly smiled. I am destined to die. Could you enlighten me on the extent of your strength? The sword saint finally emerged from the shadows, looking down upon Sichen. With your caliber, dispatching 180 foes would be a trivial task. Of course, I am not particularly formidable myself. For instance, I cannot contend with my sect leader. As Sichen's life force rapidly waned, he felt immense regret. Given another chance, he would never have rushed to the southern region merely for the accolades of retrieving a spiritual vein. If he were to venture anywhere, it would be to the other 3 regions. The southern region would likely haunt him for lifetimes to come. Thud. Songjian knelt before the sword saint, overflowing with gratitude. The sword saint had provided invaluable guidance. Without him, perhaps Songjian would not have attained his current stature. Although they both held the status of primordial ancestors of their respective sects, the disparity between them was vast. For example, the sword saint had lived for nearly 10,000 years, while Songjian, despite appearing similar in age, was actually born over 2,000 years later. The sword saint nodded. Songjian, I am not fond of such formalities. Please rise. Allow me to introduce you to my sect leader, who is currently the most prominent figure in the southern region. He will be instrumental in addressing the troubles of the central region. Li Changfeng, hands clasped behind his back, spoke with an air of indifference. I shall handle matters concerning the central region, while you shall present yourself to the immortals. The sword saint remarked. Chapter 115. I am weak. In the central region, ethereal auras wafted through the air, and immortals were as numerous as clouds. The Tiandao Academy stood as a superpower in the central region. Perhaps not the strongest in terms of raw power, but it commanded great respect among the various factions. This was primarily because the Tiandao Academy served as the place of learning for the younger generations across the central region's forces. Consequently, a saying circulated, better to provoke an immortal king than to offend the academy. However, now, a name on the immortal rankings of the Tiandao Academy had dimmed. Sichen's name. Sichen, ranked 97th on the immortal rankings, had to be under 1,000 years of age to qualify. Achieving the celestial realm before the age of 1,000 was a testament to Sichen's extraordinary talent. After all, the central region spanned vast territories and was home to trillions of human beings. Standing out amidst such a multitude was no easy feat. Sichen had accomplished this, becoming the pride of the Sitsi family, a prominent lineage in the central region's immortal society. Yet now, Sichen was dead. A notification was sent to the Sitsi family. Sichen had perished in the southern region. Moreover, a golden immortal mentor and 10 celestial realm students were dispatched to the southern region. All those connected to Sichen's killer were to be exterminated, along with their 9 clans. Understood. A hazy voice echoed, belonging to a celestial monarch above the realm of the immortal. The academy had 9 heads, all of whom were celestial monarchs, categorized into 8 academies of cosmic wilderness and the primary academy. The order was given by the head of the Huang Academy, under whose nominal tutelage Sichen had fallen. He would not allow Sichen's untimely demise without retribution, especially when someone had to pay a heavy price. In the eastern part of the central region, the formidable Sitsi family was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. Shortly after the academy learned of Sichen's demise, the higher-ups of the Sitsi family were already aware of the news. Sitsi Jingtian, the family patriarch, wore a grim expression. Sichen was his son, and moreover, his most exceptional one. The Sitsi family had planned to groom Sichen as the future patriarch. Now that Sichen's life tablet had shattered, he was confirmed dead. What transpired leading to my son's demise? Which clan is responsible? The Grand Elder replied, Patriarch, we have yet to uncover the details. We have contacted the Tiandao Academy and believe news will arrive shortly. Just as the Grand Elder finished speaking, visitors arrived at the Sitsi family, namely, the golden immortal mentor from the Tiandao Academy and 10 celestial realm students. These students were not on the rankings, as their ages were all over 5,000 years. Compared to true prodigies, their disparity was immense. The golden immortal mentor clasped his hands and spoke solemnly. On behalf of the Academy's head, I am here to inform the Sitsi family of the circumstances surrounding Sichen's death. Due to unrest in the southern region, Sichen voluntarily sought to venture there. Shortly after crossing the realm barrier into the southern region, He was slain by a powerful being from that region. Our mission is complete, and we take our leave, Sitsi Patriarch. Sitsi Jingtian spoke gravely. Minter, how could such a primitive and backward place as the southern region possibly harbor a being capable of killing my son? Is there more to this? The golden immortal Minter replied, Patriarch Sitsi, the truth is exactly as I have stated. No one from the central region accompanied him to deal such a lethal blow. It seems the southern region has produced an unparalleled prodigy, one that has escaped the central region's control. We will head to the southern region to eliminate the perpetrator and those associated with him. Sitsi Jingtian nodded, waving his hand. A storage ring flew toward the golden immortal Minter, containing some cultivation resources and immortal stones. I wish to accompany you, Minter. Is that permissible? The storage ring returned, and the golden immortal Minter shook his head. If the Patriarch wishes to join, it would require an application. Unless those various factions agree, you will not be able to go. We shall proceed to the southern region first and bring back the head of the murderer. Understood. Sitsi Jingtian retracted the storage ring, not insisting further. The Tiandao Academy could freely traverse the other 4 regions, but other factions could not do so without the nod of a superpower. The superpowers, each guarded by an immortal king, held significant sway. Although the Sitsi family was not weak, its strongest member was merely a celestial monarch. They lacked any celestial kings and could only be considered a second-rate immortal family. After seeing off the golden immortal Minter, Sitsi Jingtian took a deep breath. From this moment forward, the Sitsi family would need to adopt a more low-key approach. Without Siken, the Tiandao Academy would no longer shield the Sitsi family, unless one of them joined the Tiandao Academy and achieved Sichen's level of accomplishment. But that was an exceedingly daunting task. I shall enter seclusion, striving to step into the realm of the Celestial King. The Grand Elder's face lit up with joy. If the Sitsi family could add another Celestial King, they would gain the qualification to enter the 4 regions. They would also ascend to the ranks of first-rate immortal families, greatly enhancing their strength. Patriarch, are you truly on the verge of becoming a Celestial King? What a blessing from the heavens for our Sitsi family, especially since even our ancestors have yet to reach this milestone. Sitsi Jingtian replied, It is not so simple. I merely have a sense of enlightenment. Remember my warning. The Sitsi family must remain discreet. Understood. Sitsi Jingtian was on the brink of breaking through to the Celestial King realm. A momentous occasion for the Sitsi family. Their joy even overshadowed the sorrow of Sichen's demise. In the southern region, Li Changfeng gazed at the realm barrier, speaking languidly. Master Sword Saint, it appears that something is once again approaching the southern domain. Judging from the energy, its power level should surpass that of the previous foe. We had agreed that I would handle any visitors while you would confront any celestial beings. It seems this matter does not concern me. The corners of the Sword Saint's mouth twitched. The enemy he had slain previously was at the celestial immortal level. If this new arrival is indeed above that, it must be in existence at the golden immortal level. After transcending tribulations to become an immortal, practitioners are categorized into various realms: human immortal, earth immortal, celestial immortal, golden immortal, Luo Tian supreme immortal, immortal monarch, and immortal king. Each realm further divides into multiple sublevels, and upon reaching the human immortal realm, breaking through even a single sublevel may take thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Although the Sword Saint has already endured his 9th scattered immortal tribulation, he did not achieve this through his own efforts. Instead, it was Li Changfeng who aided him in overcoming the tribulation clouds, thus bypassing that arduous process. His strength merely rivals that of a golden immortal. In a true confrontation with a golden immortal, he would likely be outmatched. After all, he had not fully withstood the heavenly tribulation, nor had he acquired all the tribulation liquid. Song Jian, Master Sword Saint, I firmly believe you are more than capable. Just like before, with a single sword, you can slay the celestial being from the central domain. This peak master is far too young, and his realm is merely at the nascent soul level. I truly do not understand why you, Master Sword Saint, have permitted him to be the peak master while you assume the role of the vice peak master. Nascent soul. This is merely a tradition of our Kaoshan Sect, where one's realm remains concealed. A clever tactic of playing the pig to eat the tiger. The Sword Saint disregarded Song Jian. The fellow was clearly lacking in intellect. He had just saved his life, yet here he was trying to put him in a precarious position. If he continued to prattle, he would receive a sword strike. Sword Saint, Changfeng, I know you are wholeheartedly devoted to safeguarding the southern domain. This is a tremendous opportunity, a chance for a savior. Only you are worthy. Li Changfeng shook his head. No, I am unworthy. I am far too weak to contend with an immortal king. Sword Saint, Chapter 116. The southern domain faces catastrophe? Song Jian regarded Li Changfeng with a peculiar expression, harboring discontent. It baffled him that the venerable Sword Saint showed such deference to Li Changfeng. After all, He was merely a young lad at the nascent soul level and should not have garnered such esteem from the Sword Saint. Yet, the reality was that Li Changfeng showed no regard for the Sword Saint's authority, and the Sword Saint seemed unfazed. Song Jian, you insolent brat. You have gone too far. The Sword Saint is a humble man, which is why he does not wish to hold it against you. However, that does not excuse your disrespect. Immediately apologize to the Sword Saint. Otherwise, even if he does not wish to retaliate, I, Song Jian, will teach you a lesson on how to respect your elders. Li Changfeng remained silent, his expression somewhat peculiar. Could it be that Song Jian had a few loose screws? Or had he shown disrespect to the Sword Saint? The Sword Saint was a foundational figure of the Kaoshan Sect, nearly 10,000 years his senior. Therefore, Li Changfeng held him in the utmost regard. Li Changfeng turned to the Sword Saint and slowly said, Master Sword Saint, do you not see my respect for you? If my appointment as Vice Peak Master has caused you any grievance, then perhaps you should resign from that position. I would not want another elder like this one to stand up and claim I do not respect you. The Sword Saint, now agitated, shot a fierce glare at Song Jian. He then turned back to Li Changfeng with a beaming smile. Changfeng, do not listen to this thick-headed fellow's nonsense. He knows nothing. No, he does not even comprehend the essence of knowledge. I shall perform my duties as Vice Peak Master splendidly, without a hint of objection. This is a splendid opportunity. Changfeng, you cannot drive me away. Song Jian hastily added, Master Sword Saint, if you are being threatened, just blink. I promise to stand up for you, and will not let this little brat off the hook. With a swift motion, the Sword Saint slapped Song Jian, sending him flying hundreds of feet away. He glared at Song Jian's trajectory and bellowed, Can you not keep your mouth shut? Speak another word, and I will strike you down. By he, the celestial maiden, remarked, Master Sword Saint, as formidable as ever. In the southern domain, few can rival your might. I have heard that the Ye Jian Sect has been severely weakened by the Kaoshan Sect. Was that the doing of Master Sword Saint? Just as the Sword Saint was about to deny it, Li Changfeng interjected. Naturally, our Master Sword Saint is extraordinarily powerful. The Ye Jian Sect has long occupied the position of the foremost celestial gate, squatting on a latrine without relieving themselves. The most astonishing part is that they dared to provoke even the brother of the Kaoshan Sect's Yaowang Peak Master. Who else should be punished if not the Ye Jian Sect? Hearing this, the Sword Saint understood that Li Changfeng wished to downplay his own prowess, and he had no choice but to acquiesce. Nodding in acknowledgement, the Sword Saint ceased further commentary. The barrier between the southern and central domains began to tremble ominously. The sound of thunder rumbling as if the world were facing an apocalypse. Sword Saint, Changfeng, they are coming. I will take the lead. Should I falter, then you may intervene. The southern domain must not become a place for the central domain to exploit at will. Li Changfeng, but I am weak. I cannot contend with an immortal king. Song Jian had already returned and was infuriated by Li Changfeng's words. However, upon glancing at the Sword Saint, the retort he had prepared was swallowed back down. The Sword Saint smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. He had not known Li Changfeng well before, but having spent some time at Tianquan Peak, he had come to understand his character. In terms of conduct, Li Changfeng posed no issue. Yet his tongue was perpetually capable of ruffling one's feathers. Perhaps this was simply Li Changfeng's nature, and thus the Sword Saint did not take offense. If he truly were to be overwhelmed, Li Changfeng would undoubtedly be the most anxious among them. Finally, a void appeared within the barrier, and 11 figures emerged. The foremost among them donned the attire of a scholar. He was none other than the golden immortal mentor from the central domain's Tiandao Academy, followed by 10 celestial immortal senior students. The sword immortal mentor surveyed the crowd with a chilling gaze, his demeanor icy and indifferent. At this moment, there were already over 100 scattered immortal ancestors present, each one surpassing the 7th Tribulation level. Yet now, they stood gravely before the golden immortal mentor. The Sword Saint stepped forward, his voice steady. What brings you to our southern domain? The golden immortal mentor fixed his gaze on the Sword Saint, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. It is you who has slain Siken, is it not? I sense his aura upon you. Reveal all those related to him, and I shall annihilate them along with your entire clan before I take my leave. Such arrogance. He regarded the Sword Saint as nothing more than an insignificant insect. The Sword Saint's expression darkened, and the other ancestors mirrored his unease. Li Changfeng stretched lazily, then pushed Song Jian down to the ground, removing his shoes. Just as Song Jian was about to unload, it was none other than Li Changfeng himself who took action, not only striking his face, but also sealing away his entire cultivation. This was the true reason for his demise at the hands of the heavenly thunder. The countenance of the 10 Celestial Academy students changed dramatically. Their gazes towards Li Changfeng were infused with a blend of fury and trepidation. How audacious! You dare to lay hands on a mentor? This is a grave taboo. Even the celestial lords of the central domain would refrain from assaulting a mentor unless driven by an overwhelming vendetta. You are finished, I warn you. The southern domain will face annihilation due to your actions. With a casual wave of his hand, the student who had been shouting transformed into a cloud of blood mist. I may be weak, but I am not someone you can bully at will. Continue your insults, and I shall continue my slaughter. Let us see whether your vitriol brings you more satisfaction, or my killings grant me greater pleasure. The remaining 9 celestial students swallowed hard. If there had been anger before, it had now been supplanted by sheer fear. Song Jian stared in disbelief at Li Changfeng, wondering if this truly was a mere nascent soul realm practitioner. It was not that the opponent was weak, but rather that his power was utterly terrifying. To hell with the nascent soul realm. That is merely a ruse to deceive fools. The Sword Saint remarked blandly, Song Jian. Now you understand why I serve as Deputy Peak Master while he is the Peak Master, do you not? Changfeng is far too formidable, clearly surpassing me. An ancient being who has lived for over 10,000 years, despite being only in his 30s. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. And the more he felt like weeping. Song Jian comforted him. Do not weep, Senior Sword Saint. After all, none of us can contend with him. Bang. Song Jian was thrust into the ground. The Sword Saint cursed, if you cannot offer consolation, then be silent. Chapter 117, The Academy's Stance. The Sword Saint was irate. Already feeling somewhat disheartened that he, one of the 3 founding ancestors of the formidable Kaoshan Sect, was outmatched by a man in his 30s. Now Song Jian had to twist the knife further. Who else was he supposed to strike? Li Changfeng was currently training 9 celestial students who had come from the central domain. Now, place your right foot upon your left foot. With your left hand, pinch your right ear, and with your right hand, pinch your left ear. Squat down and chant 1,000 times that all of you from the central domain are trash. The 9 celestial students exchanged glances, uncertain whether to remain silent, which might lead to their demise, or to comply, which would leave an indelible psychological scar. For practitioners, harboring such inner demons is the gravest of taboos. Future breakthroughs in their realms would become nearly impossible. Yet, what could they do now? Like 9 prisoners, they obediently followed Li Changfeng's orders. All of you from the central domain are trash. All of you from the central domain are trash. All of you from the central domain are trash. The Sword Saint approached Li Changfeng and inquired, Changfeng, do you intend to spare these individuals? If it were not for your presence in the southern domain, we would surely face utter devastation. They possess no mercy. They are all ruthless characters. In the eyes of those from the central domain, all beings from the southern domain are uncivilized savages. They kill at will. My advice is that they must not be allowed to live. Li Changfeng stretched lazily. There is no rush. Killing them now is not a formidable challenge. But do not forget, these fellows have backing. They are not without support. If we were to eliminate that golden immortal and then eradicate everyone else in an instant, the repercussions would be significant. Let us observe the situation first. Do not act rashly. The Sword Saint nodded. I share the same sentiment. They certainly cannot be allowed to survive, for doing so would be an irresponsible act towards all beings in the southern domain. In comparison to the central domain, we are still vastly inferior in strength. Who knows what caliber of powerful beings the central domain will send next? Listening to the Sword Saint's concerns, Li Changfeng fell into silence. His strength was indeed formidable, but relying solely on himself to withstand the entire central domain was an almost insurmountable task. Most critically, the central domain was unlikely to grant him much time. Given 100 or 80 years, he was confident he could become invincible against the central domain. Even in 10 or 8 years, he might have the opportunity to achieve that. Yet, judging by the current circumstances, he would be fortunate to have even a year and a half, and the central domain would not allow that. Li Changfeng took a deep breath. Senior Sword Saint, I need you to gather the top powers of the southern domain. Pool our training resources and see if we can enlist a few more formidable beings who share your realm. We must prepare for a full-scale war against the central domain. They will not permit us to step onto their territory. We must rely solely on ourselves. If our strength is sufficiently formidable, even if the central domain is unwilling, they will have no choice but to acquiesce. The Sword Saint nodded. I will arrange it at once. My only fear is that those ancient monsters will not comply obediently. The southern domain is but a disjointed entity, rife with sects, and there exists a division between the righteous and the wicked. Completing this task is bound to be exceedingly difficult. Li Changfeng replied, I am aware of the challenges. However, this task must be accomplished. You may proceed. If there are matters beyond your resolution, simply inform me. Those who refuse to obey must be eliminated. I do not seek their heartfelt submission. I desire their voluntary guardianship of the southern domain. I do not aspire to be some savior. I merely wish to protect all within the Kaoshan Sect. The Sword Saint contemplated this, but refrained from responding. For Li Changfeng to carve out a bright and prosperous world was no simple feat. This endeavor was exceedingly arduous, bordering on impossible. Yet, Li Changfeng was willing to undertake it, and the Sword Saint could not dampen his resolve. The Kaoshan Sect was indeed formidable, yet it could not contend with the entirety of the Central Domain. The Central Domain, do any of you have suggestions? Should we continue to send people, or temporarily let go of the Southern Domain? I require a feasible plan. We must seize the Southern Domain in our next move. Otherwise, it would be a devastating blow to the Celestial Tao Academy and to the Huang Institute. The Deputy Dean remarked, "Esteemed Dean, we have all underestimated the Southern Domain. The ability to slay a golden immortal mentor should, in theory, be beyond the capabilities of the lower realms. Yet, we still witness the fall of a golden immortal mentor. The situation is exceedingly strange. Is it possible that a formidable force from the Central Domain is targeting our Huang Institute? Or perhaps, there is someone intent on undermining the entire Celestial Tao Academy?" Listening to the Deputy Dean's words, the Dean of the Huang Institute furrowed his brow. He had contemplated this possibility as well, but could not ascertain its truth. The existence of the Celestial Tao Academy poses both benefits and threats to several top-tier forces in the Central Domain. Moreover, as the Celestial Tao Academy has persisted over time, it has significantly diminished the influence of these elite forces. If they were to dispatch powerful individuals to the Southern Domain to eliminate the golden immortal mentors of the Celestial Tao Academy, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. The Dean of the Huang Institute's expression darkened, his tone grave. "Investigate thoroughly. If it is indeed the work of a superpower, we must reveal some of our strength. It is time for the entire Central Domain to realize that the Celestial Tao Academy is not merely an educational institution. We have ascended to become the foremost power in the Central Domain, unafraid of anyone." Understood. With the orders given, numerous powerful individuals from the Huang Institute departed from the Celestial Tao Academy. As the head of the institute, Mu Zhengshun left the Huang Institute to head to the Xian Institute. He intended to seek counsel on matters of revenge against the Southern Domain. Regardless of who was responsible for the murder of the golden immortal mentor, the Southern Domain must face repercussions to serve as a warning. Chapter 118, Serving as a Warning. Due to the decisions made by the Celestial Tao Academy, the Southern Domain has momentarily welcomed stability and peace. However, Li Changfeng did not depart from the barrier of the realm. He understood that the Central Domain would not rest easily and would undoubtedly return with renewed vigor. They could not place their hopes on the elusive notion of mercy. The overall strength of the Central Domain far surpasses that of the Southern Domain. Li Changfeng aimed to rally the most elite powers of the Southern Domain to confront them, though he was aware that this might not suffice, at the very least. It could effectively curb the actions of the Central Domain. Li Changfeng, appearing unconcerned, commenced a barbecue. The ancestral figures of various sects regarded him with peculiar expressions. Even though Li Changfeng was immensely powerful, his current behavior left them speechless. One elder spoke up, leaderly. "We in the Southern Domain are facing a critical juncture of survival, yet you seem utterly unfazed. Is it not a bit excessive? We are all deeply concerned. And yet you appear to treat this matter with indifference," the elder continued. Li Changfeng regarded the elder with indifference. A Tribulation loose immortal was not weak by Southern Domain standards. Yet this question was remarkably foolish. So, should we be exceedingly anxious and keep our eyes peeled? Tell me, would such actions aid in resisting the arrival of the Central Domain strong? If not, why ask such a foolish question? If they come, we will deal with them. If they do not, we will enjoy our lives. So what is my issue? You. The elder was greatly infuriated by Li Changfeng's dismissive attitude, even contemplating teaching him a lesson. However, upon witnessing Li Changfeng's mere nascent soul cultivation, he ultimately hesitated, lacking the courage. After all, not long ago, he had witnessed Li Changfeng personally eliminate a powerful golden immortal from the Central Domain, a being capable of extinguishing him with a single strike. If he were to act against Li Changfeng, he feared the consequences would be dire. Lost in thought, while glaring resentfully at Li Changfeng, he was suddenly struck by Li Changfeng's palm, sending him flying 1,000 miles away. This slap serves merely as a lesson. If you dare question me again or resent my enjoyment of life, I shall strike you down. The gathered elders exchanged glances, filled with anger yet unable to voice it. Li Changfeng's strength was overwhelming. Everyone believed Li Changfeng to be the strongest in the Southern Domain. They fell silent, while the Sword Saint began to gather the elite from the Southern Domain. The Sword Saint first arrived at the Haotian sect, once the foremost immortal sect, which had suffered greatly due to offending Li Changfeng. The Kaoshan Sect issued an edict commanding all 4 Tribulation loose immortals and above to head to the realm barrier. Those who defied this order would face execution without mercy. The Southern Hodoist appeared, bowing to the Sword Saint. "Senior Sword Saint, I did not expect you to still be alive. However, Is it not somewhat inappropriate for the Kaoshan Sect to act in this manner? The Sword Saint coldly regarded the southern Hodoist. He had dealt with this little fellow 7,000 years ago. This is the command of my Kaoshan Sect. And it is also Changfeng's arrangement. You may refuse, but this matter concerns the safety of the entire southern domain. Anyone unwilling to protect the southern domain will be deemed a spy from the central domain. As per Changfeng's instructions, I am authorized to eliminate you on the spot. As he uttered the last sentence, a terrifying sword aura erupted from the Sword Saint. The southern Hodoist's complexion changed dramatically, realizing the Sword Saint's formidable presence. He sighed deeply. 7,000 years ago, he was unable to defeat the Sword Saint. Now, the disparity was even more pronounced. The Sword Saint had undoubtedly surpassed the 9th tribulation of loose immortals. How could he hope to contend with such a being? Despite feeling some dissatisfaction, he could only comply. The southern Hodoist declared, I am willing to lead the 4 tribulation loose immortals of my Ye Jian sect to defend the southern domain. It is our duty, and the responsibility of all cultivators in the southern domain. I shall not shirk from it. The Sword Saint smiled faintly and replied, You may proceed directly with your people. I still have others to summon. The crisis facing the southern domain is immense. If we cannot weather this storm, we will all become slaves to the central domain. It is even possible that we could be annihilated by their powerful beings. I hope the southern Hodoist harbors no ulterior motives. The southern Hodoist quickly responded, I would never. The Sword Saint transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon as he headed to the next sect. The southern Hodoist, however, wore a dark expression, remaining silent for a long while. An elder spoke up, Southern Hodoist, must we truly dispatch so many strong individuals? Should we not take advantage of all sects sending forth their champions and strike at the root, reclaiming our position as the foremost immortal sect? Slap. The Southern Hodoist directly struck the elder, shouting in anger, refrain from such mindless talk in the future. No, it should not even be spoken. If you wish for the Ye Jian sect to perish, then at least use your brain. This is a time of life and death for the southern domain. If we do not contribute manpower and resources, do you believe the Kaoshan sect will not unite with all others to obliterate our Ye Jian sect first? The elder, having been sent flying, bowed his head in silence, knowing that such reckless words would remain unspoken henceforth. Subsequently, the southern Hodoist led the gathered elders to the southern domain's realm barrier. They had no choice but to go and safeguard the southern domain. With the central domain's aggressive advance, no one could evade the impending storm. Observing the central domain systematically dismantling the sects of the southern domain, it was imperative that they also contribute their strength. At the very least, this offered a glimmer of hope. Naturally, the southern Hodoist had also contemplated surrendering and becoming a servant of the central domain. If the situation is beyond redemption, he would not foolishly march to his own demise. The Sword Saint arrived at the stronghold of the Heavenly Demon Sect and spoke directly. The southern region is in grave peril. The central region seeks to annihilate us. The Mountain Support Sect has issued a decree. All beings of the 4th calamity immortal and above from the Heavenly Demon Sect are to proceed to the boundary barriers to safeguard the southern region. Those who defy this order shall be executed. A terrifying aura emerged, belonging to the most formidable being of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the Blood Demon Ancestor. His strength was on par with that of the Southern Dawn Daoist, being a 7th calamity immortal. Sword Saint, is your Mountain Support Sect being excessively tyrannical? I have heard that the Central Region's target is merely those who have slain their immortals. Our Heavenly Demon Sect has not resisted the Central Region in any way. Do you wish for our Heavenly Demon Sect's cultivators to become cannon fodder? Silence. The Sword Saint had no intention of engaging in needless discourse. He was well aware that mere words would not compel obedience. The Southern Dawn Daoist had cooperated out of fear instilled by Li Changfeng. Yet the Blood Demon Ancestor was clearly undeterred. Humph. I shall see how you intend to slay me. The Blood Demon Ancestor exuded confidence. Showing no fear of the Sword Saint, he possessed the Blood Demon disintegration technique, even if he could not match the Sword Saint in strength. He believed he could escape should he choose to flee. The Sword Saint wasted no further words. Waves of sword energy locked onto the Blood Demon Ancestor. By the time the Blood Demon Ancestor realized the gravity of the situation and attempted to plead for mercy, it was already too late. Streams of sword energy pierced through his body, including his primordial spirit. The Blood Demon Ancestor was slain on the spot. Chapter 119. The 3 Propositions of Li Changfeng. The strong cultivators of the Heavenly Demon Sect were rendered speechless. That was the Blood Demon Ancestor, their strongest entity. Yet he had died without inflicting even a scratch on his opponent. While the Sword Saint was indeed powerful, it seemed absurd how overwhelmingly so he was. The Sword Saint stood suspended in midair, gazing down upon the Heavenly Demon Sect. The Blood Demon Ancestor has been vanquished by my hand. I now offer your sect another opportunity. Will the fourth calamity immortals and above accompany me to defend against external threats? Or will you choose to engage in battle with me and face annihilation? This was a blatant threat. The Sword Saint did not engage in pretense, for there was no need to do so. The southern region was facing its most significant crisis in history. If they could not withstand the invasion from the central region, the southern region would have no future. Li Changfeng could have easily departed alone, yet he chose not to. He opted to share the fate of the southern region. Others might fail to see his altruism, but the Sword Saint recognized it. Were it not for Li Changfeng's desire to protect the southern region, he could have lived a carefree life. His strength was such that, even if he were to go to the central region, various factions would vie for him. True prodigies can compel the central region to set aside all prejudices. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect wore an exceedingly grim expression, yet he was not in a position to make decisions. Everything depended on the will of the ancestors. After a brief silence, a powerful figure enveloped in a miasma of death emerged. It was the 100th Demon Lord, whom I had thought perished long ago. What choice would he make? The Sword Saint was too domineering. Even the 100th Demon Lord would likely hesitate to oppose him. The southern region was no match for the central region. Why engage in futile resistance? Faced with a formidable foe from the central region, the cultivators of the Heavenly Demon Sect initially considered not resisting the external threat, but rather to bow and scrape. This is indeed human nature. The central region is a gathering place for immortals, and their fear naturally leads to such thoughts. However, if Li Changfeng would not kneel, then none in the southern region could kneel either. The 100th Demon Lord took a deep breath, weariness etched on his face. Sword Saint, I am willing to lead the fourth calamity immortals and above from the Heavenly Demon Sect to guard the southern region. I implore the Sword Saint to show mercy. The Sword Saint nodded, hands clasped behind his back. To safeguard the southern region is a duty of every cultivator here. This is our homeland, and we shall not allow outsiders to destroy it. While the central region is indeed powerful, we cannot simply surrender to them. Once we kneel, standing again will not be so easy. The 100th Demon Lord deeply resonated with the Sword Saint's words. Some actions, once taken, cannot be undone, especially after having knelt. It becomes impossible to stand tall again. The strong of the Heavenly Demon Sect departed their ancestral grounds, and the Sword Saint proceeded to his next destination. An increasing number of cultivators gathered at the boundary barriers. They all understood that if the central region were to attack, they would be the first line of defense and the last, for they represented the pinnacle of strength in the southern region. Should they fail, it would signify the end of hope for the southern region. With the numerous sects of the southern region converging, over 1,000 beings of the fourth calamity immortal and above had assembled at the boundary barriers. Meanwhile, Li Changfeng continued to tend to his barbecue, seemingly unconcerned about the impending crisis from the central region. Their dissatisfaction with Li Changfeng's demeanor was palpable. In particular, an elder from the joyful sect approached him directly. He looked down at Li Changfeng, who was engrossed in his cooking, his tone icy. I have heard that your mountain support sect has but one individual present. The Sword Saint of Mountain Support has coerced us to resist the formidable enemies from the central region, yet your sect contributes only a mere nascent soul cultivator. Do you intend to use us as cannon fodder, ensuring our total extermination? In such a case, the Mountain Support sect would dominate the vast southern region. Li Changfeng paid him no heed and began seasoning his roasted chicken. This incited great displeasure in the elder of the joyful sect, who reached out towards Li Changfeng, intending to seize him. However, as soon as his hand extended, it was abruptly severed at the wrist. My roasted chicken is not for you to consume. If you wish to partake, roast your own. Without my permission to meddle, your hand shall be severed. The elder's expression changed dramatically as he stared intently at Li Changfeng. He had fallen into a trap. Looking around, he sought the hidden assailant. The elder of the joyful sect bellowed, I am here to protect the southern region, to fight to the death. Yet, your mountain support sect has slain my arm for the sake of a mere nascent soul brat. Does the Mountain Support Sect intend to oppose the entirety of the southern region? If that is the case, I, the Extreme Bliss Ancestor, shall never acquiesce. The Extreme Bliss Ancestor, a fifth calamity immortal, had caused untold suffering to countless women in his lifetime, with no fewer than 8,000 victims. He was a truly nefarious figure. However, due to his formidable strength and his practice of not provoking sects, his victims were predominantly ordinary women from the mundane world, not even cultivators. Thus, he lived without trouble, undisturbed by others. Now, he had encountered a formidable wall. Indeed, we are here to resist formidable foes, not to allow the Mountain Support Sect to humiliate and slay us at will. Has the Mountain Support Sect grown excessively tyrannical? Were you not always so low-key? Slay that nascent soul brat. He is merely a tool of the Mountain Support Sect to humiliate us. The Sword Saint is powerful, but if we join forces, even 10 Sword Saints cannot withstand the Mountain Support Sect. The words of the extreme bliss ancestor garnered support from numerous elders. These elders had fought hard to reach this point. To protect the southern region, they were willing to engage in a desperate battle. Yet, being bullied by the mountain support sect was intolerable. Whoosh! The glint of cold light flashed, and blood splattered. The illustrious head of the supreme bliss ancestor was cleaved from his body by Li Changfeng. As they beheld the rolling head upon the ground, the elders fell into a profound silence. They were not fools. The implication was clear. If one could effortlessly slay the supreme bliss ancestor, a being of 5 calamities, and then dare to provoke the mountain-back sect, it signified that their own lives were potentially at stake. Li Changfeng gazed at the freshly roasted chicken, tearing off a hefty drumstick. Come now, do not be afraid. The mountain-back sect values reason above all. Speak your minds freely. Do not harbor any grievances in silence. Let us engage in open discourse. The gathered elders exchanged glances, their expressions betraying uncertainty. The head of the supreme bliss ancestor lay on the ground, and his headless corpse had already crumpled. In such dire circumstances, who among them possessed the audacity to confront Li Changfeng? The might of the mountain-back sect loomed too large, and the hidden powers too terrifying. When weighed against the principles of reason, it seemed that preserving their own lives took precedence. Li Changfeng smiled faintly and stretched lazily. Since there are no objections, allow me to share a few thoughts. First and foremost, the supreme bliss ancestor was irredeemably wicked and deserved his fate. Secondly, regarding the resistance against the intruders from the central domain, I have 3 proclamations to make. The first, I am always right. The second, in the event of dissent, refer to the first. The third, both the first and second proclamations must be adhered to. The elders could only stare in astonishment. Chapter 120, Playing at Being a Leader. What sheer audacity! There was no room for negotiation. The remarkable aspect was that Li Changfeng truly possessed the confidence to assert such dominance. An elder inquired, "Are you relying on the strength of hidden powers, or do you possess formidable strength yourself?" I sensed no energy fluctuations earlier, which is rather peculiar and almost unbelievable. Li Changfeng replied with a nonchalant demeanor, "Is it truly so hard to comprehend? Am I not capable of slaying a 5-calamity loose immortal? Are you genuinely unaware of my formidable prowess?" Fairy Lily, who had arrived earlier, smiled silently. She had witnessed Li Changfeng's display of strength firsthand. It was not that she refrained from revealing the truth, but rather that even if she did inform the elders, they would likely be incredulous and might even harbor resentment toward her. After all, Li Changfeng appeared merely as a junior in the nascent soul stage. Who could fathom that such a being could annihilate an existence at the golden immortal level? Li Changfeng needed to establish his authority, and it seemed the effect was quite favorable. The southern domain was replete with sects, and these loose immortals hailed from various factions. They had their own agendas and would not simply heed Li Changfeng's commands. Yet now, they were obedient. Li Changfeng surveyed the elders with a calm tone. "Since you are already aware that there are no hidden energy fluctuations, why pose such foolish questions? While I may not be overly powerful, is it truly astonishing that I could slay a loose immortal elder? Ridiculous, they thought. A mere boy in the nascent soul stage, who could easily be dispatched with a single strike, was now witnessed slaying a 5-calamity loose immortal. Such an occurrence was utterly absurd. At that moment, the Sword Saint returned, accompanied by several elders. Changfeng, nearly all the loose immortals of 4 calamities and above in the southern domain are here. Only a few remain elusive, as they are all wandering cultivators without a sect. Locating them is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack." Li Changfeng nodded casually. "It matters not. If we can withstand the onslaught, the southern domain shall remain safe. If we are unable to hold our ground, then there will be nothing left to salvage." He continued, "Now let us eat and drink. We lack the capacity for a counterattack, so we shall await the invasion. Looking at your faces, it seems unlikely that any of you will achieve significant improvement in the short term." The elders felt a pang in their hearts at Li Changfeng's words. Yet, they acknowledged the truth in his statement. Breaking through to higher realms was no simple feat. They were not like Li Changfeng, who was constantly growing stronger. Unbeknownst to them, Li Changfeng's cultivation had nearly reached the immortal monarch level, thanks to the diligent efforts of his disciples. As for the extent of his physical prowess, even he was unsure. He surmised that even the finest immortal artifacts might struggle to pierce his defenses, all thanks to his second disciple, Lin Fan, who had bestowed upon him the power of the Tao. Initially, Li Changfeng had believed that Feng Wu had gained the Tao's power, leading to a misunderstanding. It was only upon discovering Lin Fan's extraordinary constitution, having been purified by the power of the Tao, that the truth became clear. At the peak of the celestial realm, this was Li Changfeng's current cultivation level, yet he possessed the confidence to contend against an immortal monarch. Days passed, and before long, 7 days had elapsed. On this day, Li Changfeng unexpectedly ascended into the skies, unleashing a terrifying aura. Over 1,000 loose immortal elders felt the overwhelming pressure of Li Changfeng's might. Many were directly suppressed, unable to move, and some even bled from their mouths and noses. The intensity of Li Changfeng's aura was immense. All the more so because he had suppressed 90% of his strength. Had he unleashed his full power, even the Sword Saint would likely have been rendered immobile and gravely injured. The Sword Saint observed with an expression of bewilderment, murmuring to himself. Changfeng has once again broken through. How powerful must he be now, having previously slain golden immortals? Fortunately, he was the peak master of the Mountain-back sect. Had he belonged to another sect, thoughts of unifying the southern domain would surely have crossed their minds, which would have spelled doom for the Mountain-back sect. Li Changfeng's breakthrough did not last long. He effortlessly reached the immortal monarch level, even more easily than he had anticipated. Fairy Lily approached to congratulate him. Congratulations, Master Li. Your strength has surged once more. Now, we possess greater assurance in confronting the central domain's invasion. If the southern domain had more powerful figures like you, Master Li, even advancing into the central domain would not seem insurmountable. Zhang Jin chimed in. I wholeheartedly agree. In truth, our southern domain could gradually form an alliance, with Master Li as our leader, for he is the strongest among us. I acknowledge no one else but him. Thus, the alliance was swiftly established. Li Changfeng naturally assumed the role of leader, with no one daring to contest him, for they were utterly incapable of doing so. Each elder had become exceedingly compliant, even more so than when Li Changfeng had dispatched the Supreme Bliss Ancestor. Leader, leader, leader. Li Changfeng, witnessing the adoration of the crowd, wore a radiant smile. He waved his hand at them and spoke with an air of indifference. Since you hold me in such high regard, I shall serve as a candidate for the leader. In the interest of fairness, everyone may become a candidate and compete with me. For now, I will be the defender. Whoever defeats me and successfully defends will assume the position of leader. What do you all think? Upon finishing his words, Li Changfeng unleashed a mere 10% of his aura. The 4 Calamity loose immortals immediately prostrated themselves, while the 5 Calamity loose immortals struggled to stand. Those of the 6 Calamities and above fared slightly better, yet blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. Although their injuries were not severe, the despair they felt was profound. The Sword Saint spoke. The rules articulated by Changfeng have undoubtedly reached your ears. I shall refrain from elaborating further. Those who aspire to become the alliance leader may commence their challenges now. I, lacking in talent, shall serve as your judge. Amidst the throng of 1,000 scattered immortals, they exchanged glances, bemused. What jest is this? They could hardly withstand the formidable presence of Li Changfeng, let alone contend for the position of alliance leader. It was sheer folly, and none were willing to step forth. Seeing the lack of challengers, Li Changfeng addressed the assembly once more. Pray, do not be modest. My prowess is truly not formidable. I have merely slain a golden immortal and vanquished an elder of the Bliss sect. Many among you possess greater strength than that of the Bliss elder. Shall you not make an attempt? Rest assured, I shall exert myself to the utmost. With a casual wave of his hand, he reduced the towering peak 100 miles away to mere ash. In the end, Li Changfeng was unanimously acknowledged as the alliance leader, a decision met with no dissent. At that moment, the barrier of the realms stirred once more, and the commotion was far greater than when the golden immortal instructors had previously arrived from the central domain. Li Changfeng declared in a grave tone, the invaders from the central domain have arrived. All shall heed my command. Prepare to ambush these treacherous outsiders. Our sole objective is to eradicate every last one of them. Chapter 121. Li Changfeng's strategy. As Li Changfeng issued his orders, a palpable tension gripped the crowd as they gazed at the realm barrier. Understanding fully that a fierce battle loomed ahead, one that could spell their utter annihilation with a single misstep. Even with Li Changfeng present, their confidence waned. For the enemies hailed from the central domain, leaving them feeling unsteady. Li Changfeng's voice resonated. Your expressions betray your fear. The southern domain lies just behind us. Do you think they will refrain from attacking? No. The more we exhibit weakness, the more oppressive they shall become. The ambitions of the central domain cannot be quelled by mere submission. They must understand that the southern domain is not to be trifled with if we are to avert war. The best strategy is to wage war to end war. At this proclamation, the Sword Saint stepped forward, his countenance grave. Changfeng speaks the truth. We have no avenue left for retreat. Should we falter, they will seize every inch. Have you forgotten that our elders fell beneath the calamities of heaven due to their machinations? Moreover, behind us stand our sect's juniors and our loved ones. If we cannot protect them, we shall descend into the yellow springs together. The Reliant Mountain sect fears not the battle. As the Sword Saint spoke, powerful auras manifested around them. The Wood Ancestor, Fire Ancestor, and Zhou Ancestor descended. The Blade Sovereign and Spear Emperor also arrived. Beside Li Changfeng stood an additional figure, a middle-aged man whose aura surpassed even that of the Sword Saint. He was none other than Li Changfeng's master, the Mad Taoist. Not only them, but Din Xin and the old sweeper that Li Changfeng had encountered earlier also made their entrance. The Reliant Mountain Sect had sent forth all its powerhouses above the three calamities, amounting to an astonishing assembly of over 500 individuals. Heavens above, the Reliant Mountain Sect is remarkably formidable. They truly are the foremost sect. How has the Haotian sect managed to persist against such strength for so long? It is due to the immortal ancestor, a figure from 8,000 years ago. The Longspring ancestor has also arrived. He once offered guidance to me. The individuals surrounding sect leader Li appeared somewhat familiar, though their identities eluded him. The arrival of 500 formidable beings from the Reliant Mountain Sect significantly bolstered their morale. Previously, the elders of various sects had been devoid of confidence, and Li Changfeng felt a tinge of dissatisfaction towards the Reliant Mountain Sect. Despite their strong fighters, only Li Changfeng and the Sword Saint stood out. Had it not been for Li Changfeng's unmatched strength, doubts would have surely been raised. Now, their doubts evaporated completely. The Reliant Mountain Sect had indeed come together, solely to defend the southern domain. The Mad Taoist regarded Li Changfeng with a complex expression. Xiaofeng, from the moment I took you as my disciple, I sensed your extraordinary potential. Yet I never anticipated you would attain such heights. In terms of both talent and opportunity, none can rival you. You are a true prodigy. Return now. I shall guard this place in your stead. Your survival is the hope of the southern domain. Should you ascend to the realm of the immortal emperor in the future, you can transform all of this. At that time, even the central domain will be forced to bow before you. The crowd gazed at Li Changfeng, their apprehension regarding his strength palpable. Now, a middle-aged figure suddenly appeared, insisting Li Changfeng retreat. Without him, who could withstand the might of the central domain's golden immortals? Their concerns deepened, for in their eyes, Li Changfeng was their leader, the strongest of the southern domain. Li Changfeng shook his head and replied solemnly, Master, I comprehend your intentions. However, I cannot depart. If I leave, the hearts of the people will scatter. The southern domain's strength is already inferior to that of the central domain. If we cannot unite, the southern domain will face no future. Since you are here, let us together vanquish the enemies from the central domain. The Mad Taoist furrowed his brow, his tone serious. Xiaofeng, you must understand what lies ahead. Even I can barely hold off 3 golden immortals. We know not how many the central domain possesses. Are you truly willing to act so impulsively? Li Changfeng sighed. He too wished to avoid exerting himself. Yet the truth remained. If even his master, the Mad Taoist, could not withstand the central domain's might, then Li Changfeng surmised that even without the arrival of the Luo Tian immortal, at least 10 golden immortals would soon descend upon the southern domain. Without his presence, countless southern domain powerhouses would perish. Master, you need not worry about me. My strength is not as feeble as you imagine. In truth, I am a born savior. The Mad Taoist shot Li Changfeng an incredulous glance. Realizing he had lost control of his disciple, the energy fluctuations of the realm barrier intensified, and in the next moment, the forces of the central domain might very well descend. The formation had been prepared, the star array. It was a terrifying array constructed from the combined might of over 1,000 scattered immortals. Even a Luo Tian immortal would find it challenging to withstand. If it were merely a matter of golden immortals, they could be vanquished in one strike. Yet, the array was still just an array, lacking in flexibility. This was a convergence of all their powers, challenging to control. Moreover, a critical weakness remained, the need for charging. Integrating the strength of all into one was not something that could be accomplished instantaneously. This was the greatest flaw. Originally, the primary array master should have been Li Changfeng, but now it had been reassigned to the Mad Taoist. Li Changfeng chose to conceal himself in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. He intended to act as an assassin, stealthily eliminating the strongest of the central domain. If he could capture one alive, it would be most advantageous. For the central domain resembled a hornet's nest, strike at the weak, and stronger foes would surely follow. Capturing an enemy could buy them valuable time. Li Changfeng finds himself in dire need of time. Given sufficient time, he could pierce through the central domain. Master, please refrain from eliminating their strongest leader immediately. First, let's assess the realms of the formidable beings present, dispatching some while capturing others alive. Naturally, the task of capturing them alive is entrusted to me. This approach will afford us considerable time, which I require to enhance my strength. Listening to Li Changfeng's telepathic message, the Mad Taoist within the Grand Formation slowly nodded in acknowledgement before responding. I shall act according to your plan, Changfeng. Exercise utmost caution. In truth, the best course for you would be to depart from this place and retreat to the most remote regions of the southern domain. This could grant you significant time. Your rapid ascent in power astounds me, yet this remains your secret. and I shall not pry further. As long as you survive. It is the greatest reward for me and the utmost assurance for the Kaoshan Sect. Li Changfeng remained silent, his heart warmed by his master's kindness. This was precisely why he had fully integrated into the Kaoshan Sect and was willing to protect it. The sect possessed a sense of humanity that surpassed that of his previous life. Chapter 122, The Man in Silver Robes. Li Changfeng concealed himself within the void, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to act. Although the central domain was teeming with immortals, few could ascend to the golden, immortal realm. Those who attained golden immortal status constituted the backbone of the major powers within the central domain. Following the loss of a golden immortal, the central domain would undoubtedly adopt a more cautious and vigilant stance. Li Changfeng estimated that the central domain would likely dispatch a celestial from the Luotian realm or more than 10 golden immortals. They feared further mishaps due to an insufficient number of strong contenders. The southern domain of the past was significantly more powerful than it is now. Occasionally, the ancestral patriarchs of various sects would return, providing their sects with superior cultivation resources. Consequently, the southern domain once boasted a considerable number of immortals, including some golden immortals. Now, however, it was merely populated by scattered immortals. Li Changfeng was the exception. He had harnessed the system to become a formidable immortal. At last, a passage appeared within the barrier of the southern domain. Neither thunder nor fierce winds could penetrate its confines. They have arrived. The expressions of everyone in the southern domain turned grave as they braced themselves. Mad Taoist, shall we launch a direct assault on the passage? Would it be effective to shatter it before they descend upon the southern domain? Upon hearing this suggestion, the Mad Taoist shook his head. If it were a genuine world barrier, such an action would indeed be beneficial. However, the 5 domains were originally one, forcibly separated by the central domain. Essentially, we still inhabit the same world. Thus, there is no world consciousness to protect it. And it is not particularly challenging for central domain immortals to traverse into the 4 domains. Their realms will not be suppressed either, which is why the central domain can maintain its elevated position. Destroying the passage will not resolve our predicament, and they could swiftly reconstruct it, resulting in a net loss. We cannot match the central domain immortals individually. We must leverage the grand formation. We must utilize our best resources to strike down the golden immortals of the central domain. Agreed. The elders ceased their discourse. The Mad Taoist was immensely powerful, and as Li Changfeng's master, his authority was unquestionable. No one could compare to him. Not even the Sword Saint, let alone anyone else. From within the passage emerged 100 celestials. Indeed, this time, a full 100 celestials arrived. All former students of the Celestial Tao Academy. With their arrival, the atmosphere grew tense. The elders swallowed hard, their hearts filled with despair. The central domain was overwhelmingly powerful. They referred to it as the central domain, yet in their eyes, it represented the upper realm, for it was the gathering place of immortals, the ultimate destination for their cultivation. To cultivate was to seek immortality and longevity. Even among immortals, celestials ranked as formidable beings. The disparity was too great. The central domain was insurmountable. Do you think we can withstand them? If we can defend, we must. If we cannot, we must still try. Indeed, we stand with our sect's successors and loved ones at our backs, with no path of retreat. To protect our successors and families, we must fight to the death. Upon the arrival of the 100 celestials in the southern domain, they hovered in the void above. To them, the southern domain's warriors appeared as mere ants. Yet among these ants, a few were exceptionally powerful. One such individual swiftly decimated a golden immortal instructor from the Celestial Tao Academy. Welcome, Master. As the 100 celestials spoke in unison, 10 even more powerful immortals descended. These were the 10 golden immortal instructors from the Celestial Tao Academy. Their imposing presence striking fear across the battlefield. The Mad Taoist's expression grew solemn as he faced these golden immortal instructors, sensing a formidable threat. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed the skies above. His intuition told him that Li Changfeng was undoubtedly prepared. Since Li Changfeng had not yet made a move, it suggested that the strongmen from the central domain might not be limited to just these. The current assembly from the central domain was already immensely powerful. Yet, could there be even stronger entities yet to reveal themselves? The 10 golden immortals and the 100 celestials positioned themselves on either side of the passage's entrance. Their demeanor indicated that they were awaiting someone. This has escalated. The Sword Saint inhaled deeply and spoke gravely. Mad Taoist, does the central domain intend to annihilate our southern domain outright? With 10 golden immortals and 100 celestials already present, this is far from over. The central domain shows no inclination to grant us even a glimmer of hope. Hearing the Sword Saint's transmission, the Mad Taoist's face bore unprecedented gravity. Suddenly, Li Changfeng's figure materialized beside him. The situation had decidedly tilted in one direction. He concealed his cultivation level, remaining unnoticed, or perhaps the central domain's immortals simply did not regard them as worthy of attention. Not only Li Changfeng, but even the mad Taoist went overlooked. The mad Taoist turned to Li Changfeng and spoke earnestly. I am confident I can directly slay one golden immortal and several celestials. Should we act now before their strongest arrive? Delaying any longer will only worsen our predicament. Li Changfeng shook his head. If he were to strike, his strength would allow him to eliminate all from the central domain in an instant. However, that was not the outcome he desired. He needed to wait. He awaited the emergence of the yet-to-appear individual before them. At that moment, he would annihilate the celestials and capture the golden immortal along with the final adversary alive. He would eliminate one golden immortal at intervals. This was the most prudent course of action. Only thus could the central domain continue to underestimate the southern domain. Of course, there was another method of resolution: to eradicate all from the central domain in one fell swoop, leaving them unable to fathom the true caliber of the southern domain's existence. Within the passage, a figure in silver robes emerged. Upon sighting the individual in silver robes, both golden immortals and celestials inclined their bodies slightly. In unison, they proclaimed, "Welcome, Great Master. The Grand Master of the Celestial Tao Academy must be a being of the Luo Tian realm." Moreover, among the various branches of the Celestial Tao Academy, there were only a few dozen Grand Masters in total. The Grand Master stood with hands clasped behind their back, their demeanor tranquil. He gazed down upon the myriad of powerful figures from the southern domain, his tone laced with disdain. Do not tell me that the previous mentor of the golden immortal realm perished at the hands of these mere ants. Ultimately, a loose immortal remains a loose immortal. Compared to true immortals, they are but insignificant insects. The grand formation is commendable, yet it is insufficient to contend with me. People of the southern domain, will you kneel and submit, or shall I be compelled to take action? All eyes turned towards Li Changfeng, who had become their pillar of strength. Li Changfeng, leisurely enjoying his candied hawthorn, wore a contented expression. He did not regard the grand mentor, but instead focused on the passage behind him. Observing that the passage was slowly healing, it indicated that all those from the central domain had already arrived. Li Changfeng languidly inquired, "Is it truly all that the central domain has sent? Merely a handful of insignificant fish? A mere 100 celestial immortals, 10 golden immortals, and a worthless silver-robed fool? Is this all you could muster? Outrageous." Upon hearing Li Changfeng's blasphemous words directed at the silver-robed figure, the central domain's representatives immediately erupted in fury. After finishing his last candied hawthorn, Li Changfeng tossed the bamboo stick in his hand. "How dare you?" In an instant, the stick pierced the foreheads of over a dozen celestial immortals, extinguishing their essence. Chapter 123. How will you choose? Celestial immortals are not cabbages. To have been so effortlessly dispatched, this young man before them possessed a terrifying strength. In the eyes of the silver-robed figure, Li Changfeng was indeed a junior. Having lived for tens of thousands of years, he had only just ascended to the realm of the Luo Heaven Immortal. Yet, Li Changfeng was merely in his 30s, instilling in him a profound sense of crisis. The silver-robed figure fixated on Li Changfeng, hesitating to make a move, not due to inability, but rather from fear. He found Li Changfeng to be somewhat inscrutable, wary of potentially stumbling into a grave miscalculation. Li Changfeng's strength was decidedly uncanny. The 10 golden immortals seethed with anger, eager to take action, yet without the silver-robed figure's consent, they could only watch helplessly. The silver-robed figure, locking his gaze on Li Changfeng, spoke gravely. "Who are you? There should not be a being of your caliber in the southern domain. You are most unusual. Previously, the southern domain lacked even a single normal immortal, and your formidable strength evokes a sense of danger." Hiss! The 10 golden immortals widened their eyes in shock at the silver-robed figure's words. They had never anticipated that Li Changfeng was so powerful. Just moments ago, they had contemplated direct confrontation. Thankfully, they refrained, for otherwise they would likely have met the same abrupt end as those celestial immortals. Li Changfeng regarded the silver-robed figure with indifference. While others may fear this individual, he remained unperturbed. Should he desire, he could resolve this matter with a single strike. However, Li Changfeng had no such intention. Capturing this silver-robed figure alive held greater value. He blinked and calmly responded, "What do you think?" The silver-robed figure, spurred by curiosity, began to articulate his thoughts. "In my estimation, you must be a formidable being of extraordinary power. In a previous life, you might have attained the status of a mortal monarch and then reincarnated in this southern domain. Logically, even if you had arrived in the southern domain, you should not possess such formidable strength, as your reincarnation has only occurred for a little over 30 years. You must have meticulously orchestrated a grand design long ago to achieve such continuous advancement. Even the tribulations arranged by my central domain cannot hinder your progress." Li Changfeng chuckled. giving the silver-robed figure a thumbs up. Well, guest, do continue guessing. Show me if you can discern all the truths. Let your imagination run wild. I believe you can. The silver-robed figure, feeling encouraged, spoke again. As a reincarnated being of great power, you have not returned to the central domain. Instead, you are aiding the southern domain. This leaves only two possibilities. The first is that you once hailed from the southern domain, and there are matters here that bind you. The second is that you possess a formidable enemy in the central domain. The only immortal monarch-level being that fits your conditions would be the head of the Qiyang sect in the central domain, Yang Qitian. Am I correct? Clap, clap. Li Changfeng applauded the silver-robed figure, his smile growing ever more radiant. Since he was merely biding his time, listening to a tale from a central domain immortal monarch was rather enjoyable. Thus, Li Changfeng maintained his silence. To outsiders, it appeared as though the silver-robed figure had accurately hit the mark. The 10 golden immortal mentors were expressions of sheer fear. If it were indeed Yang Qitian, 100 golden immortals would scarcely suffice to contend with him, for Yang Qitian was the pinnacle of strength in the central domain, surpassed only by a handful of immortal kings. The immortal monarchs were the apex of combat power, not to mention, even among the immortal monarchs, Yang Qitian ranked among the top 10. Li Changfeng's tone grew grave as he fixed his gaze upon the silver-robed figure. Continue. The silver-robed figure nodded, growing increasingly confident in his deductions, as he sensed a significant fluctuation in Li Changfeng's emotions. If Yang Qitian were not the case, how could he react so strongly? After bowing respectfully to Li Changfeng, the silver-robed figure continued, Immortal Monarch Yang, our Heavenly Tao Academy has no intention of becoming your adversary. The Qiyang sect initially fell from grace due to offending that particular entity. If he learns that Immortal Monarch Yang has reincarnated and is residing in the southern domain, he will not let the matter rest easily. The southern domain is not a safe haven, but the Heavenly Tao Academy can offer you protection. Join our Heavenly Tao Academy and allow us to eliminate the loose immortals present in the southern domain. I can recommend you to the Academy as a vice president at the very least. With such a position, I assure you that even if that entity discovers your existence, he will not dare to act against you. One cannot deny the silver-robed figure's sincerity. However, he had mistaken the individual he addressed. He wished to eliminate both the Mad Taoist and the Sword Saint, among others. The Mad Taoist was Li Changfeng's master, and without him, there would be no Li Changfeng as he was today. The Sword Saint was Li Changfeng's predecessor and served as the vice master of Tianquan Peak. Moreover, many elders from the Kaoshan Sect were present. Not only was Li Changfeng not Yang Qitian, but even if he were, given his character, he would never acquiesce to such terms. Li Changfeng shook his head. Your analysis is astute. Moreover, I can see your earnest intention to recruit me. However, I must decline. The silver-robed figure furrowed his brow, asking somberly, Immortal Monarch Yang, why do you refuse? This is your best opportunity. Without the protection of the Heavenly Tao Academy, you will have no way to survive once that entity learns of your continued existence. The southern domain will surely descend into chaos. Currently, you are merely eliminating a few of the southern domain's top powers. This is a transaction that does not disadvantage you. Li Changfeng glanced at the Mad Taoist, then at the Sword Saint and the elders of the Kaoshan Sect. Finally, he surveyed the loose immortal elders from various sects before speaking, because I am not like you. In the southern domain, I have a master, disciples, and friends. All present are gathered here because of me. If I were to betray them, my conscience alone would weigh heavily upon me. Therefore, I must decline your proposal. Now, shall I take you to the Kaoshan Sect for a visit? Will you refuse or agree? The silver-robed figure sighed, believing that Li Changfeng had chosen the worst path. Clearly, accompanying him to the Heavenly Tao Academy would have been the best choice. Yet, Li Changfeng had rejected it, a decision he deemed unwise. After staring at Li Changfeng for a while, the silver-robed figure finally spoke. If you agree, the Celestial Lord Yang would undoubtedly refrain from striking, correct? And if you refuse, what will you do, Celestial Lord Yang? Li Changfeng smiled faintly, his tone turning grave. A refusal signifies a desire for a deadly confrontation with me. In that case, among you, few shall emerge alive. My counsel is to accept my invitation. What do you think? The figure in the silver robe fell silent. Indeed, agreeing to my proposal is the wisest course, for it would spare them from facing Li Changfeng. Confronting him instilled no confidence in the silver-robed individual, for in his heart, he had already concluded that Li Changfeng was none other than Yang Qitian, the former Celestial Lord. He had merely stepped into the realm of the immortal for a millennium. How could he possibly contend with Li Changfeng? Li Changfeng remarked coolly, the choice is yours. I hope you make a judicious decision. The utterance of I hope you make a judicious decision marked the culmination of his warning. Should the silver-robed individual decline, the repercussions would be dire, for he realized that Li Changfeng had already fixed his gaze upon him. A refusal would surely provoke Li Changfeng to act with unrestrained ferocity. With a long sigh, the silver-robed man turned to the 10 golden immortal mentors. What are your thoughts? The 10 mentors exchanged glances, reluctant to speak first. Aware that Li Changfeng's attention was upon them, had he not previously dispatched several celestial-level veterans with ease, they would not have been so apprehensive. The crux of the matter was that Li Changfeng had already made his move. We shall heed your command. Ultimately, the 10 golden immortal mentors provided their answer. The silver-robed man found this response rather unhelpful, yet he understood that the authority lay with him. Drawing a deep breath, the silver-robed individual intoned, Celestial Lord Yang, I wish to ascertain the extent of your regained strength. This will enable me to make my final decision. May I inquire? Li Changfeng's expression grew colder, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He regarded the silver-robed man, his tone turning frigid. How amusing. You are indeed persistent. I shall take your refusal of my goodwill as an invitation to engage. If you wish to spar with me, let me see your true abilities. Refusing me is hardly a wise choice. The silver-robed man's countenance darkened. He yearned to gauge Li Changfeng's strength, for if he found himself lacking, he would acquiesce to Li Changfeng's proposal. However, should he discover Li Changfeng to be beneath him, the situation would be irrevocably settled. Regrettably, Li Changfeng was exceedingly domineering. His request for a friendly bout had elicited such wrath. It was only natural. After all, he was once a celestial lord, imbued with the pride of one. The silver-robed man declared gravely, Step back. I shall test the strength of Celestial Lord Yang. Let us see if he possesses the formidable power he once had. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, you may retreat to the central domain. Yes, the golden immortal mentors and the celestial-level disciples nodded, hastily withdrawing. However, they did not exit the formation's confines. If the madman were willing, he could easily strike them down. The formation's might could instantaneously annihilate a golden immortal mentor. The silver-robed man felt his aura surge as a long spear materialized in his hand. This was a superior immortal weapon, potent and indestructible. The spear, entirely black, glimmered with a frigid light. The silver-robed man, now hovering in the air, embodied a war god. Even the very fabric of space seemed to tremble. Li Changfeng beckoned to the silver-robed man with a casual flick of his finger, saying, Make your move, lest I act first and leave you no opportunity. Such a foolish test will lead to your regrettable downfall. Kill. The black spear lunged towards Li Changfeng like a dragon. Given Li Changfeng's audacity, the silver-robed man could not let this chance slip away. In confronting Li Changfeng, he unleashed his full might. The madman furrowed his brow, sensing a grave threat in that strike. Could his disciple withstand it? Li Changfeng took a step forward, despite the distance exceeding 100 paces. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the silver-robed man. He extended 2 fingers, pinching the black spear. An overwhelming force surged forth, yet Li Changfeng remained unyielding, as if that terrifying might held no sway over him. Shaking his head, Li Changfeng spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. Too weak. Your strength disappoints me. I anticipated a surprise. It appears that the weak remain weak, forever unable to rival true power. I cannot fathom why, in your weakness, you chose to reject my proposal. With a crack, Li Changfeng unleashed a terrifying force. The spear splintered beneath that might, the tip severed. The silver-robed man stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched upon his face. He could hardly fathom that Li Changfeng possessed such overwhelming strength. This was a superior immortal weapon. Even the top 5 celestial lords of the central domain could not break it with mere fingers, yet Li Changfeng had accomplished it effortlessly. Li Changfeng sighed, shaking his head. What a pity. You could have survived and thrived, yet you chose the most erroneous path. You alone must bear the consequences of your choices. The severed spear tip, under Li Changfeng's control, soared towards the golden immortal mentors. One mentor was pierced through the forehead, obliterated in body and spirit. The spear tip did not cease there, continuing to claim the lives of all remaining celestial-level disciples before finally falling to the ground. The silver-robed man fell into a stunned silence, his heart gripped by terror. Li Changfeng's strength had exceeded his wildest imagination. With a despondent expression, the silver-robed man inquired, Celestial Lord Yang, your power is no less than in your past life. In fact, it may have even surpassed it. Yet, I have one question. Why do you not simply annihilate us all? Upon hearing this, the remaining 9 golden immortal mentors nearly lost their composure, ready to unleash their wrath upon the silver-robed man. Li Changfeng smiled. Aren't you quite the guesser? Come, take a guess. With a resounding thud, Li Changfeng did not allow the silver-robed man to escape. He struck down with his palm, shattering his corporeal form. The silver-robed man's essence remained, but he chose not to flee, for he understood that escape was futile. Should he attempt to run, he would meet a fate of complete annihilation. Meanwhile, the other 9 golden immortal mentors, witnessing this, fled towards the barrier of the realm. Unfortunately, despite their swiftness, Li Changfeng surpassed them in speed. An invisible pressure descended upon them, rendering them immobile. Once subdued, they shared the same fate as the silver-robed man, bodies destroyed. Only their essences remaining. With a bitter expression, the silver-robed man murmured, "Celestial Lord Yang, I believe I have discerned your intent. You have spared us from total annihilation, which leaves only two possibilities. Either you fear my heavenly Tao Academy and wish to avoid enmity. However, in my estimation, such a possibility is exceedingly remote. You have already extinguished the lives of numerous formidable beings from the heavenly Tao Academy, over 100 celestial immortals and 2 golden immortals. The Academy cannot possibly allow you to escape. They will undoubtedly exert every effort to annihilate you." Li Changfeng smiled faintly, remaining silent. After all, the situation was already set. Allowing this self-important figure in silver robes to speculate posed no harm. A mad priest approached Li Changfeng and inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" Li Changfeng shook his head, replying, "I am unharmed. The ones with issues are they." The sword saint studied Li Changfeng for a moment before stating, "Changfeng, you truly are an anomaly. This is the realm of the celestial immortals, and yet you dispatched him with a single blow." Li Changfeng humbly remarked, "Merely basic maneuvers. There is nothing extraordinary about it." Chapter 125, Slaying One Every 3 Days. Central Domain. Heavenly Tao Academy. The head of the Yellow Academy, Mu Zhengchun, bore an expression of dismay. His academy had, once again, suffered the loss of a golden immortal instructor, alongside the deaths of over 100 celestial immortal senior students. This was a significant blow to the Yellow Academy as a whole. Southern Domain. This lower realm, which had previously been dismissed by them, now instilled an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Mu Zhengchuan's tone turned frigid as he remarked, "This southern domain is anything but simple." The eastern, western, and northern domains had all completely succumbed. They had become the lower beings nurtured by the central domain. Yet, the southern domain was on the rise. Having consecutively slain so many powerful individuals from my Yellow Academy, this is highly irregular. "What progress have you made in the investigation I requested?" The deputy head responded. Reporting to the head, upon investigation, neither the ancient clans nor the superpowers exhibited any unusual activity. If there were any golden immortal beings venturing into the southern domain, we would have had knowledge of it. Unless they have united to target the Academy, which is implausible. Although the Academy poses a threat to them, we harbor no ambitions. Therefore, I cannot fathom the reason behind this. In the hall, 7 other figures in silver robes stood, all guardians of the Yellow Academy, each one embodying the realm of the celestial immortals. One of the silver-robed individuals turned to Mu Zhengchun and spoke in a solemn tone, "Head, while the situation appears quite dubious, among the dispatched strong individuals, 9 golden immortal instructors and the celestial immortal guardians have yet to fall. This indicates that the assailant, while powerful, does not exceed the capabilities of a celestial immortal. I believe the 8 guardians can handle it." Mu Zhengchun furrowed his brow, a frown etched upon his visage. In such a brief span, the Yellow Academy had already lost 2 golden immortals and over 100 celestial immortals. Not everyone is capable of ascending to the celestial immortal realm, and golden immortals are exceedingly rare, 1 in 10,000. Yet now, they had suffered the loss of 2 golden immortals and more than 100 celestial immortals. Mu Zhengchun spoke icily, "Investigate. Conduct a thorough inquiry. If it is not an external force, it could potentially be an internal issue. It is plausible that certain individuals are unable to remain at ease and wish to usurp my Yellow Academy. The head has not made an appearance in eons, and yet they have developed ulterior motives. Should I uncover the identity of the instigator, I will undoubtedly crush their skull." The deputy head and the 7 guardians remained silent, as they too harbored similar suspicions. A weighty atmosphere enveloped them. If indeed there were individuals within the Academy who had acted thus, the implications would be grave. Moreover, it could not be the work of the weak. Those with such ambition must possess considerable strength within the Heavenly Tao Academy. Such individuals are few and far between within the Academy, limited to only a handful. Mu Zhengchun cast a cold glance at several high-ranking figures within the Yellow Academy, stating, "Are you all afraid? They have brazenly encroached upon us. Each of us could be in peril. If we cannot devise a means of counteraction, the consequences will be dire." The top 3 heads are under suspicion, as well as those contemporaneous with the head. In terms of comprehensive strength, the Yellow Academy ranks the lowest among the 8. Henceforth, you must all exercise caution, refrain from venturing outside if possible. The deputy head sighed, his tone heavy. "Head, has the situation escalated to such severity? Is it conceivable that the head has received no news? Could it be that he has already fallen?" Mu Zhengchuan's eyes narrowed, his expression growing exceedingly grave. "Alas," he lamented, shaking his head, "I too am unaware of whether the head lives or has perished." for he left no life token upon departing the academy, claiming to explore higher realms with other beings of his caliber. After they shattered the barriers of the central domain, they never returned. Various factions have since acquired new leaders, while we, the Heavenly Tao Academy, remain in anticipation of the head's return. It is understandable that some, possessing great strength, might develop other ambitions. However, they should not target my Yellow Academy. We are all members of the academy. The deputy head fell silent, understanding Mu Jingquan's disposition. In truth, there had been numerous proposals within the academy to elect a provisional head. Yet, Mu Jingquan, as the head of the Yellow Academy, had consistently opposed such notions. When others sought the role of acting head, he firmly denied them. It is difficult to eliminate Mu Jingquan, but targeting the Yellow Academy is feasible. After the meeting concluded, Mu Jingquan, whose expression fluctuated between hope and despair, chose to seek out his close friend, the head of the Xian Academy. Among the 8 heads, the only one he did not suspect was the head of the Xian Academy. For Mu Jingquan owed his current standing largely to the immense assistance provided by the head of the Xian Academy. It could be said that without the head of the Xian Academy, there would be no immortal monarch Mu Jingquan. Upon Mu Jingquan's arrival at the Xian Academy, the head of the Xian Academy, upon noticing his grave demeanor, nodded slightly. He understood that for Mu Jingquan to exhibit such a countenance, the matter must be of great seriousness, not a trivial issue. The head of the Xian Academy led Mu Jingquan to a secluded chamber, a private domain where he would not be disturbed. Brother Mu, speak your mind. Given your expression, it seems a grave matter has arisen. If there is any way I can assist you, I shall not hesitate. Mu Jingquan sighed, his tone heavy with gravity. Brother Sun, my intuition warns me that a cataclysmic upheaval is imminent within the Heavenly Tao Academy. Certain individuals are becoming restless. Brother Sun furrowed his brow and inquired, what leads you to this conclusion? Mu Jingquan addressed the matter directly, sharing his analysis. Upon investigation, it appears that no entities above the celestial immortal realm among the major powers in the central domain have departed. This suggests that those responsible for the deaths of our golden immortal instructors are not affiliated with those powers. 3 years ago, those individuals convened a meeting. Some expressed a desire to assume the role of acting head. I staunchly opposed, and they have since harbored murderous intentions towards me. Just recently, a golden immortal from our Yellow Academy perished in the southern domain, alongside 100 celestial immortals. The only survivors are the 8 guardians and 9 other golden immortal instructors. What? Upon hearing this, Brother Sun's expression shifted dramatically. He had been entirely unaware of the extent of the losses suffered by the Yellow Academy. With a serious tone, Brother Sun stated, thus, Brother Mu suspects that this is the doing of individuals within the academy. They are targeting you with the intent of weakening the Yellow Academy's power. Thus, you are compelled to agree to have one among them take on the role of acting dean? Mu Jingquan nodded, for that was precisely his intention. Dean Sun remained silent for a moment before speaking. I shall conduct a thorough investigation in secret. If such actions have indeed transpired, he shall become the greatest sinner of Tiandao Academy, and I shall show no mercy. Excellent. Mu Jingquan nodded emphatically as he discussed the details of the forthcoming joint investigation with Dean Sunday. In the southern domain, Changfeng returned to Kaoshan Sect with 10 primordial spirits, having devised a plan. Henceforth, one would be eliminated every 3 days. Feigning weakness, he would continue to play the role of the underdog. Chapter 126, the last one. Kaoshan Sect. It had now established itself as the unequivocal leader in the southern domain, with no other force capable of comparison. Had it not been for the incursion from the central domain, no one would have realized the true strength of Kaoshan Sect. Leaving aside the unfathomable Li Changfeng, even the Sword Saint and Gun Emperor alone constituted the pinnacle of combat prowess in the southern domain. Moreover, that mad Taoist was indeed a figure from 10,000 years ago, possessing strength rivaling that of the Sword Saint. Such a terrifying Kaoshan Sect. What force would not tremble in fear? Thus, once the crisis from the central domain was temporarily averted, various factions flocked to Kaoshan Sect, offering gifts and an abundance of cultivation resources. They had no choice. They were afraid, not just of Kaoshan Sect, but also of the potential return of celestial beings from the central domain. The only ones capable of resisting those celestial beings were the formidable warriors of Kaoshan Sect. Guests at Kaoshan Sect arrived in waves. Initially, Li Changfeng relished the visits and adoration. However, he soon grew weary of it, and directly instructed the sect master that he would no longer meet anyone coming to offer gifts. With Li Changfeng's decree, representatives from various factions dared not defy his will. At Tianquan Peak, Li Changfeng reclined in a rocking chair, basking in the sun. Half a month had passed since the incursion from the central domain. During this time, the strength of Tianquan Peak had reached unprecedented heights. Firstly, his eldest disciple, Feng Wu, had astonishingly stepped into the realm of the celestial monarch. His second disciple, Lin Fan, remained without any discernible realm. Yet he was a formidable power capable of obliterating an ordinary celestial monarch with a single punch. The third disciple, Lin Yanran, though the weakest, had also attained the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. The fourth disciple, Ye Jian, stood at the realm of the Luotian celestial. His attacks comparable to those of a celestial monarch, and his mastery of the sword had reached an exceptionally high level known as the heart sword. This technique wielded the heart as a sword, commanding myriad swords as extensions of his will. As for Li Changfeng, no one knew the true extent of his strength. All they knew was that a few days prior, he had discreetly ventured into the central domain and returned shortly thereafter. Not empty-handed, but bearing a treasure trove of 100,000 top-grade celestial stones and over 1,000,000 upper-grade celestial stones. As for medium-grade celestial stones and lower-grade spirit stones, they were countless. Li Changfeng now appeared increasingly similar to Lin Fan, resembling an ordinary person, returning to simplicity. While Li Changfeng was in a meditative state, Feng Wu approached him and softly called out, "Master, the meal is ready. Shall we dine now?" Li Changfeng abruptly opened his eyes, rising to his feet and heading straight to the dining table, a smile gracing his face. In this vast world, nothing surpassed the importance of a meal. With such delectable dishes laid out, it was only fitting to prioritize dining. Feng Wu, your strength is commendable, but do remember not to grow complacent. In the central domain, many can still pose a threat to you. Let me set a small goal for you. Strive to enter the Celestial King realm at the earliest opportunity. Once you reach this level, even in the central domain, you will be considered a formidable force, less likely to meet an untimely demise. Feng Wu nodded earnestly. Master's words are etched in my heart. However, she continued, there has been no movement from the central domain for half a month. When do you believe they will strike again? Li Changfeng took a bite of the spirit bird's leg and casually replied, they shan't send anyone until the remaining 5 are eliminated. Though the central domain is powerful, golden immortals and Luotian celestials are not as common as cabbages. After such significant losses, when they once again descend upon the southern domain, they will surely dispatch even more formidable warriors, possibly even a celestial monarch, to lead the charge. Lin Fan spoke up, Master, if a celestial monarch comes to cause trouble in the southern domain, I shall crush him with a single punch. Li Changfeng chuckled, appreciating his disciple's concern for his well-being, eager to ease his burdens. Little Fan, I relish your words. Next time the central domain dispatches powerful figures, it shall be you who addresses the matter. Yanran, update us on the current situation in Kaoshan Sect. How many formidable warriors do we have above the celestial realm? Hearing her name called, Lin Yanran promptly replied, Master, as of yesterday, Kaoshan Sect boasts over 300 celestial realm experts, most of whom are elders who have recently broken through. They were on the verge of reaching the Tribulation crossing realm, and with the celestial stones you brought back, their progress has accelerated. However, the increase in high-end experts may soon slow, as those capable of breaking through have mostly done so. Li Changfeng furrowed his brow slightly. This number of celestial beings was insufficient. In the central domain, without his and his disciples' protection, they would not even qualify as a minor force. Celestial beings in the central domain were the foundation of the celestial hierarchy, although they were stronger than cultivators born in the central domain. The latter enjoyed rapid advancement due to their advantageous circumstances. The foundation of Kaoshan Sect still left much to be desired. After pondering for a moment, Li Changfeng dismissed the concern. After all, Kaoshan Sect had him and Feng Wu to rely on. Even against the mightiest forces in the central domain, they would not falter. Once he advanced further, he would consider relocating Kaoshan Sect to the central domain. He had previously scouted a suitable location and believed that, with some negotiation, the owners would be eager to accommodate them. With this thought, a smile spread across Li Changfeng's face. After a hearty meal, he returned to his rocking chair. Following a refreshing afternoon nap, he casually waved his hand, summoning a primordial spirit, He Li, the Thunder Envoy from the Thunder Palace. He Li's face bore despair. Fully aware that his end was nigh, accepting his fate, he felt an unexpected sense of relief. Li Changfeng spoke calmly. He Li, it seems you have deduced the meaning behind my releasing you. Do you have any final words? He Li forced a bitter smile, resignedly responding. I know my end is inevitable. I have come to terms with it. After all, I have presided over the Thunder for nearly a millennium, and I have personally struck down nearly 100 cultivators from Kaoshan Sect. Your sect is anything but ordinary. Other sects consider it a feat to have 30 individuals cross the Tribulation in a millennium, yet your Kaoshan Sect boasts hundreds. How could those sects possibly rival you? If you wish to kill me, I accept my fate. Li Changfeng nodded. He Li had a firm grasp of reality. Acknowledging his impending demise, he displayed no curses or defiance. instead exuding an unsettling calm. A surge of destructive power enveloped them as Li Changfeng slowly continued, though you are but a pawn. This pawn holds significant power. The deaths of 100 ancestors from Kaoshan Sect lie upon your shoulders. Since you have accepted your fate, I shall grant you a swift end. In the near future, the entire Thunder Palace will accompany you in death. Hence, you shall not be alone. Healy wore a despondent expression as he awaited his demise. In the next moment, the corporeal form of Healy gradually dissipated into nothingness, ultimately vanishing from the realm of existence. Days passed one after another, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. This time, the imprisoned primordial spirit before Li Changfeng belonged to the silver-robed man, the 8th guardian of the Huang courtyard at the Tiandao Academy. The silver-robed man spoke. Has this day finally arrived? You granted me an extra month of life, but I believe you are well aware of the consequence. Should I perish, the Tiandao Academy will not rest easy, will it? Li Changfeng smiled. Whether they will rest or not, I cannot say. Yet, I assure you, I shall not relent. Upon finishing his words, like Healy half a month prior, the silver-robed man's primordial spirit began to fade away. Chapter 127, Doubt. A month had passed, an entire month. No one knew the extent of Li Changfeng's power, not even the mad Taoist or his disciples, including Feng Wu. The prowess of Feng Wu and her fellow disciples had surged, making them the strongest aside from Li Changfeng. This was utterly absurd. It was worth noting that they had only been Li Changfeng's disciples for a mere few months. When did cultivation become so effortless? Akin to the simplicity of eating and drinking? The mad Taoist appeared on Tianquan Peak, quietly observing Li Changfeng. Changfeng, bringing you back to the Kaoshan Sect was the wisest decision of my life. Yet, I never anticipated that, in nearly 10 years, your strength would surpass that of an old fellow like me, who has lived for over 10,000 years. Moreover, your disciples, my grand students, are each remarkably formidable. At times, I even ponder whether I should become your disciple, for being your disciple promises to yield extraordinary strength. Li Changfeng, gazing at his solemn master, felt a sense of helplessness. His master had treated him with immense kindness, sparing no effort in nurturing him since he became a disciple. In this world, Li Changfeng had no family left. All perished in a tragic accident, rendering him the sole survivor of his village. Upon arriving at the Kaoshan Sect, he had come to regard the mad Taoist as a familial elder. With a bitter smile, Li Changfeng replied, Master, those little ones are indeed quite impressive. However, among the entire southern domain, I could only find those 4. Additionally, your strength within the Kaoshan Sect, aside from myself and a few disciples, has no equal. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that you are the strongest in the entire southern domain, apart from us. So, could you please refrain from dwelling on this? The mad Taoist's expression darkened. Is this truly the language of a human? As a master and patriarch, to be outshone by my own disciples is one matter, but to have my own grand students surpass me is quite another. Truly, this cultivation world is merciless. Suddenly, the mad Taoist's demeanor grew grave. Changfeng, the primordial spirit of the last powerful being from the central domain has been dealt with. The central domain will undoubtedly take further action. Have you considered what comes next? The central domain has suffered significant losses this time and will not underestimate our southern domain again. This implies that dealing with the central domain will be exceedingly challenging. Li Changfeng smiled faintly in response. Master, do not fret. Is it not merely a matter of the central domain sending forth more powerful immortals? While they may be more vigilant, I have previously ventured into the central domain and acquired a certain understanding of it. There exist some ancient families of great strength, alongside a few superpowers and the Tiandao Academy. Speaking of the Tiandao Academy, it warrants further discussion. The Tiandao Academy holds a prestigious position in the central domain. Yet various factions wish for its continued existence to be curtailed. This is because the students emerging from the Tiandao Academy have permeated the major forces throughout the central domain. Moreover, with the prolonged absence of the Academy's dean, it is unlikely that the central domain will remain tranquil. Furthermore, several of the central domain's individuals targeting the strong of our southern domain stem from the Huang courtyard of the Tiandao Academy. The Tiandao Academy. I shall inevitably obliterate it. The mad Taoist's countenance grew solemn. He did not share Li Changfeng's nonchalance, nor could he afford to dismiss the might of the central domain. The central domain was, after all, regarded by the cultivators of the southern domain as the upper realm, the gathering place of immortals. Do you have confidence in this? Also, what does the Huang courtyard of the Tiandao Academy signify? Changfeng, please elaborate for me. Li Changfeng did not hold back, imparting all that he knew. Master, the Tiandao Academy is immensely powerful, possessing great influence in the central domain. It is divided into 9 courtyards. Aside from the main courtyard, there are the 8 courtyards of the universe, chaos, and the mysteries of heaven and earth. The head of the main courtyard is also the dean of the Tiandao Academy. That dean's realm should have ascended to the immortal king level, a position of considerable strength. However, the dean has been missing for quite some time. As for the heads of the 8 courtyards, each one is at the immortal monarch level. Additionally, some of the elderly figures from the main courtyard, such as the vice dean, are also immortal monarchs, making them exceedingly formidable. In summary, the Tiandao Academy likely boasts over a dozen immortal monarchs, while the number of immortal kings remains uncertain. Hiss. Upon hearing Li Changfeng's account, the mad Taoist inhaled sharply. He was genuinely intimidated by the might of the Tiandao Academy. Its strength was nothing short of terrifying. What could the southern domain possibly use to contend with the central domain, or to confront the Tiandao Academy? Their own heads? The mad Taoist sighed. It seems that the southern domain will not enjoy freedom for much longer, with the central domain seeking trouble. It is only a matter of time before the southern domain is subjugated. I never imagined that our southern domain would one day find itself in such dire straits. Changfeng. If circumstances become untenable, perhaps it would be best to hide. With your strength, you should be able to conceal yourself along with a few disciples. Li Changfeng felt a pang of disbelief. Was his manner of expression truly so misguided? Though the Tiandao Academy was powerful, he was even more formidable. It was merely a force without an immortal king. Resolving matters should be straightforward. If the central domain were granted a bit more time, Li Changfeng would not even need to intervene. With Feng Wu and the others, they would be more than capable of obliterating the Tiandao Academy. At that point, they could directly seize control of the Academy's territory. What a delightful prospect. Master, please do not panic. While it is true that the Tiandao Academy possesses considerable strength, it is merely that, nothing more. Among the known immortal kings in the central domain, there are very few. Without an immortal king, they are hardly remarkable. I shall let you in on a little secret. My eldest disciple, Feng Wu, has already reached the immortal monarch level. What? The mad Taoist was aware that Feng Wu and her fellow disciples were strong, yet he never anticipated them to have reached such heights. He gazed at Li Changfeng with a look of incredulity. Li Changfeng blinked and smiled slightly. I did not deceive you, master. Among those little ones, even the weakest is comparable to a celestial being of the Luo Tian level, roughly on par with that silver-robed man. Surprising, isn't it? The mad Taoist found it difficult to process this revelation. And you? What about your own strength? Li Changfeng sighed. Alas, I am quite weak, really. The brilliance of my disciples is somewhat burdensome for me, and I suppose I could only match the strong of the Tiandao Academy in a 50-50 contest. Master, please do not hold me in too high regard. I am not on par with your grand students. The reason for his statement was, of course, that Li Changfeng was simply unwilling to exert himself further. As the disciples have matured, what purpose does it serve for me, as their master, to personally oversee every matter? Why did I even take on these disciples? The mad Taoist fell into a contemplative silence, his faith in Li Changfeng's words wavering. Chapter 128. The Great Secret of Li Changfeng. Is Li Changfeng powerful? Undoubtedly. Back during the Barrier of the Realms, it was he alone who thwarted the assault of the formidable beings from the central domain. Yet now, Li Changfeng claims to be inferior to Feng Wu and the others. Whether others believe him or not, the mad Taoist cannot fathom. He certainly does not. In his eyes, Li Changfeng is the unrivaled champion of the southern domain. Even if his disciples are prodigies, they cannot possibly surpass Li Changfeng. Changfeng, are you concealing your true abilities? The mad Taoist questioned, incredulous that Li Changfeng would act so modestly before his master. Li Changfeng sighed. I truly am weak. If the central domain were to launch another assault, it would fall upon Feng Wu and the others to confront it. Although I could hold my own against them, I must yield this exceptional opportunity for growth to my disciples. They cannot simply focus on cultivation without experiencing the trials of blood and fire, without countless battles. They will never become true powerhouses. Master, do you not agree? The mad Taoist remained silent, convinced that Li Changfeng was merely spinning tales. His disciple excelled in many respects, yet honesty seemed to elude him. Perhaps he had merely studied the doctrines of the Kawan sect too thoroughly. If not for the impending threat from the central domain, who would have known how formidable Li Changfeng had truly become? His previously displayed realm was merely that of the nascent soul stage. Although achieving the nascent soul stage within a mere decade is an extraordinary feat, Li Changfeng was far beyond that. He could obliterate that silver-robed figure and imprison their very souls, indicating that he was immensely more powerful than they could comprehend. Li Changfeng felt somewhat helpless. It appeared that his master was not easily swayed. What could he possibly say to gain his trust? Master, do you truly believe I am the strongest? Yet I have only cultivated for a mere decade. How much stronger could I truly be? The mad Taoist replied nonchalantly. Is 10 years of cultivation a short time? For a genuine prodigy, a true paragon of talent, that is more than sufficient. Your disciples have only been cultivating for a few months. Yet you claim they rival the celestial lords. By the heavens, I wish to take you as my teacher. I too desire to become a celestial lord. Li Changfeng wore a bitter smile, feeling that his master's words were somewhat excessive. After all, he was the disciple, not the other way around. Master, you must not think like that. There are only those 4 disciples in the entire southern domain, and you cannot possibly become the 5th. If you truly possess their talent, you would have become a celestial king a millennium ago, or even an emperor. Would you not agree? The mad Taoist replied coolly. I have heard that your eldest disciple had been part of the Kawan sect for several years before meeting you, remaining at the first level of qi refinement until just a few months after your arrival, when she ascended to become the 2nd strongest in the sect. You claim she is a celestial lord. I believe you. Now, can you explain why she was able to achieve such a status in mere months? Li Changfeng fell silent at this question, for it was beyond explanation. He could not simply reveal to the mad Taoist that he had bestowed the system upon Feng Wu. Could he? No, wait. He had the Time Chaos Tower. It had now reached 6 layers. The first layer accelerated time 100-fold, the second 1,000-fold, the third 10,000-fold. As for the 6th layer, it was a terrifying million-fold. Ever since Li Changfeng's power ascended to an extraordinary realm, the functionalities of the Time Chaos Tower had also been enhanced. If it was once a training cheat, it had now evolved into a modifier, far superior to a mere cheat. Looking at the mad Taoist, Li Changfeng sighed. Master, do you truly wish to know why Feng Wu's strength has surged so rapidly? This is my greatest secret, but since you are my master, I shall share it with you. I had been too narrow-minded previously. In the time to come, I intend to reveal my secret to the entire upper echelon of the Kawan sect. Just imagine, a sect filled with celestial lords and kings. The mad Taoist placed his hand on Li Changfeng's forehead, his expression peculiar as he murmured, with your strength, it should be impossible for you to fall ill. Why would you speak such nonsense before your master? If the entire upper echelon of our sect were indeed celestial lords and kings, would we not be able to penetrate the central domain and redefine the order? Li Changfeng's eyes brightened at this thought, suddenly intrigued. Indeed, if his strength was sufficient to elevate the upper echelon of the Kawan sect, they could invade the central domain and establish a more advantageous order for themselves. Thoughts became actions. However, the most pressing matter was to let the mad Taoist know of his artifact. In the next moment, the mad Taoist vanished from sight, appearing in the 6th layer of the Time Chaos Tower. Now, Li Changfeng could allow others to freely enter any layer of the Time Chaos Tower. This was the advantage of increased power. The mad Taoist was filled with confusion. Just moments ago, they had been on Tianquan Peak. Now where was this? It was a strange place, the aura of spiritual energy so dense it was almost overwhelming. The pools scattered about, and the boundless sea were all composed of concentrated spiritual liquid. Changfeng, do not tell me that Feng Wu and the others owe their current strength to this place. Where exactly is this? You must explain this to your master. The mad Taoist exclaimed. By the heavens, if I were to cultivate here for 100 years, I could truly become a celestial lord, or even a celestial king. Li Changfeng smiled slightly. This is my greatest secret, a space within an artifact. Here, the density of spiritual energy is unparalleled, and it adjusts according to the cultivator's realm. Do you see the rich celestial energy beginning to manifest all around you? This is merely its most basic function, and there is even more that would astonish you. Would you like to know? The mad Taoist, having lived for over 10,000 years, was experiencing such astonishment for the first time. He had seen many things. Yet what Li Changfeng revealed was overwhelmingly shocking. Speak quickly. I now believe your assertion that the upper echelon of the Kawan sect could all become celestial lords and kings. Even the possibility of celestial emperors is terrifying. Li Changfeng smiled gently. The true marvel lies in the flow of time here. In this space, 1,000,000 years of cultivation equates to merely 1 year outside. 1,000,000 days here pass as just a single day beyond these walls. The mad Taoist was left bewildered, swallowing hard, gazing at Li Changfeng as though he were a monster, coming to a profound realization. The terrifying truth behind Li Changfeng's remarkable power enhancement. In reality, after Li Changfeng took on disciples, he has not practiced for even a second. Chapter 129, The Rise of the Kaoshan Sect. Changfeng, how could you possess such a divine artifact? No wonder your strength has surged so rapidly. It seems almost unnatural. In the external world, a single day equates to 1,000,000 days of cultivation in that space. Goodness gracious, this means that while a day passes outside, a staggering 27,000 years have elapsed within. The incredulity of the mad Taoist was palpable, as he found it exceedingly hard to accept such a preposterous reality. He himself had diligently cultivated for merely over 10,000 years. And now Li Changfeng revealed to him the existence of such a miraculous artifact. How could he possibly come to terms with it? Li Changfeng, however, maintained a serene demeanor. seemingly unbothered. After all, he need not engage in cultivation himself. His disciples would enhance their own strength in his stead, and moreover, it would be a hundredfold return. Master, although the spiritual energy here is incredibly dense, it may not be entirely suitable for you due to your relatively weaker prowess. I believe the 10,000-fold space would be more appropriate for you, allowing for rapid advancement. Furthermore, the ancestors of the Kaoshan Sect, with their respective realms, should select the most suitable conditions. An excessively dense concentration of spiritual energy can sometimes be detrimental, leading to catastrophic consequences. For those below the human immortal realm, it is advisable to remain in spaces with a time flow of no more than 1,000-fold. Above the human immortal realm, one can utilize spaces with a 10,000-fold time flow, just like you, Master. Good. The mad Taoist had no objections. He would have been utterly astounded if subjected to a million-fold time flow. Moreover, if you enter, you must remain there for at least an entire day in the external world, which translates to over 27,000 years inside. My heavens, who could possibly endure such solitude? While advancing one's realm and strength is paramount, one cannot neglect other aspects entirely. Anyone who cultivates in such a manner for tens of thousands of years would either descend into madness or succumb to despair. Furthermore, cultivation is not merely a matter of spiritual energy and time. Countless cultivators fail to even solidify their golden core. Talent is also of utmost importance. Each cultivator possesses a distinct ceiling. One might perish in that artifact space without breaking through their realm. After all, lifespan can only increase through breakthroughs in realm. The mad Taoist pondered for a moment before inquiring of Li Changfeng. Changfeng, when do you intend to enhance the strength of the entire Kaoshan Sect? Your power is unparalleled in the southern domain, and even in the central domain, you are undoubtedly a formidable force. I believe the time for action has come, for no one is stronger than you. Talent is indeed a crucial factor. They cannot compare to you, nor can I. Yet, we cannot simply allow anyone to enter. The Kaoshan Sect is not a monolithic entity, and not all will willingly sacrifice for it. Li Changfeng nodded, acknowledging this consideration. Regardless of the location where there are people, there will be conflict and selfishness. For Li Changfeng, he did not expect everyone to selflessly protect the Kaoshan Sect. However, betrayal was utterly unacceptable. I will establish a heart query array that will envelop the entire Kaoshan Sect. In due time, their conduct within the array will determine whether they are permitted to enter the artifact space. Regarding this heart query array, I hope you will not disclose it to anyone. Only by observing their behavior without prior knowledge can we ascertain their true nature. After all, some may harbor treachery while feigning steadfastness. It is difficult to discern under the condition of awareness. The mad Taoist shared this sentiment. If filtering was to be done, it must be genuine and reliable. If those with ulterior motives towards the Kaoshan Sect were permitted into the artifact, even if they could not inflict significant harm, they would surely be as repugnant as consuming a fly. Li Changfeng escorted the mad Taoist from the 6th layer back to Tianquan Peak. In the next moment, he transported the mad Taoist to the 3rd layer, where the time flow had now reached 10,000 times. The density of spiritual energy within was incomparably richer than before, linked to Li Changfeng's own power increase. The might of the temporal chaos tower grew stronger alongside his strength, promising to accompany him throughout his life until he reached invincibility. Yet, was Li Changfeng invincible now? Not quite. He was merely unrivaled in the southern domain. As for the central domain, he had yet to face an immortal king and did not know how many moves it would take to defeat one. Thus, in his eyes, he was far from invincible. He was also uncertain if there were powers beyond immortal kings in the central domain. He decided to place Feng Wu and the others into the temporal chaos tower to continue enhancing their strength. After all, they must first become invincible in the central domain. Currently, Feng Wu and her companions had already attained a high realm, reaching the level of immortal lords. A period of immersion within the temporal chaos tower would serve to stabilize their realms effectively, should they manage to break through once more. He believed he would then achieve invincibility. After all, he could already dispatch immortal kings with relative ease, but vanquishing those above them would require considerably more effort. Immortal kings could be dealt with in fewer than 3 moves, while at least 10 would be necessary for an immortal emperor, perhaps. Alas, he truly felt himself still too weak. His disciples must strive even harder. With these thoughts in mind, he sent Feng Wu and the other 3 disciples, apart from Lin Fan, into the 4th layer of the temporal chaos tower. With a time flow of 100,000 times, they should soon step into the realm of immortal kings. Contemplating this, a smile graced Li Changfeng's lips. To elevate his disciples' strength, he, as their master, was genuinely concerned. Li Changfeng murmured, "My dear disciples, may you comprehend the earnest intentions of your master. I hope you will diligently cultivate and enhance your prowess. The central domain will soon make its move. If you are too weak, how will you withstand their onslaught? The Kaoshan Sect requires your strength. So you must become even more formidable. Having just crossed 30, he was on the brink of middle age. It would be best for this old bone to avoid unnecessary battles to prevent falling apart. Fortunately, no one heard Li Changfeng's musings, otherwise, he would surely have been met with ire. His words were undeniably exasperating. While his disciples diligently cultivated, Li Changfeng's own strength surged relentlessly. He himself was not idle. If he intended to elevate the entire Kaoshan Sect, he must first establish a robust filtering process. Li Changfeng began silently arranging the heart query array, a vast construct that would envelop the entirety of the Kaoshan Sect. Any disciple who met the criteria, even those newly admitted, would be permitted into the temporal chaos tower. However, those who did not meet the criteria, regardless of their status as the progenitor of the Kaoshan Sect, would be denied entry. The singular criterion was unwavering loyalty to the Kaoshan Sect. The colossal heart query array gradually took shape, unbeknownst to all. Li Changfeng observed quietly, eager to unveil any hidden traitors lurking in the shadows. There were certainly spies within the sect. It was merely a matter of their numbers. This phenomenon was not unique to the Kaoshan Sect. It was a commonality across various sects. As time ticked by, Li Changfeng indulged in a midday slumber, awaiting the impending results. Chapter 130. Is there such brazen disregard in this world? In this slumber, Li Changfeng enjoyed an exceptionally comfortable rest. He had not intended to awaken so soon. Yet, circumstances dictated otherwise, for his realm had once again broken through. At present, he remains uncertain about the realm he has attained. Nevertheless, he has undeniably shattered the ceiling of the middle domain's boundaries. And the power coursing through him is magnitude stronger, exceeding 100-fold compared to before. Is such an enhancement not excessively pronounced? Moreover, he has yet to encounter a heavenly tribulation, leaving him bewildered about his true level of cultivation. His Yuan Yuan Shun, and physical form have undergone a profound transformation. Has he become an indestructible insect? Time to test his strength. After muttering to himself, Li Changfeng vanished from the confines of the Kaoshan Sect. As for the outcome of the heart query array, he would assess it post-experimentation with his newfound power. In the next instant, Li Changfeng arrived at the boundary of the realms. With a single step, he tore through the fabric of space, departing from the southern domain. Upon materializing above the celestial Tao Academy in the middle domain, an unusual expression crossed his face. He sensed the presence of all formidable beings below. Among them were three particularly powerful individuals: the head of the U Academy, the vice president of the celestial Tao Academy, and an elderly guardian of the library. The most powerful among them was the library guardian, who astonishingly stood at the threshold of becoming a celestial king. After a moment's contemplation, Li Changfeng resolved to deliver a resounding slap to the celestial Tao Academy. Known for his decisive and vigorous nature, he acted upon his thoughts immediately. With a single strike, the celestial Tao Academy was reduced to ruins. Countless students and instructors perished beneath that blow, and over half of the guardians from the celestial immortal realm met their demise. Only those at the level of celestial monarch remained unscathed. The head of the U Academy bellowed, "Who dares to wreak havoc upon my celestial Tao Academy? Show no mercy. Regardless of your affiliations, this enmity is now established. For slaying numerous students and instructors of my academy, you shall pay dearly." The vice president, a middle-aged man, wore a grim expression. His strength had reached the pinnacle of the celestial monarch realm, just slightly beneath that of the library guardian. His voice, cold as ice, cut through the air. "I care not who you are. The celestial Tao Academy shall not be humiliated. Show yourself, cowardly scoundrel, and reveal which faction seeks to target us." Li Changfeng appeared before the vice president, a smile playing on his lips. With an air of nonchalance, he remarked, "Looking for me? I have merely exerted 1/10,000th of my strength, and have shown unparalleled leniency towards your academy. It is one thing for you to lack gratitude, but to dare complain and seek to end my life? Such audacity in a world where one like you exists, who profits, and then plays the fool. You." The vice president was nearly driven to the brink of fury by Li Changfeng's words. Did this rogue truly speak human language? However, he noted a crucial point. Li Changfeng claimed to have only used 1/10,000th of his power. Turning his gaze, he observed that nearly all 8 academy heads were injured, especially Huang, who appeared particularly weakened and on the verge of collapse. Huang felt a profound sense of injustice. All were heads of their respective academies, yet he bore the brunt of the assault. He too was a celestial monarch, albeit slightly weaker, and this level of vulnerability seemed implausible. Was this unparalleled powerhouse targeting him specifically? He could not recall having offended such a formidable being. What could be the reason for this aggression? From the earlier display of power, it was evident that Li Changfeng's strength far surpassed that of a celestial monarch. What lay beyond the celestial monarch realm? The celestial king. He had acquaintance with every celestial king in the middle domain, yet he had never heard of Li Changfeng. The tone of Huang's voice grew heavy with trepidation. Who exactly are you? What grievance does my Celestial Tao Academy hold against you to warrant the death of tens of thousands? With tens of thousands of students fallen and hundreds of thousands injured, he queried, do you wish to become enemies with the entirety of the middle domain? A faint smile graced Li Changfeng's lips as he replied indifferently, oh, so now we are discussing reason, resorting to threats? I recall that your Celestial Tao Academy did not adopt such an attitude when venturing into the southern domain. Have you grown accustomed to bullying the weak, and now, upon encountering someone beyond your prowess, you resort to verbal warfare? Southern domain. The mention of this term caused the strong figures from the Celestial Tao Academy to exchange bewildered glances. They never anticipated that Li Changfeng hailed from the southern domain, a place deemed inferior and merely a lower realm. The middle domain was regarded as the gathering ground for celestial beings. The elderly guardian of the library sighed and spoke slowly, esteemed sir. You hail from the lower realm of the southern domain? As far as I know, the southern domain lacks celestial energy and could not possibly nurture a being of your caliber. If my Celestial Tao Academy has erred in any way, I implore you to show mercy. After all, we have already suffered the loss of over 10,000 students, with several thousands more injured. This cost is substantial. Would you not agree? Should further bloodshed ensue, it may yield grave consequences. Li Changfeng chuckled, gazing at the elderly guardian with a questioning look. Old man, at your age, you should be returning to your roots rather than clinging to life in this world. If you wish to discuss reason, then let us speak plainly. Your Celestial Tao Academy dispatched individuals to the southern domain to conduct a bloodbath. Are you aware of this? The library guardian fell silent, clearly cognizant of the truth. Li Changfeng's expression hardened as he continued. Since you are aware and have tacitly approved, how do you now find the audacity to request leniency, hoping for mercy? Had I not been present in the southern domain, the death toll would not merely have been in the tens of thousands, but rather in the hundreds of thousands, a true river of blood. My principle in life is simple. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Yet if one dares to offend me, I shall eradicate their entire lineage. Today, I have come to the Celestial Tao Academy to exact justice upon your tens of thousands. Should you contest this, feel free to take action. The library guardian sighed and stepped forward, speaking softly. Why must you pursue absolute annihilation? The southern domain is merely a lower realm. Disrupting the order and opposing the middle domain is a grave offense. The middle domain is known as the celestial realm. The celestial beings shall punish you accordingly. Why resist? How outrageous! Li Changfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had long ceased to care for his own dignity. Yet he had not expected this elderly guardian, appearing so ethereal, to utter such shameless words. With a casual wave of his hand, the 8 academy heads disintegrated, leaving only wisps of their yuanshin behind. Truly commendable, esteemed elder. Thank you for imparting this lesson. Your strength justifies the act of killing, now that I surpass you. It is my truth to obliterate the Celestial Tao. I am truly envious of you. Despite being acutely aware of your own inadequacies, you still possess such audacity. It is genuinely admirable. Since you harbor a fear of death, would it not be a disservice to your pride if I were to refrain from fulfilling your wishes? Pray tell, how do you wish to meet your demise? Shall it be through flames, or perhaps be reduced to ashes, or even be severed into mincemeat? Choose one. Your preferred method. The elder of the library, his brow furrowed, found Li Changfeng's audacity utterly exasperating. It was perplexing how someone from the lower realms of the southern domain could wield such formidable strength. Taking a deep breath, he summoned a ruler into his hand, a celestial ruler, an exquisite artifact of the highest caliber. It harbored a modicum of the power of the Tao, and while it was not abundant, it was indeed formidable. Practitioners from the central domain would find themselves constrained by the might of this celestial ruler. Furthermore, the ruler could manifest a domain within which it could suppress the opponent's realm, unless the opponent was overwhelmingly powerful. Otherwise, they would inevitably be subdued. The reason the Tao Academy could stand unyielding through the ages was partly due to the contributions of this celestial ruler. The elder of the library fixed his icy gaze upon Li Changfeng. I had no intention of employing it, but your arrogance as a being from the lower realms is excessive. Moreover, your strength is formidable. Thus, utilizing the celestial ruler against you would not be an act of bullying. Even if it expends some of its power, it would be worth the cost. Li Changfeng's expression grew increasingly peculiar as he regarded the elder. It was akin to a human looking down upon an ant, regardless of how the ant flails and postures. It remains merely a target easily extinguished with a mere poke. At that moment, the elder activated the celestial ruler, a powerful domain manifesting and enveloping Li Changfeng. A force surged forth, attempting to suppress his realm and strength. However, as this peculiar power brushed against Li Changfeng's body, it disintegrated into nothingness. Li Changfeng's strength was overwhelmingly superior, far beyond what this elder could contend with. Despite wielding the celestial ruler, there remained a vast chasm between them. Too weak, he mused. The aspirations are noble, yet the capabilities are woefully inadequate. Allow me to elucidate the magnitude of the chasm that separates you from true strength. You shall not withstand my palm. Let us call it the annihilation palm. Are you prepared? When this palm descends, you shall be reduced to naught but ash. The elder of the library remained silent, quietly observing Li Changfeng. He had now acutely felt the disparity between them. Even with the celestial ruler, he was utterly incapable of matching Li Changfeng. Could it be that Li Changfeng had ascended to the status of a true immortal king? A palm print descended from the heavens, bearing down upon the elder. Despite his desire to resist, he found himself powerless. Li Changfeng spoke with an air of indifference. It is all over. From this day forth, there shall be no Tao Academy in the central domain. You should never have provoked me, for to do so is to invite annihilation. The elder of the library silently watched the approaching palm print, drawing ever closer. He closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Li Changfeng felt a sense of reverence for the elder's actions. Yet, no matter how much respect he held, a foe must be vanquished, for they were adversaries. Regardless of how formidable or admirable an enemy may be, they must perish. Boom. The palm print struck down, and the Tao Academy was irrevocably reduced to ruins. Even the more special locations were no exception. The remaining heads of the academy, now reduced to mere souls, said nothing upon witnessing this. Their faces were etched with terror, fully aware of their impending fate. Once Li Changfeng had made his move, it was certain he would not hesitate to deliver the final blow. At last, tranquility enveloped the Tao Academy. All students and mentors had perished. Li Changfeng turned and departed, not lingering any longer. It was time to return and check on his disciples. He also wished to learn the outcomes of the Wishing Heart Array in the Mount of Support, who had succeeded and who would be expelled. Li Changfeng would only extend his concern to those disciples who would safeguard the Mount of Support with their lives. As for the others, he had no intention of extending his kindness. Not long after Li Changfeng's departure, a wave of terrifying power descended upon the realm, heralding the arrival of the 5 immortal kings of the central domain. Each of these 5 sovereigns guarded a cardinal direction, embodying the mightiest of the central domain. The Eastern Immortal King remarked, "I never anticipated that the Tao Academy, which has existed for countless millennia, would meet such a fate. It truly baffles my understanding. Who, besides us 5, possesses the strength to dismantle the Tao Academy? The unknown is indeed frightening." The Southern Immortal King added, "If we are not responsible, then the central domain is undoubtedly fraught with peril. What if the adversary's intentions extend beyond the Tao Academy to encompass us? Or, to put it another way, what if their aim is the entirety of the realm?" The Western Immortal King concurred. "I believe the Southern Immortal King speaks wisely. They have made their move. We cannot stand idly by, for we are surely positioned in opposition to them. Have any of you discerned the extent of their power?" The Northern and Central Immortal Kings remained silent, their expressions grave. The residual energy from the Tao Academy's destruction revealed some insights, and it was clear that this energy caused them considerable trepidation. The Eastern Immortal King turned to the other 2, inquiring, "Central Immortal King, Northern Immortal King, do you not wish to share your thoughts? This individual may well be the harbinger of destruction foretold in ancient prophecies. Thus, we must not underestimate them. We must remain vigilant." Sighing deeply, the Central Immortal King slowly shook his head. "Vigilance is indeed imperative. Yet I wonder if you recall the words spoken by the immortal sovereign when he departed? He mentioned that after 10,000 years, the central domain would face a tremendous crisis, yet also an opportunity for rebirth. The outcome lies in our choices." With that, the Central Immortal King departed. Observing his disappearance, the remaining Immortal Kings exchanged glances and sighed before taking their leave. They needed to return to their own territories, for they feared that this individual might strike again. News of the Tao Academy's annihilation would soon sweep across the central domain, potentially plunging it into complete chaos. Chapter 132. Where are the disciples of the Mount of Support? Li Changfeng had returned to the Mount of Support. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed from the central domain back to the celestial peak of Tianquan. Extending his consciousness over the entire Mount of Support, he quickly located the first little traitor within the Wishing Heart Array. This traitorous mouse had encountered a formidable enemy invading the Mount of Support. Rather than resisting, he had chosen to be a guide for the invaders, groveling before them and leading them to slaughter the strong within the Mount of Support. He had successfully ingratiated himself as a small leader among the central domain's formidable beings, and his status within the Mount of Support was not insignificant. He had even become an elder, albeit one of limited strength, having only reached the initial stage of the transformation of spirit. After observing his actions within the Wishing Heart Array, a terrifying power erupted from Changfeng, enveloping the Elder entirely. In an instant, the Elder was reduced to ash, vanishing into the void. This Elder, known as Han Shuebing, had been a member of the Mount of Support for a millennium. Regrettably, he did not regard the Kaoshan Sect as his home. A multitude of diminutive mice emerged, all exhibiting repugnant behavior within the Heart Inquiry Array. In truth, there were several disciples of the Kaoshan Sect who, when confronted with the trials of the Heart Inquiry Array, did not defend the sect with their lives. They either had joined the sect too recently or were lacking in fortitude. Nonetheless, at the very least, they chose not to betray the Kaoshan Sect during the trial. Thus, Li Changfeng refrained from slaying them. He was not one to indiscriminately take lives. Unless one harbored treacherous intentions, Li Changfeng would spare their existence. Moreover, over 99% of the disciples and elders who passed the Heart Inquiry Array's test were from the Kaoshan Sect. It must be said that, while they may appear timid in their daily lives, when the Kaoshan Sect truly faced a crisis, they stood resolutely for their sect. The Kaoshan Sect is our home. Your ability to achieve this fills me with satisfaction. Now, let us endeavor to enhance our strength, and I hope that soon. Every member of the Kaoshan Sect will embody the spirit of dragons. I shall lead you to seize control of the territory of the Central Domain's Heavenly Tao Academy. That is mine, and none shall usurp it. Those who dare will meet their end. Li Changfeng wasted no further time and directly transported them into the Tower of Temporal Chaos. The areas were divided by strength. Those below the transformation stage were on the first floor, those below the human immortal stage on the second, and those above the human immortal stage on the third. True immortals within the Kaoshan Sect were few, yet scattered immortals were plentiful. Li Changfeng believed that after some time, even within the Central Domain, the Kaoshan Sect would emerge as the most formidable immortal sect, unassailable by any. Strength in isolation holds little significance. It is the collective strength of the entire sect that ensures the Kaoshan Sect's enduring presence. On Tianquan Peak, a sense of desolation prevailed. In fact, the entirety of the Kaoshan Sect had dwindled to but a few hundred souls. Aside from those Li Changfeng had slain for their treachery, only this small number remained. Tianquan Peak was left with only Li Changfeng and Lin Fan. Lin Fan's demeanor remained unperturbed, lacking any sign of surprise. He turned to Li Changfeng and inquired, "Master, have the senior sisters gone to cultivate elsewhere? Their rate of improvement is astonishing. Is there a way for me to accelerate my own cultivation? I do not wish to be surpassed by the younger disciples." Li Changfeng pondered for a moment. Lin Fan's cultivation method was indeed unique. Additionally, his physique was exceptionally distinctive, differing from that of ordinary practitioners. Merely by chopping wood, tending to a fire, planting vegetables, and watering them, he could grow stronger. Previously, Li Changfeng had not fully grasped this, but now his perspective had shifted. He understood how to guide Lin Fan to maximize his potential. Looking at Lin Fan, Li Changfeng spoke slowly, "Xiao Fan, it is time for you to descend the mountain." Lin Fan's eyes widened in shock as he fell to his knees, lowering his head in silence, his body trembling. His master was dismissing him. Was it because of his inferior talent? Did his master find him unsatisfactory and wish for him to leave? Li Changfeng placed a reassuring hand on Lin Fan's shoulder, his tone calm. "There is no need for such formalities. You are merely going down the mountain. Your constitution is quite special. You will only enhance your strength more rapidly by engaging with the world. Remember to treat yourself as a true ordinary person and to experience the lives of ordinary folk. Remaining on Tianquan Peak will not benefit your cultivation." Lin Fan hesitated, confusion etched on his face. "Master, are you truly sending me away?" Li Changfeng, exasperated, replied. "What are you thinking? You are my disciple. How could I possibly expel you from my sect? Moreover, your performance has been commendable. You have not idled while Yin Ran prepared meals. Strive diligently. I hope that when next we meet, you will be unmatched in the Central Domain." "Yes." Lin Fan descended the mountain. He had genuinely feared that Li Changfeng intended to cast him out, only to realize that it was merely to help him integrate into the lives of ordinary people. Clearly, he had misunderstood. With Lin Fan gone, Tianquan Peak grew even more desolate. After a moment's reflection, Li Changfeng too departed from Tianquan Peak. Without Lin Yinran to prepare his meals, he had no desire to cook for himself. Although, with his current strength, he could easily go without food or drink for thousands of years without issue. He still preferred to indulge in delicacies, for they were his passion. He had already attained invincibility within the Central Domain. A life of monotonous cultivation was not what he sought. Enjoying life was his true pursuit. While others cultivated in pursuit of longevity and power, Li Changfeng practiced to savor life once he became invincible. With this thought in mind, Li Changfeng appeared directly in a grand human city. He promptly selected the most lavish restaurant, for when it came to dining, he aimed for the finest. He reserved the best suite and instructed the restaurant to prepare exquisite dishes for him. On the third day after Li Changfeng departed from the Kaoshan Sect, visitors arrived. They were the elders of various powers, led by the Jian Sect. Though Li Changfeng had previously repelled the invasion from the central domain, they were still filled with trepidation. The central domain was, in their eyes, the realm of immortals, while the southern domain was merely a lower realm. How could they contend with the central domain? Thus, they came to the Kaoshan Sect with two intentions: to implore Li Changfeng to continue resisting the might of the central domain and to ascertain the current capabilities of the central domain's powers. Throughout the southern domain, only Li Changfeng was aware of the strength of the central domain's cultivators. They sought to discern whether they could withstand such power. However, upon arriving at the Kaoshan Sect, they discovered something amiss. The sect was nearly deserted. Only a scant few hundred remained, and their power was alarmingly low. This was highly irregular, indeed, exceedingly so. The leader of the Jian Sect remarked, "This is troubling. Could it be that the Kaoshan Sect has faced a crisis of annihilation? Has a force from the central domain descended and destroyed the sect?" The leader of the Tiangmo Sect countered, "That is impossible. With Li Changfeng's strength, even if a central domain power were to descend silently, there would be undeniable fluctuations of energy. It is inconceivable that everything remains intact. So why have the members of the Kaoshan Sect vanished?" Chapter 133. The Southern Domain is alarmed. The disappearance of the Kaoshan Sect's members left the visiting sect leaders and elders in a state of utter bewilderment. They were at a loss as to what had transpired. Even the remaining disciples of the Kaoshan Sect were equally clueless regarding the situation. After much effort, they finally managed to learn of Li Changfeng's whereabouts and ventured to Tianquan Peak. Yet, they found it still devoid of life. Even after digging 3 feet into the ground, they could uncover no trace of anyone. A fourth stage scattered immortal, his face grave, slowly remarked, "When things take an unusual turn, there is bound to be something amiss." The disappearance of the Kaoshan Sect's members is far too abnormal. The disciples of the Kaoshan Sect had reported that those who had vanished did so suddenly and without a trace. "What thoughts do you all have?" The elder of the Jian Sect inquired. If it were a superpower from the central domain that descended, is it possible they could accomplish such a feat? In summary, the situation was dire. Without knowledge of the truth, they would be placed in an exceedingly passive position. Should the Kaoshan Sect's members have been abducted or slain, the southern domain would likely face unimaginable calamity. The elder of the Tiangmo Sect furrowed his brow, his tone somber. "In the past, we have always fought amongst ourselves in the southern domain, quarreling over land and cultivation resources, resulting in countless injuries. As the formidable adversaries from the central domain approach, our choices dwindle. We are left with but 2 options: to submit as mere servants to the central domain's might, living as their hounds, or to resist fiercely. A choice that could lead to our utter annihilation." The strong from the southern domain fell into silence. They understood the gravity of the situation. Yet, even with this understanding, what could they do? In the eyes of the central domain's powerhouses, they were naught but insignificant ants. The only force capable of resisting the might of the central domain was the Kaoshan Sect. With its unexpected downfall, they found themselves devoid of support. The patriarch of the Buddhist sect intoned a sutra, exclaiming, "Amitabha, just now, our ally from the heavenly demon sect stated that we have but 2 paths to tread. However, in my view, we possess only a singular option: to bow to the central domain and pledge our unwavering loyalty. Only thus can we hope for a glimmer of survival." Resistance? That was not in their fate. The patriarch of the martial sect regarded the Buddhist elder with a frigid demeanor. "Old monk, I cannot align myself with your philosophy. The essence of being human lies in living with dignity. If we cannot safeguard our dignity, what is the worth of life?" Indeed, the powerhouses of the central domain were formidable, instilling fear with their presence. They represented the realm of aspiration, and standing against them felt nearly impossible. Yet I declare, the martial sect shall never stoop to groveling. We, from the martial sect, refuse to live as dogs. The assembly of strong warriors remained silent. If given the choice to be human, who would willingly choose to be a dog? Even if it meant yielding to a force within the southern domain. They would not submit to the central domain, for in their eyes, the central domain was an intruder, an outsider. The strong continued their search, unwilling to surrender so easily. Meanwhile, Li Changfeng savored a hearty meal. The culinary delights of this tavern were simply exquisite. While they could not compare to Lin Yinran's creations, they were still quite delightful. The reason Lin Yinran's dishes were so delectable was not due to superior culinary skills, but rather the exquisite ingredients sourced from the Kaoshan Sect's spiritual birds and beasts. Along with vegetables nurtured by spiritual energy, ordinary ingredients from the mundane realm simply could not measure up. Indeed, it was splendid. This chef could be brought to Tianquan Peak to prepare sumptuous feasts for me. I shall reside here for a week. Upon my return, I will release those from the Kaoshan Sect. In this week's time, Their realms should see substantial advancement. After indulging in fine food and drink, Li Changfeng took a leisurely stroll through the streets, sampling various snacks and candies. This life was truly delightful. 3 days swiftly passed. After lunch, as usual, Li Changfeng ventured outside, only to overhear a piece of news that left him with an unusual expression. A man remarked to his companion, "Have you heard? The Kaoshan Sect, one of the 9 great sects, has been utterly annihilated by an unknown power. Only a few hundred disciples remain, the strongest among them at the nascent soul stage." His companion's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "No way. I heard the Kaoshan Sect had surpassed the Ye Jian Sect, leaving them with no recourse. How could there be a force capable of overcoming the Kaoshan Sect? Is your information credible?" The man shook his head, responding, "This news is circulating throughout the continent, originating from various sections. Allegedly, 3 days ago, prominent figures from several sects went to the Kaoshan Sect. And guess what? A once mighty sect has been reduced to a mere few hundred." Hearing their conversation, Li Changfeng felt a wave of incredulity. Such a formidable enemy? The Celestial Academy of the Central Domain had already been vanquished by him. Even if they wished to trouble the Southern Domain, they would find it impossible. The disciples and strong warriors of the Kaoshan Sect had been sent into the Temporal Chaos Tower by him. In these 3 days, their strength had surged remarkably. Take Li Changfeng himself. Due to the diligent cultivation of his disciples, he had advanced a minor realm each day. Now, he had reached a level of power that left even him bewildered. Yet one thing was certain. He felt several hundred times stronger than he had 3 days prior. The Kaoshan Sect had not fallen due to any external force. You know nothing, and yet spread rumors. The man shot Li Changfeng an exasperated glare, retorting, "I'm not the only one discussing this. The entire continent is abuzz with it. The Southern Domain has offended the upper realm of the Central Domain, and now superlative powers from the Central Domain have eradicated the Kaoshan Sect. You know nothing, so refrain from interjecting. What a farce. To become one who knows nothing? Forget it. I shan't waste my breath on these mortals." Observing Li Changfeng's departure, the man scoffed, "See that? Don't engage with those who know nothing yet wish to chime in. They lack discernment and can easily embroil others in peril. Such a fool wouldn't he even realize how they met their end. What a waste." Li Changfeng's expression darkened, his fingers twitching. In an instant, the man who had slandered him was sent reeling, blood spewing forth as he collapsed into unconsciousness. Such was the disparity. Had it been any other cultivator, they would not have survived such disdain. Continuing his stroll, Li Changfeng soon lost interest. As the entire city buzzed with news of the Kaoshan Sect's demise, claiming it had been obliterated by a terrifying power. With a grim countenance, he returned to the tavern and sought a midday nap. Now they proclaim the Kaoshan Sect's end. Wait until I release those from the Kaoshan Sect. They shall witness true shock and the sight of celestial beings aplenty, with tribulations as common as dust. Chapter 134. The annihilation of the Sword Sect. Li Changfeng slumbered indifferently, while the powerhouses of various sects were in a state of turmoil. The more they pondered, the more disquieted they became. This was the Kaoshan Sect. Even the silver-robed figure from the Central Domain's Luotian immortal realm had been dealt with by Li Changfeng. And now, the Kaoshan Sect had simply vanished. No signs of battle remained. How terrifying was that? Even if they accepted the idea that the Kaoshan Sect had perished after a cataclysmic battle, it would be understandable. The crux of the matter was that nothing had occurred, and yet the Kaoshan Sect had vanished. At the Ye Jian Sect, over a dozen powerful beings above the loose immortal stage convened, their faces etched with worry as they deliberated. Nan Hao, the mightiest of the Ye Jian Sect, bore the heaviest burden. He had protected the Ye Jian Sect for millennia, and under his watch, the sect had remained formidable. Yet now, he felt his own insignificance. Having previously suffered defeat at Li Changfeng's hands, who could have easily ended him but chose mercy, now, the one who could effortlessly crush him had also vanished. The depths of the Central Domain were unfathomable, far beyond the Ye Jian Sect's reach. Submit as dogs or resist to the bitter end, facing inevitable obliteration? Beyond these two choices, they had no alternatives. Nan Hao declared, "Without any news from the Kaoshan Sect, I wish to hear your thoughts. The Ye Jian Sect does not belong solely to me. All voices are welcome. Without the Kaoshan Sect, we cannot hope to withstand the might of the Central Domain. I hold your opinions in high regard. Yet I shall not yield. After living for several millennia, I cannot bring myself to be a mere dog for the Central Domain at this juncture." Observing the silence among the crowd, the leader of the Ye Jian Sect spoke up. "I am inclined to concur with the words of our progenitor. However, our decision bears the weight of the very existence of the Ye Jian Sect. As the sect leader, I must safeguard them. Even if it means stooping to a dog's role, I refuse to become an eternal sinner, allowing the Ye Jian Sect to perish by my hand." A sixth Tribulation loose immortal sighed, casting his gaze towards Master Nan Hao. I understand the sentiments of Master Nan Hao. I too wish to fight resolutely until the end. Alas, even if we were all to perish, we could not shake the central domain. Their power is overwhelming, instilling a sense of despair. That is the upper realm we have always yearned for. A powerful figure spoke, with some advocating for a stubborn fight to the end, while others sought to compromise. The consensus was elusive, ultimately leading to a decision by vote. Regardless of the outcome, all must abide by it. Those favoring war stood with Master Nan Hao, while those preferring surrender aligned with the Haotian sect leader. The result revealed that 1/3 of the powerful stood with Master Nan Hao, while the remaining 2/3 sided with the Haotian sect leader. Master Nan Hao let out a long sigh and said, "Well then, since the outcome is so evident, let us prepare to welcome the powerful from the central domain." A millennium ago, the Haotian sect was indeed formidable. Yet now it pales in comparison to even the mountain sect. Where did it all go awry? Perhaps it is that we have lost the audacity to fight recklessly. Upon finishing his words, Master Nan Hao vanished without a trace. The 1/3 of powerful figures cast one last glance at the others before departing with a sigh. The remaining strong ones bowed their heads in silence, for they no longer possessed the courage to fight to the death. Perhaps Master Nan Hao spoke true. They had become too timid. It was precisely this timidity that hindered their ability to transcend their limits, resulting in the decline of the Haotian sect with each passing generation. This predicament was not exclusive to the Haotian sect. The Buddhist sect, the Harmony sect, the Zy Gate, and many other sects chose the path of compromise. They sought to appease, wishing merely to survive. Conversely, the Demon sect, the Martial sect, the Sword sect, and the Hundred Flowers sect resolved to fight to the bitter end. Even if their sects were to be obliterated, they remained indifferent. Moreover, their decision was reached through a vote among all members of their sections. On the 4th day, a news that sent shockwaves through the southern domain spread across the continent. The Sword sect, the vanguard of the war faction, had been vanquished. The Sword sect was immensely powerful, boasting only a few thousand members, yet their combat prowess was terrifying. Regrettably, they could not withstand the onslaught of countless invaders, and their demise was at the hands of the sects advocating for appeasement. Upon hearing this news, the war faction sects united, converging upon the Martial sect. Although this brought a fleeting tranquility, all were acutely aware that it was merely the calm before the storm. Once the appeasement factions moved, they would strike with a thunderous fury upon the Martial sect. By the 6th day, the atmosphere had grown increasingly oppressive, as numerous concealed auras had emerged around the Martial sect. The weakest among them were at the integration stage, and countless loose immortals were present. The air surrounding the Martial sect was thick with the presence of terrifying power. Their situation was perilous. The appeasement faction acted with remarkable speed. Although they feared the might of the central domain, they were ruthless and decisive against their fellow sects within the southern domain. It was a classic case of infighting. Crucially, they were numerous, possessing the strength to annihilate the war faction. By the 7th day, an ever-increasing number of powerful figures gathered around the Martial sect, no longer concealing their auras. Their numbers were overwhelming, with many ancestors from various sects in attendance. In terms of both quantity and quality, the Martial sect was utterly outmatched. A great battle was on the verge of erupting. The leader of the Martial sect, Shen Wu, wore a faint smile, even in the face of such dire straits. He exhibited no hint of panic. He surveyed the powerful figures from the various sects and calmly stated, "The appeasement faction, led by the Haotian sect, will likely not afford us much time. Once they launch their attack, it will be an all-out assault. The Martial sect will not back down. We are prepared to fight to the death. However, the choice lies with you all. Those who wish to depart now, I, Shen Wu, shall not impede." The elder of the Hundred Flowers sect replied, "Shen Wu, I am well aware of your temperament. The Martial sect, being rooted in the martial will, cannot possibly submit. Just like the Sword sect, they would rather break than bend. I do not know how you all feel, but the Hundred Flowers sect is determined to fight to the end. What is death but an opportunity to take a few enemies down with us?" After the elders from various sects voiced their opinions, 1/5 of the elders present chose to depart, unable to withstand the pressure and opting to retreat. Those who remained were the elders willing to fight to the bitter end. They did not begrudge those who chose to leave, as they did not wish to suffer injuries at this juncture. They awaited the arrival of the decisive battle, for now was not the opportune moment to strike. In a tavern, Changfeng had finished his dinner and was about to leave when he heard the news of chaos in the southern domain. "Have you heard? The appeasement faction has surrounded the Martial sect and is about to engage in a great battle." Upon hearing this, a dark cloud loomed over Changfeng's head. These scoundrels, have their knees truly become so weak? They are fierce against their own, yet wish to grovel before the invaders from the central domain. In the next instant, Changfeng vanished without a trace. Chapter 135, The Buddhist Sect's Ancestor Panics. What is Changfeng's character? He is protective of his own. In a smaller scope, he guards those around him, like his few disciples. With a slightly broader perspective, he protects the entirety of Tianquan Peak. If his vision expands further, he defends the mountain sect. And if his scope continues to widen, he protects the entire southern domain. Yet now, there are those who choose to turn against their fellow southern domain inhabitants in a bid to appease the invaders from the central domain. Led by the so-called righteous sects like the Ye Jian sect, they have left Li Changfeng utterly disillusioned. In the face of such individuals, Li Changfeng harbors but one thought: to kill, to eradicate them completely, for out of sight is out of mind. Conversely, the demon sect and similar factions earn Li Changfeng's admiration. They, fully aware of their own limitations, still choose to resist the external invasion. In comparison, the Ye Jian sect and the demon sect are worlds apart. In an instant, Li Changfeng found himself in the void above the martial sect. Yet he did not rush to reveal himself. He wished to observe how long the demon sect and the martial sect would hold out, whether they would remain steadfast until the final moment, even if it meant their downfall. Human nature is often the most susceptible to trials. Yet Li Changfeng still wished to see how long they could endure. Master Nan Hao and other powerful figures made their appearance, gathering before the gates of the martial sect. Over 5 million cultivators surged forth, their momentum overwhelming. In contrast, the combined forces of the martial sect and other factions barely reached 100,000. Moreover, the number of top-tier powerhouses was significantly fewer than those aligned with the Southern Taoist. Shenwu's countenance darkened as he observed the Southern Taoist, his tone heavy with disappointment. Taoist Nan Hao, you have truly let me down. I never imagined that this once esteemed ancestor of the 9 great sects would choose to live on his knees rather than die standing. The central domain is indeed formidable. But do you not realize that once you kneel, you can never rise again? The Southern Taoist sighed deeply. I had intended to fight to the last drop of blood against the invaders from Zhongzai, yet they refused to engage. The vote concluded with a submission to the central domain. I am left with little choice. I am fully aware of what you say, fellow Taoist Shenwu, he continued. But the situation has unfolded as it has, and there is no turning back. The ancient devil shook his head, equally disillusioned with his longtime rival. He had once held great respect for the Southern Taoist, but now felt nothing but disdain. He regarded the Southern Taoist with cold indifference. Nan Hao, we have competed for millennia, and I never expected that in the end, it would be I, the old demon, who chose to protect the Southern domain while you, the leader of the Righteous Alliance, choose to kneel at this moment. Had I known you were such a person, I would never have taken you as my opponent. For you are unworthy. The Southern Taoist remained silent, acutely aware that neither Shenwu nor the ancient devil intended to humiliate him, but were genuinely disappointed. He too felt the weight of disappointment, yet as the strongest ancient ancestor of the Ye Jian sect, he must protect them now that a choice has been made. Taking a deep breath, he spoke solemnly. I understand that you are disappointed in me, my friends. However, the situation is as it is. Let us settle this with our actions. The invasion from the central domain is insurmountable, and although I would prefer to perish on the battlefield defending the southern domain, it is a reality we cannot change. The ancient Buddha stepped forward, uttering a solemn prayer. Amipa, Master Nan Hao, do not be swayed by these two. Resistance leaves no path for retreat. Is the Qi mountain sect strong? Yet now, they have been silently erased by the power of the central domain. What can we in the southern domain use to resist? Shall we offer our heads? Submission to the central domain is the wisest choice. Kill. Hearing the ancient Buddha's words, the ancient devil trembled with rage. The devil sect and the Buddha sect were natural enemies, yet the compassionate sect now wished to kneel, shirking their duty to protect the southern domain. The ancient devil charged at the ancient Buddha, his voice icy. Old bald donkey, you have always proclaimed the eradication of evil, yet you sought to annihilate my devil sect. Indeed, the devil sect has taken many lives and brought calamity to countless beings. But the number of souls ensnared by your sect, becoming your servants, far exceeds those lost to us. I do not blame the world's ignorance. I only wish to slay you, this traitor to the southern domain, who wishes to be a lapdog. The ancient Buddha's expression darkened as he transformed into a furious golden figure, unleashing a Buddha palm imbued with terrifying golden light, which had a restraining effect on the ancient devil. The two clashed, both vying for dominance and their very lives. However, given the ancient Buddha's temperament, he was unlikely to engage in a prolonged confrontation. Should he find himself at a disadvantage, he would surely resort to cunning tactics, a hallmark of his sect. Shenwu fixed his gaze upon the southern Taoist, speaking with resolve, for those southern cultivators unwilling to serve the invaders from the central domain. Rise with me and carve out a resounding presence in our southern domain. The southern Taoist sighed deeply, his expression suddenly grave. Since a choice has been made, compassion cannot be afforded. Kill. As the southern Taoist uttered the command, millions of cultivators surged towards the martial sect. The cataclysmic battle erupted. Spells and artifacts soaring through the air. Countless individuals fell, with innumerable cultivators meeting their demise as their bodies were obliterated. Even at the onset of conflict, the martial sect found themselves at a disadvantage, as far too many had chosen to kneel, sacrificing their spirit for survival. At that moment, their singular thought was to eliminate the rebels before the invaders from the central domain arrived, hoping for a harmonious welcome devoid of resistance. This was their intent, and it explained their initial assault on the martial sect. Countless cultivators fell, both from the martial sect and the Haotian sect. However, the Haotian sect held a decisive advantage, both in numbers and in strength. Soon, one-third of the martial sect's forces lay slain. Li Changfeng remained unmoved. The cultivation realm was brutal, with daily casualties and breakthroughs. Once one embarked on this path, they must confront this harsh reality. As the ancient devil realized he could not overpower the ancient Buddha, his eyes burned with rage. Witnessing the fall of countless disciples and elders, his power surged violently. The ancient Buddha's face paled as he shouted, "Devil friend, do not act impulsively. You could completely align with us, choosing to submit to the powers of the central domain. Why choose self-destruction?" Li Changfeng felt a stir of emotion, deeply sighing as he prepared to take action. Chapter 136, Emergence. Ha! The ancient devil laughed heartily. The ancient Buddha was evidently frightened, gripped by fear at the prospect of the devil's self-destruction. Indeed, their strengths were comparable, and should he self-destruct, not only would the ancient Buddha perish, but countless powerful beings would be caught in the aftermath. The ancient devil's aura grew increasingly chaotic as he coldly regarded the ancient Buddha. "I never expected that the once compassionate Buddha would also know fear. Did you not claim that if you do not enter hell, who will? I find it pitiful that I have been suppressed by such hypocritical scum for so long. Compared to you, Nanhao is truly a paragon of virtue. You are nothing but garbage." In the past, the ancient Buddha would have retorted fiercely, silencing the ancient devil. Yet now, he refrained from provoking him, gripped by fear. Why did he choose to submit to the invaders from the central domain? Was it not out of dread for his own demise? Within the Buddha sect, all voices of dissent advocating resistance against the central domain had been silenced, their owners slain by the ancient Buddha himself. The ancient devil's voice turned frigid. "Old bald donkey. Why do you remain silent? Have I struck a nerve, leaving you speechless? Let me assure you, escape is not an option. Even if I fall today, I shall drag you down with me. Sons of the devil's sect, since we have no path for retreat, let us descend into hell together with these lapdogs. Self-destruct. To eradicate them at the utmost." Boom, boom, boom. Ha ha. When the ancestral figure speaks, one must comply. I shall commence. The so-called righteous path is truly laughable. Perish. We aspire to safeguard the southern domain, willing to lay down our lives in its defense, yet we are besieged by you spineless wretches. How ironic. Charge into the throngs. Such self-detonation will surely take more of you soft-bellied cowards with it. It is not solely the practitioners of the heavenly demon sect who resort to self-destruction. Others from different sects engage in the same vile act. They comprehend that if the battle continues, they alone shall face annihilation. Thus, it is preferable to take a few down with them before meeting their end. Taoist Nanhao sighed. Why must it come to this? We are all practitioners of the southern domain. We truly should not have reached this point. Would it not be better to coexist? Shenwu sneered, fixating on Taoist Nanhao. Nanhao, cease your pretense. If you wish to be spineless, we shall not interfere. Yet your actions are excessive, in your desire to be dogs. You deny us the right to resist. If that is the case, then you shall accompany me to the depths. With that, Shenwu's aura surged violently. Taoist Nanhao did not flinch. He gazed unwaveringly at Shenwu. Having lived for millennia and endured countless tribulations to arrive at this moment, do you, fellow Shenwu, deem it worthwhile? To perish and be forgotten, will the world remember you? Shenwu retorted furiously, Nanhao, do not dare call me fellow, for you are unworthy. I care not whether you sincerely wish to be a dog or are compelled by circumstance. You possess no such qualification. Practitioners of the southern domain ought to stand tall, not bend and yield like you. Furthermore, I contend that even if you are willing to be dogs, they may not accept you. Li Changfeng finally made his appearance. With a casual wave of his hand, suppressing the energies of those self-destructing practitioners, including Shenwu and the Grandmaster of the Heavenly Demon Sect, among the southern domain's most formidable. Upon seeing Li Changfeng, Taoist Nanhao and other powerful figures from the Buddhist sect changed countenance. The feat Li Changfeng had just displayed was beyond their reach. Not only could they not replicate it, but they also could not comprehend how he accomplished it. Li Changfeng was too powerful, a veritable titan of the southern domain. Practitioners from the martial sect, Heavenly Demon Sect, Hundredflower Sect, and others retreated to the martial sect. I shall speak with these ruffians. Shenwu spoke solemnly. Sect leader Li, Is there still a need for discourse? They wish to betray the entire southern domain, to become traitors. Not only do they aspire to be traitors, but they also seek to eliminate us before we can resist. In my view, there is no room left for reconciliation. Today, they shall either annihilate us or we shall self-destruct, taking a few soft-bellied cowards with us. Li Changfeng turned to Shenwu, his tone indifferent. I command you to return. Shenwu, obstinate as ever, remained unmoved. Li Changfeng swiftly struck him, sending Shenwu back to the martial sect. One does not know respect for the powerful until they are met with such a reality. I am not soliciting your opinion. I am informing you of my decision. All of you shall retreat to the martial sect. Those who do not comply, I shall forcibly return. The practitioners of the martial sect exchanged glances, and then, like a receding tide, they returned to the confines of the martial sect. Li Changfeng turned to Taoist Nanhao, speaking coolly. You have greatly disappointed me. I had thought you capable of discerning the situation, a practitioner with conviction. It appears I misjudged you. Do you know why I initially spared the Haoyan sect? It was not because you could bend and stretch, but because you were willing to sacrifice your life to defend Haoyan sect. At that time, you possessed admirable qualities, which now seem lost. Taoist Nanhao sighed. Sect leaderly, we have no chance of victory. Furthermore, the inexplicable disappearance of the mountain sect, with all its members vanishing, has instilled fear in us. I had intended to lead the Haoyan sect in a desperate defense of the southern domain, but they do not share this sentiment. Thus, slap. A resounding slap struck Taoist Nanhao's face, sending him flying. How foolish. The disappearance of the mountain sect has no bearing on your choice to be spineless. The southern domain is not merely the mountain sect's domain. It belongs to all practitioners. Now, I grant you an opportunity. Those willing to fight to the death against the invaders from the central domain may join the martial sect. Those who wish to continue as spineless wretches, serving as dogs to the central domain invaders, remain where you are. I wish to see how many of you are willing to risk your lives to protect your world. Millions of practitioners bowed their heads in silence. They indeed felt that being spineless was a disgraceful affair, yet they wished to survive. Therefore, even with Li Changfeng's appearance, no one moved. Li Changfeng's brow furrowed as he spoke again, his voice heavy. I offer you one final chance. Those who enter the martial sect within 10 breaths. I shall overlook your past transgressions. No one stirred. They had made up their minds to cling to the invaders from the central domain. Even with Li Changfeng's presence, their resolve did not waver. Li Changfeng's expression darkened further. The 10 breaths swiftly passed. He gazed at the millions of practitioners before him, drawing a deep breath. I never imagined the southern domain harbored so many spineless individuals. To fortify the backbone of our southern domain, I hope in your next lives, you will not be so weak. With a light step, Li Changfeng unleashed an imperceptible blade of divine power, cleaving through the millions of practitioners. He sought to eradicate the millions who had chosen treachery against the southern domain. Chapter 137. Unification of the southern domain. No, sect leaderly, you cannot do this. We merely seek to survive. Do not kill us. Do not be so ruthless. Sect leaderly, I am willing to follow you and join the mountain sect. Spare me. Even if it means becoming your servant, I would gladly accept. Ba, our Buddhist sect is willing to become an affiliate of the mountain sect. Countless top-tier practitioners of the southern domain pleaded for mercy. They did not wish to die. Alas, Li Changfeng did not afford them that opportunity. Li Changfeng, possessing transcendent strength, could extinguish them with but a thought. Their betrayal filled him with contempt. Did he have absolute confidence when the celestial beings from the central domain descended? Not at all. For to him, the central domain was an unknown realm. In the central domain, aside from the native humans, all others were above the level of human immortals. Only human immortals could traverse from the other 4 domains into the central domain. Li Changfeng did not retreat. He chose to stand guard at the southern domain's barrier. Ultimately, he won the gamble, successfully resolving the crisis of the southern domain. He even personally ventured into the central domain, obliterating the Tian Dao Academy. Initially, he had planned to descend into the central domain after all practitioners of the mountain sect had ascended. Who would have thought that by bringing the practitioners of the mountain sect into the Time Chaos Tower, he would inadvertently create misunderstandings among the powerful of the southern domain, leading to polarization? Had these millions of practitioners merely sought survival, Li Changfeng would have spared their lives. But regrettably, that was not their intent. They not only united in their desire to submit to the central domain as dogs, but they also committed heinous acts against their own kind. The practitioners of the martial sect and the heavenly demon sect, seeking their utter destruction. This was the true reason Li Changfeng sought to annihilate these millions of practitioners. For they had become not only traitors wishing to be dogs, but also traitors inflicting harm upon their own kin. Li Changfeng would show no mercy to traitors. He recalled his past life, the blood of his compatriots staining the hands of the wretched Erguzi. Damn it, They all deserve to perish. With a mere wave of his hand, millions of cultivators were reduced to ashes, including the esteemed Taoist Nan Hao and the ancient ancestors of the Buddhist sect, among other top-tier powerhouses of the southern domain. The cultivators of various sects such as the Martial Sect, the Celestial Demon Sect, and the Hundred Flowers Sect exchanged glances, their expressions laden with disbelief. They had long believed that they held a sufficient regard for Li Changfeng, but in this moment, they realized they had gravely underestimated him. Li Changfeng's strength had utterly surpassed their wildest imaginations. The ancient ancestor of the Hundred Flowers Sect approached Li Changfeng, slightly bowing in respect. I wish to lead the Hundred Flowers Sect to join the Mountain Support Sect, and I hope that Sect Leader Li will consent. Only you, Sect Leader Li, can provide protection for us in the southern domain, and we pledge our loyalty without any treachery. The Celestial Demon Ancestor chuckled heartily, echoing her sentiments. Since the Hundred Flowers Sect is willing to submit, the Celestial Demon Sect shall follow suit. We seek to grow stronger, and only by leaving the southern domain can we achieve that. The central domain is not friendly towards us. Our only hope lies in joining the Mountain Support Sect. I implore Sect Leader Li to accept us under your wing. Shun Wu sighed deeply. He was a man of iron will from the Martial Sect. Yet, he was not alone. Thousands of Martial Sect disciples stood behind him. We are willing to merge with the Mountain Support Sect and acknowledge it as our superior. If Sect Leader Li agrees, from this moment forth, my disciples of the Martial Sect shall become disciples of the Mountain Support Sect. One by one, the ancestors of various sects spoke up, finally grasping the situation. The peril from the central domain had not been averted. Aligning with Li Changfeng and joining the Mountain Support Sect was their sole chance of survival. Li Changfeng was momentarily taken aback by their fervent demeanor. Did they wish for him to unify the southern domain? He spoke solemnly. You may take some time to contemplate. The southern domain belongs to all. I have no ambition to dominate it. Furthermore, even if you choose not to join the Mountain Support Sect, I will still fend off the invaders from the central domain. Shenwu shook his head, speaking earnestly. Sect Leader Li, regardless of the opinions of others, the Martial Sect will not waver in its stance. Joining the Mountain Support Sect offers innumerable benefits and no drawbacks. This is my personal desire. I earnestly request your support. Every individual present nodded in agreement. Li Changfeng was simply too powerful. His strength instilled a sense of despair, compelling them to cling to his formidable presence. Dignity could be upheld, but survival was paramount. They could not bow to the central domain, yet they were willing to unite with the Mountain Support Sect to protect the southern domain. Li Changfeng inhaled deeply and released the sect leader from the Time Chaos Tower. Just as he was about to speak, the heavenly tribulation descended. Li Changfeng glanced at the thunderclouds, and with a single gaze, he shattered the tribulation clouds. With a flick of his wrist, the liquid thunder of the tribulation appeared before him. Under Li Changfeng's mental command, the liquid thunder began to merge with the sect leader, elevating his power swiftly past the great ascension realm to the pinnacle of the human immortal realm, mere steps away from the earth immortal realm. Throughout this process, the sect leader remained utterly bewildered. He had inexplicably found himself within the Time Chaos Tower, cultivating for an indeterminate duration, and now returned to the southern domain, only to be met with the onset of heavenly tribulation. As he prepared to resist, the tribulation vanished. Yet his power had surged to the pinnacle of the human immortal realm. Was this not an absurdly effortless enhancement? The sect leader turned to Li Changfeng, his face a portrait of frustration. Changfeng, I once believed I was sufficiently strong, that one day I might surpass you. Yet, in comparison, I find myself still so feeble. Was that mysterious world you sent me to truly orchestrated by you? Li Changfeng nodded, replying, Indeed, it was I who made it happen. Sect leader, there are matters that require your attention. Rolling his eyes, the sect leader urgently insisted, Nothing is more important than cultivation. Send me back to that place. I must continue my breakthrough and become invincible. Li Changfeng's expression darkened. It seemed the sect leader had become addicted to cultivation. Patting the sect leader on the shoulder, he replied, You cannot return to that place without my consent. Moreover, as the sect leader of the Mountain Support Sect, how can you neglect your responsibilities? Should I, as a peak leader, take on all duties? The sect leader promptly produced the sect leader's token and handed it to Li Changfeng. Changfeng, from this moment on, you are the sect leader. Hurry and send me to cultivate. I must grow stronger. Li Changfeng, confronted with the sect leader's unreasonable demands, chose to disregard them entirely. He vanished without a trace, leaving behind a single statement. Chaos has erupted in the southern domain. I have annihilated millions of cultivators. The details will be relayed to you by the Martial Sect. Attend to this matter first. Otherwise, do not expect to enter that world again. The sect leader wore a troubled expression as he gazed at the sect leader's token, wishing to shatter it in frustration, lamenting, If only I were not the sect leader. This burden would not fall upon me. In the following days, the sect leader learned the ins and outs of the situation. Regarding the destruction of the Haotian sect and other sects, he felt a strong urge to commend Li Changfeng for a job well done. Alas, Li Changfeng was nowhere to be found. Soon, news spread throughout the southern domain. Over 100 sects had joined the Mountain Support Sect, which had unified the southern domain, heralding a new era for the region, the era of the Mountain Support Sect. Chapter 138. Bro, are you also undergoing tribulation? Have you heard? The southern domain has been unified by the Mountain Support Sect, one of the previous 9 great sects. Wasn't the Mountain Support Sect the weakest among the 9 great sects? Where did this strength come from? You are woefully uninformed. The Mountain Support Sect is not only the strongest, but has also obliterated the Haotian sect and the Buddhist sect. It is said that all members of the Mountain Support Sect are immortals, unmatched in power. I wish to join the Mountain Support Sect, but I wonder what the requirements are. The entire southern domain buzzed with discussions about the Mountain Support Sect. For the first time in countless years, someone had unified it. From henceforth, there would no longer be a distinction between good and evil. The martial sect's integration into the Mountain Support Sect added a martial peak, while the Hundred Flowers sect's inclusion established a peak solely for female cultivators, the Hundred Flowers Peak. The Celestial Demon Sect similarly contributed to the creation of the Celestial Demon Peak. The Mountain Support Sect had now evolved from 7 peaks to over 100 peaks. 3 days passed, and Li Changfeng returned to the Mountain Support Sect, believing it was time to allow the sect's formidable members to emerge from the Time Chaos Tower. After a period of reflection, they would venture into the Central Domain. The Southern Domain was too small and no longer suitable for the Mountain Support Sect's expansion. With over 100 peaks, a consensus was reached to consolidate into 108 peaks. The original 7 peaks would serve as the main peaks, while the remaining 101 would be subsidiary peaks. The total number of disciples in the Mountain Support Sect had surpassed 1 million. As soon as Li Changfeng returned to the Mountain Support Sect, he instructed Lin Yanran, now an immortal emperor, along with the head chef, to prepare a sumptuous feast. The sect leader appeared at the Tianquan Peak, his face clouded with grievance. Unbeknownst to observers, he resembled a resentful spouse of Li Changfeng. With a long sigh, the sect leader spoke helplessly. I say, Changfeng, you are truly inconsiderate. You left without a word, leaving me to integrate so many sections. Do you realize that involves over 1 million cultivators? Li Changfeng replied nonchalantly, Sect leader, you might be exaggerating a bit. I am well aware of the Grand Master's exceptional talent and grand vision. Overseeing nearly 1 million cultivators must surely be a task he can manage with ease. As the results have now manifested, it is evident that the Grand Master is indeed a born administrator. Moreover, does he not find it exhilarating to be the leader of the Kaoshan Sect, uniting the southern domain under one banner? Such prestige is something even the founding ancestors of the Kaoshan Sect could not achieve. The Grand Master wore a proud expression, but soon realized something was amiss. His aspiration was to cultivate and become a more formidable being. If he continued in the role of Grand Master, how would he be able to focus on his own advancement? Furthermore, the Kaoshan Sect previously boasted over 100 disciples. Merely managing the distribution of cultivation resources was enough to give him a headache. With a grim countenance, the Grand Master said, Changfeng, may we discuss a matter? Li Changfeng shook his head, replying, I can serve as the greatest support for the Kaoshan Sect, but I will not entertain other matters. Only by becoming sufficiently strong can I ensure the protection of the Kaoshan Sect. Grandmaster, you surely do not wish for over 100,000 disciples to perish at the hands of the Central Domain due to my inadequacies, do you? The Grand Master's face twitched, yet he could find no words to rebut. Unbeknownst to him, even Lin Yanran, the weakest among Li Changfeng's 4 disciples, had already reached the realm of the immortal emperor. As for Feng Wu, Lin Fan, and Ye Jian, their powers had surpassed the boundaries of this universe, akin to Li Changfeng himself. Particularly, Li Changfeng was so formidable that even he was oblivious to the extent of his own advancement. In any case, he was invincible, capable of annihilating the 5 domains with a mere thought. Indeed, not just the southern domain, but even the central domain could be obliterated by his will. The Grand Master wore a pained expression, for he understood that the position of Grand Master, once fiercely contested, would likely become one that all would disdain. Oh, Grand Master, the leader of the Kaoshan Sect, united in the southern domain, was likely to be scorned by all-powerful beings. What an absurdity. Li Changfeng patted the Grand Master on the shoulder and said, Grand Master, you must be overly fatigued these days. You appear quite gaunt. How about this, to compensate you? Allow yourself a hearty lunch. Afterward, you should return, as there are numerous matters within the sect that require your attention. What could the Grand Master say? After a satisfying meal, he departed. Li Changfeng then activated the Time Chaos Tower, summoning tens of thousands of former disciples, elders, and ancestors of the Kaoshan Sect. Their sudden appearance unleashed an overwhelming aura that reverberated throughout the southern domain. Particularly, the mad Taoist and his companions had experienced such a significant surge in strength that upon their return to the Kaoshan Sect, they had not yet tempered their power. Consequently, the skies above the southern domain became shrouded in tribulation clouds. However, these clouds amassed, and, astonishingly, after gathering thousands, they dissipated. Moreover, these thousands of tribulation clouds were solely aimed at those in the tribulation crossing realm. Changfeng mused. This must be the collective force of the heavenly tribulations targeting the southern domain. I did not expect them to be so weak. It is akin to an ant challenging an elephant. Once they complete their tribulations, we shall prepare to march into the central domain. Merely retreating into closed-door cultivation is not advisable, as it may lead to the emergence of inner demons, potentially resulting in their demise at the hands of such malevolent forces in the future. Cultivation encompasses not just the elevation of one's realm, but also the refinement of the mind. If one's mental state does not keep pace with their strength, they may easily succumb to madness. At that point, they would plunge into a demonic path, which differs from the demonic cultivators of the heavenly demon sect, as they lack the distinction between good and evil and would become utterly heartless. Should they truly become such emotionless killing machines, it would be an outcome Changfeng could not bear to witness. Upon the emergence of the Kaoshan Sect's powerful beings, the newly joined strong ones from the martial sect immediately took notice. As they beheld thousands preparing to undergo tribulation, they were filled with astonishment. Previously, they had been curious about the whereabouts of the Kaoshan Sect's elders and disciples, and now they were still puzzled, yet they finally laid eyes on them. However, this sight startled them greatly, for the strength of these Kaoshan Sect disciples and elders was exceedingly formidable. Li Elder, you two are crossing tribulation? Let's do it together. Brother Lu, I have caught up to you, huh? This heavenly tribulation seems formidable, but is it truly all right for us to cross together? What are we afraid of? With Lordly here, what is a heavenly tribulation matter? Their confidence was palpable, for Changfeng had become a deity in their hearts. To them, there was nothing that Changfeng could not resolve. They had witnessed him during his tribulation, directly obliterating the heavenly thunder, terrifying, indeed, as bolts of heavenly lightning descended. Changfeng merely cast a glance and paid no further heed. After all, he had set up a new formation for the Kaoshan Sect that even an immortal emperor could not breach. This trivial tribulation for the tribulation crossing realm could rain down for 10,000 years without effect. Its power was too feeble, and even after undergoing a qualitative change, it remained weak. Boom, boom, boom. The heavenly lightning fell like raindrops, awaiting the end of this tribulation downpour. The Kaoshan Sect was on the cusp of an era of immortals, as those undergoing tribulation were already the weakest among them. Chapter 139. The Central Domain Army Approaches. With the entire sect now comprised of immortals, it would be more fitting to rename the Kaoshan Sect as the Kaoshan Immortal Sect. It was truly unimaginable that I would one day attain immortality. We must never forget the one who made this possible, that is, Lordly. Indeed, without Lordly, we would not have reached this day. It turns out there are such wondrous places in this world. I cultivated there for nearly 1,000 years. Yet only a few days passed outside. Changfeng's reputation reached unprecedented heights. Everyone regarded him as their guardian deity, for it was he who had enabled their current achievements. None could have anticipated that they would arrive at such a day. Tens of thousands of disciples of the Kaoshan Sect, including the ancestors, had all attained the realm of human immortals and beyond. Meanwhile, those few hundred left behind by Changfeng were filled with envy, their eyes turning red with jealousy. Some even contemplated causing trouble, claiming that Changfeng's actions were unfair. The result was their immediate obliteration, with no mercy shown. For their hearts were not with the Kaoshan Sect. They had never truly regarded it as their home. When the Kaoshan Sect faced peril, they would only seek to protect themselves by any means necessary. The notion of sacrificing their lives and everything to safeguard the sect had never crossed their minds. If that were not enough, their performance in the heart-seeking array was even more lamentable. Like the disciples of the former Buddhist sect, they not only failed to protect the sect, but when faced with great enemies, they would choose to betray their own sect and side with the enemy. This was the true reason they faced elimination. The newly joined disciples from various peaks in the Kaoshan Sect looked on with envy at the original disciples. They too yearned to grow stronger and attain immortality. Yet, they understood that the time was not ripe. They had not yet fully integrated into the Kaoshan Sect. Once they wholeheartedly committed, Changfeng would undoubtedly treat them well. Once they joined, they would be family. Shen Wu approached Changfeng, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Despite both being leaders of their respective peaks, Lordly, you previously saved us, yet we did not properly express our gratitude. Here are all the cultivation resources from the martial sect, including techniques, elixirs, spirit stones, and more. Now that the martial sect has joined the Kaoshan Sect, these should be submitted to the Kaoshan Sect for unified distribution. However, I must admit to a certain selfish desire, which is to express my gratitude for your life-saving grace. Li Changfeng smiled lightly, showing no inclination to refuse. After all, he would soon be providing the sect leader with resources. He had little interest in spirit stones or other cultivation materials, as his aspirations had transcended the confines of the southern region. To Li Changfeng, the southern region was merely a transient stop in his life journey. Even the central region held no adversaries capable of challenging him. Not only he, but even his 4 disciples could sweep through the central region with ease. Li Changfeng, sect master of Shensewu, I have received your thanks. As we are now both peak masters of Kaoshan Sect, there is no need for such formality. I understand that your disciples of Wuzong exist solely for the path of cultivation. Your hearts are devoid of ulterior motives and will eventually fully commit to Kaoshan Sect. Once you embrace your identity as part of Kaoshan Sect, I shall ensure that you too ascend to immortality. My modest ambition is to elevate Kaoshan Sect to a status where no one exists beneath the realm of immortals. Hiss. Upon hearing Li Changfeng's words, Shensewu couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. What audacity! Others may find it impossible, yet Li Changfeng could achieve it. He was extraordinarily powerful. Just how formidable was he? Shensewu could not discern. He only knew that the mere southern region was insufficient to contain Li Changfeng's ambitions. Shensewu, Master Li, may I inquire about the realm you have attained? I am aware of the realms beyond that of human immortals, as all major sects are cognizant of this. Given the historical connections between the central and southern regions, the ancestor of our Wuzong once descended to impart teachings to his disciples. Unfortunately, that was a millennium ago. Hence, I am extremely curious about your strength, Master Li. Li Changfeng shook his head and replied helplessly, Sect Master Shensewu, I can only express my apologies. For I myself do not know the extent of the realm I have reached. However, rest assured, as long as I am here, Kaoshan Sect shall remain unscathed. Shensewu nodded. Yet within his heart, tumultuous waves surged. Where did the threats to the southern region originate? They came from the central region, from that higher realm. The higher realm was filled with immortals, and among them, extremely powerful beings. They had existed for countless millennia, yet Li Changfeng claimed he could protect Kaoshan Sect. Could it be that Li Changfeng's strength was already at its zenith even within the central region? Shensewu, with a grave expression, asked, Master Li, can I interpret this to mean that you are invincible in the central region? Li Changfeng smiled, but offered no answer to the question. Nevertheless, Shensewu had already gleaned the answer. The mere fact that he showed no fear of the central region spoke volumes. As the days passed, Li Changfeng refrained from taking the original disciples of Kaoshan Sect away. Instead, he allowed them to cultivate in the outside world, where their realms elevated significantly. Some newly joined disciples even stepped into the realm of human immortals. Such rapid enhancement in strength naturally outpaced their mental states. Hence what they needed now was to elevate their mental fortitude. Days flowed by, and a month had slipped away in the blink of an eye. Li Changfeng became increasingly enigmatic, his own realm having further ascended. When he channeled the power within him, a golden radiance enveloped him. This golden light represented the tremendous power now residing within him, surpassing even the spiritual energy of immortals, a force of a higher caliber, exceedingly potent. One day, as Li Changfeng was enjoying his lunch, his expression suddenly darkened. The barriers separating the southern region had been breached, re-establishing a connection between the central and southern regions. At the juncture, there were countless powerful energy fluctuations. The central region was on the offensive. After a month of tranquility, the central region could no longer afford to observe passively. Various major powers united, led by the immortal lords of the foremost sects. Behind them stood tens of thousands of immortals. Hundreds of thousands were mobilized, with numerous immortal lords at the forefront. The most formidable factions were spearheaded by peak-level immortal lords, indicating their significant concern for the southern region. Notably, the ancestor of the Tianlai Palace, which controlled the tribulations across the 4 regions, was among them. Though not the mightiest faction in the central region, it was certainly not weak, possessing formidable strength. Leading the charge were the immortal lords from the 5 halls, each representing the forces established by the 5 immortal kings. The immortal lord under the command of the central immortal king, known as the white-robed immortal, slightly furrowed his brow. Clad in white, he exuded an air of elegance, resembling a cultured scholar. Yet, unbeknownst to many, he harbored countless lives lost at his hands. Ruthless and unyielding, it was said that in his pursuit of becoming an immortal lord, he had brutally slain his own parents and family. The white-robed immortal gazed into the distance and coldly remarked, "Why does the immortal king place such emphasis on this wretched place with such sparse spiritual energy?" Chapter 140. I have a disciple. The white-robed immortal indeed possessed the authority to voice such disdain, for his strength was unparalleled, even within the central region. He stood atop the pyramid of power, often referred to as the strongest beneath the immortal kings. Thus, when the central immortal king dispatched him to the southern region, he had reservations. Yet, it was the command of the central immortal king, and he had no choice but to comply. Upon arriving in the southern region and perceiving its thin spiritual energy, he looked down upon it from the depths of his heart, convinced that such a place could never yield any formidable warriors. The lower realms would always remain just that, the lower realms. Even with some fortuitous encounters, no one could grow to become exceptionally powerful. At that moment, a breathtaking celestial maiden emerged, her beauty almost beyond comprehension. Her skin was as flawless as jade, and her features reached a level of perfection. She was the foremost immortal lord under the Eastern Immortal King's command, known as the Peony Immortal Lord. Outwardly, the Peony Immortal Lord radiated purity, yet in truth, she had entangled with countless men, including the Eastern Immortal King himself, leveraging her charm to seduce all the immortal lords serving under him. Even some celestial beings from the upper realms who were exceptionally handsome had not escaped her allure. With a gentle smile, the Peony Immortal Lord turned to the white-robed immortal and casually suggested, "White-robed, there is still time. Why don't we indulge in some amusing activities before executing the commands of the immortal kings? There is no need to be so serious in this insignificant southern region." The white-robed immortal regarded the Peony Immortal Lord with a frosty demeanor, his voice icy as he retorted, "Do refrain from your petty tricks, Peony. While I too have my share of women, my companions are not to be trifled with. I certainly would not choose a woman who has already been with countless men. If you cannot contain your desires, you may seek out the immortal lords of Shizong and Xinjiang. I believe they would find you more to their liking." The Peony Immortal Lord's expression turned cold, casting a lingering gaze at the white-robed immortal before choosing silence. The immortal lords of Shizong and Xinjiang were one, grotesquely unattractive, while the other was a bald, elderly man. Though the Peony Immortal Lord had a penchant for men, she maintained high standards. They either needed to surpass her in strength or possess striking features. If they failed to meet either criterion, they would not pique her interest, both in strength and appearance. The white-robed immortal met her expectations. Alas, he harbored no interest in her whatsoever. Immortal Lord Shizong approached, joining the two, his face marred by pockmarks and pus-filled blemishes, his skin a deep crimson. The eyes, akin to bulbs affixed within their sockets, are remarkably large and exceedingly peculiar. Though the Lord of Burial Slaughter assumes a human form, he is, in essence, not human at all, but rather a transcended toad from the central domain, having ascended to this stage due to his illustrious lineage. The Lord of Burial Slaughter gazes intently at the Peony Immortal, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "I believe the white-clad immortal speaks wisely, since you desire a man. I shall oblige, granting you unparalleled joy. What say you? Shall we venture forth, Peony Immortal? Begone." The Peony Immortal offers no quarter, her strength ranking second among the four immortals. Except for the white-clad immortal, none surpass her. Alas, the white-clad immortal harbors no interest in her. Yet, the Peony Immortal has no intention of conceding. She will find her opportunity. The divine measure immortal remains silent, his gaze fixed calmly upon the southern domain. As the white-clad immortal has remarked, this southern domain is indeed quite deplorable. However, the Celestial Tao Academy has dispatched individuals here multiple times, all meeting their demise within this seemingly insignificant realm. It is inconceivable that such a domain could harbor the strength to vanquish the Academy's celestial envoys. Yet they have fallen nonetheless. Thus, the southern domain must harbor some mysterious anomaly. The exact nature of this enigma eludes the divine measure immortal for the time being. The final formidable immortal is shrouded entirely in a black robe. None present have glimpsed his visage. They only know he is the foremost immortal under the Southern Immortal King. In times past, he fought for the Southern Immortal King and has slain 10 formidable foes of equal standing within the realm of the Celestial Immortals. The Peony Immortal turns her attention to the black-robed immortal, scrutinizing him carefully. After a considerable pause, she speaks, "Black Robe, will you not reveal your face for me to behold? Should you possess handsome features, I might consider you as my consort. I am, after all, the most enchanting woman of the central domain. Do you wish to claim me?" The black-robed immortal remains silent, disregarding the Peony Immortal's inquiry. Just as she prepares to provoke him further, a figure materializes before them. The newcomer is none other than Changfeng, who, at present, holds a whole roasted spirit bird in hand, his expression far from pleasant. After taking a bite, he retorts, "Might I inquire if you ever tire of your incessant meddling? Has my southern domain slain your parents or abducted your wives and children? Do not presume my southern domain to be an easy target. for such folly will lead to many of your untimely demises. The white-clad immortal smirks coldly. In his eyes, Li Changfeng is merely a feeble cultivator of the harmonization stage, a being he could extinguish with but a glance. You are so fragile, yet your talent is commendable. Kneel and submit to me, joining the celestial hall, and I shall spare your life. Moreover, you may yet have the opportunity to become a powerful immortal. Li Changfeng's brow furrows slightly. He is prepared to eliminate this egotistical weakling. Meanwhile, the peony immortal gazes at Li Changfeng with eyes alight with excitement, as though she has discovered a new world. Stepping forward, she approaches him closely, appraising him from head to toe. What a handsome little fellow you are. You are the most striking man I have ever encountered. Sister longs to cherish you. Why not join my ranks? With my protection, you shall be safe and sound. Furthermore, I can reward you daily by granting you the title of my man. What do you think, little one? Though Li Changfeng's cultivation is limited to the harmonization stage, his bone age scarcely exceeds 30 years. Such talent, even in the central domain, would be regarded as top-tier genius. The white-clad immortal sees potential in Li Changfeng and wishes to offer this ant in his eyes a chance. In contrast, the peony immortal's interest lies in making Li Changfeng her consort. His talent is of little consequence, for no matter how gifted he may be, he could never surpass her in a short span of time. Indeed, throughout his life, he would struggle to exceed her realm. Genius is never in short supply within the central domain. Li Changfeng regards the exquisite woman before him with an odd expression. Despite her breathtaking beauty, the aura surrounding her causes him to frown. This aura is reminiscent of countless courtesans. Yet, this stunning woman is an immortal. Does a dignified immortal truly lack for men? I beg your pardon, but I have no inclination for communal restrooms. May I ask, are you here to annihilate my southern domain? The peony immortal's expression darkens momentarily, yet she quickly regains her composure with a smile. Indeed, little one, if you wish to live, you must become my plaything. Li Changfeng sighs. I have a disciple. If you can defeat him, I shall acquiesce to your demands. As his words fall, Lin Fan, currently serving as a humble shop assistant in the mortal realm, appears by Li Changfeng's side. Chapter 141. Are the southern domain cultivators truly this strong? Lin Fan, clad in the attire of a shop assistant and smeared with grease, beams with a simple smile as he greets Li Changfeng respectfully. Master, how may I assist you? The guests await my service. Shall I attend to them first? Li Changfeng's expression darkens. His disciple is commendable in many respects, yet his naivety is a hindrance. The Lord of Burial Slaughter's pustules tremble as he coldly regards Li Changfeng. What a bold southern domain cultivator you are, bringing a mere ordinary person into our midst while you are but a harmonization stage practitioner yourself. Do you take us for fools? We typically disdain to kill the ordinary, but your arrogance demands retribution. The divine measure immortal's expression is equally grim. What are they, if not formidable entities? Even in the central domain, they rank among the upper echelon of power. Aside from the 5 immortal kings, they are the pinnacle of combat prowess. Yet, in this southern domain, they are treated with such disdain. The peony immortal giggles, her bosom heaving as if it might burst forth. How amusing. This little fellow is truly delightful. Not only is he strikingly handsome, but he also possesses a demeanor I find appealing. Faced with us, he exhibits no trepidation. Rather, he seeks to belittle us. Little one, my previous offer still stands. As long as you become my man, I shall ensure your survival. Know that we have come to the southern domain with the intention of eradicating all cultivators within this realm. In the end, all shall perish, save for you. Will you accept your sister's terms? Li Changfeng casts a disdainful glance at the peony immortal, his expression rife with contempt. Madam, you must have lived for at least 10 millennia, have you not? With your disposition, I fear you have not merely had 1,000 men under you. It is likely that your count exceeds 100,000. Good heavens! You intend to use a club to fill a black hole? The thought alone is terrifying. The peony immortal's countenance grows cold as she fixes her gaze upon Li Changfeng in silence. Were it not for his striking appearance, such an insult would have long since driven her to destroy him or imprison his soul for eternity. The white-clad immortal and the black-robed immortal remain the most composed, merely surprised rather than offended by Li Changfeng's words. The Lord of Burial Slaughter glares icily at Li Changfeng, his voice frigid. Have you contemplated how you shall meet your end, little one? Is it my soul that has been tempered for millennia? Or do you wish for your spirit to be shattered? Li Changfeng ignored their taunts and turned his gaze towards Lin Fan. He placed a gentle hand on Lin Fan's shoulder and spoke with calm assurance. Little Fan, cultivation requires a balance of effort and rest, rather than a singular focus on practice. Such a relentless pursuit will only lead to stagnation, hindering your progress. Engaging in battle is the most effective means to enhance one's strength. These individuals intend to obliterate the southern region, aiming to eradicate all practitioners and leave only ordinary folk behind. The path of cultivation is, after all, a contest against the heavens and a struggle against humanity. They are now your adversaries, starting with that grotesque creature bearing a face marred with sores. Upon hearing Li Changfeng's words, the Deathslayer Immortal Lord erupted with a terrifying aura. Indeed, he was hideous, but that was his taboo. Anyone who dared to speak of his appearance would invoke his wrath. Even an immortal king would refrain from discussing his looks, for it was not worth engaging in a battle with a mad top-tier immortal lord. Each individual's taboo differs, and the weak possess no such reservations. Only true strength is accompanied by taboos, which the average person would not dare to provoke. The peony Immortal Lord stepped forward, positioning herself in front of the Deathslayer Immortal Lord. He coldly inquired, "Peony Fairy, what do you intend? Do you wish to become my enemy, to the death?" With a playful laugh, the peony Immortal Lord replied, "Do not try to intimidate me. I am not easily frightened. Allow me to handle this matter first. As a favor to you, at worst, I shall grant you a moment of pleasure when I return." The Deathslayer Immortal Lord snorted disdainfully and fell silent. He indeed desired to be the peony Immortal Lord's partner, yet without her consent, he could not act forcefully, for she was formidable in her own right, not so easily trifled with. Moreover, she was the strongest immortal under the command of an immortal king, making coercion impossible. The peony Immortal Lord turned her attention to Li Changfeng and asked, "Little one, this is my final inquiry. If you are willing to be my man, then you may live today. However, if you refuse, you shall face the Deathslayer Immortal Lord alone. Let me warn you, provoking him is not a wise choice, and encroaching on his taboo would be the gravest mistake of your life." Li Changfeng stepped back with hands clasped behind him, while Lin Fan, witnessing his master's demeanor, boldly stepped forward to confront the Deathslayer Immortal Lord. The Deathslayer Immortal Lord sneered repeatedly, addressing the peony Immortal Lord, "Peony Fairy, this little one seems to show you little respect. Now, you shall not obstruct me, will you?" With a sigh, the peony Immortal Lord relinquished her position. Since Li Changfeng had declined her offer, she had no reason to shield him any longer. It was a pity for her, as Li Changfeng was the most handsome man she had ever encountered throughout her extensive years of cultivation. The Black Robe Immortal Lord interjected, "Little one, all geniuses possess a certain pride, but when one's strength is lacking, such arrogance will only hasten your demise. I extend you an opportunity to become my disciple. I can ensure your survival." The Deathslayer Immortal Lord's expression darkened as he locked eyes with the Black Robe Immortal Lord, his voice icy and filled with murderous intent. "Do you wish to engage in a life-and-death battle with me?" In response, the Black Robe Immortal Lord shook his head. "You are not worthy. Seek your demise." The Deathslayer Immortal Lord unleashed a terrifying killing intent and charged at the Black Robe Immortal Lord, wielding a magnificent celestial staff, an exquisite celestial artifact. Clearly, the Deathslayer Immortal Lord was genuinely enraged. The Black Robe Immortal Lord merely watched as the Deathslayer Immortal Lord approached, showing no signs of concern. As the attack neared its mark, he casually waved his hand, summoning a black dragon forged from energy, which swiftly engulfed the Deathslayer Immortal Lord. A tumultuous explosion of energy ensued, and the Deathslayer Immortal Lord emerged, albeit with a grim expression and unsteady breath. Evidently, though he had escaped, it had not been without difficulty, and he had sustained injuries. The White Robe Immortal Lord and the others exchanged glances, clearly astonished by the Black Robe Immortal Lord's strength. On the surface, the peony Immortal Lord was ranked second, yet the Black Robe Immortal Lord seemed to be at least her equal, if not stronger. The Deathslayer Immortal Lord's face darkened further as he charged at Lin Fan, intent on unleashing his fury upon both Lin Fan and Li Changfeng. Lin Fan stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch. The fabric of space shattered, and the heavens trembled as the Deathslayer Immortal Lord's physical form was annihilated, leaving only his primordial spirit. The expressions of the Immortal Lords shifted dramatically. Were the practitioners of the southern region truly this formidable? Chapter 142, A Punch for Every Little Immortal Lord. No, this was not merely a practitioner. Even after Lin Fan had obliterated the Deathslayer Immortal Lord's physical form with a single punch, they felt no trace of energy fluctuations. This indicated that Lin Fan was not a practitioner at all. But if he was not a practitioner, how had he accomplished such a feat? The White Robe Immortal Lord was bewildered, as were the Black Robe and Peony Immortal Lords. They were left questioning the impossibility of Lin Fan's recent display of power. The Deathslayer Immortal Lord, too, was at a loss. "What manner of creature are you? I am an Immortal Lord. Yet you have reduced me to nothing with a mere punch? And you shattered my exquisite celestial artifact. Even an immortal king cannot be this terrifying." Ignoring the Deathslayer Immortal Lord, Lin Fan turned to Li Changfeng and calmly inquired, "Master, should we eliminate all of these individuals? They seem rather weak." Sparring with senior sister would provide a greater challenge. How disheartening. They were indeed top-tier cultivators from the central region, existing at the late stage of immortal lord status. Yet to Lin Fan, they were merely too weak. Such words were difficult for them to accept, yet they had no choice but to do so. For Lin Fan possessed the strength to back them up. Li Changfeng surveyed the forces from the central region, aware that they had come to eradicate the practitioners of the southern region. Thus, he had no intention of sparing them. Nodding, he declared, eliminate them all. First, deal with these leaders, and then the weaker ones. Do your best, and once we are done, you may return to your duties as a shop assistant. Lin Fan nodded earnestly. Yes, master. He harbored no objections to Li Changfeng's arrangement. His current standing was entirely due to Li Changfeng's guidance. Had it not been for him, Lin Fan would still be an ordinary person. Li Changfeng had led him onto a path of cultivation unlike any other. In Lin Fan's eyes, this path was attainable only through Li Changfeng's capabilities, a feat beyond the reach of others. Yet, the depths of Li Changfeng's strength remained a mystery to him. In his heart, his master was invincible. Upon witnessing the exchange between the master and disciple, the faces of the white-robed immortal lord and the others paled. As if facing a formidable adversary, they had already witnessed Lin Fan's prowess. In their estimation, Li Changfeng should be significantly weaker than Lin Fan. Thus, if they could subdue Li Changfeng, a chance to escape would arise. Indeed, now, their sole thought is to escape this place alive. As for the annihilation of the cultivators from the southern domain, they have lost confidence in that prospect. This Lin Fan is exceedingly enigmatic, his strength bordering on the abnormal. Once more, Lin Fan takes action, this time targeting the divine general immortal monarch, intending to shatter the primordial spirit of the slaughtering burial immortal monarch, ensuring his complete obliteration. The divine general immortal monarch swallows hard, his expression grave. Lin Fan seeks his life, and he feels as though he has been locked onto. No matter where he attempts to flee, it seems utterly futile. Damn, how can there be such a terrifying figure in this southern domain? He casts a glance at Li Changfeng. This is his only chance. If he can capture Li Changfeng, the current crisis might be resolved. Given Lin Fan's respectful demeanor towards Li Changfeng, he believes that using him as a hostage would ensure his survival back in the central domain. As for the immortal king's wrath, he can no longer afford to worry about that. As long as he can survive, the immortal king can send whoever he wishes next time. There is no way he will return, for this southern domain is far too perilous. The divine general directly charges at Li Changfeng, his speed reaching its zenith. He is teleporting. One moment he is standing still, the next he is before Li Changfeng. Little one, it's fortunate you're here. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't know how to escape. Come with me to the central domain. The divine general immortal monarch is confident, convinced that Lin Fan cannot possibly match his speed. Thus, he believes the outcome is already determined. Boom. Yet, just as he is about to seize his prize, Lin Fan's fist crashes into his head, reducing him to mere ashes, his primordial spirit not spared. The divine general immortal monarch is thus completely annihilated, offering no resistance whatsoever. The remaining three immortal monarchs in white robes stare intently at Lin Fan. They ascertain that Lin Fan does not employ teleportation. Yet, his speed surpasses even that of the teleporting divine general. This is a phenomenon that should be impossible, yet it unfolds before their eyes. The peony immortal monarch murmurs, white-robed. Black-robed, do you think we still have a chance to return alive to the central domain? This fellow is far too abnormal, his strength utterly despairing. Perhaps we should scatter and flee. That may provide a sliver of hope. The white-robed immortal monarch's expression darkens significantly. He is the foremost immortal monarch under the immortal king. However, his body is already adorned with supreme immortal armor, and in his hand appears a supreme immortal spear. Taking a deep breath, he speaks solemnly. There is no escaping. Our only chance lies in uniting our strengths to survive. His power is formidable, and his speed is somewhat exaggerated. Even if they attempt to flee separately, he could dismantle them one by one. The black-robed immortal monarch sighs. I share the same sentiment. Fleeing without fighting is futile. Moreover, among us three, should one sacrifice themselves to stall, there will be no opportunity for escape. Let us fight. This is our sole option. Alternatively, we could all charge at that little fellow in the fusion realm, if we can capture him. The black-robed immortal monarch does not finish his thought, for they all comprehend his meaning. If they can subdue Li Changfeng, they will have a chance to survive. Thus, the three immediately order a joint assault on Lin Fan. While the three strongest among them target Li Changfeng smiles faintly, remaining as immovable as a mountain. These individuals are rather amusing, attempting to divide their efforts against him at such a moment. Do they not realize that he is the truly invincible one? As the three charge, the black-robed immortal monarch suddenly strikes at the peony immortal monarch with his sword, cleaving the unsuspecting peony immortal monarch in two. Her primordial spirit filled with disbelief. She never imagined that the black-robed immortal monarch would betray them at such a critical juncture. The peony immortal monarch glares at the black-robed immortal monarch. Her voice heavy with accusation. Black-robed, why? Shaking his head, the black-robed immortal monarch removes his long robe. He is a handsome man, and upon seeing his visage, Li Changfeng's expression turns peculiar. He then bows respectfully to the black-robed immortal monarch. Greetings, ancestor. Indeed, this black-robed immortal monarch is none other than the founding ancestor of the Reliant sect, Tian Xingzi. The peony immortal monarch's countenance changes drastically, and she suddenly laughs. So, you are not a cultivator from the central domain, but rather a remnant of the southern domain. How astonishing that during the purge of cultivators from the 4 domains, the 5 directions immortal kings overlooked you. Tian Xingzi does not waste words, directly dispatching the peony immortal monarch to utter annihilation. The white-robed immortal monarch turns to flee. But unfortunately, he collides with Lin Fan's fist. Chapter 143. How do you possess a divine core? Lin Fan's fist is terrifyingly powerful. Even the white-robed immortal monarch is left without any means of resistance. As the punch lands, the white-robed immortal monarch, his face etched with horror, is obliterated. His primordial spirit begins to dissipate at an alarming rate. A bitter smile appears on his face as he gazes at Lin Fan. This youth, clad in the garb of a mundane shopkeeper, has grown to such incredible heights. If Li Changfeng is an unparalleled prodigy, then Lin Fan has transcended the realm of prodigies. However, this is due to his ignorance of Li Changfeng's true strength. Otherwise, he would not harbor such thoughts. Lin Fan is strong, but he can only obliterate an immortal emperor with a single punch. As for those above the immortal emperor, he has yet to achieve such prowess. It would require at least 2 or 3 punches. As the white-robed immortal monarch nears total dissolution, he queries, Youth, considering your bone age, you are scarcely 20. How have you become so formidable? Though he is on the brink of vanishing, he still yearns for the answer. This is his obsession, without understanding the truth. Even if he were to utterly disappear from this world, he would find it unbearable. Lin Fan glances at Li Changfeng, responding to the inquiry. I have a commendable master who provided me with the most suitable cultivation method. For instance, I chop wood and kindle fires daily. And now I am working as a shopkeeper. Previously, I even learned to be a vendor. This has allowed my strength to increase. The white-robed immortal monarch's primordial spirit becomes increasingly ethereal, perhaps on the verge of complete dissolution. He gazes at Lin Fan, speaking in his final moments, Youth, even if you do not wish to tell me, there is no need to deceive me so. Am I, a pitiful soul about to be annihilated, not entitled to the truth? Alas, how astonishing it is that such a powerful being exists. Truly, the world is vast, with heavens beyond heavens, and people beyond people. With that, the white-robed immortal monarch vanishes entirely from existence. Lin Fan remains calm, scratching his head. He had just spoken the truth. Why does this weak individual not believe him? He turns to Li Changfeng, slowly saying, Master, I did not deceive him. Why does he not trust me? It is so simple. The key to becoming stronger is merely to chop wood and kindle fires, to integrate into the lives of ordinary people. Is this not a straightforward principle? Perhaps he is too weak to comprehend it? Li Changfeng shakes his head and replies, Little Fan, he is not like you. The cultivation method that suits you may not necessarily be suitable for him. His constitution differs from yours. And perhaps there is no second person in this world with a physique akin to yours. Not just him, even your senior sister, junior brother. And your sister cannot cultivate in the same manner as you. Lin Fan inquires again, Master, can you cultivate in this way? Li Changfeng was momentarily taken aback before responding with a smile. Of course, it is possible, but it would be quite exhausting. My master's cultivation method is unlike any other. Therefore, let us not dwell on this matter. The fact remains that my master is invincible. That is all you need to know. Tian Xingzi approached Li Changfeng and nodded slightly. I never anticipated that our Kaoshan Sect would produce such an exceptional disciple as you. I once believed myself to be the foremost prodigy in the world, yet I find myself somewhat lacking in your presence. Pray, enlighten me on how you achieve this. Li Changfeng blinked and replied, Master, is it not the case that cultivation is akin to eating and drinking? I simply practiced diligently until I reached my current level. My disciple is much the same. I believe you have already heard him speak. Tian Xingzi fell silent, pondering the unusual dynamics of this master-disciple pair. Chopping wood and tending fires, can one truly enhance their strength in such ways? He is an existence not inferior to the white-clad immortal monarch. And I have never encountered such a cultivation method. Perceiving Tian Xingzi's skepticism, Li Changfeng said, Master, do you doubt me? My disciple is indeed quite unique. He possesses an innate mortal physique, or rather, a Taoist mortal physique, for as long as he integrates into the lives of ordinary people, he can grow stronger. Moreover, his ascension does not adhere to conventional realms. While I am aware of his approximate strength, those unfamiliar with him would merely perceive him as an ordinary individual. Master, you are formidable as well. Would you care to test his strength? Tian Xingzi replied, your disciple is truly exceptional. I shall refrain from battling him. Furthermore, I am not in my original form. With my current incarnation strength, I would not stand a chance against him. Li Changfeng was taken aback, as he had not anticipated this revelation. Seeing Li Changfeng's astonishment, Tian Xingzi felt he had regained some ground. 90,000 years ago, my original body departed from the central domain to explore unknown worlds. I am now unaware of my original body's current strength. However, I surmise it cannot have diminished significantly. 90,000 years prior, I possessed approximately 30% of my original strength. Li Changfeng gave a thumbs up to Tian Xingzi, expressing his admiration. Master, you are truly remarkable. 90,000 years have passed. I can only imagine the heights you have attained. I initially thought that with your prodigious talent, you could not possibly be so weak. It turns out you are merely an incarnation. However, I am curious, if you are not your original self, how is it that you have existed for such an extended period? And has your strength not increased? Tian Xingzi's expression turned bittersweet as he shook his head. For my strength to increase, I would require more advanced energy and specific rare materials. However, with only the spiritual energy of the celestial realm and incomplete rare materials, it is akin to a skilled cook lacking rice to prepare a meal. Even if I wish to break through my current realm, I am hindered by the lack of resources. Li Changfeng understood. It was not that Tian Xingzi lacked the desire to advance. Rather, even with his strength, he could not acquire the higher level energy needed. Though an incarnation, it was akin to a puppet crafted through alchemy, yet this puppet had developed its own consciousness. From this perspective, Master truly was formidable. No wonder he established the Kaoshan Sect. He is indeed powerful. Li Changfeng inquired further, Master, what kind of energy do you require? And what specific materials are needed? I shall search for them in the southern domain, and if they are not found there, I will extend my search to the central domain and the other 3 regions. Tian Xingzi replied, any energy superior to celestial spiritual energy will suffice. As for the special materials, I still require 2 types. One is the divine core, a legendary treasure. Above the celestial emperor, there exist divine beings, and within them lies the divine core. The other is yin-yang water, a substance that exists between the realms of yin and yang. I once scoured the central domain and discovered it within the passage to the unknown world. I intended to collect some, but my instincts warned me that if I did so, I would have perished 9,000 years ago. Li Changfeng nodded. The issue of yin-yang water should be resolvable. However, I am at a loss regarding the divine core. After some contemplation, he recalled the peculiar 9-sided crystal within his body. Could it be the divine core that Master spoke of? With this thought, a glimmer appeared between Li Changfeng's brows, and a 9-sided crystal materialized before him. Tian Xingzi's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, what on earth? How do you possess a divine core? Though Tian Xingzi was merely an incarnation, he was one with aspirations and independent thought. Provided he acquired the necessary items, he could elevate himself to the celestial emperor realm in a short span. Currently, the central domain lacked any celestial emperors. When that time comes, he would be the preeminent power in the central domain. Changing the current state of the central domain would merely require a word. Alas, the items he sought were exceedingly rare. Both the yin-yang water and the divine core were unattainable. As for the higher level energy, it indeed resided within the passage to the unknown world. Yet he dared not retrieve it for fear of losing his incarnation. Now, however, before Li Changfeng floated a divine core, it was impossible not to feel tempted. That was undeniable. Yet Tian Xingzi refrained from making any rash moves. He could not see through Li Changfeng, especially with Lin Fan present. A single punch from Lin Fan could obliterate him. Regardless of how alluring the divine core appeared, he would resist the urge. The allure of the divine core to him was akin to a man confined for a decade suddenly encountering a breathtaking beauty. Forceful acquisition was out of the question. He lacked the strength for such actions. Moreover, Li Changfeng was his junior, a disciple of the Kaoshan Sect. Even if he were sufficiently powerful, he would never consider seizing it unless Li Changfeng willingly offered it. The strength of the Kaoshan Sect stemmed from 2 factors. 1. The adherence to the doctrines established by its founders, and 2. The unparalleled unity among its members. As the patriarch, Tian Xingzi would never engage in the act of forcibly taking treasures from his descendants. Li Changfeng nodded and said, Master, is this indeed the divine core? When I broke through my realm previously, I coalesced this object, which contains immense power. Yet I did not think much of it. After all, I am invincible, and its presence or absence is inconsequential. Tian Xingzi. He came to understand that not only was Li Changfeng immensely powerful, but he also had a knack for infuriating others with his words. The divine core, for which he had searched for 90,000 years, was treated with such nonchalance by Li Changfeng. The most frustrating part was that Li Changfeng did not intend to provoke him. He genuinely thought so. Truly, one could be driven to despair by the comparison of talents. Taking a deep breath, Tian Xingzi forcibly turned his head away. Out of sight, out of mind. With a sigh, Tian Xingzi said, "Put it away. I fear I may succumb to temptation and act against you. You cannot fathom its significance to me, nor the extent of its allure. Had you not been my disciple of the Kaoshan Sect, I would have already acted, even at the risk of my own demise. I would find it impossible to suppress my desires." Li Changfeng pondered for a moment. It seemed there was little difference between having this object and not having it. He directly commanded the divine core to float before Tian Xingzi, declaring, "Master, consider it a gift from me. You may as well merge it, for it serves no purpose remaining within me." Tian Xingzi remarked, his expression darkening with irritation. "Little one, do not tempt me further. I am well aware of the significance of the divine core. If I were to absorb it, you would be rendered powerless, no matter how desperately I desire it. I cannot claim your divine core. The mere fact that you can condense it indicates that you have surpassed the realm of divinity. I never anticipated that a being of such caliber would emerge from the lower realms of the southern domain. How you achieve this remains a mystery to me. Divine being, you say?" Li Changfeng observed Tian Xingzi's insistence and ceased his urging. Should Tian Xingzi change his mind in the future, he could still offer it to him then. While others who lost their divine cores might become utterly powerless, Li Changfeng was different. His source of power did not stem from this divine core, but from every single cell within him. Each cell harbored a terrifying strength, which was the reason for Li Changfeng's formidable prowess. The divine core was superfluous. Moreover, Li Changfeng's ascent in power was not a result of his own cultivation, but rather that of his disciples. What need had he for the divine core? Li Changfeng turned to Tian Xingzi and inquired, "Master, are you aware of the hierarchy beyond the immortal emperor? Xiao Fan, eliminate the remaining invaders from the central domain. I shall converse with our master for a moment," came the command. "Yes." Lin Fan surged forth, commencing a ruthless onslaught against the central domain's celestial beings. Since Li Changfeng had declared that none should be spared, all must be vanquished. With a single punch, he decimated a multitude. The celestial beings of the central domain fell swiftly. Tian Xingzi observed the army from the central domain and shook his head. Lin Fan is indeed an anomaly, utterly invincible. This formidable force of several 100,000 celestial beings from the central domain is no trifling matter, being the strongest celestial army under the 5 sovereigns of the central domain. Alas, under Lin Fan's fists, they displayed not an ounce of resistance. In regard to the realms beyond the immortal emperor, I am not entirely certain. However, before my original form departed, it imparted some knowledge. It mentioned having seen records in an ancient tome that above the immortal emperor lies the realm of the divine being. The divine being's realm is divided into 3 minor stages, and above the divine being is the great divine realm. Beyond the great divine realm is the celestial god. But whether there are further realms above the celestial god remains unknown to my original form. Li Changfeng pondered for a moment. Having condensed his divine status and transcended through 3 realms, he must now be at a level above the celestial god, a strength that was quite commendable. Indeed, he was absolutely invincible in the central domain. Furthermore, his disciples were impressive. Feng Wu had likely reached the pinnacle of the late divine being stage, mere steps away from the great divine realm. Lin Fan was similarly advanced, though he lacked a defined realm. Ye Jian's realm was divided into 2 categories, the sword domain and cultivation level. He had just entered the divine being realm. Yet his sword domain had already reached the level of heart sword. Lin Yanran was also on the verge of breaking through to the divine being realm. All 4 of his disciples were exceptional. Contemplating this, he realized that sending a disciple to the central domain would easily facilitate unification. Unexpectedly, he found himself invincible before even entering the next map. Life, indeed, felt as solitary as snow. It appeared that the path of invincibility would continue indefinitely. Noticing Li Changfeng deep in thought, Tian Xingzi inquired, "Little one, what realm do you currently occupy? I perceive that your disciple should be capable of contending with an immortal king. Are you then at the mid or early stage of the divine being realm?" Li Changfeng considered his words carefully, wishing not to dishearten his master, and replied, "Master, my realm is not particularly high. I have only been in the early stage of the divine being realm for about a month or 2. Thus, I am still rather weak." Indeed, Li Changfeng had only reached the divine being realm for a mere 1 or 2 months, yet in that time, he had consecutively broken through realms, now standing above the celestial god. At that moment, Lin Fan completed his task. The hundreds of thousands of celestial beings from the central domain had all been obliterated. "Master, may I return to serve the guests?" he asked. Li Changfeng nodded, gesturing, and Lin Fan returned to the previous tavern. Under the guest's insistence, he resumed his busy duties. Meanwhile, in the central domain, due to the fall of figures such as the white-clad celestial monarch and countless celestial beings, the 5 sovereigns of the central domain convened for the first time in 10 millennia. Their expressions were grave, and silence hung heavily in the air. Chapter 145, The Betrayal of the Black Robe. In the central domain, the most expansive territory was held by the Central Immortal King, who awaited the arrival of the final Immortal King. The Central Immortal King's palace served as both his residence and command center. Now, however, it welcomed 4 other Immortal Kings. The Northern Immortal King spoke first, his demeanor somber. It appears that the 4 esteemed friends are already aware of the situation that has unfolded. Chronologically, my strongest celestial monarch, the Slaughterer, was the first to fall. The Southern Domain is indeed fearsome. What kind of monster has emerged that could slay the Slaughterer? You are all well acquainted with the prowess of the Slaughterer, and few in the entire Central Domain could vanquish him. The Western Immortal King sighed. Not only has the Slaughterer perished, but my strongest celestial monarch, the Divine Giant, has also been slain. Have all the mightiest celestial monarchs of our 5 domains met their demise? Even among us, such a feat would not be easily accomplished. If the 5 of us were to unite, we could scarcely be defeated. The Eastern Immortal King's eyes blazed with fury, for his prized pupil, the Peony Celestial Monarch, had also perished. Though the Peony Celestial Monarch had many suitors, the Eastern Immortal King was unperturbed, as he believed this would only further incite his wrath. Regrettably, the Peony Celestial Monarch was gone. The enchanting figure, appearing to be pure and untainted while being a social butterfly, had fallen. With a heavy tone, the Eastern Immortal King declared, "I shall not allow this matter to pass without consequence. The Peony must not have died in vain. Whoever is responsible for her death shall face the annihilation of their entire clan. Is there anyone willing to accompany me to the Southern Domain to deal with that hidden foe?" The other Immortal Kings exchanged glances, sensing that the Eastern Immortal King was too impulsive. Those capable of slaying the Peony Celestial Monarch would likely have done so through collaboration. This indicated that their adversary was undoubtedly an Immortal King of considerable strength, and not just any Immortal King at that. Despite their contemplation, they could not fathom who possessed such capability. While the Central Domain had previously harbored many stronger entities, including some immortal emperors, none remained now. The 5 of them were the strongest. The Southern Immortal King remained silent, feeling that something was amiss. The strongest celestial monarchs serving the other 4 Immortal Kings had all perished, yet his own black-robed celestial monarch had encountered no misfortune. He was waiting for an opportune moment to speak, rather than voicing his thoughts outright. However, he did not suspect the black-robed celestial monarch. Firstly, he lacked the strength to do so, and secondly, there was no reason for him to betray his allegiance, even in the face of the encroachment from that place. The black-robed celestial monarch had shown exemplary bravery. This indicated that he was not one to shy away from danger. After a moment of contemplation, the Central Immortal King finally spoke. "What is known is that the strongest celestial monarchs under your command have all perished. Those capable of slaying them must have reached the realm of the Immortal King. The Southern Domain, which was once deemed insignificant, has accomplished something beyond our belief. Southern Immortal King, it is your turn to share your thoughts. I wish to hear your opinions," the Southern Immortal King said after a moment of silence. "My esteemed friends, I do not have many suggestions to offer. However, there is one matter I must convey. The black-robed immortal under my command has not encountered any misfortune. His current circumstances remain unknown to me. Nevertheless, the fact that he has survived indicates he possesses the opportunity to return to the Central Domain. At that time, we can inquire about the tribulations they faced in the Southern Domain." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other Immortal Kings shifted dramatically. All their strongest immortals had perished, leaving only this black-robed immortal alive, which was far from a normal situation. The Eastern Immortal King coldly interjected, "Southern Immortal King, what exactly is happening with this black-robed immortal under your command? Is there a possibility he has been swayed to the other side? With Mu Dan and Bai Yi deceased, why is it that the black-robed immortal remains unscathed?" The Southern Immortal King sighed. He had no desire to speak on this matter. Yet, since the black-robed immortal was alive, it was inevitable that the truth would come to light. These individuals would eventually learn of it, which is why he chose to divulge this fact after the Central Immortal King had spoken. He had anticipated this reaction. Yet he did not expect the Eastern Immortal King to be so irrational, immediately targeting him. How had this fool managed to ascend to the rank of Immortal King? The Southern Immortal King replied nonchalantly, "What? Is it because your paramour has perished that you cannot allow my black-robed immortal to continue living? I truly wonder how you maintain your position as an Immortal King, knowing full well that she is merely a socialite, yet you treat her as a treasure. Are you so fond of such women? If so, you might as well seek out a few in the pleasure quarters." The Eastern Immortal King, enraged, glared fiercely at the southern immortal king, their interaction teetering on the brink of conflict. The central immortal king scrutinized the eastern immortal king, this foolish individual. While they too were perplexed as to why the black-robed immortal had survived, they would not so thoughtlessly confront the southern immortal king. They were all immortal kings, gathered to resolve issues, not to engage in hostilities. Eastern immortal king, do not irrationally target the southern immortal king. We still lack a clear understanding of the crisis in the southern domain. Let us not allow our discord to grant the lurking threats in the southern domain an advantage. We are already facing peril. Even immortal kings may fall. Unity is our imperative. Do you understand, Eastern immortal king? Upon hearing the central immortal king's words, the Eastern immortal king fell silent. He found the southern immortal king exceedingly displeasing, and indeed, he had an affinity for such women. However, he did not wish for others to use this against him. As an immortal king, he was quite proud, even if a scandal was well known. He did not want it brought up in front of him. Such were the thoughts of the Eastern immortal king. The southern immortal king ceased speaking. Since the Eastern immortal king chose not to pursue the matter, he could not be bothered to argue with this imbecile. The meeting continued, for they needed to devise a solution. If they could not resolve this crisis, the central domain might face fragmentation, a scenario they wished to avoid. After living for hundreds of thousands of years, the fear of death had only intensified. No one wished to meet a sudden demise at the hands of others. This was their collective mindset and the reason for their alliance. Ultimately, the outcome of the meeting was a pact among the 5 immortal kings. Should one party encounter difficulties, the remaining 4 would respond without delay. They also began constructing a teleportation array capable of directly transporting them to the territories of the other 4 immortal kings. The central domain was vast. Even as immortal kings, if one were to rely solely on their speed, it would take at least a month for the western immortal king to traverse from the far west to the far east. However, with the teleportation array, this issue would be efficiently resolved. Just as the meeting concluded, Tian Xingzi arrived in the central domain, accompanied by Li Changfeng, striding confidently without a hint of trepidation. Their destination was none other than the territory of the southern immortal king. Chapter 146. He is my disciple from countless generations. Tian Xingzi and Li Changfeng did not rush their journey. Li Changfeng held a deep respect for Tian Xingzi, the founder of the Kaoshan Sect. The Kaoshan Sect had long since emerged as the foremost sect in the southern domain, yet it remained exceedingly low-key. Or perhaps, it was low-key to an absurd degree. Despite its formidable strength, it willingly occupied the lowest rank among the 9 great sections. Had it not been for Li Changfeng, perhaps to this day, no one would have recognized the Kaoshan Sect as the strongest. Li Changfeng's influence on the Kaoshan Sect began with his tribulation. After that point, even if he wished to halt his progress, he could not. The central domain would not relent and would continually seek to create trouble. Thus, the Kaoshan Sect transformed into an entirely immortal sect. Meanwhile, Li Changfeng himself had surpassed the realm of the celestial gods, with his strength increasing at every moment. Although he had not experienced another breakthrough to a higher realm, he had reached the pinnacle of a certain level above the celestial gods. It seemed that a breakthrough was imminent. Master, having lived for 90,000 years, are there any women in the central domain who have captured your heart? With your prowess and charm, I would imagine countless female immortals pursue you, Li Changfeng inquired. Tian Xingzi replied casually, indeed, many female immortals are fond of me, which has become quite bothersome. After eliminating a few hundred persistent admirers, I finally found some peace. Li Changfeng. Upon hearing Tian Xingzi's response, Li Changfeng was reminded that this Tian Xingzi was merely a projection. He possessed none of the human emotions or desires, and could hardly be considered a normal man. Perhaps he could not even engage in the act of procreation, let alone comprehend the desires between men and women. Tian Xingzi countered, Changfeng, do you already have a partner? I once heard my true self mention that women only serve to impede one's cultivation speed. Your achievements today are commendable, but you must not stray from the path. With your true self's talents, even upon entering that realm, he would undoubtedly be invincible. It is precisely because he lacks attachments to women that he has become so formidable. Li Changfeng shook his head. I do not currently have a partner, but who knows about the future? In my view, once I attain invincibility, seeking out numerous partners will not be a concern. However, I am not invincible yet. If there comes a day when my strength ceases to grow, then I will consider such matters. Tian Xingzi gave him a thumbs up, his face filled with admiration. Indeed, your current success is inextricably linked to your lack of romantic entanglements. Even among your peers, your aspirations far exceed those of my true self. To think you would choose to seek women only after enhancing your strength, impressive. Li Changfeng remained silent. Was this truly so impressive? He had not stated he would not pursue women. He merely chose to defer such pursuits for the time being. With the system in place, If he were to gather more disciples, it would not be long before he reached his limits. Thus, Li Changfeng felt no urgency. As the two arrived at the borders of the southern immortal king's territory, they were intercepted by an individual. The newcomer was the left immortal envoy under the southern immortal king, also a formidable figure at the immortal monarch level, though significantly weaker than Tian Xingzi. The left immortal envoy regarded Tian Xingzi and stated solemnly, "Black-robed immortal, the immortal king has issued an edict. If you return, you are to meet with him at your earliest convenience." Tian Xingzi nodded slightly and replied, "I am aware." The left immortal envoy's gaze shifted to Li Changfeng, his tone turning frigid. "What purpose does it serve to bring this little brat, merely at the core formation stage, to the central domain? You must be acutely aware of the regulations here. Those from the lower realms are forbidden entry into the central domain, and violators face execution. However, out of respect for the black-robed immortal lord, I shall allow him to deal with this matter personally." Tian Xingzi furrowed his brow, though the left immortal envoy could not discern the expression hidden beneath the black robe. After a moment of silence, Tian Xingzi spoke with an air of indifference. "He is my disciple across countless generations. I intend to take him to meet the southern immortal king. It would be wise of you not to obstruct me, lest the consequences prove dire." The left immortal envoy scoffed repeatedly, for he was a trusted confidant of the southern immortal king. Compared to the black-robed immortal lord, the southern immortal king placed far greater faith in him. The black-robed immortal lord was merely a sharp spear, not a trusted ally. Stepping forward with a tone laced with amusement, the left immortal envoy challenged, "And what if I insist on killing him? Are you truly prepared to engage me over this insignificant insect?" He was fully aware that the southern immortal king despised internal strife and upheld strict adherence to rules. A glint of murderous intent appeared on Tian Xingzi's face as he spoke with an icy demeanor. "Are you attempting to threaten me with the southern immortal king, left envoy?" "Huh." Li Changfeng interjected, grasping Tian Xingzi's arm. "Master, do not let your temper flare over a dying man. This individual has displeased you, so allow me, your disciple of countless generations, to deal with him. In doing so, you will find some solace as one less nuisance troubles you." Preposterous. The left immortal envoy fumed with rage. For this mere core formation brat had the audacity to refer to him as insignificant refuse. He was the second immortal envoy under the southern immortal king, second only to the black-robed immortal lord. His strength was such that he ranked among the very best in the entire central domain. In his fury, the left immortal envoy prepared to strike, only to suddenly realize something was amiss, for his body was becoming ethereal. What is happening? This was, of course, the result of Li Changfeng's intervention. He never left lingering enemies that he found distasteful. To him, Tian Xingzi's adversary, the patriarch of the Kaoshan Sect, was a deserving foe. In dealing with enemies, Li Changfeng possessed but one method: total annihilation. As the left immortal envoy faced imminent obliteration, he fixed his gaze on Tian Xingzi. "Black-robed immortal lord, when did you strike? To dispatch me so silently and swiftly? Have you already transcended to the realm of immortal kings?" "Impossible, utterly impossible. The southern immortal king has proclaimed that without that kind of energy, no immortal king could ever emerge in the central domain again." Tian Xingzi shook his head. "Left envoy, you truly possess the intellect of a pig. Did I not just mention that my disciple took your life? It was not I who acted." The left immortal envoy seethed with fury, his eyes burning with the desire to devour Tian Xingzi. "Black-robed immortal lord, as I approach my end, do you wish to further humiliate me? How could this insignificant core formation wretch have the power to kill me?" Tian Xingzi chose not to respond, for there was no need. The left immortal envoy had frequently sought to trouble him, though it had not been a concern before. For if he were to kill the left envoy, the southern immortal king and the right immortal envoy would certainly not stand idly by. This was the southern immortal king's method of maintaining balance. He was already the first immortal envoy under his command. The southern immortal king could not permit him to grow stronger, as it would conflict with his interests. The left and right immortal envoys mistakenly believed themselves to be favored by the southern immortal king, unaware that they were merely pawns to balance Tian Xingzi. With a casual wave of his hand, Li Changfeng caused the left immortal envoy to vanish completely. Weakling pretensions, how utterly absurd. Chapter 147, I Desire a Territory. The left immortal envoy, until his last breath, could not fathom why the individual brought back by the black-robed immortal lord was capable of such strength. After all, the black-robed immortal lord had stated that this was his disciple across innumerable generations. Are the youth of today truly so formidable? With the left immortal envoy's strength, he had immediately discerned Li Changfeng's bone age. It was precisely for this reason that he felt a wave of terror. At a mere 30 years of bone age, this young man could so casually bring about his demise. To describe this as terrifying would be an understatement. The left immortal envoy was no more. Tang Xingzi felt no surprise, for he had been aware of this outcome all along. Li Changfeng's power had transcended the boundaries of the central domain. Just how formidable he was remained a mystery to all, even to Li Changfeng himself, who seemed to lack full awareness of his own strength. I feel somewhat embarrassed, Master. Li Changfeng remarked with a hint of unease. We inadvertently killed this left immortal envoy. Will it not lead to complications? After all, he was a powerful figure under the Southern Immortal King. If the Southern Immortal King were to take offense, Tang Xingzi fixed his gaze on Li Changfeng. Speaking in a calm tone, Changfeng, you seem to have made an error. It was you alone who struck down the left envoy. I had no part in it. Thus, should the Southern Immortal King seek retribution, it will be directed at you. Li Changfeng. Encountering an opponent indeed, he thought. For it was only fitting that the master should possess such wisdom. He had assumed they would share the burden of consequences, yet his master was not so easily deceived. Tang Xingzi spoke again. Shall we still seek out the Southern Immortal King? You have slain his envoy. It may not be a favorable discussion. Li Changfeng remained silent, instead gazing behind Tang Xingzi. At that moment, a middle-aged man had appeared behind him. Clad in scholarly robes, he exuded an air of cultured sophistication. This man was none other than the Southern Immortal King, a diligent scholar known for his humility and unparalleled strength in the central domain. The Southern Immortal King spoke with a placid demeanor. The black-robed immortal lord is correct. Killing my envoy indeed complicates matters. Young one, despite your tender age, your arrival here must surely be due to the black-robed immortal's influence, yes? Black-robed, why did you slay the left envoy? Tang Xingzi, with a flat expression, replied nonchalantly. It was not I who killed him. It was Changfeng who executed him. Southern Immortal King, please do not misunderstand. Li Changfeng spread his hands, his tone calm. As expected of the Southern Immortal King, you are truly extraordinary. My master sought to divert blame onto me, but as it is evident, he has not succeeded. Master, perhaps it would be wise to speak truthfully. As the first immortal envoy under the Southern Immortal King, I believe that if you admit your fault honestly, he shall not make things difficult for you. Tang Xingzi fixed his gaze intently on Li Changfeng, his voice low. It was not I who struck him down, it was Changfeng. The Southern Immortal King's brow furrowed as he replied coldly, Black-robed, do you take me for a fool? He is merely around 30 years of bone age. Though his talent is indeed extraordinary, do you truly believe that a mere core formation cultivator could kill the left immortal envoy? Tang Xingzi fell into silence. Realizing that explanation was futile, Li Changfeng wore a broad smile, feigning weakness and respect. The Southern Immortal King spoke in a grave tone. Tell me the reason. Black-robed, you have indeed fought for the Southern Domain for countless years. You are my strongest immortal envoy. However, to kill the left envoy without reason is fundamentally unjust. I require an explanation, one that satisfies the entirety of the Southern Domain. Tang Xingzi pondered for a moment before responding. The left envoy obstructed my path and spoke to me with disrespect. And then, Li Changfeng interjected, and then my master killed him. In my humble opinion, the ancestral master is entirely blameless. South Immortal King, are you aware? The left immortal envoy is the one with issues, significant issues. Not only did he obstruct my ancestral master from meeting you, but he also branded him a traitor. A loyal minister who has fought for the Southern Immortal Domain for countless years, being so slandered, who could possibly endure such indignity? It is precisely because of my ancestral master's forbearance that I would, were I in his position, have directly annihilated the entire clan of the left immortal envoy. The South Immortal King regarded Li Changfeng with a penetrating gaze, sensing a subtle dissonance. Li Changfeng appeared far too composed. What realm was he in? A mere integrated stage, akin to an ant. Yet, he stood before the Immortal King without a trace of fear, even if he had restrained his aura upon realizing his identity. Shouldn't Li Changfeng be trembling with trepidation? But he was not. What kind of anomaly was this? In the face of someone of such stature, the absence of fear could stem from two possibilities, either ignorance or an utter lack of concern for one's own safety. Li Changfeng seemed to embody the latter. Genuinely unperturbed by his own standing, the South Immortal King scrutinized Li Changfeng. Little one, you hail from the lower realms of the Southern Domain. Yet, why do I see no reverence for me in your eyes? Your lack of respect and fear is indeed intriguing. Li Changfeng grinned widely. South Immortal King, it is not that I do not fear you or lack respect. Rather, my ancestral master has imparted that in this central domain, I need not fear anyone. Even an immortal king, should he provoke my master, could be resolved with a single punch. The South Immortal King's expression darkened, and he turned to Tang Xingzi. In your black robes, does your disciple speak the truth? Tang Xingzi did not respond, but addressed Li Changfeng. Changfeng, are you attempting to betray your teacher and ancestral master? The doctrines of the Reliance sect do not condone such actions. It is permissible to deceive outsiders, but betraying our ancestral master is impermissible. The left immortal envoy was clearly slain by you. Do you wish for your master to take the blame? Li Changfeng remained silent, a smile plastered across his face. However, the South Immortal King's countenance grew increasingly grim. He had keenly observed that Li Changfeng had not concealed his strength, and his age was evident. No matter how extraordinary Li Changfeng was, it was inconceivable that he could have slain the left immortal envoy. Just as the South Immortal King was about to speak, Li Changfeng suddenly appeared beside him. He patted the South Immortal King on the shoulder and said nonchalantly, "How tedious. You are far too easy to deceive. Indeed, it was I who killed the left immortal envoy for his disrespect towards my ancestral master. He deserved it. As for my strength, do not bother to gauge it. Even if you were to probe for 100,000 years, you would glean nothing. I came here to request a piece of land from you. For when practitioners from the southern domain successfully cross tribulations and arrive in the central domain, they shall directly join my faction." The South Immortal King's expression turned even darker, his tone growing colder. "Little one, do you grasp the gravity of your words? Setting aside everything else, the land of the southern immortal domain is utterly beyond your reach." Li Changfeng shook his head, appearing quite helpless. He spoke slowly. "South Immortal King, you may have misunderstood. I am not negotiating with you. I am declaring my decision. You shall give it, whether you like it or not. Unless, of course, you wish to accompany that insufferable left immortal envoy." The South Immortal King's face was now exceedingly grim, as Li Changfeng's words were shockingly arrogant. A terrifying energy surged from him, indicating that he was genuinely enraged. Li Changfeng regarded the South Immortal King with indifference. He preferred to maintain a low profile, but if others initiated hostilities, he would not be held accountable. Tian Xingzi spoke in a calm tone. "South Immortal King, it would be wise for you to refrain from acting. The strength of my disciple cannot be conveyed through conventional reasoning. Should you truly offend him, the repercussions could be dire. Thus, it would be prudent to endure for the time being to avoid an undesirable conclusion that might lead to a change in leadership within the southern domain." The South Immortal King furrowed his brow, intently observing Tian Xingzi. "Black-robed immortal lord, what do you imply? You and I have been acquainted for millennia. You should well understand my temperament. Were it not for your disciple's incessant provocation, I would not have been driven to anger. He does not regard me at all. What is this place? This is my domain. If I show him leniency today, will I be compelled to yield my territory to other immortal kings in the future, like a coward?" Tian Xingzi fell silent. Recognizing that the South Immortal King had not encountered the harsh realities of life, he could not fathom the extent of Li Changfeng's capabilities. No amount of explanation would suffice. Only when the South Immortal King faced the consequences would he comprehend Tian Xingzi's earnest intentions. Otherwise, he might mistakenly believe he was orchestrating the situation. Li Changfeng smiled. "South Immortal King, I believe you should heed my ancestral master's words. His intentions are for your benefit, and he harbors no disrespect towards you. Your lack of strength is not your fault, but mine, for I am simply too formidable. Alas, impudent." Before the South Immortal King could respond, the right immortal envoy arrived with his entourage. Having sensed the fall of the left immortal envoy, he now witnessed Li Changfeng's blatant disregard for the South Immortal King. Igniting his fury, the right immortal envoy knelt before the South Immortal King. "Your Majesty, shall I take action to eliminate this impudent boy? I believe your Majesty's dignity cannot be challenged. Not only must this boy be captured, but everyone associated with him must also be eradicated." Tian Xingzi's eyes glinted with coldness as he stepped forward, his demeanor lofty as he looked down upon the kneeling right immortal envoy. "Right immortal envoy, are you suggesting that my disciple's entire sect should be obliterated, including me, your ancestral master?" The right immortal envoy remained silent, but his intentions were clear. The South Immortal King's expression darkened further. He sought to balance the two. Yet, with the absence of the left immortal envoy, he found himself at a disadvantage. While it was permissible to suppress Tian Xingzi, he could not genuinely confront him. Taking a deep breath, the South Immortal King was about to make a decision when Li Changfeng took action. Li Changfeng frowned and waved his left hand. "What a bothersome fly. I am conversing with your master. It is not your place to interject." With the left immortal envoy gone, and the right immortal envoy lacking wit, they might as well join him in oblivion. The South Immortal King sensed no energy, but the right immortal envoy suddenly erupted. Like a balloon, he burst into ashes with a resounding pop. Witnessing this scene left the South Immortal King utterly dumbfounded. He could never have anticipated that Li Changfeng possessed such formidable strength. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he felt an immense sense of relief. Had the right immortal envoy not arrived, it would have been he who was struck down by Li Changfeng. It appeared that the black-robed immortal lord had not deceived him. His disciple was indeed invincible. By the heavens, how is it possible he has achieved this at merely 30 years of age? The South Immortal King trembled, growing increasingly apprehensive. Li Changfeng looked at the South Immortal King, perplexed. South Immortal King, why do you appear so shaken? The weather is not even cold, and with your power, you should be immune to any discomfort. Thus, I must ask, are you unwell? Is your head burning with fever? The South Immortal King. South Immortal King, please do not remain silent. Though I am aware of your perceived weakness, it should not be to such an extent. Could it be that the demise of the right immortal envoy has incited an overwhelming fury within you? In your extreme wrath, do you tremble in agitation, driven to seek my death? The South Immortal King, unable to maintain his silence, hastily replied, Esteemed one, let us cease this game. If you possess such formidable power, you ought to have conveyed it sooner. To have eliminated the right immortal envoy without even sensing a ripple in energy is a feat that even an immortal emperor might struggle to achieve. Thus, you are indeed the true master. Earlier, you wished to inform me of something. I assure you I will fulfill your request promptly. Tian Xingzi remained silent, having anticipated this outcome long ago. Although the South Immortal King appeared frail, he was resolute in his decisiveness when it came to matters of life and death. Now, faced with Li Changfeng's prowess that surpassed his own, his foremost thought was to satisfy Li Changfeng's every desire. Li Changfeng patted the South Immortal King's shoulder, each touch causing the latter to involuntarily quiver. Subsequently, he lowered his stance slightly. South Immortal King, you are indeed unlike those fools. Now that you have consented, I shall speak. Within your South Immortal domain, there exists a force known as the Heavenly Tao Academy. I have heard that it has been eradicated, rendering it a desolate land. Henceforth, I wish to relocate the entire mountain support sect to this area. Is there any objection? The South Immortal King vigorously shook his head. Great one, there is certainly no issue. For you to take notice of the South Immortal domain is a blessing for us. In my view, the destruction of the Heavenly Tao Academy was merely to clear space for the mountain support sect. Thus, that territory is, from this moment forth, the mountain support sect's. If anyone dares to disagree, I shall turn them to ash. Excellent. Li Changfeng and Tian Xingzi had come to the central domain with the intent of claiming the territory of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Now that their objective was achieved, it was time to facilitate the relocation of the mountain support sect. As for assisting Tian Xingzi in advancing further, that was not an urgent matter. It sufficed if he could resolve that issue before departing from the central domain. In the next instant, Li Changfeng found himself back at Tianquan Peak. As Li Changfeng prepared for the relocation of the entire sect, the South Immortal King turned his gaze towards Tian Xingzi. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Mysterious figure in the black robe, what is your true identity? Who is the ancestral master of the mountain support sect? I have never heard of him. While these details may be inconsequential, one thing holds paramount importance. Is this great one truly your disciple? Tian Xingzi replied with a calm demeanor. South Immortal King, did you not see? He is merely in his 30s, yet has achieved such heights at this young age. The skies of the central domain are far too constrictive to contain his ambitions. Henceforth, you need only to care for the mountain support sect well, and Changfeng shall not trouble you. The South Immortal King nodded earnestly. How could he not care for the mountain support sect? Failing to do so might result in the South Immortal domain being renamed the Mountain Support Domain. Chapter 149. The path of cultivation seems impossible. Li Changfeng nodded, pleased with the South Immortal King's favorable attitude. The territory of the Heavenly Tao Academy was indeed commendable, rich in celestial energy and exceptionally suited for the current development of the Mountain Support Sect. The members of the Mountain Support Sect had experienced rapid ascension in their cultivation levels, despite having trained for an extensive period within the Chaos Tower of Time. Yet, they resembled wooden barrels, wherein cultivation is akin to pouring water into them. Within the Chaos Tower of Time, the water increased exponentially, eventually overflowing. While further breakthroughs were not entirely inconceivable, it required reconstructing their barrels to a larger capacity. Currently, they lacked the means to do so. Thus, Li Changfeng resolved to have them pause their advancement. Consolidation of their realms was crucial. They could not simply continue ascending indefinitely, as that would be detrimental. With a thought, Li Changfeng returned to the Mountain Support Sect. He approached the sect leader directly to convey his intentions. Sect leader, I recently explored the central domain. I even encountered a manifestation of our ancestral master, who has since departed from the central domain. My proposal is to relocate the entire mountain support sect there. The force that initially opposed us has now willingly vacated their territory. Naturally, I will seek your counsel, should you wish to remain in the south domain. I see no issue. However, if you aspire to reach the pinnacle of power in the central domain, the choice is to relocate. What are your thoughts? Sect leader. From the moment he laid eyes on Li Changfeng until he concluded his discourse, the sect leader remained in a state of bewilderment. His own strength was no longer feeble, having attained the celestial, immortal realm. However, ancient texts of the Mountain Support Sect recorded that, while celestial immortals were strong in the central domain, there existed many formidable figures who were even more powerful. Yet Li Changfeng informed him that he had already scouted the central domain and secured a promising territory for the Mountain Support Sect. This revelation was so astonishing that it left the sect leader momentarily dazed. After some time, he finally regained his composure. Changfeng, are you suggesting that you have become invincible in the central domain? Thus, you eliminated our former adversaries and secured territory for us. Is this leap not a bit too ambitious? Might it lead to unforeseen consequences? Li Changfeng felt a surge of exasperation. When did the sect leader become so irreverent? Nonetheless, his deduction was astute. The Heavenly Tao Academy had indeed been eradicated by him. It was nothing more than a sham of an institution. Who else would they target if not the South Domain? Li Changfeng replied nonchalantly. Sect leader, I cannot ascertain the likelihood of unforeseen consequences. But should you continue to speak in such a manner, you may find yourself in a precarious situation. The sect leader chuckled awkwardly. He could not afford to provoke the current Li Changfeng. Not only was he beyond reproach, but he also held immense respect for him. The contributions Li Changfeng made to the Mountain Support Sect were nearly unparalleled, rivaling that of their ancestral master. Thanks to Li Changfeng, the South Domain had managed to survive, and it was due to his existence that the Mountain Support Sect could now aspire to dominate the Central Domain. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, the sect leader finally spoke. Changfeng, I believe we should convene a sect-wide meeting. If many wish to journey to the Central Domain, we shall proceed. If some prefer to remain in the South Domain, that is also acceptable. At worst, we can establish a branch of the Mountain Support Sect in the South Domain. What do you think? Li Changfeng nodded. Since the sect leader has already contemplated a course of action, let us proceed. I will support you from behind the scenes, and you shall oversee the specifics of this matter. I will be quite busy henceforth, so simply inform me of the results. Excellent. The sect leader understood that Li Changfeng would undoubtedly be preoccupied. Engaging in cultivation to enhance one's strength was an arduous endeavor. Li Changfeng surpassed all members of the Mountain Support Sect, not merely due to possessing divine artifacts, but primarily because of his relentless diligence. The subsequent arrangements were left to the sect leader. Li Changfeng returned to Tianquan Peak, instructing the chef to prepare a royal feast. Delectable dishes were essential, otherwise, what significance would there be in cultivating? Invincibility is meant for enjoyment, a carefree indulgence. If one does not savor life, why should disciples toil in their cultivation? While awaiting the sumptuous feast, Feng Wu massaged Li Changfeng's shoulders, and Lin Yanran attended to his legs. The life of leisure akin to that of a lord is indeed quite comfortable. Meanwhile, in the western regions, a terrifying calamity unfolds. The immortals from the Central Domain have taken action, ruthlessly slaughtering the inhabitants of the western regions. Both the prestigious White Eagle Sect and the self-proclaimed Invincible Taiji Sect have been annihilated without mercy. The White Eagle Sect exclusively recruits individuals of the white-haired lineage, characterized by their pale skin and abundant hair. The mightiest of their ancestors has already attained the realm of a 4 Tribulation loose immortal. Regrettably, even a 4 Tribulation loose immortal finds themselves utterly powerless against the onslaught of the Central Domain's immortals, disintegrating with but a single strike. As countless cultivators and ordinary folk from the western regions fall victim to this massacre, a certain race has surreptitiously crossed over into the southern domain. Their weakness is so pronounced that even if Li Changfeng were to notice them, he would not deem it worthy of concern. They are simply too feeble. Feng Wu inquired. Master, is my strength sufficient? With this might, I should be able to crush a top-grade spirit artifact. I truly wonder how your body has attained such formidable strength, Master. Li Changfeng replied nonchalantly. My physique is indeed remarkable and powerful. Thus, it has become impossible for ordinary individuals to provide me with a massage. Only you, Feng Wu, may assist me. Recently, I have been excessively fatigued, suffering from considerable back pain. With the arrival of a professional chef, Lin Yanran is no longer tasked with preparing meals. She spoke up. Master, our strength should be adequate now. If there is anything that requires our attention, please feel free to assign it to us. I would not hesitate to brave flames for you. Li Changfeng shook his head in refusal. He scrutinized Lin Yanran, suspecting she wished to shirk responsibilities. Yanran, such thoughts are not permissible. As your master, it is my duty to shield you from the storms of life, not to send my disciples into battle. If a day comes when I cannot fight anymore, then I shall allow you to take action. Until that time, you must focus on your cultivation. Given your current realms and abilities, I believe aside from the time spent massaging me, no other moments should be squandered. Henceforth, you shall massage me for half an hour, and devote the remaining time to diligent practice within the Time Chaos Tower. Whether it be breaking through realms or consolidating your current strength, both are beneficial. Do you understand? Yes. The two women were deeply moved, at a loss for words to express their feelings towards Li Changfeng's kindness. His affection for them transcended verbal expression. As the moment passed, a faint smile graced Li Changfeng's face. The prospect of cultivation was unlikely, especially as his disciples were already engaged in their own training. But what is this? These wretched intruders have the audacity to be so brutal. The smile vanished from Li Changfeng's face, and with that, he disappeared without a trace. Chapter 150. The despicable intruders at the border between the southern and western domains, several hundred diminutive humans, clad only in white diapers and bare-chested, arrived in a state of utter disarray, akin to lost dogs. Esteemed Lord Goji Tianjun, we have spotted a village in the southern domain not far ahead. There are no powerful beings there, not even a single cultivator. According to the immortals from the central domain, there exists a terrifying presence in the southern domain. We must proceed with caution. Perhaps we should begin our plans at this village? Goji Tianjun, the leader of this group, originally belonged to a race of millions. Yet only these few hundred managed to survive the treacherous crossing, and each one is a formidable warrior. The weakest among them possesses the cultivation of the god transformation realm, an absolute powerhouse on the western continent. The mightiest, Goji Tianjun himself, has reached the Tribulation loose immortal realm. After a moment of contemplation, Goji Tianjun declared, "We must not be careless. Since this southern domain has thwarted the central domain's immortals, there must be beings of 4 Tribulation loose immortal or above present. Until I attain the 5 Tribulation loose immortal realm, we must remain discreet." The others nodded vigorously. Their movements, so fervent one might fear their heads would detach from their necks. "We shall obey your orders, Lord Goji Tianjun." Silently, the group approached the small village. And upon witnessing Goji Tianjun and his followers in such a pitiful state, the villagers promptly offered their food and clothing, filled with sympathy. In truth, they did not require sustenance. Their injuries were severe, but they were not without clothing. Rather, it was customary for their race to dress in such a manner. Goji Tianjun, though similarly attired in a diaper, wore a silver one, signifying his noble status among his people. The village elder remarked, "You are truly in a dire situation. Although we have limited food here, you are welcome to stay for a while, should you desire. Do you truly not want any clothing?" Goji Tianjun, utilizing his divine sense to scan the village and confirming the absence of any formidable beings or even cultivators, felt his expression grow cold. A wisp of spiritual power coalesced at his fingertips. With a swift motion, the elder's head was severed from his body. Dire? Indeed, we are quite unfortunate. However, our slave race, no matter how wretched, is not for you to judge. Leave none alive, kill them all. At his command, over 200 kind-hearted villagers met their demise. Their heads piled together, blood staining the ground. A single infant, too young to speak, sat on the ground weeping. He was the only villager left alive. Goji Tianjun brandished a knife, easily plunging it into the infant's abdomen, lifting him aloft. Ants have no right to live. Conquering the southern domain begins with this village. In the ensuing days, this band of slave intruders commenced their relentless slaughter of villages. Following each massacre, they would absorb the blood of the villagers, thereby enhancing their own strength. They were true monsters devoid of humanity, slaying without a moment's hesitation. Regardless of how kindly one treated them, they would still kill. For in their eyes, anyone weaker than themselves was but a mere insect. And they held but one thought toward these insects, to annihilate them entirely, using their essence to bolster their own power. 37 villages, a total of thousands of lives extinguished. It was during this time that Li Changfeng, accustomed to scanning the southern domain with his divine sense, became aware of the situation. Just after Goji Tianjun had finished violating a southern domain woman and severed her head, they prepared to move on to the next village. Their strength had increased, albeit marginally, and they had begun to savor the rewards of their actions. Opportunities that had previously been non-existent in the western regions due to the prohibitions set by other powerful factions and races. This was a form of demonic cultivation. Even ordinary people could have their blood absorbed, granting them power, not to mention cultivators, whose essence could be harvested with exponentially greater gains. As Goji Tianjun reveled in the absorption of blood energy and was about to proceed to the next village, Li Changfeng made his entrance. This was the first time Li Changfeng had felt such profound anger throughout his cultivation journey. The heavens themselves seemed to change color, with even the celestial laws retreating in fear. Goji Tianjun fixed his gaze upon Li Changfeng, and in the next moment, he fell to his knees. "Esteemed strong one of the southern domain, we are willing to acknowledge you as our master. From now on, you shall be our lord." The slave race was not particularly powerful in the western regions. Previously, the Lord of Kaoshan was merely equivalent to the integration stage. Yet when the celestial beings of the central domain ruthlessly exterminated the cultivators of the western region, he, accompanied by his most trusted followers, absorbed an overwhelming amount of blood energy. This granted him power comparable to that of a three-calamity loose immortal. Upon encountering Li Changfeng, an acute sense of peril surged within him. Aware of the futility of confronting such a formidable adversary, the Lord of Kaoshan would not foolishly engage in battle. As he knelt, so too did his several hundred loyal followers, for they understood him well enough to know that he would never demean himself before the weak. His submission indicated that the newcomer was beyond their capacity to confront. Should a confrontation arise, their demise would be inevitable. Li Changfeng remained silent, consumed by an unprecedented fury. The small village lay strewn with corpses, the ground soaked in blood. Before him knelt these wretched beings, groveling in their humility. It was utterly laughable. When faced with the weak, they struck with brutal force, taking lives at will. Yet before him, they were as feeble as servants. With a single step, Li Changfeng unleashed devastation upon the bodies of the several hundred enslaved beings. As he gazed upon their primordial spirits, the ancestral phoenix fire surged forth from him. He would not extinguish their lives instantaneously. Rather, he intended